Chapter 1 Prologue. As dusk descended, the setting sun bled a crimson hue across the horizon. The radiant light that once illuminated all creation was swallowed whole by the thick clouds below, unable to pierce through in time. At the border where the kingdom of Jojo meets the Ice River Federation, snowstorms raged, cloaking the landscape in a shroud of pure white that obscured all visibility. Within this desolate snowfield, several shadows moved swiftly, covering thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. Had there been anyone to discern their forms at that moment, they would undoubtedly have marveled at the diversity of their movements. Some glided through the air with wind magic. Others traversed the snow without leaving a trace using levitation abilities, while yet others soared freely in mechanical exosuits. However, in an instant, they all came to a sudden halt. A formidable aura locked onto them, a pressure so intense it rivaled that of being targeted by a prehistoric beast. Amidst the swirling snow, a vague figure approached with an ethereal grace. A simple yet profound message echoed in the minds of all present. "Gentlemen, this path is blocked. Return, for that item belongs to me." The declaration bore no trace of intimidation. It was merely an announcement of an impending execution. Recognizing the identity of the speaker, and hearing those words caused their pupils to constrict in unison. They all understood the significance of the statement uttered by the figure before them. A desire to retreat blossomed in each heart, yet none dared to withdraw. Fearful of allowing their adversary to seize the initiative, they launched their attacks simultaneously, employing their most potent abilities without warning. Yet, even as their assaults transformed the very fabric of the landscape, they could not quell the dread that consumed them, for they faced this individual. The response to their onslaught was still a declarative statement, delivered in the same calm tone as before, devoid of any fluctuation. "Not leaving? Then let us all take a nap here. I hope you have pleasant dreams." Before the words faded from their minds, the figure effortlessly stepped forward, appearing among them as if traversing mere inches. Waves of energy, afterimages, and surging power intertwined to create a surreal tableau. Each attack unleashed by both sides could have permanently altered the geography of the area, yet under the astonishing control of the newcomer, nothing changed. A series of rhythmic thuds drowned out the howling winds of the blizzard. As the last of their number fell, a plume of snow mist erupted upon the crystalline ground. In the midst of the tempest, several figures lay unconscious in the snow, completely oblivious, as the storm buried them beneath its icy embrace. These individuals were all elite warriors from their home star. Typically, a single person could command a battalion without difficulty, yet now they found themselves utterly powerless. From behind the veil of snow, the indistinct figure lingered silently for a moment, its face obscured by a profound, dark starry sky. Gazing at the fallen angels of the Divine Creation Society, the figure inwardly grumbled in dissatisfaction, recalling the troubles they had caused. Even as saint-level and quasi-saint-level beings, to think they would prove so feeble. Had I known, I would have simply ignored them. What a waste of my time. Having emerged from the ruins for quite some time, the few who remained unharmed seemed to be thriving evidently. The item in question posed little danger. It was time to retrieve the object entrusted to them, otherwise dealing with the Ice River Federation's renewed interest in them would be troublesome. While reflecting on this, the ethereal figure vanished once more into the swirling snow. Chapter 2. Is he really so idle? As the clouds parted, a blood-red full moon hung high in the sky, resembling a sinister giant, casting a cold gaze upon all below. Within the territory of the Ice River Federation, the blizzard abruptly ceased. The silver-white snow reflected the crimson moonlight, creating an eerie and oppressive dreamscape. In the silent fir forest, aside from the standing cold fir trees and scattered animal tracks left in the snow, there were no other signs of life. All vitality seemed to have succumbed to silence at this very moment, in this very place. Within the fir grove, behind a flourishing thicket of bushes, the air and light subtly twisted, almost imperceptibly. An inescapable, faint scent of blood mingled with low, restrained gasps, intermingled with a palpable sense of fear, emanating intermittently from behind the foliage. The figure of Yahoo appeared through the gaps in the branches, cautiously surveying the surroundings with wide, azure eyes filled with trepidation. He instinctively raised a hand to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. That is not human. It definitely does not possess abilities typical of humanity. even same-level power would not be so terrifying. Or rather, the heart-stopping sensation transcended mere strength. Ever since that individual had risen to prominence, they had become a presence that no one dared to confront. Monstrous was the term Yahweh used to define that person, and it was the most accurate reflection of his current sentiments. In retrospect, the feeling that he and his companions had managed to escape from the clutches of that being was almost miraculous. Should they indeed emerge unscathed, it could only be attributed to divine intervention. A sudden jolt of pain shot through him, snapping his attention back to reality. The motion of wiping away sweat had aggravated the injury beneath his ribs. This wound was merely a result of being caught in the gust of that person's attack. Had he taken a direct blow, the outcome would have been beyond grim. Looking down, he noticed that his nano-combat suit, designed to withstand the majority of conventional weaponry, was now torn and tattered. The optical camouflage insignia on his chest was nearly depleted of energy. His and his teammates' situations could scarcely be worse. Yet, to fulfill his mission, regardless of the dire circumstances, he had no choice but to persevere. With the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders, he was left with no alternatives. Employing a specialized breathing technique, he quickly calmed his mind. To complete the mission while ensuring the survival of his teammates, a composed mind was essential. His gaze swept over the remaining comrades at this moment. His condition was relatively better among the few. "We should be safe here for the time being, everyone. Regroup quickly. By the time we calculate our arrival at the rendezvous point, the angels will undoubtedly come searching based on the locator's coordinates." His tone remained as steady and calm as ever, yet his teammates could still detect a hint of fatigue lurking beneath the surface of his composed words. Hearing their typically decisive leader use the word should, which carried an air of uncertainty, caused their hearts to sink once more. Damn it, everything was going smoothly. How could we encounter that monster near the ruins? A phrase from their homeland, accompanied by a suppressed roar, echoed through the thicket. The imposing figure known as King Kong, with a physique that was both grand and powerful, struggled to contain his raging fury. That ruin holds no value for exploration, even we could infiltrate it with ease. What could possibly attract someone of his caliber? Is he truly so idle? Or perhaps, had our actions been leaked, prompting the Ice River Federation to summon him to their aid? The Ice River Federation is no Jojo kingdom, they probably couldn't entice him. As he spoke, his bloodshot eyes radiated deep-seated resentment, and veins bulged beneath his jaw and forehead. Is his ability to gather intelligence truly as all-encompassing as the rumors suggest? Hasn't he always shown disinterest in artifacts from the ruins? What on earth did the Grand Prophet instruct us to retrieve from the ruins that caught his attention? Most infuriating is that this fellow had the audacity to claim he happened by chance. Does he find it amusing to insult our intelligence? The more he spoke, the angrier he became, and by the end, his words were nearly forced through clenched teeth. His extreme anger activated his latent analytical tendencies. Yet, the tone he adopted perfectly encapsulated the scene when frustration and rage intertwined. King Kong's deep, resonant voice, combined with his nearly three-meter stature, should have instilled a sense of overwhelming pressure. However, witnessing his right arm secured by a miniature orthopedic device and his body slightly trembling elicited a subtle sympathy for this formidable figure. From the battle-worn combat suit, riddled with bullet holes and nearly unrecognizable, it was evident that he had received significant attention from the Ice River Federation during their previous skirmishes. Yet, the impact and damage from that attention paled in comparison to a mere strike from that individual. King Kong cautiously cast a sidelong glance at the woman beside him, who was leaning against a tree, eyes closed in slumber. Her exquisitely sculpted features, complemented by nearly perfect curves, rendered her as if she were a lost masterpiece from an art exhibition. An unintentional aura of do not approach surrounded her. Among those present, only her combat suit remained relatively intact, marred only by a few scorch marks from laser weaponry, making her appear to be in the best condition of the group. Yet, her pallid complexion and the dried streaks of blood seeping from her orifices betrayed the extent of the mental assault inflicted upon her by that person. Fairly speaking, given her level of power, maintaining consciousness after enduring such an attack was a remarkable feat, showcasing her resilience and unwavering will. Listening to the wind rustling around them and observing the woman's lack of response, King Kong felt a slight sense of relief. Swallowing the metallic taste of blood in his mouth, he hesitated before saying, If it weren't for Jidian and the others holding back the Ice River forces, we might not have escaped at all. He was utterly at a loss for words, pondering the futility of speaking further. The more he contemplated, the more his anger surged, and in a fit of rage, he brought his metallic glinting left fist down forcefully upon the ground. Yet at the very last moment, he instinctively tempered his strength. Under normal circumstances, such a strike would have created a crater approximately 10 meters in diameter, a commonplace occurrence for him, however, now. Chapter 3. Is it not good to live well? Regaining his senses, King Kong gazed at the shallow imprints left in the snow, feeling an acute sting in his heart. That it was as if the snow itself mocked him. A taunt that no amount of anger or rambling could help him evade reality. Confronted with the fears lurking in his subconscious, his fury intensified. The seething rage caused beads of sweat to form on his brow amidst the biting cold. Having long danced on the precipice of life and death, he understood that the most terrifying thing in this world was fear itself. Those who are timid often find themselves favored by death. He reminisced about his glory days in the underground gladiatorial kingdom of the southern continent, where the name King Kong Buck was known far and wide. With his innate physical enhancement abilities and the lethal combat skills honed through life-and-death encounters with countless adversaries, he always emerged victorious in those brutal contests. That he had risen from a precarious fighting child to the undisputed king of slaughter, once believing he had finally gained control over his own fate. Yet, that illusion had been shattered, crushed by a mere individual he had only met once. That it was a profound humiliation for him, rekindling the fears buried deep within his childhood memories. King Kong did not fear death. However, in the presence of that individual, he felt an instinctual tremor akin to humanity's response when faced with the incomprehensible unknown. What drove him to madness was the realization that, despite being a close-combat extraordinary being like himself, his opponent lacked his physical enhancement abilities and was merely a martial artist without any supernatural powers. Yet the disparity was unfathomable. He could not comprehend how his right arm was effortlessly broken by a seemingly light tap from the other party. This occurred even when the opponent had clearly not fought with full seriousness. That if that individual harbored any intent to kill, he had no confidence in surviving a second breath after the first strike. Was that truly a display of martial prowess? No, more accurately, should it even be referred to as such, the combat power and methods exhibited by the other had utterly surpassed his cognitive limits. Appending his definition of martial artists, reflecting on the chasm that lay between them, felt like a tremor within his very soul. Accompanied by a series of suppressed coughs, a trickle of blood escaped the corner of Railgun's mouth. With her porcelain-like pale visage, she exuded an aura of fragility and resoluteness. Paul and the others are holding the rear for us, and their fates remain uncertain. This is not the time for you to complain. If you have no useful suggestions to offer, silence is a commendable choice. As she spoke, she succumbed once more to a fit of coughing. The turmoil within her, a result of mental assault, continued to ravage her body, her energy fluctuating erratically alongside her blood pressure. Upon hearing her icy, emotionless voice, King Kong's pupils constricted slightly, and he fell silent at that moment. He had no desire to provoke the icy beauty before him. In his eyes, her current state was undoubtedly that of a dormant volcano, suppressing destructive forces. Railgun, Eliza, had been a formidable assassin in the killer circle alongside her brother, the infamous Paul. Their reckless and unrestrained approach to their work had earned them a fearsome reputation as true fugitives. Even the leader of the Assassin's Guild, the Grim Reaper's Scythe, had once extended an olive branch to them, had it not been for their assassination of a supreme leader of a powerful nation 2 years prior. Leading to relentless pursuit, they might never have sought refuge within the organization. Typically, she granted no favors to anyone but the captain. Now, with her brother's fate hanging in the balance, King Kong did not wish to tempt fate. He believed he was not afraid of her. Rather, he simply valued his life. Is it not good to live well? Railgun raised her delicate hand, adjusting her silvery curls and leaning against a tree to steady herself. A gentle breeze rustled the treetops, dislodging the accumulated snow and snapping the branches below, creating a dull thud. An involuntary pang gripped her heart, and in her pale silver eyes, beyond their customary coldness, a ripple of complex emotions stirred. Changing her posture, she leaned back against the frigid tree trunk. Watching their captain, disheveled and drawing energy from high-calorie food, she felt a tumult of emotions. The last time she had felt so disheveled was before she joined the organization. Since teaming up with her companions, they had never faced such a significant setback. How long had it been? Their apostolic team had experienced countless battles, emerging unscathed from various perilous situations. Each member was a Tier 8 combat extraordinary, capable of unleashing devastation akin to a localized natural disaster. They were truly the elite among humanity. Despite their meticulous preparations and calculations regarding the Ice River Federation's combat capabilities and reaction times prior to departure, and the Prophet's infallible strategies over the years, everything changed upon the appearance of that individual. Recalling the mental assault that had nearly shattered her consciousness not long ago, she couldn't help but question whether they were truly distinguishable from ordinary people devoid of extraordinary powers in the presence of that individual. In that moment, she grasped the despair that came from facing a living legend concealed behind a mask of stars. Time dragged on, the night wind howled, and thick clouds resembling the hands of a demon obscured the moonlight once more. The forest, deprived of its sole source of illumination, deepened into an oppressive darkness, amplifying the unease nestled within each heart that a rustling sound suddenly pierced the air from 200 meters away. Chapter 4. There will be no difference almost simultaneously with the sound. A snowball the size of a marble shot forth from Railgun's fingertips. The explosive force generated a clear trajectory through the air, transforming the fragile snowball into a lethal weapon at supersonic speed. An invisible, razor-sharp blade of energy swiftly followed from another direction, cleaving through the underbrush in silence. The death-laden snowball embedded itself deep within the trunk behind the bushes, leaving behind a subtle, dark red mark. The blade of energy, having severed the low shrubs, left no trace upon the snowed long-toothed snow hare. Its skull shattered, fell in two pieces as it collapsed. The warm blood that spurted forth froze before it could flow, creating a stark tableau of death that on a branch above, a night owl, adorned with colorful plumage, flapped its wings and screeched as it soared into the night sky. To it was as though a requiem exclusive to the cold cedar forest added a note of sorrow to the night. Observing the long-toothed snow hare's swift demise, Railgun envisioned the fate that awaited her group, in that instant. The doubts that had clouded her mind dissipated, replaced by a stark clarity in the presence of that individual. They were no different from ordinary people, nor from the hapless long-toothed snow hare before them. It was rumored that the individual had never taken a life. However, having witnessed the darkness of human nature alongside her brother during their years of wandering, Railgun dared not place her hopes in the mercy of an enemy. But what could belief accomplish? In the face of inadequacy, no amount of contemplation would change their fate. Having traversed various trials and tribulations, she sensed for the first time the unmistakable scent of fear emanating from within herself. She recognized that she had already been defeated on a mental level if she could not conquer the fear within. Even if the other party refrained from striking, she would ultimately be consumed by her own dread. Yet, even with this understanding, how could she suppress the chilling sensation creeping through her heart? If King Kong deemed the most terrifying aspect of the world to be fear itself, then for Railgun, the most horrifying reality was knowing what awaited her, yet feeling utterly powerless to prevent or alter it. The only option left was to await the decree of fate. In that moment, a profound sense of helplessness gripped her. In response to the two team members' unmistakably extreme reactions, Demon Fire refrained from reprimanding them, as he usually would. Instead, weariness and fatigue were more pronounced in his gaze. Confronted with such a vast disparity in strength, the choking sensation akin to drowning could lead even the calmest individuals to commit errors they would ordinarily never make. The pressure emanating from that individual had become an insurmountable force for their small team. Only he understood that regardless of the outcome of the night, this mission would mark their final joint operation. Possessing exceptional night vision, Demon Fire glanced at Railgun, whose expression was increasingly pale and vacant. He sighed softly before directing his attention to a shadow woven by the treetops. While it was indiscernible to the naked eye, he was certain that the phantom stabber lay hidden there. Demon Fire bit his dry lips and hastily scooped up a handful of snow from the ground, shoving it into his mouth. As the icy water flowed down his throat, he felt that only the chill could somewhat temper the fiery turmoil boiling within his chest. To swiftly cool the fevered mind and reclaim the calm of yesteryears, he felt the biting night wind, sharp as a blade, sweep across his face. With a deep sigh, He exhaled a plume of murky breath, which dissipated into mist, seemingly carrying away the last vestige of hope from his heart. It had been quite some time, and the angels had yet to arrive, undoubtedly indicating further complications from this point onward. We must rely solely on ourselves. Although we left no trace along the way, that individual S capabilities would soon lead them here. Reinforcements from the Ice River faction should also be on their way. The time left to us is dwindling. It is time to execute the final plan. Regardless of the circumstances, the items must be retrieved, and I shall remain behind to hold him off till he assessed the current situation with a composed demeanor and issued orders. His gaze clear and resolute, as the words of Yaohua echoed. The pupils of Jingang and the railgun constricted to the size of pinpoints, a torrent of intense emotions threatening to burst forth from within. Even the usually inscrutable Gay Ci clenched the hilt of his blade tightly in the shadows. Jingang roared in indignation. Captain, but was coldly interrupted by Yaohua. Have you forgotten our doctrine? The creations left by the builders of these ruins must not fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives. This is the mission bestowed upon us by the divine, he spoke. The optical camouflage insignia consumed its last vestige of energy. Among the group, except for Gue Ci, who excelled in stealth, the others gradually became visible amidst the trees. Jingang's robust form trembled slightly, and the sound of crackling erupted from his clenched fist, a loss for words. He could only express his discontent in this manner. They were all members of the Divine Creation Society. Yet not everyone was a believer in the divine, truth. The majority who joined the society for various reasons did not adhere to the so-called deities. They joined merely to fulfill their own needs. However, Jingang understood that for a true believer like Captain Greers, the doctrine constituted his entire life and the meaning of his existence. Jingang had no doubt that the captain would willingly martyr himself for what he deemed the will of the divine. Without a moment's hesitation, Yaohua gently patted Jingang's arm, then retrieved a marble-sized sphere from the concealed pouch at his waist. This sphere, neither metal nor stone, emanated a hazy glow. The inhabitants of Gu Star referred to it as a spatial sphere. A relatively common artifact among the rare spatial relics, it possessed a space equivalent to that of a large suitcase, capable of perfectly accommodating any non-living entity smaller than its capacity to TO this day. The Guli people have been unable to fully decipher the technology and materials used in its creation. However, inspired by the spatial sphere, various nations have independently developed their own pseudo-spatial equipment over the past century. Following a series of technological revolutions, through the storage of material information and with the aid of an internal microparticle reconstitutor, these stored objects undergo a process of particleization. Essentially, all storage and retrieval mechanisms revolve around the decomposition and reassembly of particles. In simpler terms, these pseudo-spatial devices bear no real relation to true spatial technology. Moreover, when confronted with relics composed of materials and techniques that the Gu people cannot comprehend, their pseudo-spatial equipment becomes utterly ineffective. Given the current technological capabilities of Gu Star, not only is it difficult to decompose and reassemble such materials, but even understanding the basic information contained within them proves to be an arduous task, akin to primitive humans attempting to study a light brain. On Gu Star, spatial equipment like the spatial sphere is essentially priceless, available to only a select few dominant forces. However, even pseudo-spatial equipment carries a price tag that would daunt most millionaires. Yaohua turned his gaze toward Gue Ci, earnestly instructing, Arin, you must ensure this item reaches the backup rendezvous point that if necessary, even expend the teleportation scroll, but do not let it fall into others' hands. As Yaohua finished speaking, a figure cloaked in a black, tactical mantle materialized from the darkness, resembling a fleeting ghost, slightly slender, with an unremarkable appearance, yet an air of somberness. Gue Ci approached with a devout expression. Accepting the spatial sphere from Yaohua, along with the teleportation scroll issued for this mission, he understood that this item was not only sought after by the organization, but also a symbol of the freedom and lives his captain and companions had risked to obtain. Gue Ci, embodying his usual principle of action over words, slipped silently into the darkness, leaving no trace behind, and no one noticed how he departed. After the two had left, the already tranquil forest became even quieter. The wind swirled, lifting a small flurry of snowflakes beneath the trees, as if attempting to return these tiny visitors to the sky. The moon gently parted the clouds, casting a soft red glow upon the earth. Serving as the sole spectator, patiently awaiting the final outcome. "You seem completely at ease," remarked the railgun in a matter-of-fact tone. The situation might have reached an all-time low, yet gazing at Yao Hue's profile brought her an unexpected sense of tranquility. Having known each other for so long, this moment of simply being together without the need for conversation felt like a rare occurrence, perhaps even the last. Hearing the familiar tone from the railgun, Yao Hue smiled brightly, his laughter pure and unguarded. Habitually, he ran his fingers through his golden hair, reflecting, "After over a decade of living on the edge, perhaps I can finally rest soon." His voice lacked its usual seriousness, as if he had shed some burdens at that moment. Raising his right hand, he glanced at the ring on his middle finger under the moonlight, his expression revealing a mix of melancholy, reluctance, and a hint of acceptance. The railgun as heartfelt as if gripped by an invisible hand, leaving her breathless. She asked, somewhat stiffly, "Are you thinking of Catherine?" As she spoke, a rare expression of grievance flickered across her usually stoic face. Though it was swiftly masked, perhaps the strain on her mental faculties made her less in control, and her gaze, somewhat dazed, betrayed a hint of nostalgia. That year, in pursuit of vengeance for her family, she assassinated a high-ranking enemy, resulting in both she and her brother sustaining severe injuries. That in a desperate attempt to escape the enemy's pursuit, they had resolved to perish together, only to be saved by a man devoted to traditional customs. From that day forth, her life seemed irrevocably altered. She vividly recalled asking him why he had saved her, to which he had responded with a perplexed expression, "Does saving a life require a reason?" Yao was softly murmured in response to the railgun's inquiry, or perhaps it was more of a soliloquy. "It seems I must postpone the wedding I promised her." After a brief pause, he added in a whisper, "Or perhaps it has been cancelled altogether." Upon hearing this, the railgun felt an overwhelming impulse that had long been suppressed surge within her. Just as she was about to speak, Yao was suddenly turned his head toward the forest, his sapphire-like eyes brimming with caution, his body involuntarily trembling. The railgun instantly understood what was happening. That individual had arrived. The sounds of footsteps, casual yet laced with a sense of languor, echoed from the depths of the dense forest, each step weighing heavily on their hearts. Yao Hue and the railgun's nerves tensed to their utmost limits, both turning to face the source of the sound. Sensing the approach of a formidable adversary, the owner of those footsteps was a nightmare to many powerful beings within the extraordinary circle, yet also a figure of fervent adoration for countless others. His true name remains a mystery to all. His appellation serves as a symbol in itself that if one were to liken the hometown star to a game, then this individual is undoubtedly a bug within that game, simultaneously embodying the ultimate boss. Were it not for this fortuitous encounter, given the realms of demon fire and railgun, it is likely that he would never have crossed paths with this person in his lifetime. However, now they find themselves inescapably intertwined. Within the shadowy thicket, a tall figure gradually emerged beneath the moonlight. Clad in a rather lightweight casual outfit, he presented a peculiar incongruity in this frigid environment. For a being of such caliber, remaining impervious to the elements is hardly a challenge. Yet, the nonchalant ease that radiated from his every gesture was striking. It felt as though he were merely taking a leisurely stroll, devoid of the oppressive air one might expect from a pursuer. Even with a clear understanding of the opponent's identity and prowess, it is difficult to associate him with terms such as master or hunter. Yet, these traits do not constitute the most captivating aspect of this individual. Rather, it is his visage that commands undivided attention. To be precise, it should not merely be referred to as a face, for his features are obscured by an unfathomably deep expanse of starry sky. What appears to be an ethereal mask, when gazed upon for an extended period, evokes a palpable sense of the universe's vastness and solitude, instilling a profound sense of insignificance within the observer. The flickering starlight that dances behind this Fade represents the most enigmatic powerhouse of this era, a legendary figure of cosmic repute. Demon Fire resolutely endeavored to calm himself, stepping forth from the underbrush with poise. With his right hand cradled against his chest and a slight bow, he addressed the newcomer. "Good day. May I refer to you as Mr. Stargazer?" He, unwilling to allow the other to strike first, mustered the courage to take the initiative. Despite their adversarial stance, Demon Fire's demeanor and upbringing compelled him to express respect for the formidable figure before him. This was also a tactic to buy time, ensuring the smooth progression of his task. That in the clearing of the forest, the snow reflected a gentle glow, resembling the projection of twinkling stars. The visitor halted a few meters away from Demon Fire and chuckled lightly. There's no need for such formality. I assure you, I am quite easy to get along with. The voice of Stargazer was warm and rich, showing no concern for the tense atmosphere, as if he were engaged in a casual conversation with an acquaintance. Demon Fire's response was somewhat hesitant. He seemed taken aback that the renowned Stargazer within the realm of the extraordinary communicated so calmly, devoid of any display of dominant strength. Yet, for reasons he could not articulate, he felt an intensified pressure from the other's non-threatening demeanor, that he discreetly gestured to the railgun behind him, signaling for restraint. Aware of their disadvantage in combat capability, Demon Fire nonetheless posed the question. This matter originally pertains to a dispute between our Divine Creation Society and the Ice River Federation. Might I inquire why Mr. Stargazer has become involved? Were you commissioned by the Ice River side? Or perhaps, his gaze flickered with inscrutable meaning, as though he anticipated a specific answer to his inquiry. Intentionally leaving his statement incomplete, he understood that, given the Ice River Federation's resources, enticing Stargazer was an unrealistic endeavor. With the Federation's might, there was no need for such a maneuver. Nevertheless, in an effort to delay and avoid the pitfalls of subjective conjecture leading to erroneous conclusions, he felt compelled to ask that do not misunderstand. Stargazer replied with a light chuckle, addressing Demon Fire's question. While I have indeed received sponsorship from affluent individuals like yourselves in the past, my presence here is purely coincidental. Observing your fervent dispute piqued my curiosity, prompting me to pay closer attention. In doing so, I discovered that this matter appears to be intertwined with my fate. Typically, a person's explanation is aimed at fostering understanding or gaining approval from others. Yet Stargazer clearly had no such intention. Listening to his unabashedly sincere words nearly caused Demon Fire's composure to falter. How could this individual brazenly frame blackmail as sponsorship and highway robbery as a matter of fate? The audacity of top-tier powerhouses is indeed beyond the comprehension of someone like him. Alternatively, whether Stargazer possessed any sense of shame remained a debatable point. Regardless of his internal musings, the elegant smile on his face remained unwavering, albeit with a hint of stiffness that he himself failed to recognize. So, it seems that Mr. Stargazer harbors no ill intent towards us. May I interpret it this way? Before Stargazer could respond, he continued, from my perspective, I am inclined to believe that Mr. Stargazer does not wish to complicate matters for us. Might we now be permitted to take our leave? In the future, should you wish to inquire about anything, we would be most forthcoming with our knowledge that I trust the Great Prophet would also welcome the opportunity to forge this benevolent connection with you. Demon Fire understood that, having pursued them this far, the other party would not easily relent. The somewhat foolish words he uttered were merely a strategy to buy time while probing Stargazer's stance. Moreover, in light of the Great Prophet's inscrutable methods, it could serve to instill a measure of caution in Stargazer. When he mentioned the Great Prophet, a flicker of reverence involuntarily crossed his gaze, that he was acutely aware of the Prophet's formidable nature, which in certain respects rivaled that of Stargazer, if not exceeded it. Noting the other's attempt to leverage the Great Prophet's name, Stargazer chuckled lightly. The answers I seek must be discovered by myself. There is no need for your assistance. You may depart, but the items must remain. Should the Great Prophet have any objections, he is welcome to address them directly with me. His presence here signified that neither the Divine Creation Society nor the Ice River Federation would receive any concessions. You're jesting. Demon Fire's expression darkened. Such artifacts are beyond the grasp of mere mortals like us. They must be sealed away promptly to safeguard the world. The art of language was on full display in Demon Fire's eloquence. Handing over the items to Stargazer was out of the question. A direct refusal, in the face of Stargazer's overwhelming power, could prematurely thwart his delaying tactics. His current words not only clarified his position, but also provided a topic for further negotiation. He felt quite satisfied with his response. As long as Stargazer was willing to engage in conversation, his chances of completing the task would only increase. As anticipated, Stargazer continued the conversation with interest. If my knowledge serves me correctly, In recent decades, many relics have been unearthed by your Divine Creation Society, have they not? You've certainly made ample use of those artifacts amidst your various conflicts. Your interpretation of the term seal is indeed quite unique. Stargazer spoke of well-known facts with a tone of indifference, clearly unimpressed by the self-aggrandizing behavior of the Divine Creation Society. Demon Fire was about to explain when Stargazer interrupted. There's no need to regale me with your divine mandate theories. It would be a waste of our time. Do you understand the meaning of do not impose upon others what you do not desire for yourself? If you do not believe it yourself, do not attempt to indoctrinate me. My time is exceedingly precious. Will you relinquish the items, or shall I take them myself? Chapter 7. How could you know? Demon Fire fell into a brief silence, inhaling the frigid air deeply before exhaling slowly. Moments later, a smile reappeared on his face, albeit lacking the previous tranquility and elegance, now imbued with a hint of cunning and resignation. Listen, he began anew, as the distant treetops echoed with the sound of a war shuttle taking off. Demon Fire feigned surrender with a half-joking demeanor. Mr. Stargazer, you are indeed formidable. However, I regret to inform you that the items you seek are not in my possession. The underbrush behind him rustled gently, and the railgun emerged, dragging its weakened form to stand beside Demon Fire, facing the imminent threat of death or some other form of reprisal from Stargazer. Their expressions bore no trace of fear, as though the outcome had already been implicitly determined. However, the victorious smile on Demon Fire's face began to falter, giving way to an unsettling premonition that struck him without warning. He instinctively took a step back, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. Stargazer remained calm, betraying no emotion or revealing any decipherable body language. His quiet presence spoke volumes in silence. Demon Fire's pupils contracted and trembled slightly. In a fleeting moment, he suddenly grasped a chilling truth. This relentless pursuit, which had nearly shattered them both mentally and physically, had never warranted a serious response from the creature before him. Clap, clap, clap. Stargazer leisurely offered applause. Grills. Oh no, it should be Mr. Andre. Thank you for your splendid performance. That I also appreciate the insights you've provided regarding conversational techniques. Were it not for the approaching individuals from the Ice River side, I would not mind conversing with you a while longer. Though Stargazer's tone conveyed genuine appreciation, it sent a chill down Demon Fire's spine, provoking a primal instinct that transcended thought. Stargazer gently shook his right index finger at him. However, this delightful conversation must come to an end. That I have no interest in the spatial orb that has boarded the war shuttle. With Stargazer's words, the rigid smile on Demon Fire's face began to shatter. He could no longer conceal the panic and dread that flickered in his eyes. Andre was not a name that should be mentioned in this context. Meanwhile, the railgun beside him displayed a growing confusion. Having experienced the entire confrontation from beginning to end, she now found herself struggling to comprehend the words of the starry sky, as well as the reaction of the Demon Fire beside her. At that moment, she inexplicably transformed from a participant into an outsider. The Demon Fire instinctively took a step back, forcefully suppressing the urge to flee. However, being well-trained, he ultimately maintained his composure, and after a brief moment of internal conflict, calmly inquired, "How do you know? Who exactly are you?" The fact that the starry sky could utter this name indicated that he had uncovered a truth perhaps unnoticed even by the great prophet. This revelation became the final straw that broke the Demon Fire's psychological defenses. During the inquiry, he ceased to conceal his manipulative actions, exerting all his strength to accelerate the vibration frequency of the molecules within the starry sky's body, hoping to ignite this terrifying being from the inside out. His previous question was merely an attempt to distract the starry sky's attention one last time, without any genuine expectation of an answer. He truly did not believe that someone could be completely immune to his abilities. Indeed, while his overall strength was merely at the disaster level, the powers he possessed were sufficient to threaten the vast majority of beings. Even most saint-level strongmen could not fully escape their effects. The name Demon Fire was etched in the ashes of many extraordinary beings that I end the earlier battle, under the terrifying speed and elusive movements of the starry sky. He had been unable to lock onto his target, leaving him with no opportunity to unleash his abilities. Thus, upon their first encounter, he had quietly infiltrated his powers into the starry sky's body. However, for reasons unknown, He had been unable to feel the same sense of control over this individual as he did with others that moment. He could no longer afford to ponder life and death. Launching a fatal strike was his last resort. Compared to a desperate struggle, his current action seemed more like a way to provide himself with some closure. The demon fire made his move. The starry sky had already vanished from sight. Soon after, a somewhat playful chuckle echoed from beside him. Instead of being curious about how I know your identity, why not think about how you will explain your identity to your companions? Additionally, let me remind you, considering the inspiration you provided me, I won't hold this against you this time. But should you dare to strike at me again, be prepared to face the corresponding consequences. With the words fading away, the starry sky's presence was no longer detectable in the forest. The items closely guarded by the demon fire also vanished without a trace. Throughout, the arrival and departure of the starry sky stirred not a single breath of wind, as if he were never truly part of this world. Everything that transpired that night seemed to dissolve into a dream with the starry sky's departure. Coming to terms with the situation, the demon fire staggered and sat despondently on the snowy ground. His gaze became somewhat vacant, and his heart felt colder than the snow beneath him. He was still alive, but his mission had utterly failed. Earlier, upon discovering that the starry sky had intruded upon this contest, he had decisively abandoned his original plan to rendezvous with the Ice River Federation. After all, engaging with the starry sky could lead to the loss of even saint-level combatants. Without certainty of subduing the starry sky, no one would willingly provoke such a monstrous entity. Even if the rewards were high, one had to possess the capability to bear the consequences that in his wishes. The best outcome would be for the starry sky and the Divine Creation Society to suffer mutual destruction, allowing his homeland to reap the benefits. But now, he realized just how naive and powerless his thoughts were in the face of absolute strength. The only consolation was that the starry sky had not directly clashed with the experts of the Ice River Federation, for whether the angels of the Divine Creation Society were still alive. He had never cared. The orbital cannon gazed at him with a complex expression, as if it had many questions to ask, yet seemed to wish to inquire nothing at all. The demon fire steadied himself, offering a self-deprecating smile, and looked at the orbital cannon with eyes filled with regret. You should leave quickly before the Ice Riverside locates this place using the locator. Unbeknownst to him, the tracking signal on him had been shielded the moment the starry sky had set its sights on him. That moment. The Ice River Federation's search near this area had nothing to do with his locator. Meanwhile, the starry sky hummed a tune, leisurely strolling through the forest, but he silently praised himself for the swift change of subject. He genuinely did not wish to reveal that he had previously shown no interest in extraordinary beings below the saint level. During the pursuit, he had merely recorded their images into the search engine of his individual armor. Unexpectedly, not only had he retrieved the demon fire's information from the Divine Creation Society's database, but he had also uncovered Andre's file from the Ice River Federation's confidential database, leaving him momentarily dazed that if he were to disclose this truth, the other party might well feel insulted, right? With his high emotional intelligence. He certainly would not allow such a situation to occur. After all, he had safeguarded his belongings throughout, and while there was no merit, there was certainly effort. From these thoughtful little details, he felt increasingly human. He smacked his lips, feeling quite pleased, and thought, the espionage game of the Ice River Federation is quite adept. Not bad, not bad. With a little modification, this could serve as excellent writing material. This nighttime run was truly worthwhile. As he retracted the detection droplets from his individual armor, under the watchful gaze of the blood moon, resembling a giant eye, the starry sky's figure gradually faded into the frigid cedar forest. The struggle within the cedar forest had thus come to an end, but the ensuing disputes would not settle so swiftly. However, these were no longer matters of concern for him. Chapter 8. Clearly a ruse for fools our side, sternly condemns the illegal intrusion of the Divine Creation Society. Regarding this matter, we reserve the right to pursue accountability, that we hope the Divine Creation Society will provide a reasonable explanation promptly. Behind the podium, a spokesperson nearing 50, with meticulously combed gray-white hair, spoke with sharp rhetoric, yet concealed much room for maneuvering within his words. Under the soft light cast from the entire ceiling, the Ice River Federation's press conference was packed to capacity. Various media reporters either focused intently on the spokesperson, analyzing every potential point for exploration, or busily took notes on their holographic devices, striving to find the most incisive angle to secure the trending headlines for the next couple of days. This was a battlefield without smoke. Everyone suppressed their excitement, their gazes sparkling as they prepared to seize the initiative at any moment. For a time, it was difficult to discern whether the reporters' gazes or the venue's illumination was brighter. On the home star, the conflicts among extraordinary forces remained a timeless topic. This incident, on the surface, appeared to be a common minor skirmish among extraordinary powers, not warranting such high levels of attention. According to customary practices, both parties would typically sit down and negotiate to resolve the issue, with no need for a press conference. However, one should never judge solely based on appearances. As the saying goes, an anomaly suggests a hidden truth. Those seasoned individuals, having navigated the journalism field for years, instinctively sensed that there was significant news afoot the moment they were invited to the press conference. This was a unique intuition possessed by media professionals. Indeed, once the Q&A session commenced, the spokesperson answered two reporters' inquiries with the usual bland official rhetoric. Subsequently, a silver-haired man, who had raised his hand and was called upon, instinctively adjusted his collar, stood up, and unconsciously flashed his signature smile as he took the microphone, which in today's age held more symbolic significance than actual function. Thank you. There are reports that the Starry Sky was also present at the scene during the ambush of the Apostle Squad last night. May I ask, was the Starry Sky an external aid invited by the Ice River side? All the reporters looked at this individual, known as the unofficial spokesperson for the Ice River, with understanding in their hearts. So that's it. Within the borders of the Jojo Nation, a magnetic levitation train sped through a vacuum tube spanning several states. In the first-class cabin of the train, the voice of the Ice River spokesperson emanated from a highly realistic three-dimensional projection. The Starry Sky was indeed present at the scene. However, our customs department did not find any entry records for the Starry Sky. In the bright and tidy cabin, the silver-white walls emanated a gentle glow. Paired with the azure ceiling, the relatively small passenger compartment created an airy ambience, preventing it from feeling cramped. Dressed in the latest smart temperature-controlled attire, and Howning reclined comfortably on the adaptive sofa, which conformed to the contours of his body, exuding an air of relaxation. His unkempt dark brown hair stood haphazardly, that a sense of nonchalance bordering on laziness enveloped him. Accepting a glass of freshly squeezed juice from a robotic server, he took a comfortable sip. Such blatantly nonsensical statements were amusingly delivered with utmost seriousness. Was this what they meant by "as long as I am not embarrassed, it is others who should feel awkward"? And Howning's gaze held a mix of disdain and mockery, with the remainder reflecting his disinterest. No country in the world could locate the Starry Sky's entry and exit records, clearly a ruse for fools. Well, as long as they enjoy themselves, he gestured to turn off the three-dimensional projection, listening to the soft music in his ears, and lifted his gaze to the window, due to the train's speed exceeding that of sound. The scenery outside the window did not reflect real-time images of the outside world. Rather, it is the projection displayed according to the preferences of different passengers, just as in Howning is currently showcasing. It depicts an endless expanse of starry sky. According to the promotional materials from the passenger transport company, this celestial display, occasionally graced by the passage of meteors, originates from the Voyager 3 probe, which has ventured a staggering 100 billion kilometers beyond the home planet. As for the veracity of this claim, it remains uncertain. In Howning's yearning for the cosmos and the broader universe is an innate impulse. And this longing is one of the primary reasons for the emergence of his identity as the Starry Sky. He is acutely aware that the Ice River Federation convened this press conference as a somewhat reluctant measure, given the magnitude of the commotion that has ensued. After all, the stir caused is rather significant. The Divine Creation Society dispatched only a small apostolic combat team to enter the ruins for treasure. Yet, to cover the actions of this team, they mobilized 2 archangels and 11 angels to create distractions and provide support. In layman's terms, this equates to the involvement of 2 celestial-level experts and 11 quasi-celestial-level experts, nearly representing the entirety of high-end extraordinary capabilities of many small nations. The last time the Divine Creation Society deployed such formidable strength was during the early days of the Grand Prophet's ascension to power. At that time, A colossal entity with nearly a millennium of historical roots and tentacles spread across the home planet was obliterated overnight simply for obstructing his path. The current mobilization of such power is solely for the purpose of contesting a single item, underscoring its undeniable significance to the divine creation society. Meanwhile, the Ice River Federation, having received intelligence from Yahweh in advance, is equally well prepared to respond. To conceal such a large-scale clash is nothing short of wishful thinking. It is believed that in the near future, various extraordinary legends surrounding this item will undoubtedly captivate the interest of the entire extraordinary realm. At present, aside from the Grand Prophet, no one knows what this item truly is. But the more enigmatic something is, the more people will flock towards it. He himself is no exception, as this is an immutable flaw in human nature. Often, within humanity, the line between progress and reckless folly is perilously thin. Alternatively, it could be interpreted that the driving force behind human advancement is an insatiable discontent and restlessness. However, one must be cautious, for a single misstep could lead to a catastrophic conclusion, according to the customs of the extraordinary realm. Even if the Ice River Federation were to obtain this item, they would publicly declare that they have acquired nothing. Moreover, this time, they genuinely ended up with nothing. To be fair, their reluctance to bear this blame cannot be deemed a lack of responsibility. The entire press conference has conveyed a multitude of statements, but the essence can be distilled into one sentence. The item is in the hands of the starry sky. If you desire it, seek out the starry sky. In this regard, and Howning finds himself without retort, for the item indeed rests in his possession. As for whether others may harbor intentions towards the item in his hands, he remains utterly unconcerned. Setting aside the question of how many would dare to entertain such thoughts about the starry sky, even if there were such intentions, they must first locate him. His alternate identity is not one to be trifled with. The crux of the matter now lies in the true nature of this item. Chapter 9. The sole objective with a thought, and Howning activated the single soldier armor, which took the form of a glossy black droplet-shaped pendant, sending forth an imperceptible ripple. Within the cabin, all technological products, including service robots, receive the virtual signals transmitted by the armor. While maintaining normal operations, they could only record the information that Howning permitted them to document. This aspect of personal privacy protection is something Howning has mastered with ease. After all, whether or not these technological products safeguard user data is a matter for the companies behind them. His own diligence is his personal concern. In this age of information, if one cannot eliminate or manipulate their data, the true identity of the starry sky would have long been exposed, once he had taken the necessary precautions. Howning retrieved the spoils from the previous night from the storage space of the armor. The moment the item was in his grasp, an unusual sense of oppression washed over him. The relaxed demeanor on Howning's face was replaced by a serious intensity. To a wordsmith, there are few things in this world that Howning cannot articulate. However, this peculiar object resting in his palm is undoubtedly one of those anomalies. Its size, color, shape, and even texture elude precise verbal description, and he struggles to recall it accurately. Despite knowing that the appearance of the item remains unchanged, each time he gazes upon it, he perceives it as infinitely variable and profoundly mysterious. At the instant he beheld the object, a glimmer of understanding flickered within him. Any artificial definition imposed upon this object would be laughably inadequate. The only constant sensation he could directly perceive is the faint, persistent pressure emanating from it. Based on his observations of the reactions of the apostolic team, he surmised that this sense of pressure might only be perceivable at the celestial level. That he murmured softly, "What on earth is this? Why can't even the single soldier armor decipher it? What secrets does the Grand Prophet hold?" His single soldier armor is an exceptionally advanced relic, specifically left for him by the one who departed. The interface of the armor, composed entirely of characters from the 9 provinces, indicates the extent to which modifications were made to suit the user's preferences. Since acquiring the armor, this is the first time he has encountered a relic that it cannot analyze. Instinctively, he feels a nascent possibility of glimpsing the true nature of the universe and pursuing the trail of that mysterious figure. Yet, he remains uncertain of where to begin. Nevertheless, the mere existence of this potential clue fills him with genuine delight. The extraordinary realm of the home planet is well aware of the starry sky's formidable strength, Yet they are oblivious to the fact that he perceives himself merely as a fledgling seeker, just embarking on his journey. While other extraordinary beings explore ruins primarily for treasure and resources, his sole objective in exploring these ruins is to surpass the advanced knowledge of the home planet civilization and to uncover the mysterious phenomena that harbor this knowledge. This peculiar object in his hand falls squarely into the category of mysterious phenomena. Regardless of its specific function, or even if it possesses no function at all, as long as it exhibits characteristics beyond his comprehension, it holds value as research material. Through years of exploring various ruins, and Houning has come to realize that, even if he were to venture into the cosmos with his current strength, he lacks the ability to safeguard himself. His acquisition of this object was not without a significant element of luck. When he claimed to the apostolic team that he was merely passing through, it was an unembellished truth. There was no jest in his statement. His journey northward was solely a result of a reciprocal agreement with the government of the 9 provinces that in his capacity as the most authoritative relic researcher of the home planet. He utilized the scanning capabilities and database of the single soldier armor to assist the government in analyzing the types and uses of relic artifacts that in return. He would gain access to invaluable documents authored by successive relic researchers. With the advanced single soldier armor serving as a high-level aid, his understanding of relic artifacts and the ruins themselves is unparalleled on the home planet. What the government of the 9 provinces remains unaware of is that by enlisting the Starry Sky's assistance in identifying physical objects, they have inadvertently made the Starry Sky the greatest beneficiary. Of course, even if they were to discover this, they would likely still choose to cooperate, to be why scanning these relic artifacts for information and gathering first-hand data. He can effectively piece together the truths of the ruins while gaining greater insight into the authentic nature of the universe. Certainly, if this could also lead him to discover a method to step into the cosmos, it would be the pinnacle of fortune. His yearning for the universe resembles that of a young person raised in the countryside, dreaming of the grandeur of a metropolis. After completing the appraisal of the items in the northern province, he politely declined their offer to send him home, opting instead to casually explore the neighboring country. He had never visited this particular ruin in the Ice River Federation in the past. Whenever he had the chance to enter a ruin, he would typically take the opportunity to wander around. If the opportunity were less fortuitous but still piqued his interest, he would create a chance to enter and explore. Houning has always adhered to the principle of self-sufficiency and resourcefulness. Whether he adapts to circumstances entirely hinges on his mood, and the same applies to his explorations of ruins. Of course, most of the time, he seldom actively seeks anything. He prefers to let things unfold naturally, which is his favored state. Had it not been for the incident involving the Divine Creation Society, he would have meandered about until his interest waned, at which point he would simply purchase a ticket home under the identity of an Houning. Indeed, the emphasis lies in purchasing a ticket as an Houning, if he traveled north under the guise of an Houning and returned to his residence without any record of his return. Those with ulterior motives might uncover his identity, leading to considerable trouble. He can easily imagine how his family would exploit him upon discovering his alternate identity. To maintain a sense of normalcy for his family, it is prudent for him to remain low-key. Indeed, he has always been quite considerate in this regard. At present, he is not overly concerned about whether his alternate identity might be exposed. He simply feels a twinge of regret at the thought of losing the carefully cultivated alternate persona. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived near the ruins, he witnessed 2 groups of people engaged in a vigorous altercation. Initially, he intended to simply observe and enjoy the spectacle. However, to his dismay, the members of the apostolic team encountered misfortune and began fleeing in his direction. As they drew closer, he felt that inexplicable sense of oppression once more. Curiosity about the Starry Sky mode surged instantaneously, leading him to genuinely believe that this object was fated to be his. However, due to the relentless pursuit of the Ice River Federation at that time, he, adhering to a pragmatic approach, initially planned to wait until the victor emerged from the conflict before stepping in to seize the opportunity. After all, embroiling oneself with a sovereign entity like the Ice River Federation posed far greater complications than tangling with a semi-religious mercenary group such as the Divine Creation Society. In truth, should the need arise, he would not shy away from confrontation. To his astonishment, the Apostle team completely disregarded the Ice River Federation's pursuit, leading a long string of pursuers to converge with the Angels, intending to forcefully breach the blockade. His usual disinterest in scheming was once again challenged by the realization that plans often change more swiftly than anticipated. Chapter 10. Logic took a hit confronted with this decidedly unfriendly reality. And Howning, who had initially intended to watch from a distance, found himself reluctantly intervening, driving the Apostle team back towards the Ice River Federation while covertly assisting them in evading their pursuers. The reason he refrained from directly seizing the object at that moment was primarily due to the fact that, after years of exploring ruins, he was encountering an item that instilled a sense of pressure he had never felt before. Thus, he momentarily faltered in his rationality that if anything unforeseen and incomprehensible were to occur during the Apostle team's escape, he would undoubtedly turn back home without hesitation. Moreover, through the images relayed by the detection droplets, he discovered that the Divine Creation Society's reinforcements were swiftly approaching, on the verge of encountering the Ice River Federation's formidable experts, that a slight delay could potentially trigger a chaotic melee among the Saints. And he could hardly predict how the situation might unfold. Lacking the desire to juggle so many complications simultaneously, he left the item with the Apostle team for a while longer and hurried off to grant the angels a pleasant dream. After unceremoniously dealing with a few angels, he then proceeded to reclaim his fortune that he truly detested the feeling of losing control over events. With this thought in mind, he tossed the object in his hand up and down. Now that it was in his possession, even if he could not comprehend it immediately, he felt no urgency. After all, what good would it do to be anxious? He had always been a person who took life lightly. And when faced with matters beyond his control, he would never allow himself to be entangled in distress. His mind wandered to the various related information he had encountered in the database the previous night. And he couldn't help but exclaim, the Ice River Federation truly underestimated the situation this time, suffering a loss while attempting to pilfer. Whether the Ice River Federation was banking on Andre's continued infiltration or believed that having Andre ensured their success. They had allowed a matter that could have been easily resolved to devolve into its current state, that if they were not harboring ulterior motives, intending to ensnare the Divine Creation Society through bait-and-switch tactics. They could have easily dispatched experts to seal off the ruins. Not only would the Divine Creation Society have had no opportunity, but he himself might also have missed the chance to discover the unique properties of this extraordinary object. Upon reflecting on this, he found himself wanting to applaud the Ice River Federation's plan. Just as he retrieved the enigmatic object back into his exosuit, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Keywords of interest had been triggered. In order to facilitate intelligence gathering and respond promptly, he had been quietly monitoring the internal networks of various factions through his exosuit in real time, designating the starry sky as a keyword. Curiosity piqued, he opened the notification in his mind, and the moment he comprehended the message, his expression darkened to that of a soot-covered pot. The extraordinary archive of the Kyushu Nation record number. XXX Starry Sky Race. Human. Nationality. Kyushu Nation. Gender. Male. Age. 5,070 years. Combat level. 10th tier. Inheritance. Powers. Below are more detailed images and textual materials. The concluding remark was, all remains a mystery. The attitude towards the Kyushu Nation is friendly, with a low danger level. Cooperation is feasible to a degree. Seeing this, and Howning felt utterly speechless that I end the past. His records were merely a series of question marks, but at least the race category had been confidently identified as human. Had his ability to easily identify a plethora of alien artifacts and technologically advanced debris during this recent assessment of the ruins led to doubts about his origins as a native of his home planet. He found himself at a loss for words regarding the absurdity of the Super Management Bureau, that a sense of abandonment washed over him, leaving him devoid of the warmth of human compassion. The glaring question marks made him feel as though he were developing obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Every time he encountered this array of question marks, he yearned to hack into the database through his exosuit and eliminate each one. Alas, he decided to spare the Super Management Bureau's firewall some dignity. He would endure. Ultimately, he consoled himself. Well, a few more question marks are just a few more question marks, that at least it appears much more organized now. With an impeccable biological clock, and Howning disregarded the vexatious matters of the Super Management Bureau and opened a live streaming application on his light brain. The sole streamer he followed had just begun broadcasting, and the chat room was abuzz with lively comments, showcasing the streamer's immense popularity. Did I end the live stream? A beautiful woman donned in exquisite traditional attire exuded an air of intellect and grace, playfully winking as she greeted the viewers in the chat room with familiarity. "Good morning, my adorable ones. Since we're all old friends, let us skip the formalities. Feel free to type out any topics you wish to discuss." As Xiao Yuming spoke, the barrage of comments below surged rapidly. Watching his grandmother's playful demeanor, and Howning couldn't help but smile in the vastness of his home planet. It seemed that only his grandmother, a national treasure scholar, would regularly host live streams to engage with everyone in such a lively manner. Though Howning possessed a naturally indifferent disposition, his heart remained tender and warm when it came to family. What else with all the questions about extraordinary knowledge? Are you all certain you don't wish to hear me sing or tell jokes? In other streamers' rooms, you're watching them perform. Yet here, everyone is so eager to learn that there really such a disparity. Xiao Yuming jestingly complained. Despite having surpassed the age of 70, her movements radiated a natural vitality. One could even say that the charm of her youth had never faded from her. As time flowed by, it had failed to leave any traces of hardship upon her mindset, observing the deluge of comments related to extraordinary knowledge. She surrendered with a wave of her hand. All right, we'll continue our popular science today. After all, Grandma Xiao dotes on you adorable ones, seeing the questions that clearly could not be posed by the average person. And Howning found himself stifling a laugh, that he was certain that among the viewers watching his grandmother's live stream, there were numerous professionals in the fields of extraordinary knowledge and history. These individuals rarely had the chance to interact with her, seizing the opportunity to consult during each live stream. For instance, the question regarding energy conversion within extraordinary organisms that Xiao Yuming was currently addressing was clearly not something an ordinary person could inquire about. Nonetheless, Xiao Yuming paid no mind to the identities of her audience. This was merely a leisurely pastime for her, purely for enjoyment. Possessing the ability to analyze extraordinary powers, she could restore the principles of any unique capability she comprehended. This included even the long-lost techniques recorded in ancient texts and powers that were originally deemed incapable of being inherited. Over the past half-century, numerous new techniques developed and optimized within the Kyushu nation had been spearheaded by her tireless efforts. Foreign media had described this scholar, who possessed little combat prowess, as bringing a level of deterrence to the Kyushu nation that far surpassed that of most saint-level experts. Chapter 11. A chaotic dance of demons after providing clear and accessible responses to various inquiries. Xiao Yuming looked at the ever-increasing pile of complex questions with a sigh. All right, Grandma Xiao will be signing off soon, and if we delve deeper into these discussions, the other adorable ones will surely start dozing off. It's not good to spam like this. With her declaration, a flurry of embarrassed emojis appeared on the screen, making an Howning chuckle in amusement that a child had just asked a series of questions that were clearly beyond the scope of an amateur. And after Xiao Yuming's response and a little guidance, the child inadvertently revealed their parents' identity. This sparked a cascading wave of laughter in the chat room, with an avalanche of ha-ha-ha comments flooding in. Ignoring the academic topics, Xiao Yuming began to select more mainstream questions to answer. As time wore on, she amiably and humorously addressed one question after another, ranging from rigorous to whimsical. As the live stream neared its conclusion, she said, let us see, I'll leave the final question for this little cutie, the youngest one in the chat room. Little Bottle, you're 6 years old this year, right? Is that your photo as your avatar? What a beautiful baby. Oh, you want to become an extraordinary person too? Then you must eat well and go to bed on time. Are you curious about how the power levels of extraordinary individuals are classified now? All right, let us get back to the main topic. The commonly accepted standard for extraordinary powers, established over 200 years ago, is the 10-tier system that we often colloquially refer to these tiers as elite, non-human, and calamity levels. Each tier is further divided into early, mid, and late stages, corresponding precisely to the first 9 tiers. Achieving the 10th tier is what we commonly refer to as the saint level. Now, why isn't the saint level divided into early, mid, and late stages? That is due to the fact that the strength of the saint level primarily manifests in the comprehension of the natural world, making it challenging to quantify and accurately assess. However, it cannot be said that there is no distinction. When informally evaluating combat prowess, differentiation does occur. The esteemed grandfather who previously appeared in the live broadcast is indeed at the pinnacle of the saint level. What level is the semi-saint? I have previously explained to the adorable ones that it represents a transitional phase, beginning from the peak of the 9th tier in the latter stages of calamity. where one starts to learn to harness the forces of nature. Is there a realm beyond the saint level? According to records, there should be. Yet, no one can clearly articulate what such a realm entails. The revered elder, referred to as the national guardian level, mentioned in conversations, is among the elite of the saint level. The national guardian level is not an official classification, but a traditional recognition of their contributions and dedication to the nation. Nonetheless, they still fall within the saint category. The somewhat talkative Xiao Yuming lifted her teacup to moisten her throat and continued. After answering the questions, I will reiterate at the end, expressing gratitude for the adorable one's kindness. But truly, there is no need for rewards. Without opening a reward channel, aren't you and Grandma Xiao still enjoying the conversation? Listening to Grandma bid farewell to everyone, and Hounding couldn't help but recall the origins of the classification of extraordinary beings on his home planet. In ancient times, due to geographical isolation and poor communication, many regions developed their own distinct evaluation systems for extraordinary abilities. With the advancement of time and increased interaction among regions, the drawbacks of this convoluted classification system became apparent, creating significant obstacles for communication between extraordinary beings from different regions. Once the numerous flaws were revealed, the academic community of the time began to advocate for a unified assessment system for extraordinary capabilities. It is worth mentioning that the term extraordinary beings was also proposed by scholars during that period. Little did they anticipate that what began as a simple matter of standardization would devolve into a protracted debate lasting nearly half a century. Various influential factions claimed the superiority of their proposed assessment systems, presenting historical evidence and psychological analyses in abundance. The fervor of the time was nothing short of chaotic, rather than merely contending for naming rights. These factions were vying for dominance in international discourse and influence. History has proven that whenever interests are involved, matters become inherently complex. Yet, from another perspective, humanity's profit-driven nature appears so simple and pure. And Hounding, with a hint of occupational hazard, mused at the intricate power struggles and exchanges of interest from that time, if crafted into a novel, would undoubtedly be an epic masterpiece. However, whether it would face suppression from various factions remains uncertain. Ironically, amidst the constraints imposed by all parties, none achieved their original objectives. Instead, this underlying struggle inadvertently birthed some byproducts that propelled social progress. Thanks to a period of extensive promotion, the mystery surrounding extraordinary abilities faded, becoming more ingrained in the hearts of the people. Even ordinary individuals without extraordinary powers could express some superficial opinions when discussing related topics. This increased visibility and dissemination of extraordinary knowledge was welcomed by all factions. As for the dubious pseudo-knowledge and the misunderstandings it might instill regarding extraordinary powers, seemingly no one cared. Ultimately, the surrounding values related to this matter were entirely exhausted. Exhausted from the struggles, the factions tacitly agreed to cease hostilities, playfully establishing a numerical grading system that reflected the art of compromise. They decided to establish professional institutions worldwide to assess the strength and rank of extraordinary beings. Naturally, such an internationalized universal rating standard was regarded as a farce by many truly powerful and established factions. Consequently, numerous forces like the Divine Creation Society continued to adhere to their own systems. Interestingly, the current ratings of extraordinary beings are not solely based on combat strength. Instead, they are assessed according to scientific, quantifiable standards that evaluate various aspects of ability utilization, culminating in a comprehensive rating. Nowadays, many purely technical extraordinary beings with little combat prowess are quite sought after, with Xiao Yuming being a prime example. The large-scale discussions that spanned nearly half a century 200 years ago not only established a standardized assessment system, but also laid down a series of recognized behavioral guidelines among extraordinary beings, known as the Covenant of Extraordinary Beings. Although in Hounding's thoughts wandered far and wide, it only took him a brief moment, given his mental prowess, to contemplate all of this. Undoubtedly, even in the realm of intellectual labor, extraordinary beings possess significant advantages compared to ordinary individuals. Chapter 12. The Inevitability of Chance. With Grandma's live stream concluded, he, feeling rather bored, turned to short videos. Observing the plethora of videos related to the term extraordinary, he couldn't help but marvel at the enduring enthusiasm of the inhabitants of his home planet for such topics, that as his fingers glided across the virtual screen, the writer within him allowed his thoughts to drift, recalling the connection between extraordinary powers and humanity. Bolstered by his rich imagination, at that moment, his thoughts seemed to transcend time, traveling back over 3,000 years to witness the flow of history. The community of extraordinary beings on his home planet has existed alongside the development of human civilization, largely due to the presence of relics. The enlightenment of human wisdom on his home planet dates back approximately 3,000 years. During that time, humanity's ancestors were in a critical transition from a gathering civilization to an agricultural one, having no knowledge of extraordinary powers. Had the first relics not descended upon his home planet during that era, the trajectory of its civilization might have been markedly different. The arrival of relics presented humanity with both opportunities and calamities. Within certain relics, some extraordinary beings possessed exceptionally high intelligence, even inheriting cultural legacies from the builders of the relics. Upon their arrival on this planet, for reasons unknown, they named it Home Planet. They referred to themselves as the divine offspring and established a ruling institution known as the Divine Court, effortlessly dominating the still primitive inhabitants of the home planet. Of course, the term divine offspring was merely a product of their self-aggrandizement. Through exploration and research of various relics, an Houning could ascertain that these extraordinary beings likely had no direct genetic relation to the advanced civilizations that constructed the relics. After all, those who departed did so in an orderly manner, leaving no reason to abandon their kin in the confines of the relics, nor would there be such a severe technological discontinuity. The reign of the Divine Court lasted nearly a millennium. During that time, humanity, let alone enjoying basic human rights, struggled to secure even their fundamental right to exist under the oppressive hierarchical system. For the vast majority of extraordinary beings, humans were seen as unpaid laborers, playthings, or, when necessary, sources of sustenance. This era is referred to as the Age of the Great Dark Divine Court by later scholars. Accompanying the Divine Court's harsh hierarchical system was a profound cultural legacy, indelibly marking the development of human civilization on the home planet. The most direct examples include the earliest languages and concepts related to the sun, moon, sky, earth, and various foundational aspects of human civilization, all originating from the Divine Court era. Furthermore, these stem from the legendary civilization of the relic builders, known as the Divine Kingdom. Some scholars have described the subsequent development of the home planet as an inevitability filled with chance. That period remains an unforgettable pain for the entire civilization of the home planet. Later, under various circumstances, a portion of pioneers among the humans gradually learned the technologies that belonged to the Divine Court and slowly grasped the methods of acquiring extraordinary powers. However, the techniques available on the home planet were predominantly derived from the relics. These techniques were not originally designed for human physiology and, compounded by incomplete translations or misunderstandings, resulted in early practitioners facing significant dangers. The consequences of failed cultivation were varied, leading to peculiar deaths such as spontaneous combustion, uncontrolled internal pressure, and loss of metabolic capability. There were few things that the later generations could conceive that the earlier ones had not endured. The early path of cultivation for humanity was fraught with peril. Yet this risk and hardship did not deter all that to ensure the survival of humanity's flame during that despairing era, regardless of the countless corpses littering the path of cultivation. There were always fearless successors who pressed on, stepping over the blood of their predecessors. After centuries of struggle, humanity miraculously overthrew the rule of the Divine Court. The chapter of history belonging to humanity has finally begun to unfold. It has been demonstrated that regardless of the vast disparities in strength between the two parties, the desire to long-term enslave an intelligent race will inevitably lead to backlash, once humanity's situation stabilized. With the aid of various relics and the legacy of the Divine Court, it took a millennium to develop to the current state, thus becoming the true sovereign of the home star. Even someone as indifferent as an Houning, when reflecting on that era, cannot help but feel profound respect for those nameless pioneers that digress for a moment. The reason humanity did not continue to employ the strength classification system of the Divine Court era was not due to emotional considerations, but rather because the Divine Court was composed of numerous extraordinary beings from different races. Their classification of strength was originally divided into many distinct systems, intricately linked to their biological characteristics. It was essentially impossible for humanity to simply adopt and use it. Conversely, When humanity unified its rating standards, the surviving extraordinary beings were inspired and emulated humanity's approach, reforming their internal power assessment systems. After the fall of the divine court, the inhabitants of the home star did not become complacent due to the decline of their enemies. Those ancestors who endured the great darkness of the divine court era understood the value of power. In their pursuit of perfecting their techniques, practitioners continued to forge ahead, undeterred by the costs involved. Generations of pioneers paid the price of their lives, relentlessly exploring and experimenting, adhering to the fearless spirit of as long as one does not die from practice. One should practice to the utmost. Humanity gradually discovered, through the sacrifices of countless individuals, a path of cultivation that could barely be achieved by integrating various techniques. However, even upon successfully embarking on this blood-soaked path, the abilities cultivated by the fortunate few were often quite laughable. For instance, a fighter mage proficient in martial arts, a mentalist skilled in hidden weapons and narcotics, and a martial practitioner who favored trading injuries with enemies. These were the most genuine reflections and portrayals of the practitioners of that era. Regrettably, such masters relied solely on personal talent. No matter how powerful they were, they could not pass on their skills that at the time, there was hardly any systematic cultivation framework, and it was common for 70 or 80 out of 100 individuals practicing the same technique to fail. Besides a few superpowers with relatively stable systems, there was essentially no concept of inheritance for the vast majority that a family could rise rapidly due to the emergence of an exceptionally talented descendant, or it could decline swiftly following the sudden downfall of a family expert. The term heritage was something that most medium and small forces, or even weaker regimes, dared not even conceive of. Chapter 13. Knowledge is power. This predicament of cultivation, where successful paths were difficult to replicate, only began to improve in modern times, with the flourishing development of computer technology and life sciences. The past methods of cultivation that relied on luck and a trial-and-error approach have become obsolete. Now, humanity's methods of cultivation have become traceable, truly achieving a scientific approach. The understanding has shifted from merely knowing what is to comprehending the reasons behind it. A representative example is that of rune practitioners and mages. If they wish to create higher-level formations, they must not only master runes or magical patterns, but also excel in advanced mathematics to calculate the optimal structure of the formations. Alchemists and potion masters are required to have extensive knowledge in fields such as human medicine, biology, pharmacology, and chemistry. Traditional artifact masters have largely transitioned to becoming mechanics, utilizing numerical control technology for invention and creation. Even among martial practitioners who have the lowest entry barriers, many now choose to study kinesiology and nutrition. They genuinely arm themselves with knowledge, because the overwhelming majority of practitioners firmly believe that knowledge is power. And it is not merely an empty slogan. Recognizing the preciousness of knowledge, the educational system on the Homestar has undergone multiple reforms and optimizations. For children with imperfect cognitive abilities, the learning process resembles a collective game, focusing primarily on helping children autonomously develop their personalities and worldviews, rather than on fixed knowledge out of course. They also learn essential skills commonly used in daily life to lay a solid foundation for future advanced education. True knowledge-based education only formally begins in adolescence. With the assistance of artificial intelligence, data from an individual's life is largely collected and analyzed, based on statistical results and the learner's own preferences. Personalized courses are selected, ensuring that the talents and abilities of most individuals can be deeply explored. It can be said that in this era, as long as one is willing to put in the effort, tangible rewards can indeed be seen. Nowadays, the inhabitants of the Homestar have long accepted that learning is not confined to the classroom, but is a lifelong habit that in the early stages of civilization. Humanity focused on land, food, and population. Later, the emphasis shifted to tangible and virtual assets. Now, the focus lies on knowledge and information. This is the fundamental element that has widened the gap between individuals and forces. The practitioners among the extraordinary have stumbled their way to the present era. Undoubtedly, the powerful practitioners of this era are all experts in their respective fields in the extraordinary system of humanity. Alongside practitioners, a new class of beings known as awakened ones has gradually emerged over the past few centuries. The so-called awakened ones are primarily those who possess innate extraordinary abilities, with a small number experiencing mutations due to acquired factors. These ability awakeners exhibit a wide range of strengths and peculiarities, Some of the awakened abilities make an Hounding feel as though they were created solely to challenge the imagination of humanity. In his quest to write novels, he has delved into relevant materials and has found an increase in bizarre knowledge, such as the ability to make hair invisible, to levitate 2 millimeters off the ground, or to control one's own fainting at will. Truly absurd, to say the least. The origins of the Awakened Ones have been the subject of much debate. The currently most accepted view in mainstream academia is that mutations in human genes have led to the emergence of the Awakened. Authoritative statistics indicate that the probability of an awakened individual being born into a family of practitioners is significantly higher than that of a regular family. This may be due to the ancestors' generations of cultivation, frequent exposure to relics, and the influence of the spiritual energy of these relics. Additionally, the presence of various uncertainties within many relics has resulted in a much higher probability of genetic mutations in descendants compared to ordinary individuals. With gain comes loss. This has also led to the likelihood of various peculiar hereditary diseases appearing in the families of the majority of practitioners being far greater than that of ordinary people. Some once thriving extraordinary families have thus fallen into decline. However, it is not to say that having a history of hereditary diseases guarantees weakness. The director of the Central State Supervision Bureau, who is confined to a wheelchair, is a classic example. Currently, many powerful families are attempting to use gene programming technology to correct defects in their genes and to selectively enhance their existing advantages. Whether this behavior of utilizing available resources to defy natural laws will lead to class solidification or provoke further social issues remains to be seen. As far as he knows, the dissenting voices that have emerged in the past have not been sustained for long. However, these serious social issues, apart from serving as material for his novels, are of little concern to an Hounding. For him, as long as his own strength is sufficiently formidable and the world remains relatively stable, he can lead a good life. Being exposed to such an environment from a young age has made him acutely aware of one truth. The rules of survival of the fittest and fairness are not immutable in this world. As long as one lacks the strength to become the rule maker, all one can do in this game called life is to adapt to the constant changes in the rules. Guided by this understanding, he has established 3 personal rules: do not provoke me, do not annoy me, and do not interfere with me. That as the train journeys further south, the temperature within the carriage grows increasingly warm. In the present-day Jiuzhou nation, the air is filled with humanistic and scientific ideals. The former temperature control systems have long been replaced by more advanced intelligent systems that ensure a comfortable experience for passengers during boarding and disembarking. The intelligent system synchronizes the internal temperature, lighting, and other conditions with the external environment to a reasonable extent, glancing at the time displayed on the virtual screen embedded in the cabin wall. And Hounding notes that there is still some distance to go before the train reaches Nandu City. With little else to occupy his time, he decides to engage in a long overdue, formal practice session. It is not that his practice lacks diligence. Rather, given his current level of strength, without any insights or leaps in realms, mere mechanical repetition of practice yields minimal improvement in his power. Furthermore, aside from standardized cultivation, he has continuously employed his own subtle techniques to reinforce himself imperceptibly. Reaching his current level, it can be said that every action, whether walking, sitting, or lying down, is part of his cultivation. However, quantitative change does not always guarantee qualitative change. The techniques he practices, encompassing control and transformation, are derived from the 2 family inheritance techniques from both his parents. Speaking of these 2 techniques, they are undoubtedly considered anomalies within the realm of cultivation on the Homestar. The origins of how these 2 techniques came into existence are already lost to history. Within the family, there exists a legend that claims the techniques were acquired by the N and Ning families during their ancient affiliation with the Anning tribe. Chapter 14 neither adheres to scientific principles nor delves into the metaphysical. What an Hounding can now ascertain is that these 2 techniques do not appear to be mere fragments cobbled together by predecessors, but rather 2 complete legacies. Intriguingly, these techniques do not contain any offensive maneuvers, yet can enhance any form of attack, rendering them remarkably versatile. What is perplexing is that these methods, though not crafted by the inhabitants of their home planet, are exceptionally suited for human physiological development. And Hounding. This is neither scientific nor metaphysical. That if this is mere coincidence, then the probability of such an occurrence is hardly greater than providing a monkey with a computer and expecting it to randomly compose a novel. And Houning has reason to believe that the individual who named these techniques likely shares a common origin. The naming convention exhibits a consistent stylistic lineage, without any preparatory process, and Houning effortlessly directs his thoughts. And a significant portion of his consciousness and mental energy seemingly transcends the material realm, arriving in an alternate dimension that in this mysterious region parallel to the physical world, an apparition identical in appearance to an Houning materializes out of thin air. This figure is entirely composed of pure mental energy. Mental energy, a force derived from brain waves, differs from ordinary brain waves. Its essence is neither matter nor energy, but represents a more arcane existence. To provide a somewhat inappropriate analogy, the brain serves as a computer for writing, brain waves produce the text, while mental energy conveys the meaning expressed by these words. Its fundamental nature is perhaps to transmit information and communicate with the world. Mental energy attacks can also be viewed as a form of information warfare between living beings, distinct from the mental powers cultivated by certain extraordinary individuals, which directly interact with the material world by enhancing brain waves. Undoubtedly, the technique he is currently practicing endows him with the most advanced computational power and algorithmic advantage on his home planet, this moment, and Houning floats within a bubble as clear as crystal. Inside this bubble, apart from this manifestation of mental energy, there exists nothing else. Upon reaching the stage of materialization in this technique, one can cultivate a mental energy avatar and enter this bubble, referred to as an information node. Once inside the information node, one can develop it according to their own will. Achieving this milestone signifies a modest accomplishment in the technique, although the information node appears devoid of substance. All information pertaining to his existence since birth is stored within. However, this information does not manifest in everyday life. The information node encompasses, but is not limited to, his memories, beliefs, emotions, and personality traits that it even allows for a special connection to locate information nodes related to other beings. The mental energy avatar slowly opens its eyes, gazing beyond the crystalline bubble. Outside the information node lies a dazzling sea of light. Dreamlike, magnificent, and resplendent, no words can adequately encapsulate its essence. Human language and text struggle to convey the information contained within this realm. No one knows the true boundaries of this sea of light, or whether it possesses any boundaries at all. His own information node floats at the edge of this luminous expanse to the vastness of the Sea of Origins. Even the most abundant life forms may merely be a grain of sand that on his home planet. This Sea of Light is known as the Sea of Origins. This name was not coined by its inhabitants, but inherited from the builders of ancient relics. After nearly a millennium of research, scholars on his home planet theorize that this Sea of Origins may encompass all information in the universe, conceptualizing it as an information-infused universe. Here, the concepts of time and space differ significantly from those familiar to ordinary people. Thanks to the myriad benefits brought by relics and extraordinary powers, technological development on his home planet has been in a state of accelerated advancement. Yet, the Sea of Origins remains a forbidden zone in the realm of science. If the rules of the macro world can be traced and accurately predicted, the rules of the micro world are fraught with variables and uncertainties. The rules governing the Sea of Origins, however, are entirely unfathomable. Scientists have racked their brains, unable even to propose a reasonably substantiated hypothesis that in the Sea of Origins, both macro and micro laws coexist, intermingling in an unknowable form. Should a sufficiently powerful individual inquire into the Sea of Origins using information retrieval, the feedback received is likely to be non-unique, with even conflicting answers. Nevertheless, it is indisputable that all these answers are correct, that in the Sea of Origins, truth is never singular. However, the human brain structure renders it incapable of grasping the entirety of truth. Generally speaking, very few dare to pose questions to the Sea of Origins, for the overwhelming influx of information in response would instantly shatter most inquirers' consciousness. Even if a fortunate few manage to bring answers back to the material realm, their information nodes, having endured the onslaught of vast information, would dissolve like bubbles in a short time. Throughout history, none who have dared to question the Sea of Origins have survived. It is a trade of life for knowledge. Only extraordinary individuals with exceptionally powerful mental energy can interface with the Sea of Origins through their information nodes to explore its depths. This exploration is fraught with peril. Should one become lost in the boundless sea of information or encounter various known or unknown emergencies. Death is merely a common outcome that in the past. A renowned mental energy master returned from an exploration of the Sea of Origins with a bewildering array of different personalities, even claiming to have awakened memories of a past life. And Howning's purpose in entering this realm is solely for cultivation. Devoid of any intention to explore further afield, that he raises his hand and sketches a rectangle before him. With this motion, flickers of light materialize, coalescing into an information-based computer before him. With a wave of his other hand, a chair materializes behind him. Observing the completed computer, and Howning, despite being merely a mental energy avatar, instinctively moves his fingers before settling in to operate the device. His fluid motions indicate a level of familiarity that suggests he has mastered this process, that as he interacts with the ethereal keyboard formed from his mental energy, he enhances the experience by adding the sound of keystrokes, creating a sense of realism. With each character he inputs on the computer, the previously empty information node begins to transform quietly. Chapter 15. A full-body massage above and Howning. The sun, moon, and stars gradually materialize. While beneath his feet, the ground begins to take shape. Hills and mounds gently rise, and streams and pathways appear from nothingness. Sprouts break through the earth, and blossoms eagerly unfold. Faintly, an ethereal fragrance intoxicates the senses. As all these changes unfold, the radiance of the information node becomes increasingly exquisite and intricate. The essence of the technique lies in the evolution of information. Simply put, it is the process of birthing one from two, two from three, and three from myriad forms, by combining and programming disparate data. Entirely new information is continuously generated that he orchestrates the evolution of these scenes, utilizing his mental energy to fully mobilize the vast sea of data stored within the information node. Throughout the data operation, he meticulously investigates and rectifies uncertainties, akin to a skilled artisan refining their craft, employing mental energy to temper his information node. Each systematic session of cultivation equates to a comprehensive maintenance and upgrade of the information node. In computing terms, his expenditure of mental energy to reinforce the information node resembles the consumption of computational power to optimize the overall architecture and algorithms of a system. In Howning's approach, employing text as a tool to construct a mental energy realm akin to writing a novel may be somewhat unconventional within the Ning family, yet it is not wholly unique. For instance, his mother favored transforming the information node into a financial computation center during her cultivation, simulating the various changes and trends within the political and business spheres of the real world. Often, upon concluding a session of cultivation, the fates of many, from the high-ranking officials to the common populace, would inadvertently deviate from their predetermined paths. The essence of this technique is to assist individuals in unleashing their innate talents, and thus, each person naturally discovers the most suitable methods for their own cultivation. Conventional methods of mental energy training on his home planet typically involve slow accumulation through meditation, rendering the utilization of information nodes inefficient. However, the Ning family's approach is an anomaly that not only incorporates the finest meditation techniques available on the home planet, but also offers a unique interpretation of the application of mental energy. Upon reaching the stage of materialization in their technique and entering the information node, the focus shifts away from merely enhancing the total amount of mental energy. Rather, the information nodes serve as a training ground, continually honing the techniques for wielding mental prowess. Consequently, during confrontations with the adept practitioners of the Ning family, masters from other mental cultivation systems often experience a sense of impotence akin to that of a powerful brute facing a martial arts grandmaster. Beyond merely refining the techniques of mental strength, the art of transformation possesses a coveted ability that evokes envy among other factions. This ability allows skilled practitioners, armed with sufficient data, to virtually simulate all things in the world within their information nodes. Whether for experimentation, deduction, or targeted training, such endeavors demand little more than the expenditure of time and mental energy, devoid of any additional cost that would not be an exaggeration to label it as a cheat. Indeed, with sufficient mental strength and imagination, this technique opens the door to limitless possibilities within this ethereal realm, and how Ning's mental energy was gradually depleting, and his spirit was growing increasingly fatigued. Yet he found joy in this exertion. Such consumption continuously tempered the intensity and resilience of his mental power, while simultaneously enhancing his proficiency in its application. As he maintained and upgraded the information nodes. His mental energy naturally underwent rigorous training. The more perfected the information nodes became, the more his cognitive faculties and various soft skills would correspondingly improve. An auspicious cycle. As he sensed a slight increase in the strength of the information nodes. He also noted a corresponding enhancement in his computational capacity. Feeling somewhat weary, he willed his mental manifestation to gradually dissipate. With the vanishing of his avatar, the world he had just constructed transformed back into formless and intangible information. Leaving no visible trace behind. At this moment, he lacked the ability to solidify this conjured realm. However, the series of optimizations etched into the data from this training would remain perpetually preserved in an intangible manner. As Hao Ning's consciousness fully returned to his corporeal form, he instinctively began to execute the meditative technique inherent to transformation, aiding him in swiftly recuperating the mental energy he had just expended. A wry smile crept across his lips as he realized that having attained this level of prowess, repetitive training no longer provided him with substantial assistance to him. The data within the information nodes seemed to have reached a state of perfection. Yet, the path that lay ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty. After resting for a while, and once his mental energy had sufficiently recovered, he refused to let the slow progression of his strength dampen his spirits. To ensure no area was neglected, he resolved to practice his mastery once more. After all, he had a slight penchant for perfectionism. Regarding the ancestral technique of the Yin family, he preferred to refer to it as a full-body massage. The principle involved directing consciousness to control the body, refining one's physique through high-frequency oscillation, thereby strengthening various parts from the outside in. The higher one's realm, the more areas they could control, and with greater finesse. Having reached this current level, he sensed that the enhancement of the body was merely a supplementary function of mastering this technique. Perhaps its true essence lay in the act of control itself. He cleared his mind, allowing all distractions to vanish, as the surrounding world seemed to dissolve in that moment. In stark contrast to the ethereal state he experienced during his previous training and transformation. He now consciously felt every muscle, every bone. He sensed the vibrant rhythm of his organs. He felt the warm blood circulating within him. Once his consciousness and body became entirely unified, he began to consciously oscillate his muscles. The oscillation brought forth a warm, tingling sensation as he expanded the areas of oscillation. Soon, from head to toe, he maintained a subtle oscillation at the same frequency. The various joints of his body emitted imperceptible sounds. At this juncture, the warm-up could be considered complete. Next, he could commence targeted training in distinct zones. As different parts of his body oscillated at varying frequencies, the vitality of his cells experienced a slight enhancement. The strength of this physique, its various resistances, and the sharpness of his senses were all incrementally fortified through the training that if one could observe closely with a microscope, they would undoubtedly discover that Hao Ning's metabolism appeared to be segmented into varying rates of flow, each existing in disparate temporal realms. Moreover, this temporal flow was unstable, fluctuating between fast and slow, perpetually in a state of change. Chapter 16. Only with food can one be spirited, and Hao Ning's heart beat slowly. Yet the flow of blood surged with alarming rapidity. His lungs and diaphragm expanded and contracted at high frequencies, while his breathing remained steady and elongated, even reaching the realm of breathing with the heels. It seemed as though every part of his body had been trained into independent entities, that if one were to regard his body as a microcosm, it was continuously engaged in a dance of yin and yang, harmonizing motion and stillness. His form would occasionally rise and fall, varying within a range of 20 centimeters, creating a spectacle that might leave onlookers questioning whether he would reveal some hidden form at any moment. Within the Yin family, achieving such mastery over control placed him in a unique category. The techniques of the Yin family did not draw from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Rather, they relied entirely on the enhancement of one's physical being through the cultivation of one's own vitality. This led many within the Yin family to adopt the adage of seeking strength from within as their guiding principle. However, Hao Ning was certain that his kin's interpretations of this phrase were rife with ambiguity. Speaking of misfortune, the demonic fire had the ill fate of encountering someone like him, who practiced the art of control. For those who master control, encountering an ability like demonic fire wielded a countering power akin to that of a natural enemy, even when both were of equal rank. Competing for dominance over one's body with a master of control was undoubtedly one of the least prudent endeavors one could undertake. Given that the principles of control practiced by the Yin family did not encompass any martial arts techniques, the vast majority of Yin family members would utilize this foundation to study various martial arts styles. Throughout the long passage of time, the martial arts of the Yin family had become all-encompassing, constituting a veritable treasure trove of human combat skills. Yet, even within the Yin family or the broader realm of the extraordinary on their home planet, few possessed the ability to follow their instincts in battle quite like him. That it seemed that whatever he practiced, he did so in a uniquely peculiar manner. Growing up in a family steeped in martial tradition, he had always harbored his own distinctive insights on combat. For him, the intricacies of techniques or the magnitude of their power were merely aspects of the application of skill. The true essence of martial arts could be distilled into 4 words: overcoming the enemy and achieving victory. All his combat styles emanated from the heart. The feelings he experienced and the state of mind he inhabited dictated the techniques he employed, rendering his approach remarkably spontaneous to him, as long as he was faster than his opponent, stronger than his opponent, and more precise than his opponent. That was sufficient as for whether his strikes were aesthetically pleasing or logical. Such trivialities were of no interest to him. The only contemplation he had entertained was during the early period of his ascendance to the astral realm, when he deliberately sought to eradicate his habitual movements in combat to avoid being linked to an Hao Ning. This resulted in the singularity of his current combat style, a lack of a fixed style. As the sounds of his intestines stirred, and Hao Ning concluded his training session, that he assessed his current physique and estimated that, aside from the depths of star cores and certain unique relics, there was scarcely a place on his home planet he could not venture. Were he to accidentally fall into a lava pool, taking a leisurely dip in magma would pose no issue. Do not ask him how he knew. After a thorough self-evaluation, and Hao Ning confirmed that his overall strength still resided at the pinnacle of the saint level, feeling the emptiness within his abdomen. He was disinclined to visit the dining car and opted instead for delivery service that as a contented gourmand unconcerned with weight gain. He virtually ordered everything from the virtual menu, that he was fully confident in his ability to complete the clean plate challenge. In terms of appetite and digestive capacity, among all the extraordinary beings throughout history, the members of the Yin family would claim the second position, with no one daring to assert the first. Within the Yin family, there were only a handful of individuals who could rival him in terms of food consumption. From a certain perspective, this was an achievement worthy of pride. He reclined comfortably on the sofa, entering an energy-saving mode. Truly, the saying held, a person who enjoys food possesses a soul for food. Only with food can one be spirited. His originally handsome visage, combined with his appearance of waiting for sustenance, lent him an unexpectedly adorable quality to this moment. His image stood in stark contrast to the illustrious persona associated with extraordinary beings. One could only wonder what the once great deities and minor figures who had suffered at the hands of the astral realm would think if they knew that the one who had humbled them so severely was this very individual. Would they don helmets and prepare to charge headfirst into oblivion? It was likely that he would have to wait a while before his meal arrived. With nothing pressing around him, he opened a creative application he had been using for several years. Throughout his journey as a writer, thanks to his formidable mental prowess and exceptional speed, he had consistently produced new works nearly every year. However, since the conclusion of his last work, Extreme Abyss, nearly a year had passed without the commencement of a new project. He opened a folder, revealing a meticulously organized array of materials and notes brimming with inspiration. These notes encompassed all his observations, thoughts, and reflections that if someone wishes to gain insight into him, perusing these notes would undoubtedly be the most efficient and accurate means. Since his entry into the industry, nearly every one of his works has ventured into diverse realms. This departure from his comfort zone, a relentless challenge to oneself, is a notably audacious endeavor for anyone who has achieved significant success. Yet, he stubbornly believes that his words should not be confined by any constraints. What creative value can something possess if he himself does not acknowledge it? His personal signature on the novel platform embodies the notion of being both individualistic and universal. This understated arrogance has undeniably become his personal hallmark, to be fair, his audacity, or perhaps his capriciousness, is entirely due to the fact that writing is not a means of livelihood for him. Given his background and personal capabilities, worldly wealth is merely a string of meaningless digits in his eyes. This recent period of respite has been a deliberate process of introspection. This time, he intends to create an entirely different world from his previous works. A realm devoid of any extraordinary powers, where humanity must rely solely on its own hands and intellect. His focus has shifted away from the heroes or tyrants who shaped the course of history. He yearns to understand and depict how ordinary individuals gather their modest strengths to create the tides that propel the era forward. For someone accustomed to extraordinary powers, this undoubtedly presents a formidable challenge to his imagination, as well as a severe test of his aloof demeanor. Untainted by the mundane, to be honest, perhaps he too hopes to cultivate a greater sense of humanity within himself, that as he prepared to enter the inspirations garnered from his journey to Beijing into his files. A crisp and melodious notification suddenly rang out. Chapter 17. Strikingly beautiful and terrifying. And Howning glanced at the display of his holographic device and answered the call that a visible beam of light shot forth from the holographic device, swiftly projecting a miniature figure before Howning. Thanks to the now mature holographic technology, every detail of the projection was rendered with exquisite clarity. The young man, seated in an autonomous flying vehicle, wore his favorite emotional display attire, appearing more vibrant and full of life than Howning, despite being slightly older. Teacher, you must be approaching your destination, right? I'm nearly at the station, that I have good news to share with you. A cheerful voice resonated within the quiet cabin. Observing the expansive clear sky displayed on Yi Tiankong's chest, one could easily discern his buoyant mood. Recalling past experiences, Howning instinctively felt a pang of unease. Tiankong, didn't I tell you earlier that it's unnecessary to come pick me up? And what exactly is this good news you speak of? He unintentionally emphasized the word "what," a rare instinctive reaction from someone who had honed his composure. He remembered the last time Yi Tiankong was this excited. He had forcibly dragged him out of his apartment to attend a gathering brimming with young talents and elite socialites, all under the pretense of needing a change of scenery for his mental health. In reality, it was quite evident that this fellow was intent on resolving his marital woes. Fortunately, he had developed a technique since childhood that allowed him to blend into the crowd, rendering himself nearly invisible. This aptly demonstrated the adage that skill can surpass talent. He savored his freshly squeezed beverage with delight, even if he suspected that this so-called good news may not be what he wished to hear. It could not dampen his unwavering enjoyment of life, that in stark contrast to Howning's nonchalance. Yi Tiankong was brimming with excitement. Recently, the film company that purchased the rights to your work in Extreme Abyss inquired whether they could bundle you in the deal as well. They are open to negotiations regarding the price. As someone who had achieved mastery over his body, Howning was nearly choked by this revelation, an extremely rare occurrence for him. After a couple of coughs, he shot Yi Tiankong an irritated glare. Speak properly, that it became evident that whether one was mentally prepared for such news was one thing, but adapting to it was entirely another. Witnessing his intended goal being achieved. Yi Tiankong's eyes sparkled with mischief. That provoked someone as typically aloof and ethereal as teacher, and was no small feat. He silently commended his own sense of humor, clearly pleased with the fruits of his learning from being around Howning. He believed that the reason Howning had initially allowed him to remain by his side was that he could provide a taste of the vibrant life that was otherwise inaccessible to him. After somewhat tempering his excitement, he articulated his well-prepared script. So, the film company that acquired the rights to your work, Qianchuan Film, has brought in the internationally renowned director Pang Qin-yun to helm the project. Director Pang, during the casting process, mentioned that he had seen videos of you and believed you were perfect for the male lead role. Considering Howning's usual disinterest in entertainment news, Yi Tiankong thoughtfully provided a brief introduction to Pang's illustrious achievements and his unquestionable professionalism. As Yi Tiankong grew increasingly animated, fully aware of Howning's aversion to trouble, he tirelessly urged, "The director is indeed a man of vision, in my opinion. Teacher, you should absolutely accept this offer. With your looks and charisma, just standing there without saying a word would guarantee box office success." Listening to Yi Tiankong's sincere words, Howning couldn't help but ponder. Standing there, not speaking. Why does that sound so peculiar? Is he trying to compliment me? He instinctively envisioned himself as a prop on set, motionless before the camera, in the cinema. Audiences would be enjoying their popcorn, while captivated by the film featuring his still frames. He shuddered at the thought. The image was too hauntingly beautiful for him to bear. As they spoke, and Howning's meal arrived. The service robot elegantly arranged a series of exquisite dishes on the coffee table before him. What should have been an ordinary lunch transformed into a banquet-like spectacle in his presence. And crucially, this was not even an effect he had intentionally sought, observing this from his holographic device. Yi Tiankong involuntarily swallowed hard. Teacher An's dining style remains as grand as ever. After taking in the scene, he eagerly added, I truly look forward to seeing you on the big screen. By the way, if you decide to venture into the entertainment industry and need an assistant, please consider me first. Faced with such an array of absurdities, and Howning felt utterly drained and disheartened that he began to question whether it had been a wise decision to accept this proactive editor assigned to him. He had acutely experienced this fellow's ability to oscillate between reliability and unreliability. Sighing inwardly, he genuinely felt weary regarding the editor assigned to him by the novel platform. He thought to himself, my heart is exhausted. I wish I could return this. Naturally, the idea of returning the editor was merely a fleeting thought, and no matter how vexing, this was still his editor. Maintaining an impassive fa-ade, and Howning decisively rejected. I have no intention of entering the entertainment industry, if there's nothing else, I'm going to eat. With that, he disregarded Yi Tiankong's disappointed expression and unilaterally ended the call. What is going on? Amused yet perplexed. And Howning soon cast aside the chaotic matters and prepared to relish his meal. In this moment. Only food could soothe his fragile spirit, which had been subjected to such turmoil. After all, for him, the greatest truth remained. In a world of grandiosity, nothing surpassed the joy of dining, that he firmly believed that in this lifetime, food was the only thing that should never be forsaken. Despite having excelled in etiquette classes as part of his early education, he had no interest in adhering to the elaborate formalities in non-essential situations. The carefree and unrestrained values upheld by the Ning family, combined with the honesty and openness esteemed by the Yin family, had collectively shaped in Howning's unique personality. Picking up a skewer still dripping with oil, he savored the aroma, slightly squinting his eyes in delight. This demeanor bore no resemblance to that of an ethereal being. Just as he was about to take a bite of the grilled meat, he suddenly furrowed his brow, reluctantly placing the skewer down, muttering, Honestly, can I eat my meal in peace? At that moment, the first-class cabin was devoid of any other passengers. Chapter 18. Uniquely unsightly, the vacuum magnetic levitation train was filled with passengers. Yet it was far from noisy and chaotic. The cool-toned carriage, an immaculate cleanliness prevails, rendering the vibrations of the vehicle's movement imperceptible. The majority of passengers are engrossed in their own pursuits, utilizing the light brains and headphones provided by their seats. In the nascent days of the internet, many cautioned against immersing oneself in the virtual realm, fearing it might sever the emotional connections between individuals. Fast forward several centuries, and humanity's informational devices have transitioned from electronic to photonic. It has become evident that despite an ever-growing dependency on these devices, humanity has not succumbed to the fate of becoming mere flesh and metal automatons, as some sages had ominously predicted. In fact, with the increasingly user-friendly designs of these products and advancements in medical technology, conditions like myopia and cervical spondylosis have become rare. In the rear section of the carriage, a designated area for mothers and infants features a compact player that regulates sound, emitting soothing melodies. A little girl, just awakened from slumber, nestles in her mother's arms, her small hands rubbing her sleepy eyes. Sweetheart, don't rub your eyes. Your hands are dirty, her mother gently admonishes, pressing the child's chubby hand down and tenderly wiping her eyes with a tissue. Due to her frail constitution at birth, the little girl has been confined to the home for quiet recuperation. This marks her first journey to her maternal grandparents' home, as well as her inaugural venture beyond the familiar. Everything around her seems wonderfully novel. This brave little girl, once fully awake, begins to wriggle her pudgy form in an array of contortions, desperately seeking to escape her mother's embrace. She yearns to explore and embark on adventures in this fresh environment using her own abilities. After several fruitless attempts to break free, she pouts in disappointment, her small hands playfully fiddling with her waistband, her large, expressive eyes swirling in search of an opportunity to liberate herself from confinement. Though still very young, she possesses an indomitable spirit, that as her gaze flits to a corner of the carriage. Her eyes widen in curiosity, and her small hand instinctively reaches out toward the peculiar translucent shape. In that inconspicuous corner, a semi-transparent figure with elongated limbs and an awkward proportion, defying the metallic confines of the carriage, silently infiltrates the space, akin to liquid or smoke. Despite the fact that the vacuum magnetic levitation train is seamlessly crafted from molecular printing technology. Devoid of any gaps, this figure effortlessly penetrates without causing damage, suggesting it is composed of anything but ordinary matter. The creature resembles a grotesquely enlarged arthropod, its head shaped like an inverted triangle, rendering its facial features indistinct. Its slender arms are bent at angles conducive to striking, resembling sickles. However, at that moment, its left forelimb hangs limply, as if it has sustained grave injury, observing the human occupants of the carriage. The indistinct figure emits a shrill wail, inaudible to human ears, infused with an overwhelming sense of fury and an undercurrent of despair. "Mama, what is that?" the little girl inquires innocently, raising her hand to point at the shape, her gaze shifting to her mother in search of answers. Unaware of the world's perils, her curiosity about the unknown is unmarred by the trepidation that often accompanies adulthood. With her keen intuition, she senses that this unusual creature is somewhat displeased. Yet her primary concern is why she has never encountered such an animal before. In her mind, she concludes, "It's not as cute as my little snowflake." Having juxtaposed the mysterious being with her beloved pet, she nods in agreement with herself. However, her finger pointing at the corner is gently pulled back by her mother that don't point at the big brother. It isn't polite. "Big brother?" The little girl's mind races with questions. When she turns back to the spot where the strange figure stood, she finds it has vanished, replaced by an ordinary-looking young man with a smile occupying the corner. Due to the angle, she fails to notice that the peculiar figure is now being held by this young man. In response to the mother's apologetic smile, and Howning returns a gentle, courteous grin that he does not linger, sauntering away from that carriage and swiftly returning to the first-class compartment. Once the guise of a single soldier armor is shed, and Howning resumes his original appearance, that he casually places the still unconscious being onto the carpeted floor beside the coffee table, leaving an imprint about a meter long in the plush fibers. Observing the creature, which he hypnotized into a stupor using his mental prowess, he ponders, how did a mountain spirit end up in a realm inhabited by humans? The extraordinary beings of the home planet can be broadly classified into three categories. The native organisms found within relics, akin to the creators of the original divine court. Those relic beings that, after leaving their remnants, have broken reproductive barriers and produced various extraordinary offspring through hybridization with local species or other relic organisms. And finally, there are those abhorrent individuals among humanity who, driven by various motives, have employed technological means to create entities that ought not to exist in times of peace. Such actions have been strictly prohibited, yet in the shadows where sunlight does not reach, these occurrences persist unabated. The mountain spirit belongs to the second category of extraordinary beings, a descendant of relic organisms unique to the Jojo kingdom. Given the mountain spirit's poor reproductive capacity and the significant reduction of its natural habitat due to human activity, its population is dwindling. In recent years, proposals have been made to include it on the global endangered species list. Adult mountain spirits possess strength comparable to level 6 or 7, that they have the innate ability to partially dematerialize their bodies, allowing them to pass through objects by manipulating the electromagnetic forces between the molecules that compose their forms, a form of inherent supernatural ability. The key distinction between extraordinary beings' innate abilities and the supernatural powers of humans lies in the fact that the former can be inherited through bloodlines, whereas the latter cannot. Generally, mountain spirits are known for their gentle and timid nature, preferring to congregate in remote areas away from human habitation. The fact that this mountain spirit found itself aboard a high-speed train must surely have an underlying reason. He adjusts the ciliary muscles in his eyes to gain a clearer view of the semi-invisible mountain spirit. It appears that the spirit's left forelimb has recently suffered a severe injury, likely inflicted by a combat blade that Howning mutters under his breath. I must say, even among the myriad strange extraordinary beings, this one is uniquely unappealing. Chapter 19. The The strange existence of humanity. Scientific studies suggest that the intelligence of mountain spirits is roughly equivalent to that of a 10-year-old human child, theoretically allowing for communication. However, given the language barrier and the evident hostility the creature seems to harbor towards humans, he decides against awakening the mountain spirit to avoid further complications and to simplify matters. And Howning has never considered himself particularly noble. Yet, since fate has led him to this situation, his curiosity regarding the story behind it intensifies. Glancing at the food kept warm, he calculates the time, confirming it will not interfere with his meal. Thus, he resolves to adopt a more efficient method of acquiring information. That in Howning's gaze deepens as his intangible mental energy unfurls from his consciousness. In his perception, all material forms seem to dissolve into nothingness. That in an instant, his mental projection reappears within an information node. With a focused gaze, he observes vibrant threads emerging from the node. One end of these threads is anchored in his node, while the other extends into the boundless depths of the source sea, representing the lines of causality. Every person, event, and object connected to him becomes intertwined with his information node through these causal threads. However, without sufficiently potent mental energy, it is impossible to discern one's target amidst this chaotic web of causality. He raises his hand, and among the countless strands, a semi-transparent thread reaches out to him. From the perspective of his mental energy, he can faintly perceive the shadow of the mountain spirit on this thread. Having previously incapacitated it, a causal link naturally forms between them. Gently grasping the causal thread, his form blurs before sharpening again, as he departs from his information node, drifting towards the depths of the source sea, guided by this thread of causality. That in the vast expanse of the source sea. Locating another being's information node necessitates precise coordinates. Without them, it is an exercise in futility. That in Howning is uncertain of the dimensional nature of the space within the source sea, but he is certain it is not three-dimensional. The most evident proof lies in the absence of linear progression. Each step taken could land him anywhere within the source sea. Without the guiding causal thread, even wandering through the source sea for millennia would yield no results in finding the information node unique to this mountain spirit. In an unknown temporal flow, moments later, and Howning's mental projection hovers before a gray information node, the mountain spirit's own. The intricacy of the information node does not directly correlate with the power of its owner. Under the premise that there are no significant differences at the level of existence, undeveloped information nodes are largely similar. Only through the maintenance and development by mental force can these information nodes reveal the unique state of each individual. Gazing at the information node before him, and Howning extended his mental force, gently caressing its surface, sensing the subtle resistance that the node naturally conveyed, a manifestation of biological instinct. Unmoved, he slightly altered the operation mode of his mental force and effortlessly extracted the information contained within. To a master of his caliber, information nodes unguarded were essentially defenseless. His intention in coming here was merely to gain a general understanding of the mountain ghost prior encounters, not to delve too deeply. His mental force spread gently towards the information node, lightly sifting through the superficial information it bore. That in comparison to probing the myriad uncertainties of the future, reviewing the past was decidedly easier for Howning. Indeed, within the sea of origin, there exists a certain probability of glimpsing the future. This is not some arcane secret art, but a practical application of determinism. That as long as the seer grasps the total state of information presented by a specific individual or event at a particular moment, there is a certain probability of discerning the trajectory of future changes. Given that people, events, and objects cannot exist independently of their surrounding environment, along with the limitations of the seer's mental force strength, the accuracy of such future extrapolations entirely hinges upon individual capability. That he had once speculated that the great prophet of the divine creation society might be adept in this domain. Of course, this was merely a baseless conjecture without any supporting evidence, in a manner that did not harm the mountain ghost's essence. He swiftly located the information he sought. Exiting the enigmatic state, his mood was not particularly uplifting. Yet it was not overwhelmingly heavy either. Unsurprisingly, he once again witnessed the extreme self-serving nature of humanity. Self-interest is the innate tendency of every living being, and he himself was an unabashed egoist. However, a gentleman cherishes wealth, acquiring it through righteous means. It is not sufficient to merely utter that one acts for oneself. lest one face dire consequences. His intervention to stop the mountain ghost stemmed from the belief that it should not be present here. Nor should it engage in conflict with the ordinary people in the vehicle, that he acted in accordance with the rules that resided in his heart. Moments later, the mountain ghost gradually awakened, its consciousness becoming clearer. What has happened? Where am I? It slowly recalled the attack its clan had suffered at the hands of a group of humans a few days prior. As the strongest within its clan, it had managed to escape after fighting to the death against two enemies. However, it remained uncertain about the fate of its K. It could only surmise that the outcome was likely grim. Then, what transpired next? Its thoughts fell into a moment of chaos. It vaguely remembered fleeing to the human habitation area after sustaining severe injuries, burrowing into a long, airless pipe. Before it could regain its strength, a massive creature had collided with it. Fortunately, it had timely etherealized its body, entering the creature's interior. To its surprise, a large group of terrifying humans resided within. Just as it prepared to fight desperately, a male human appeared before it, and then it remembered nothing more. The sound of chewing resonated nearby, instantly heightening the mountain ghost's alertness. Just a moment ago, it lay dazed on the ground. Now, it sprang up instinctively, retreating to a corner. Warily assessing the figure that was feasting voraciously, it was ready to etherealize its body and flee at any moment. Awake, would you care for some? A soothing, melodious voice reached its auditory system, causing the taut string of its anxiety to loosen slightly. Dadayan Howning, seated behind a coffee table, smiled gently as he waved the roasted hind leg of an ice-field sheep. It's quite delicious. Do give it a try. With that, he accurately tossed the leg of lamb onto its blade-like appendage. For a gourmand like an Howning, extending an invitation to share a meal was a significant gesture of goodwill. The mountain ghost was momentarily taken aback. Although it could not comprehend the human's words, there appeared to be no malice in them. What astonished it most was that its left forelimb, which had been nearly incapacitated, had now recovered considerably. While it could not unleash formidable combat prowess, normal movement was no longer an issue. Humans, what an extraordinarily peculiar existence they were. Chapter 20. The Silent Sentinel Southeast State is the financial and commercial hub of the 9 provinces. Its wealth and prosperity standing at the forefront internationally. The state capital, Nan City, shines like the most resplendent gem on a magnificent crown, showcasing the essence of modern human civilization in Nan City. Various aesthetically pleasing high-rise buildings interweave in harmonious rhythm, evoking the unique pulse of this metropolis. Flying cars traverse the skies in a well-ordered flow, while projection screens of all sizes display an array of advertisements and the latest news. This vast influx of information does not overwhelm. Rather, under the precise regulation of intelligent systems, it creates a sense of orderly comfort that on the ground, the harmonious coexistence of humanity and nature is fully realized. The pristine, clean roads are maintained around the clock by a self-cleaning system, ensuring continuous cleanliness. Lush greenery and dense water networks seamlessly integrate with numerous structures. The majority of the residents here do not exhibit the restlessness often associated with fast-paced living. Instead, they exude a confident and composed aura, their eyes sparkling with hope for life. This has long since become a collective temperament at the northern end of the Grand Peace Square in Nan City. A cluster of bullet-shaped, streamlined buildings of varying sizes stands, resembling silent sentinels vigilantly observing this peaceful land. Here lies the headquarters of the Extraordinary Affairs Management Bureau of Southeast State. Within the nearly 4 million square kilometers of Southeast State, all matters related to extraordinary powers are overseen from this central command. The management system of the 9 provinces is notably simple and efficient, with the Elder Council at the highest decision-making level directly overseeing the Supervision Bureau of the 9 continents and other administrative departments of equal status. In addition to handling extraordinary affairs, the Supervision Bureau of each province possesses distinct functions. For instance, Southeast State, with its historically flourishing maritime trade, sees most of its international maritime dealings commence and conclude here. Therefore, in peacetime, all matters related to national maritime defense are also under the full jurisdiction of Southeast State at this moment. Within the simply decorated conference room of the headquarters, the monthly routine meeting was in session. Seated around the rectangular conference table were figures, either real or projected, all attentively listening to the work report in the past 2 decades. there has been a notable surge in the emergence of new relics worldwide. The global concentration of spiritual energy is gradually on the rise, and the proportion of awakened individuals among the populace continues to grow. Just last month, Southeast State recorded an addition of 121 new awakened individuals, of which 13 met the standards of first-tier extraordinary beings, and 2 reached the second tier. Tane Haifeng, dressed in uniform and standing tall, gestured to switch the projection at the center of the conference table to the next frame. Continuing his report, various indicators suggest that the era of the great spiritual tide, as predicted by scholars, is imminent. The essence of spiritual energy remains inadequately researched within academia. However, it is unequivocal that spiritual energy is a resource rich in immense power. Everyone is aware that compared to extraordinary beings and extraordinary creatures, the vast majority of individuals on Earth possess relatively weaker innate physiques. Even though the dissipated spiritual energy is not as concentrated as that found within relics, it still leads to many ordinary people experiencing intolerable symptoms, colloquially referred to as spiritual energy poisoning or drunkenness on spiritual energy. Currently, no effective treatment methods exist for spiritual energy poisoning, which poses a significant burden on the government and society. Beyond the pressures in healthcare and social production, the increasingly dense spiritual energy is also likely to lead to a series of public safety issues, warranting our close attention. It is foreseeable that, as time progresses, the increase in the base number of extraordinary individuals is an inevitable and irreversible trend. At this point, he paused briefly to allow those present ample time to digest and reflect on the information shared. The circumstances he summarized were something that everyone had, to varying degrees, been aware of. However, the distinction between fragmented information and detailed data was stark. After a brief wait, Tane Haifeng continued. The impending arrival of the great spiritual tide will not pose negative impacts for the majority of high-tier extraordinary beings. In fact, cultivation and breakthroughs may become easier. However, for the large base of low-tier cultivators and awakened individuals, the situation will present both advantages and disadvantages. All parties must carefully manage and appropriately guide this development without exacerbating tensions. The most direct social phenomenon is that some ordinary citizens, through various fortuitous circumstances, become awakened or, upon encountering cultivation techniques, find it easier to enter the fold with the help of spiritual energy. Yet they are not truly prepared to accept this opportunity. The sudden surge in power exceeds their mental control, catalyzing inflated or distorted mindsets. This has led to a continuous rise in the crime rate among low-tier extraordinary beings in recent years. The production and operations across various sectors have been impacted to varying degrees. As for the influence of the extraordinary entities, that is a separate matter altogether. With Tane Haifeng's report, a plethora of indicator charts and data details continuously emerge on the projection at the center of the conference table. Tane Haifeng's tone remained calm and composed, yet the content he conveyed rendered the audience anything but serene. Those present were acutely aware of the severity of the current situation, as well as the challenges that lay ahead for a considerable duration. This burden is undoubtedly significant. Historically, during tumultuous periods, even the slightest oversight may trigger unforeseen chain reactions. Although the present is relatively tranquil, and people continue their lives in a routine manner, everyone in attendance understands that the home planet may soon face a formidable trial. Upon concluding his report, Xing Qianli, seated at the head of the long table, appeared contemplative. His dark, lustrous hair was neatly arranged, and he donned a sleek, black nano-combat suit, compared to formal or casual attire. This outfit provided him with the utmost comfort. Although he had transitioned to a civilian role, he remained a soldier, albeit on a battlefield that differed slightly from the past. Even as he sat motionless in his chair, an aura of formidable presence emanated from him, akin to a towering mountain. With his elbows resting on the conference table and hands clasped at his nose, he leaned slightly forward, revealing a trace of concern in his brow. The cause of the recent surge in newly emerged relics over the past 2 decades remains elusive. However, the consequences are all too predictable. The overall spiritual energy concentration of the home planet gradually increases. The number of extraordinary factors worldwide is bound to rise correspondingly. This will pose challenges that neither Southeast State nor even the entire 9 provinces can confront independently. From a long-term perspective, the arrival of the great spiritual tide will ultimately benefit human development and evolution, outweighing its drawbacks. However, in the short term, it will undoubtedly disrupt many existing orders. Setting aside overly detailed considerations, the process of orders emergence can be viewed as the distribution of interests. When the finite benefits are satisfactorily shared among all parties, order is birthed. The emergence of new relics will inevitably lead to an increase in the already allocated volume of interests. Any force or group capable of participating in this new round of interest competition will find themselves in a state of unrest. Some naive individuals might believe that with a significant influx of resources, humanity would no longer need to fight fiercely over them. Not only is the imminent great spiritual tide a concern, but past advancements in controllable nuclear fusion technology and embodied intelligence technology have also inspired similar idealistic fantasies before reaching maturity. Ironically, various forms of conflict and struggle have never ceased on this planet. Regardless of the eventual outcomes among competing factions, it is the vast majority of ordinary people who will bear the brunt of the consequences that I end this great upheaval, whether the 9 provinces actively engage or are passively swept along. There is no way to remain aloof at the same time. They cannot afford to be left behind. Xing Qinli hopes that the 9 provinces can ride this wave and make significant progress. However, he also wishes that such advancement comes without sacrificing the comfortable lives of the populace. He could not help but recall a remark made by Elder Mo when he was still a captain of the guard. Little Xing, do you know the ancient saying from the builders of relics? The people are the foundation of the state. When the foundation is stable, the state is peaceful. As extraordinary individuals, our duty extends beyond safeguarding the 35 million square kilometers of the 9 provinces. We must also protect the right of 700 million compatriots to smile. Bringing his thoughts back to the present, Xing Qinli raised his gaze slightly and surveyed the attendees, stating solemnly, "The recent situation is as such. Apart from Xiao Tian's report, does anyone have anything to add?" A rough voice tinged with indignation emanated from a projection at the head of the table on Xing Qinli's left. In the past month, I have handled more than 10 serious cases involving extraordinary individuals. Most of the perpetrators are either newly awakened or novice practitioners who have achieved minor successes. I find it perplexing. How can these individuals, who cannot even withstand bullets ignited by gunpowder, muster the courage to cause trouble? Surely they do not envy the conditions of prison. As he recalled the case files he had dealt with, Zhou Zheng's thick eyebrows knitted together. His combat suit was strained by the bulging muscles beneath. Each time he encountered these crimes, he was reminded of his father, who perished while apprehending a robber. He firmly believed that evil is the most stubborn plague humanity has ever faced. Even if the wrongdoers are not the strongest, their misdeeds inflict unbearable pain on countless families. Though complete eradication may be impossible, he is willing to devote his entire life to curbing its spread. On the opposite side of the conference table, a portly old man with a pair of twirled mustaches tightened the lid of his vintage thermos. Chuckling, "They say one should possess self-awareness. One of humanity's greatest traits is its inexplicable confidence. This has been true since ancient times, has it not? In every era, there are bound to be those who find life less than satisfactory. These individuals harbor immense dissatisfaction, and a sudden surge in power catalyzes their unbridled desires. As a psychological expert, Luo Fudong had witnessed the vicissitudes of human nature throughout his life. Now, having transcended binary thinking, he focused less on simplistic judgments of right and wrong and more on the underlying causes of these phenomena. Though your words, Luo Lao, are as devoid of substance as ever, I must admit I find myself in agreement with you this time," remarked a petite woman whose aura and appearance made it difficult to ascertain her age. Sun Yunyun fiddled with the beads on her wrist, her eyes devoid of focus. For these wayward lambs, the best method of salvation is, before she could finish, Zhou echoed her sentiment, to guide them towards rebirth, allowing them to be good people in their next life. Hearing Zhou Zheng's jest, Sun Yunyun rolled her unfocused eyes toward him. Zhou feigned exasperation. "After all these years, your one-liner is thoroughly memorized by everyone. Besides you, I've never encountered anyone who claims to believe in theology, yet resorts to guiding souls whenever displeased. Are you perhaps worshipping a deity of slaughter? Feel free to mock. The summer insect cannot discuss ice, and the well frog cannot discuss the sea. My realm is beyond your comprehension," Sun Yunyun retorted with an air of profundity. Quoting an ancient saying from the age of the dark divine court, in truth, she did not possess a bloodthirsty nature. Rather, the influence of her extraordinary abilities shaped her perspective on the world, setting her apart from the majority. Having bickered playfully for over a decade, they were perhaps best described as delightful adversaries. Initially, everyone assumed they would end up together, but surprisingly, they became the closest of friends instead. Observing the playful exchange between the two younger colleagues, Luo Fudong reminisced about amusing incidents from their early days in the workforce. His spirits lifted, causing his beard to quiver in delight. Luo Fudong had always regarded these young individuals as his own children. As one of the longest-serving members of the Southeast States Supervision Bureau, he often felt a sense of familial fulfillment. The atmosphere in the conference room, initially quite serious, had gradually lightened, with everyone engaging in light-hearted banter. To many unaware ordinary people, the Supervision Bureau often represented an aura of mystery that in reality, they were simply a group of ordinary civil servants endowed with special abilities. They, too, experienced the full spectrum of human emotions. A glance at the Supervision Bureau's official website would reveal that these extraordinary personnel engage in playful antics just as earnestly. For instance, using their extraordinary abilities as video effects is merely a basic operation. Occasionally, when discussing outsider speculations about their work, members of the Supervision Bureau joked that they had no idea their jobs were perceived as so grand. Indeed, distance often breeds beauty. That moment, Xing Qinli suddenly glanced at his holographic computer. His eyes glimmering with intrigue, he gestured for silence among the group and, under their curious gazes, activated his earpiece to connect to a private communication line. A rich and familiar voice resonated in Xing Qinli's ear. Director, I have a lead on criminal activity for you. Shall I share? In the cabin, and Howning lazily propped his legs on the armrest of the sofa, his voice carrying a hint of teasing. Don't worry. This information is freely given. Have you wrapped up your business in North State? You've always been our righteous ally. How could we possibly refuse the information you offer? Xing Qinli's voice brimmed with sincerity and delight. Though this exchange was not a video call, and Howning could already sense that the upright Xing Qinli was back in action. For this director, as long as he could secure tangible benefits for the 9 provinces. Matters of face and reputation were trivial. In the numerous transactions with Shinkong, the Zhuzhou Kingdom has never suffered a loss. The style of this individual is a direct inheritance from his former superior. Whenever his counterpart enters a state of professionalism, those who engage with him must exercise caution that a moment of inattention can lead one astray, selling their own interests while counting the gains for him. Indeed, and Howning speaks from experience. Half of the scam evading techniques he currently masters were instilled in him by his father during his childhood, while the other half were honed through friendly negotiations with Uncle Xing. Of course, despite Xing Qinli's somewhat cunning nature, his interactions with Shinkong remain amicable and pleasant, and no matter how sly or miserly Xing Tianqing may be before Shinkong, it reflects only his attitude towards partners. His true tactics often involve lethal strategies that do not necessitate bloodshed, reserved solely for his adversaries to witness. Once, the neighboring country of Juli, which borders Zhuzhou, cultivated a species of cnidarians. They aspired to create semi-artificial islands by simulating natural environments to expand their territorial waters. Targeting the southeastern seas of Zhuzhou. Initially, Zhuzhou merely offered verbal condemnation, a tepid form of obstruction that the Juli people paid no heed to. Rather than heed the warnings, they increased their investments, firmly believing that Zhuzhou would not sever ties over such trivial matters. As it turned out, their assumptions were correct, yet the ultimate outcome left them acutely aware of their own imaginative limitations. After Julie invested substantial capital, fortuitously, some creatures that should not have appeared in the southeastern seas manifested mysteriously. These creatures regarded Julie's cultivated cnidarians as a buffet. By the time Julie realized the situation, the damage was irreparable. At this juncture, Zhuzhou's relevant authorities issued a stern statement. After analysis by Zhuzhou's experts, it was highly probable that these creatures had been attracted by the cnidarians cultivated by Julie to protect the marine ecological environment. Julie bore the obligation to address the consequences of its negligence. The swiftness of this response raises suspicions that a speech had been pre-prepared. Alas, Julie has yet to fully recover from the repercussions of that invasive species incident. Such occurrences have not been rare since Xing Qinli assumed office. Perhaps it is this series of unexpected surprises that earned him the moniker Tianqing in international circles. At this moment, within the grand conference room, aside from a few individuals like Tian Haifeng, who are most familiar with Xing Qianli and manage to maintain their composure. The expressions of the others are remarkably vivid. Even as they experience profound shock internally, they struggle to feign nonchalance, enduring considerable difficulty. What on earth have they witnessed? Has Director Xing been possessed? Or does the person on the other end of the communication possess some form of hypnotic ability? Just a moment ago, he was a formidable figure capable of commanding a group of unruly individuals with mere presence. Now he appears somewhat subdued. Did such a thing possible? It is fortunate that you encountered this. You have rendered a great service. Upon your return, let us arrange a time to welcome you back. Oh, by the way, how have you considered the matter of the magic crystal ruins I mentioned last time? Come on. You know that only experts will be present, so it surely won't be boring. The promotional tone is such that it could easily be mistaken for an advertisement. Hearing this, the subordinates tremble with anxiety. Xing Qianli has completely altered his usual calm demeanor, his eagerness unmistakable, with a hint of playful mischief that even leads one to suspect that as long as the other party does not terminate the communication, he could endlessly converse with them. That I still need to think it over. All right then, we shall reconnect at that time. After a somewhat regretful conclusion to the communication, Xing Qianli naturally reverted to his previous state, seamlessly transitioning as if he had not perceived the unusual gazes of his subordinates. Before Xing Qianli could utter a word, Zhou Jing's eyes in the projection were already wide with excitement, practically bursting to leap out of the screen. Director Xing, was that communication with Xingkong just now? Was it? When will we welcome Xingkong? Where shall we welcome him? Bring me along when you do. His enthusiasm suggests that had he been present, he would have dashed to see Xing Qianli and shake him wildly. Due to work commitments, Zhou Jing has missed several opportunities to meet Xingkong. His self-proclaimed #1 fan. He feels a profound sense of regret. Although Xing Qianli is his direct superior, he cannot help but feel envy rather than resentment. His admiration for Xingkong is not solely based on the latter's formidable prowess, but also stems from Xing Qianli's previous remark about being a righteous ally, which was no jest. Though Xingkong typically only acts against those who provoke him, it is undeniable that numerous lawless villains have fallen to his hands over the years. Observing Zhou Jing's starry-eyed demeanor, Xing Qianli is filled with disdainful amusement. What would I take you for? At your current state, if you startled Xingkong, we must still be mindful of our image in the Supervision Bureau. Sun Yunyun, agreeing wholeheartedly, nodded. Startling him should be unlikely, but being regarded as a weirdo could result in a swift dismissal. You might want to consider purchasing insurance beforehand. Upon hearing this earnest advice, Zhou Jing shot her a fierce glare, then turned back to gaze longingly at Xing Qianli. Although he yearns to discuss the image issues from Xing Qianli's communication with Xingkong, he wisely refrains, knowing he still needs his superior's favor. Seeing Zhou Jing's dejected expression brings a sense of satisfaction to Xing Qianli, who secretly resolves to have this fellow foot the bill when they welcome Xingkong. In contrast to Zhou Jing's animated reaction, Tian Haifeng, who has maintained a composed persona, also exhibits a hint of excitement. Director Xing, has Xingkong sought our collaboration again? Who are we preparing to target this time? On Tian Haifeng's youthful visage, a distinct radiance emerges. His eagerness for the unfolding drama is palpable, as if he were hoping for the situation to escalate. In his view, whenever Xingkong intervenes, it invariably signals impending retribution for someone. He anticipates unearthing numerous precious secrets and hidden truths, enriching his database, a joy exclusive to seasoned spectators. Naturally, if he could uncover Xingkong's secrets and partake in his exploits, it would be even more perfect. He has long awaited such an opportunity. Observing his subordinates, each harboring their own motives, Xing Qianli feels fortunate for his resilient mindset and robust heart that he clears his throat, attempting to quell the restless atmosphere. This time, Xingkong will not take direct action. He then turns to Sun Yunyun. Xingkong has provided a significant lead on a superlative biological poaching ring. Yunyun, you will lead this mission. Their strength is formidable. So select some elite personnel. Shortly, Haifeng will coordinate with the colleagues in Dongzhou for collaboration. Please prioritize safety. It is not that Xing Qianli enjoys being verbose. Rather, when dealing with hazardous materials, he instinctively reiterates instructions to ensure that the potentially perilous situation remains controlled and does not spiral out of hand. Pausing briefly, he suddenly recalls something and hastily adds, "Remember, try to capture them alive. Let us not exorcise them all." Sun Yunyun, often appearing in a state of half-awareness, reveals a hint of regret upon hearing the last instruction against exorcising. She internally muses, "Indeed, humans are inherently lonely. Too few can truly understand them." Shortly thereafter, various materials provided by Shinkong are relayed to Sun Yunyun's risk communicator via Tian Haifei. Upon receiving the information, the seasoned Sun Yunyun wastes no time, promptly rising to depart and prepare for a journey. With Sun Yunyun's exit, the meeting comes to an end, and attendees disperse in small groups. After the meeting, many engage in discussions about Shinkong. Such gossip surrounding a powerful figure is far more intriguing than mundane entertainment news. Do you think Shinkong is a single individual or an organization? I believe it must be an organization. Just think about it. Despite their consistent modus operandi, last year they destroyed 17 deeply hidden evil sect strongholds within 48 hours. The distribution of these strongholds spanned much of the Zhejiu Kingdom. That hardly seems feasible for a single individual. When calculating the time, it simply wouldn't allow for it unless they could maintain supersonic speeds or continually consume rare transportation scrolls. That I too believe Shinkong is an organization. Based on the footage available, there is no commonality in their combat styles. However, the thought that there are so many unidentified experts in the world is truly frightening. Thankfully, they are on our side. Otherwise, one wouldn't be able to sleep soundly. That I think you all are missing the point. What I find most terrifying about them is their information warfare capabilities. Even if the operative in the field is the same person, there must be a top-tier hacker team backing them. Indeed, do you recall the 9th-tier master from Chota country 2 years ago? It appears he inadvertently offended the vast expanse of the cosmos. It is said that the very next day, most of his assets were donated in a bewildering array of legal and compliant manners. The series of procedures were executed with such fluidity that one might fear he would struggle to donate at such speed, even if he had wished to. The unfortunate fellow, despite his esteemed status in Chota country, found himself unable to reclaim those assets. What a tragic fate! Yet considering his modus operandi and the nefarious deeds he had previously committed, one might argue that he reaped the consequences of his own misdeeds. Strangely enough, during the years of Shinkong's emergence, there have been several individuals who have encountered similar fates 80 times. I cannot help but ponder whether this enigmatic force that has risen so abruptly, as Su Jiao mentioned earlier, is indeed a friend of justice. Perhaps it consists of a coalition of righteous individuals united under the banner of the Shinkong Alliance, dedicated to dealing with those malevolent entities that evade conventional justice. If we analyze through your lens of logic, it could be that Shinkong's mask symbolizes a multitude of masters radiating the light of justice, concealed within the shadows. One must admit, it is indeed a plausible hypothesis. Once this theory emerged, it garnered widespread acceptance, with many believing they had inadvertently uncovered the truth of the matter. My perspective diverges from yours. Our encounters with Su Jia and Shinkong have not been infrequent, and I have had the fortune to accompany him on 2 occasions, each time meeting the same individual. Yet, after each departure, this person seems to vanish into thin air, as if he had evaporated from existence. Tell me, if he were not the same individual, would there be any need for him to conceal himself so thoroughly? Not a single trace of his identity remains. That I swear, I witnessed him holding a cup, sipping coffee. Yet when we attempted to gather samples, we found not a shred of biological information or fingerprints left behind. The moment this colleague spoke those words, it resonated with those around, clearly indicating that there were others who had experienced similar encounters with Shinkong. Do not even mention your fingerprints and biological information. We, equipped with the most advanced multifunctional scanning devices, discreetly scanned him during his meeting with Su Jia. The result? Nothing. At that moment, we were as if bewitched, suppressing an urge to switch modes, scanning again and again. Ultimately, we likely annoyed him, for as a warning, he projected a documentary about celestial bodies directly onto the scanner's display. Mind you, that was a scanner, not a holographic display. It had no capability to play videos. What I admire most about Shinkong is how he has transformed himself into an enigma, a phenomenon in itself. Interestingly, there are indeed numerous literary works inspired by Shinkong online, including supernatural tales. Currently, the most popular author on the internet is the joyful idle fish. That I wonder how idle fish would portray the story of Shinkong. The tone of the speaker conveyed a hint of longing. Perhaps the Shinkong that meets Su Jia each time is merely the spokesperson for the Shinkong organization, that it may very well be that this individual possesses the ability to erase all personal information. This notion holds merit. While such a power may not be widely known, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. The abilities awakened in modern individuals are as diverse as they are numerous. The discussion began to drift from the topic at hand. That it is evident that regardless of gender or age, when groups gather and allow their thoughts to wander in unreliable manners, they invariably bring forth the simplest joys to humanity. Chapter 24. If life were a story at this moment, and Howning remained blissfully unaware of the various rumors and speculations circulating among the personnel of the Super Administration Bureau. Yet, even if he were informed, it is likely he would not concern himself with them. At most, he would ponder how to craft a supernatural tale inspired by Shinkong. As he listened to the train's announcement signaling its imminent arrival, he deactivated the interference function of his personal armor. Inside the cabin, the mountain ghost had long since departed. For all unfamiliar beings, and Howning's goodwill is always limited. Having assisted the mountain ghost in regaining composure and filing a report, he felt he had fulfilled his responsibility in this encounter. As for what the mountain ghost might face thereafter, or the consequences that might ensue, such matters were beyond his concern. In his view, there exists no correlation between increased power and greater responsibility. His pursuit of strength was not intended to invite trouble upon himself. The notion of helping others to the very end, or accompanying a deity to the west, is to him merely a self-imposed shackle. Perhaps it is true that things easily obtained are seldom cherished. He never anticipates flowers or applause, nor does he seek the approval of others, whether as in Howning or Shinkong. His self-acceptance suffices. Fortunately, he has always felt quite content with himself. As for universal values and moral principles, they merely serve as reference material during his writing process. That if one were to insist he held any beliefs, it would likely be that if life were a story, he alone should pen it. His unreliable father once remarked that he was born with the heart of a solitary creature, yet found himself in the womb of a social one. And Howning could not refute this observation. Once the train came to a halt, and Howning, unburdened by any luggage, disembarked on the platform, basketball-sized robots flitted about, frequently extending warm and friendly greetings to travelers in need of assistance. On the ground, endearing half-meter-tall transport robots aided passengers carrying luggage in their departure from the station. The pillars of the platform played a looped promotional clip from an unknown film, featuring two digital beings indistinguishable from real humans, sweetly exchanging affection, capturing the attention of several dog lovers who paused to watch. This seems to be a forthcoming heartwarming pet film. However, and Howning has never found the appearance of two-headed dogs particularly appealing. As he made his way out, a peal of tinkling laughter reached in Howning's ears that he turned to see a little girl, with whom he had shared a brief encounter on the train. Sitting on the back platform of a transport robot, under the watchful eye of her mother, her small hands embraced the robot's stout neck, her eyes crescent-shaped, radiating the purest smile in the world. And Howning paused for a moment, an involuntary smile tugging at his lips, and continued towards the exit. Ah, such simple joys indeed feel delightful. Perhaps this could be woven into a story. In truth, one might say his occupational habit has reached an advanced stage. Perhaps there is no cure. Before reaching the exit, and Howning caught sight of Yi Tiankong, who had been waiting by the exit, stretching his neck to peer inside the station. The moment and Howning noticed him, Yi Tiankong spotted him as well. As soon as Howning crossed the threshold, Yi Tiankong approached with a beaming smile. Teacher and Uve worked hard, his once youthful and smooth face now almost crinkled with joy. Observing this fellow, whose face still bore traces of baby fat, and glancing at the brilliantly shining sun emblem on his chest, and Howning immediately felt a sense of returning home. It was a relief to momentarily part ways with the identity of Shinkong and the extraordinary circles that if anyone were to ask which identity and Howning preferred, he would undoubtedly choose to be in Howning without hesitation. After all, he seemed to have never enjoyed a moment of leisure while representing Shinkong. In retrospect, had it not been for that individual's appearance, Shinkong might never have come into being. As for whether the novelist and Howning would ever emerge, that remains uncertain. Who can say what might have been? Knowing that Howning preferred to avoid unnecessary walking, Yi Tiankong lightly tapped on his holographic device, summoning a flying car that was parked in the underground garage. The sleek, 5-meter body of the vehicle resembled a large droplet of icy blue liquid at first glance. It bore no discernible doors or windows, exuding a seamless aesthetic. Following the completion of biometric recognition, the doors elegantly transformed and opened upwards, providing an exquisitely smooth visual experience. Once seated, and Howning settled comfortably into the luxurious massage chair. Sinking deeper into its embrace, that he activated the one-way window mode, allowing the external scenery to flow into the vehicle. Under the control of the intelligent circulation system, air could circulate freely without the need to open windows. This vehicle may not be the most opulent on the market, yet its internal facilities ensure the utmost comfort. His appreciation for the art of enjoying life is matched only by his riding prowess and combat skills. With the vehicle equipped with a comprehensive autonomous driving system, Yi Tiankong adeptly initiated the automatic mode, and the flying car ascended gracefully. Unlike the two-dimensional traffic networks of centuries past, where vehicles traveled along the ground. With the widespread adoption of flying car technology, the residents of Hometown Star have now entered an era of three-dimensional transportation. Today, the ability to navigate across land, sea, and air has become a standard feature for many vehicles. Whether manual or automatic, utilizing the onboard intelligence system to plan routes has become characteristic of this age, with the rapid advancement of cloud computing and the extensive coverage of high-speed networks. Traffic accidents have become a rarity, nearly relegated to the annals of history. That I in the front seat, Yi Tiankong turned to look at Howning, who was typing on a virtual keyboard in the back seat. His eyes lighting up. "Teacher, are you starting a new work again? What genre is it this time?" As Howning indulged in the soothing embrace of the massage chair while inputting text, he nonchalantly remarked without lifting his gaze, "I am merely organizing materials. I have yet to officially commence." Upon receiving the exhilarating news that a new work was on the horizon, Yi Tiankong's excitement intensified. Habitually, he executed his signature move, turning around and kneeling on the chair like an eager child, his arms draped over the backrest as he impatiently inquired, Teacher, what story are you preparing to write this time? Could you perhaps share a sneak peek?" His eyes sparkled with uncontainable eagerness. The smile lines at the corners of his eyes revealed the profound joy he was experiencing that a few years prior. He had endured a series of life-altering tribulations, nearly surrendering to despair, that on a night engulfed in numbness, he discovered through a single reading the power to transform his destiny. Chapter 25. No rebuttals accepted. Yi Tiankong vividly recalled that winter, which was particularly frigid compared to previous years. Standing at the edge of a lofty rooftop, the night sky above him was an abyss of darkness, mirroring the hopelessness of his future. The distant glow of countless homes below seemed so far removed from reality. It was then he realized that the world perceived through the eyes of the despairing does not lose its vibrancy. Rather, the colors and lights merely feel disconnected from oneself. Just as he was about to leap into the void and end his existence, an advertisement promoting a novel appeared on his light brain. Ordinarily, he would dismiss such pop-ups without a second thought, but on that occasion, he chose to engage. He could not recall what compelled him to click on the link to the novel, only that he huddled in a corner of the rooftop, battling the cold wind, as he absorbed line after line of text. Initially, after finishing each chapter, he vowed to read just one more before bidding farewell to the world. Gradually, he lost track of time and forgot the reason for his presence on the rooftop. When he finally regained awareness, the dark night sky had been illuminated by the rising sun, and he had consumed all the updated chapters. As the realization of his initial intent flooded back, a singular thought consumed him. How could this be? This is outrageous. How can it end at such a critical juncture? This is nothing short of torment. He attempted to search for the author's previous works, only to discover that what he had read was likely the author's debut. From that moment onward, a pseudonym was indelibly etched in his mind: Happy Shinyu. From that day forth, he set himself an ambitious goal: to become one of the first to encounter Shinyu's works. To achieve this, he tirelessly sought self-improvement, whenever fatigue and solitude threatened to overwhelm him. The novels of Shinyu were a constant source of companionship. The vibrant characters and thrilling adventures served as silent support, akin to old friends at times. He even recognized fragments of himself in characters who were seemingly dissimilar to him. Ultimately, he succeeded in joining the Shishin group, triumphing over numerous formidable competitors, and fulfilled his long-held aspiration of becoming Houning's editor. Through relentless effort, he carved out a niche for himself within Houning's straightforward social circle. Looking back, the past had dissipated like smoke. Time does not heal anyone, yet it teaches one to adapt to pain and rediscover the path forward that in a bid to deeply bind Houning. The rapidly rising star, the Shishing Group's novel platform, began cultivating him as Houning's personal assistant. He was instilled with the philosophy that every request from teacher must be met with utmost effort. And even those needs that had yet to be articulated or had not yet crossed his mind should be anticipated and fulfilled. That, of course, given the current circumstances, it seemed he never required deliberate training or indoctrination. For he had discovered his faith within the lines of text. However, for Yi Tiankong, who had fought his way through, gaining Houning's acknowledgement was no easy feat from a young age, and Houning exhibited a distinct personality flaw. His emotional and rational aspects were exceedingly imbalanced, verging on the abnormal. Many years ago, his family sought authoritative evaluations and discussions regarding this personality defect. The conclusion was that during the early stages of his personality formation, he unwittingly mastered the art of control and transformation, inadvertently subduing his emotional responses. In a typical individual, the brain regions responsible for emotional responses react more swiftly than those for rational cognition. However, due to his formidable mental prowess, he constructed a more efficient neural pathway akin to artificial intelligence during the early stages of brain development that he did not require emotional responses to compensate for information that rational cognition could not process in time. A psychologist, Luo Fuxing, who was invited to join the discussion, once remarked, "This child can essentially be regarded as a natural embodiment of teleological psychology. His preferences and aversions required no emotional embellishment. His honesty with himself was unprecedented." Nevertheless, this situation did not significantly impact his daily life. That if he chose not to exhibit his uniqueness, it was challenging for others to detect his differences. When necessary, he could simulate any emotional response through rationality. And Houning remained indifferent to the scientific arguments his family presented. Regardless of how the outside world defined him, he merely wished to maintain his lifestyle and pace. This directly resulted in his disinterest in most meaningless social interactions, to the extent that he could not even muster the energy to feign politeness. Those who were well acquainted with him could perceive the richness of his soul, while those unfamiliar with him would notice his courteous demeanor. However, those who had interacted with him but lacked deeper understanding often perceived him as aloof and indifferent to social niceties. That Yi Tiankong's assessment was, "Teacher An's inner world is exceedingly abundant. Even without external interaction, he can create his own universe. Any positive feedback from the outside world is merely a bonus for teacher in reflecting on the early days of their acquaintance." And Houning initially did not feel the need for a dedicated editor in his life. After all, he genuinely disliked interacting with unfamiliar individuals and preferred to keep his movements private. However, through Yi Tiankong's relentless efforts and persistence, a strong bond was ultimately formed in pursuit of his ultimate goal. Yi Tiankong, with his keen insight and high emotional intelligence, managed to handle many of the tasks that Houning found cumbersome yet necessary, executing them with remarkable efficiency. That he showcased his enthusiasm for work while never overstepping certain boundaries. It could be said that in terms of Houning's identity, Yi Tiankong had already gained a comprehensive understanding of his preferences and dislikes. Fortune favors the diligent, and Houning, who had always favored a languorous existence, soon found himself indulged to the point of lethargy. However, it must be said that although Houning had high demands for comfort in life, they were limited to what sufficed. His material needs were not excessive, making him relatively easy to please. In Yi Tiankong's eyes, his teacher embodied the quintessential representation of tranquility, nurturing all while maintaining an air of distance. That he was affable, yet adhered to a set of principles that required no external validation. And Houning was an individual who would not be easily confined by any definition. Having organized the existing materials, Houning bore an expression of relaxed contentment. "I am preparing to write a work in the genre of interstellar fantasy. There exists a general framework, though many details remain undecided." Despite Houning's ambiguous statements, Yi Tiankong unwaveringly believed that teacher would soon craft another masterpiece of timeless significance. No rebuttals accepted. Chapter 26. He is not a butcher in the southern part of the eastern province of the Jiuzhou Kingdom. Deep within the sprawling mountains, Towering ancient trees cast shadows that obscured the sunlight. Did I end the web of a spider? Insects struggled silently. In a pool of blood, beasts emitted low, mournful cries, regardless of how life evolved. The theme of predation remained the eternal melody of nature. In a modest encampment nestled within a valley, people moved to and fro. Amidst the portable, modular temporary shelters, a middle-aged man clad in a vintage black trench coat stood with his arms crossed. Facing the entrance, quietly leaning against the wall made of composite materials, he resembled a lifeless statue. Propped against the wall beside him was a broad-bladed combat knife, several feet long, and his slightly damaged left ear only served to accentuate the aura of menace that surrounded him. It was evident to anyone who caught sight of him that he was not a person to be trifled with. Yen Dao's gaze fixated on the immense cage formed by an energy barrier in the right foreground, where a dozen mountain spirits lay gasping for breath, his expression tinged with subtle disdain. For the first time in over 20 years of his career, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration that he could not release. If circumstances permitted, he would have relished the opportunity to deal with this employer as well. The buyer who had contracted them to hunt the mountain spirits was remarkably enigmatic. After paying the deposit, he had only disclosed the need for a substantial number of live mountain spirits, withholding all other information. Naturally, they were paid to perform a task and had no obligation to concern themselves with the buyer's ulterior motives. Their hunting team was quite renowned within the industry. There have been several significant cases internationally involving extraordinary beings, all of which are attributed to their handiwork. They exhibit a level of professionalism by refraining from asking questions unrelated to transactions. In their line of work, technical skills and strength are secondary. The foremost requirement is an understanding of the rules and adherence to them. One must refrain from speaking what should not be spoken. Avoid inquiring about matters that are better left unasked, and resolutely steer clear of unnecessary troubles. In this gray area, those who harbor excessive curiosity seldom see the dawn of the following day. Due to the buyer's vague demands regarding the quantity of mountain spirits and their lavish expenditure, they deliberated extensively and ultimately decided to launch an assault on the largest gathering of mountain spirits within the realm of Juzhou. The mountain spirits, inherently formidable, coupled with Juzhou's stringent crackdown on poaching, rendered this task one that only the most elite hunting teams could undertake. With their wealth of experience, they painstakingly navigated back into Juzhou from the lawless territories and made extensive preparations for this hunt. The plan was expected to proceed smoothly, but the resistance from the mountain spirits exceeded their expectations. To their dismay, due to erroneous intelligence, they encountered an 8th-tier, mutated mountain spirit, whose mere presence resulted in the death of 2 companions and serious injuries to several others, ultimately allowing it to escape. Had it not been for their preemptive measures and surprise attack, the losses would have been far more severe. To exacerbate matters, when the buyer came to inspect the goods earlier this morning, he selected only the strongest specimens, leaving the weaker ones for them to deal with. The buyer's nonchalance left them at a loss. What were they to do? Kill them? They were not butchers, nor executioners. Release them? That would only solidify the enmity. It is crucial to understand that mountain spirits are not ordinary wild animals. Such extraordinary beings are indeed capable of seeking vengeance. Had the buyer specified clear requirements regarding quantity and quality from the outset, they would have had no need to resort to the risky assault on this gathering. Although there were no financial losses, he felt as though he had been outmaneuvered. He pondered how to deal with the remaining mountain spirits. An ominous premonition struck him. Before rational thought could take hold, years of fighting on the precipice of life and death had honed his instincts to react appropriately. He pivoted, drawing his blade. The clang of metal echoed, and the sensation of numbness shot through his grip as he propelled himself toward the entrance. The sight that met his eyes was alarming. The wall he had just leaned against had been breached, a gaping hole expanding as flames licked at the edges. The searing heat warped the air, distorting the surrounding scenery. The projectile he had deflected with his blade had not only melted the wall, but, before it could touch the ground, detonated with a resounding explosion, sending shockwaves and a torrent of heat that obliterated the roof. The explosive aftermath slammed the blade he had just propelled out into the trees, causing him to taste blood in his throat while simultaneously shattering the cage that contained the mountain spirits. Despite the explosion occurring mere feet away, none of the mountain spirits within the cage sustained any secondary injuries. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The shooter's calculations regarding energy had become terrifyingly precise. They had evaded detection. Impressive reflexes indeed, each unit springing into action that in the distant thicket. Sun Yunyun donned a combat suit equipped with optical camouflage, effortlessly slinging a heavy electromagnetic sniper rifle across her back. Her eyes, no longer clouded, had transformed into a piercing gaze of intent that in her keen. Knife-like eyes, each target marked for capture appeared as mere fish awaiting their fate on a cutting board. Through her perceptive abilities, she no longer regarded these poachers as living beings, but as dynamic targets composed of health points, defense values, and attack values. Every detail of the battlefield was mirrored in her vision. Even the subtlest rustle of the wind was captured by her sharp senses, as though she were a cold, humanoid detector. Born into a military family, her upbringing was devoid of notions like cherishing life. Instead, it was about defending the nation and accomplishing tasks with relentless efficiency, coupled with her ability to quantify life. This forged her worldview that sought to eradicate all forms of malignancy. Perhaps due to this very rationale, she welcomed any religion capable of purifying the soul and cleansing the spirit, a means of preserving a fragment of softness within her heart. As over 100 fully armed mech warriors emerged from their concealed positions, Sun Yunyun's agile form darted swiftly through the forest, approaching the camp with the grace of a predator that in her hands. Small-caliber laser emitters had materialized, akin to a hunting feline extending its sharp claws that a guttural roar erupted as a towering awakened being, transformed into a 3-meter-tall rock-like entity, first spotted Sun Yunyun and her companions. With a thunderous stomp of its right foot, the ground around it seemed to come alive as a wave of earth and stone surged upward, disregarding the still evacuating companions, hurtling outward with alarming speed amid chaotic curses. As the rock giant initiated its attack, Sun Yunyun's tactical glasses displayed a multitude of criminal records linked to the entity. Chapter 27. A ruthless individual from start to finish. The appalling litany of crimes did not elicit the slightest concern from Sun Yunyun. After all, deliberating the morality of a dying individual serves no purpose. Her gaze lingered only briefly on the being's extraordinary level before she shifted her focus elsewhere. Faced with the unavoidable onslaught, she disdainfully curled her lip. The data indicated a 5th-tier extraordinary being, yet the current vital signs and energy readings suggested otherwise. Even if it had broken through to the 6th tier, it would still be a lackluster challenge. The thought crossed her mind. The laser in her hand discharged. The invisible high-energy beam penetrated the wave of earth and stone, obliterating the rock giant's head in an instant. Witnessing this, Yin Dao couldn't help but curse inwardly. They should never have brought this ill-fated entity along. How many times must I repeat? Do not unleash area of effect attacks within our ranks. Why does everyone forget when the heat is on? Watching the torrent of earth and stone wreak havoc on the camp before his comrades even engaged the enemy, Yin Dao felt his frustration rise. With a careless moment, a gory gash appeared on his left arm. Before him, a cold-faced youth manipulated threads of nearly invisible nano-level blades with an elegance that defied capture. Nearby trees and temporary structures had already been reduced to countless fragments, their severed edges smooth and precise. This was the unique mental power of the Lin family, a rarity not found anywhere else on their home planet. Yin Dao's moment of distraction did not bring Lin Chen any joy or irritation. He continued methodically attempting to eliminate the opponent before him, as if nothing else existed beyond this battle. Observing Lin Chen's unwavering demeanor throughout the skirmish, Yin Dao felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Realizing he could no longer afford to be careless. With his blade dancing gracefully in hand, reminiscent of a butterfly, he could not close the distance between them, yet under the impenetrable defense of his weapon. Those eerie threads could no longer approach easily. For a time, the battle reached a stalemate. Given the current circumstances, this impasse was decidedly unfavorable for him, just as he strained to find an opportunity to break the deadlock. His wish was unexpectedly granted, albeit not in the manner he had hoped. "You lot, how can you bear to harm such delightful creatures as the mountain spirits? Truly despicable." A melodious yet piercing voice rang out, accompanied by a sense of impending danger from above. Before Yin Dao could raise his head, a searing gust descended upon him. The singed strands of his hair left him no time to ponder, and he instinctively maneuvered his body, swiftly shifting nearly 10 meters laterally without any leverage. The spot where he had stood was engulfed in blinding white flames that in mere seconds, the ground melted and collapsed. A tall figure emerged from the inferno, her flowing black hair contrasting starkly with the surrounding flames, evoking the image of a fiery spirit. Yin Dao felt a jolt of apprehension, yet another mid-tier disaster wielder. From beginning to end, Yin Dao had always been a ruthless individual. His ruthlessness extended not only to others but also to himself. The most evident manifestation of this was that many opponents far superior to him had fallen along his tumultuous journey. Many opponents more cunning than he had also perished. Yet he remained, having clawed his way through the years, standing unwavering regardless of the tides of fortune. Thus, when he saw 3 disaster-level experts closing in, he hesitated not for a moment. His blade was flung decisively, and he deftly squatted down, covering his head with both arms in a fluid motion. With a powerful voice, he called out, "Brothers, cease your actions. We surrender." It would be foolish to surrender outright, as it would tarnish their reputation. However, it was certainly preferable to being beaten to death on the spot, especially when one of the experts in their midst had a clearly skewed sense of aesthetics. Engaging with such an eccentric individual was exceedingly perilous in their line of work. Everything else was secondary. Living to fight another day was the only hard truth for those foolish individuals who sacrifice their lives for the sake of pride. Their graves are likely already overrun with weeds. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of those present varied greatly. Sun Yunyun, who had already aimed for the vital points of Yin Dao, slowly lowered her hands. Just then, recalling Director Xing's admonition to try to leave a living witness, her sharp gaze gradually dulled, and a hint of regret flickered in her demeanor for failing to deliver this person from his fate. Lin Chun, on the other hand, maintained a cold expression, his mental focus unwaveringly fixed on Yin Dao, but he did not allow the opponent's surrender to induce even the slightest relaxation that he needed to ensure that should the other party make any sudden move, he could launch an effective strike at any moment. Moc Ro also barely restrained her offensive, extinguishing the flames that enveloped her. Observing the figure crouch down, clutching its head, a look of bewilderment adorned her delicate features as she murmured, "Are we not going to fight anymore? I had just warmed up." Her clear eyes brimmed with confusion and incomprehension, entirely oblivious to the fact that Yin Dao's decisive surrender was at least partially due to her intimidating presence. At that moment, Moc Ro sincerely felt that Yin Dao was remarkably formidable. Even someone as astute as herself could not have anticipated his response. Seeing their leader take the initiative, most members of the poaching gang sighed in relief. Most of these individuals were merely trying to make a living through unlawful means. Apart from a few desperate outlaws with blood debts, very few were genuinely willing to openly confront the Supervision Bureau within the borders of Zhuzhou. As the aftermath settled, the mountain spirits returned to their forests after receiving treatment. The poaching gang, once fitted with restraining devices, was escorted onto transport airships. Once they departed, tranquility enveloped the forest once more. The information provided by the Great Prophet proved accurate. It appeared he truly had the intention to cooperate. Shadows of varying sizes emerged from the darkness that a voice crackled with electric energy echoed. Yet we still arrived a step too late. Zhuzhou's actions are indeed swift. Zhuzhou is relatively friendly towards its divine beings. Another voice, high-pitched and sharp, interjected. "You are mistaken. This is not friendliness, but merely the compassion of the strong towards the weak. Humanity has never treated us as equals. These humans are truly formidable. Should we pursue the captured mountain spirits? Let us return. They caught us off guard, and we can no longer pursue them, that we are not yet prepared to reappear before humanity. But that day will come soon. The glory of the divine court shall surely be restored." Several figures chimed in unison. Their words faded. They vanished into the shadows that no one knew, nor did anyone care. That on a certain day, half a month later, a somewhat weary figure returned to these mountains that had nurtured it, accompanied by a restless heart, to the eternal existence of this realm. The dramas unfolding among living beings were but trivial interludes. Chapter 28. The greatest variable, when will the role of the mountain spirits be unveiled? Behind the desk, Xing Qinli's expression and tone remained as composed as ever. Yet the gravity in his eyes betrayed a hint of genuine emotion. The data modeling for this incident had been completed, with only the final adjustments to the detailed parameters remaining. It was estimated that in half an hour, large-scale data analysis could commence. Tian Haifeng was entirely engrossed in the screen before him, responding without lifting his head. Opposite him, Luo Fudong remained as calm as ever, stating, "Xiao Xing, don't be too anxious. After all, haste will yield no results." That he mercilessly pointed out the current predicament to prevent Xing Qianli from engaging in unnecessary mental turmoil. Then, shifting his tone, he added, "In fact, we should be grateful. Thanks to the starry sky. We discovered this not too late. From some subtle movements of Xing Qianli, it was evident to Luo Fudong that this usually unflappable quasi-saint was indeed feeling some urgency that his own many mountain spirits had been brazenly transported right under their noses. While their intelligence system had received not a whisper of forewarning, the infiltration by the Jiulu kingdom was far deeper than they had understood. Luo Fudong stroked his beard, speaking of which. They hastily acted without even cleaning the source of their commissions, which seems rather impulsive. What could they be rushing towards? Tian Haifeng continued entering data, focused on the Jojo Kingdom's most advanced quantum computing array. The ocean of stars that he meticulously checked one parameter after another, exuding an aura that suggested he was born solely for the purpose of analysis and computation. Once the large data model was constructed, he could, in an extremely short time, calculate numerous potential developments and find solutions. Since the advent of the Ocean of Stars array, the operations of the Jojo Kingdom had relied heavily on its immense computational power and high intelligence, significantly simplifying administrative processes, enhancing efficiency, and minimizing errors caused by human factors. The Ocean of Stars array was undoubtedly one of the most powerful cornerstones of the Jojo Kingdom's vigorous development, a true instrument of great power. From the information at hand, it was certain that the Jiulu Kingdom was about to initiate a significant operation, having already reached the stage of implementation that a faint yet aggressive aura of danger emanated from Xing Qianli. The Council's directive was clear. The current focus of work was to eliminate hidden threats and ascertain their plans. The National Security Bureau would also cooperate with their actions. The Jojo Kingdom had always been a gentle sleeping dragon. Once disturbed, one must be ready to face its wrath. After a brief discussion, Xing Qianli rubbed his temples. "Starry sky, you truly are our lucky star, casually providing such a great gift. Ever since the last time the starry sky provided information about that poaching gang. After apprehending the culprits, they had not prioritized the case significantly. However, while investigating the mysterious employer, they uncovered the shadow of the Jiulu Kingdom lurking behind the source of the commissions. Following the trail led them to unexpected revelations. The deeper they dug, the more shocking the discoveries became. Initially tracing back the commissions to their funding sources revealed a company with ties to the Jiulu Kingdom, without alarming the subjects. They further traced it back to several influential enterprises. Most of these companies appeared quite clean, making it difficult to discern any irregularities unless involved in this incident. As the investigation deepened, they discovered that some key figures within these companies had subtly manipulated important events over the course of several years or even decades. Upon reaching this point, it was no surprise that the council was alarmed. After receiving orders to spare no expense and utilize any means necessary to thoroughly investigate the matter within the shortest time possible, the Supervision Bureau of the 9 continents and all related departments sprang into action. The sudden assault launched by the Jiulu Kingdom was so intense that the Jojo Kingdom was momentarily caught off guard. However, such a sudden strike did not come without a price. Many aspects appeared insufficiently precise, providing the Jojo Kingdom with the opportunity to deliver a heavy blow. Within just a few hours, a storm undetectable to ordinary people began to take shape. Taking this incident as an opportunity, the vast intelligence network of the Jojo Kingdom, under the coordinated command of the Southwest Supervision Bureau, began to operate at high speed, swiftly entering a state of readiness. Particularly, after Luo Fudong and the arriving experts utilized their unique abilities and skills to conduct intensive interrogations of several key individuals, they unearthed crucial information from the depths of these individuals' subconscious, much of which they themselves were unaware. The response from the Jiulu Kingdom was remarkably swift, immediately sacrificing an entire line of hidden agents with a decisive and ruthless manner. Witnessing this familiar style, everyone understood that the ruler pulling the strings in the shadows of the Jiulu Kingdom was likely personally orchestrating the events. Yet, even with the Jiulu Kingdom's correct countermeasures, the situation continued to evolve in unexpected directions. One could even say it was careening wildly. At this point, the Jiulu Kingdom had thoroughly lost control. Even other criminals unrelated to the Jiulu kingdom were implicated and became collateral damage. That long-standing unresolved cases and mysteries were also being pried open one by one. However, Xing Qianli and his team still had not uncovered the ultimate objective behind the Jiulu kingdom's activation of such an extensive network. Even more curiously, despite the severe losses already incurred, convention would dictate that the Jiulu kingdom should retreat into the shadows for a while to avoid scrutiny. Instead, they behaved contrary to expectations, advancing rather than retreating with irrational actions in a brief period. A torrent of conflicting information flooded in. The implication was clear. Since the plan had developed irrevocable flaws, they might as well expose even more vulnerabilities, burying the true weaknesses within them. This was undoubtedly a blatant strategy. Such reckless behavior could only be described as madness. The rapid progression of this incident to such a point was primarily due to the leads provided by the Starry Sky regarding the poaching operation, alongside the collaborative efforts of various departments, and also had an inseparable connection to the reclusive Ning family. It is worth noting that although the Ning family is an ancient lineage with over 2,000 years of heritage, they have always focused solely on their internal affairs, never participating in any power struggles, maintaining a position of great detachment. This time, however, was an exception. Without waiting for the Supervision Bureau to seek assistance, they proactively dispatched members of their family to aid in the investigation, much to the astonishment of those in the know. The intervention of Xingkong and the Ning family became the most significant variable in the plans of the Jiulu kingdom. Chapter 29. How wonderful is a life of tranquility and comfort. Initially, the Jiulu kingdom dispatched ordinary individuals or those who had been bribed as undercover agents, aiming to avoid drawing the attention of the Supervision Bureau and intelligence departments of the Jiuzhou kingdom. This approach cleverly exploited a common psychological blind spot within this extraordinary world. However, once the Supervision Bureau began to take notice of these individuals, they became increasingly vulnerable under the Bureau's formidable tactics. As a multitude of peripheral personnel were apprehended, the core members gradually surfaced. Many hidden figures, who should not have been exposed, were unearthed by the Ning family from the causal threads of others. Xing Qianli glanced at the phantom number in his communication directory that did not exist within any network, hesitating for a moment before choosing not to dial it. With Xingkong's prowess in information warfare, enlisting their assistance would undoubtedly enhance their odds of success. Given the amicable relationship forged through numerous collaborations, the likelihood of persuading Xingkong to intervene was relatively high. However, at the end of the day, Xingkong was not a member of the Supervision Bureau. Overly relying on their strength might not bode well. Moreover, if Xingkong deemed their affairs too troublesome and decided to sever ties, that would be a genuine loss. Reflecting on the past, the various valuable resources acquired by the Jiuzhou kingdom from Xingkong, along with the many collaborations over the years, underscored Xingkong's irreplaceable position within the Jiuzhou kingdom. Xing Qianli possessed a sufficiently elevated perspective and foresight, understanding clearly how to secure the greatest long-term benefits for Jiuzhou. He would never engage in the folly of shearing the sheep to the point of baldness at this moment, and Houning, merely a few streets away from Xing Qianli, remained oblivious to the fact that his report had instigated a tempestuous operation by the Jiuzhou kingdom against the Jiulu kingdom, but he was also unaware of the intricate mental drama that Xing Qianli had conjured due to Xingkong. He was wholly focused on contributing to his primary vocation, which he succinctly referred to as writing. The rhythmic tapping of keys, reminiscent of percussion, resonated within the modest workspace, akin to a lively melody. Immersed in his writing, he had failed to notice that the pale, golden orb of the sun had gradually sunk below the horizon. The soft glow of his light brain illuminated his face, bestowing upon him an ethereal aura that echoed the celestial quality perceived by Yi Tiankong that in contemporary times, light brains had become increasingly compact while their functionalities expanded. Physical keyboards were rarely encountered except in unique circumstances. Yet, when it came to novel writing, and Houning still cherished the tactile sensation of his fingers dancing upon a physical keyboard, that allowed him to retain that nostalgic feeling from university days, spent collaboratively crafting scripts with a companion who was similarly accustomed to pen and keyboard. Thus, aside from when he ventured outside, the vast majority of his writings emerged from this customized light brain before him. According to some private discussions among users of various novel platforms, this peculiar quirk might be a shared trait among many talented individuals. Regardless of others' opinions, as long as he felt comfortable with his methods, that was sufficient for him. That as the final period fell upon the screen, and Howning gently pushed off with his feet, causing his chair to slide back silently, and he stretched luxuriously. Sensing that its master had exited the writing mode, the intelligent assistant, affectionately named Guogua, enhanced the light sources in the room in accordance with Hauning's habitual preferences. The ceiling and walls radiated a gentle illumination. Other smart devices in the home began their preordained functions. After reviewing the beginning of his new work once more, Howning felt a surge of satisfaction, mentally awarding himself a resounding compliment. He was the quintessential author, perpetually confident in his creations. Of course, in realms unrelated to writing, he was equally generous in acknowledging his own merits. Over the years, he would occasionally vanish for a time under the guise of Shinko. This was precisely why he had never developed the habit of writing and uploading concurrently. Only upon completing a work would he submit the entire piece to the automated update module, thereafter relinquishing any further involvement. As for whether this somewhat exaggerated method of stockpiling drafts could lead to isolation or hinder revisions, Howning was utterly unconcerned. That he understood well that no matter how a novel was crafted, there would always be those who adored it and others who did not. The challenge of pleasing everyone was an eternal reality, rather than losing himself amid a cacophony of disparate opinions. He preferred to articulate his true thoughts through his writing. After all, he had no illusions about garnering universal acclaim for his works. Nevertheless, based on current outcomes, his unwavering dedication to continuous updates had proven to be a prudent choice. Truthfully, it was not merely due to his inflated sense of self-worth. Over the past few years, he had closed his tipping channels and refrained from participating in any ranking activities, instead opting for a steady rhythm of daily updates through the system. Yet, the incessant request for updates had never ceased. One could easily envision that if he were to abruptly halt updates due to entering a relic upon his return, Yi Tiankong's inbox might very well be overwhelmed. It was conceivable that the pseudonym Shinkong might even be unmasked by the formidable and enigmatic readers that he had previously experienced the boundless potential of his readers, and fortunately, he had managed to handle the situation promptly. Since the advent of the internet, the combative spirit of online users had remained an unsolved enigma of the world. Of course, this seemingly obsessive writing method could only be classified as his personal secret. Known solely to him and Yi Tiankong, Tio maintained a semblance of normalcy. During his leisure time, he would engage in interactions with his fans in the comment sections and reader groups. Once he had saved his manuscript, he vacated his comfortable chair and, as was customary, headed to the bathroom for a refreshing shower to awaken his senses. Clad in loose and comfortable loungewear, his feet adorned with slippers, he wiped his damp hair with a towel draped around his neck as he proceeded towards the living room. As he passed the bar, he casually picked up a cup of freshly heated beverage. After taking a sip, he reclined comfortably onto the sofa in the living room, feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of existence. Many formidable experts, due to their own realms, inevitably exuded varying degrees of powerful aura, even inadvertently. Yet in this moment, Howning appeared no different from an ordinary person, showing no signs of distinction, that he seemed languid and casual. But upon closer inspection, one would notice that the hot drink in his cup remained perfectly still, undisturbed throughout. Like a languorous feline, he half closed his eyes, sprawled upon the sofa, relishing the gentle vibrations of the massage. At this moment, his predominant sentiment was, "Such a tranquil and comfortable life is truly wonderful." Chapter 30. Be a joyful slacker. Howning had always understood that the essence of happiness in life lies not in how much one possesses, but in the extent to which one can savor life. The harmony of needs, desires, and capabilities is essential for a comfortable and joyful existence. The apartment, spanning a mere 100 square meters, was just the right size for a single individual, neither too large nor too small. However, the interior decor and furnishings were meticulously selected to be specific. Everything that could be automated was indeed automated, while the few items that could not were of the most comfortable and convenient designs. He had always been a refined pragmatist. Guoba activates stargazing mode. Understood, master. A crisp, youthful voice echoed in the living room. As the command was executed, the wall opposite the sofa and the adjacent ceiling gradually transitioned from opaque to transparent, revealing the outside world, which eagerly flooded into his view. Gazing upward, he beheld a moonless night, the expansive sky adorned with a multitude of twinkling stars. thanks to the extensive use of light-absorbing materials in urban development and advancements in lighting technology. Light pollution had long ceased to be an issue. Regardless of whether one resided in a bustling city, the right to appreciate the night sky was now accessible to all. That it was difficult to pinpoint when the vast expanse of stars began to exert an inexplicable allure over him. Perhaps his alias, Shinkong, bore a connection to this fascination. From a young age, he had been aware that, due to the limitations of light speed, the night sky viewed from Earth was merely a projection from eons past. Given the opportunity, he genuinely wished to experience the grandeur of the universe and the vastness of time and space in the most direct manner possible. That Houning maneuvered the movable sofa to the window, disregarding the fleeting flying vehicles in the distance, and gazed down at the street scene from the prime vantage point of the top floor. It was currently the evening rush hour, and thanks to advanced traffic management systems, traffic congestion had become a relic of the past. The bustling streets were teeming with pedestrians, and on one side of the road, a vendor piloting a modified flying vehicle navigated cautiously, evading the patrols of city management robots, silently narrating the struggles of life. Behind him on the sidewalk, several students clad in uniforms chased each other playfully, exuding youthful exuberance. Then on the opposite sidewalk, a chubby little boy held his parents' hands, occasionally leaping into the air, swinging joyfully, while his parents looked on with adoration. Further ahead, an elderly couple, having walked hand in hand through much of life, tenderly clasped each other's hands like young lovers, strolling amidst the enchanting nightscape. One savors the tranquil passage of time. The simple lives of countless individuals coalesce into a splendid tapestry known as a flourishing era. This, indeed, embodies the beauty that his family is determined to safeguard at all costs. And Houning's gaze, imbued with a gentle smile, reveals his preference for the ordinary warmth of life over the endless conflicts among the extraordinary. Pray tell, is there anything more delightful in this world than leisurely watching the clouds drift by, savoring the myriad flavors of life, and living blissfully as a carefree spirit? If there is, it must surely be accompanied by exquisite cuisine. As Houning indulges in his reverie, Guogua's voice chimes in once more, "Master, you have a new email." Having become a mere puddle of relaxation, Houning can hardly muster the energy to check his messages. "Just read it to me." "Certainly, Master. Dear Mr. Joyful Leisurely Spirit, from date to date, we cordially invite all esteemed authors on our platform to a writing seminar at XX Hot Springs Resort. Let creativity spark inspiration, allowing intriguing souls to connect, and together, let us craft one beautiful world after another with words. During the seminar, all expenses will be covered by our platform, though we sincerely look forward to your participation. Master, it is signed by the Xixing Reading Group. Houning pondered, recalling that Yi Tiankong had indeed mentioned this event a few days prior. However, having finally found a moment of respite, why would he want to mingle with unfamiliar faces for mere pleasantries? Please decline on my behalf. I have no time for that, and order some takeout. As per usual. Understood. Master, Houning yawned. Feeling rather bored, he casually opened a social application and entered his book club group. During his leisure time, lurking and observing the conversations of fellow book enthusiasts provided him with a delightful means of relaxation. Upon entering the group, he was met with the familiar fervor of discussion. The Strong Rabbit. "Hey everyone, have you heard? The story of Xinyu is being adapted into a movie, directed by the renowned Pang Qingyun. He always insists on using real actors. I'm so excited. I wonder who will play Seabass, the wind among the trees. Hiss, dear lady, your focus seems a bit misplaced. There are so many well-written characters. And yet you only have eyes for that wicked deity. That fellow's tongue is definitely not sanitized. The old monk has attained enlightenment. I, too, am quite fond of Seabass. His sharp tongue is on an entirely different level from the petty remarks we encounter in daily life. It's a cosmic-grade wit, not slimming down to 100 gene. Indeed, he is the man who made the supreme deity succumb to despair for an entire era. Unmatched, truly unmatched. The Strong Rabbit. I don't care. I just like Seabass, grinning emoji. Human immortal. The world building in Xinyu is too grand. Even with a competent production team, they might struggle to fully unfold the entire universe. The struggles of humanity under the reign of those ancient gods, along with the reflections on human nature, cannot be adequately portrayed by mere amateurs. The wind among the trees. If they can't showcase it, then they can't. While I consider myself a loyal fan of the original work, Since a movie is being made, joining in the excitement isn't a bad idea. Oh, I have the latest insider news. It seems director Pang wants Xinyu to play the male lead. TSK, TSK. What a great name has been ruined by a fiery pig. What? I must be hearing things. Xinyu, a novelist, can act? I bet half a braised egg that this is just a gimmick from the film company. The strong rabbit. Not necessarily. Haven't you seen Shinyu's photos? That looks could make one think he is a digital avatar, drooling emoji, that in howling, expressionless, logged off that he had always believed in his mental fortitude and thick skin. However, being praised in such a manner made him feel somewhat uneasy, and he silently mused, "It seems I need to further hone this thick skin." Ding-dong, the doorbell rang. Through a virtual projection. Displayed the footage from the entrance. There stood a delivery person downstairs. "Hello, your takeout has arrived." After receiving an Howning's nod, Guo opened the door. Chapter 31. I'll order a couple more dishes in the early spring of Nandu. The night breeze carried a slight chill. Though not particularly averse to the cold, Guanxing instinctively tightened the collar of his work uniform. Upon seeing the door open, he resolved to complete this delivery before heading home for a rest. Exiting the elevator, he approached the door. Repeating the all-too-familiar process, he rang the doorbell and announced, "Your takeout has arrived. The door is unlocked. Please come in." A clear and warm voice resonated, akin to a refreshing spring in summer or the gentle warmth of sunlight in winter, imparting an indescribable sense of comfort. Guanxing paused slightly, feeling as though he had heard this voice somewhere before, remembering how the security guard had granted him entry upon announcing the customer's door number. He realized that this household must frequently order takeout. He was certain he had never delivered here before, yet he wondered if they had crossed paths in the past. Standing at the door, Guanxing activated the dustproof energy shield on his shoes and pushed the door open. The voice echoed from the kitchen once more. "Please place it on the coffee table in the living room." "Thank you." Following instructions, Guanxing set the takeout down, almost reflexively turning to say, "Please, don't forget to give a 5-star review." But he found himself momentarily frozen as he beheld the figure emerging from the kitchen with utensils in hand. He could no longer conceal his astonishment, exclaiming, "And Howning," suddenly called by name, and Howning was momentarily taken aback. He scrutinized the delivery person before him, feeling a sense of familiarity that in the next instant. His formidable mental acuity recalled the identity of the individual. "Guanxing? What brings you here?" Although Guanxing and Howning were not friends, they shared a connection, surprised to meet again after so many years. And Howning couldn't help but feel a tinge of astonishment. Observing Guanxing's somewhat excited demeanor, and Howning smiled and said, "Long time no see. At this hour. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Come join me." Evidently, his social anxiety had selectively chosen to subside. Guanxing, not one to be shy, readily accepted since he had no other plans for the evening. Howning picked up the oversized takeout box and headed to the dining room, extracting the dishes and placing them on the table. After glancing at the food Wu had ordered, enough to satisfy 4 or 5 grown men, he considered his own appetite and estimated Guanxing's as well. To ensure neither of them went hungry, and Howning decisively activated the microwave warming cover on the table. "Please take a seat. I'll go add a couple more dishes." With that, he turned and walked back to the kitchen, leaving Guanxing momentarily perplexed. What did he just say? Adding a couple more dishes? Is someone else coming? Would it be inappropriate to dine alone? While pondering, Guanxing heard the rhythmic chopping sounds emanating from the kitchen, causing him to wonder, is that the sound of chopping vegetables reminiscent of a historical drama? Doesn't he have an all-in-one cooking machine or a robotic chef? Though filled with questions as a guest, he felt compelled to offer assistance to Howning. "Is there anything I can help with? Just let me know." He rolled up his sleeves and headed toward the kitchen, uncertain if any other guests would arrive. He still wished to engage in conversation with the person who had once altered the course of his life. "Sure, could you chop the vegetables while I heat the oil?" "Oh, and are you comfortable using a kitchen knife?" Guanxing nodded in a daze, accepting the knife from Howning, its sharpness rivaling that of a battle blade. Upon entering the kitchen, he felt a strange sense of temporal dislocation, unlike the modern technology of the living room. The kitchen's arrangement exuded a unique, eclectic charm. Beneath the latest air purifier lay a custom-made antique stove, while above it rested a frying pan devoid of any timers or temperature controls. On the adjacent counter, a set of high-density composite alloy knives sat beside a pure wooden cutting board, harmonizing with the fully automatic multifunctional washing machine nearby. Such peculiar combinations were abundant in this kitchen. Strangely enough, this eclectic style felt completely natural, as if everything belonged together. A.N. Houning casually handed him a regular apron with an oil-resistant coating and turned toward the stove. Activate the air purifier. As he spoke, and Houning bent down to open a cupboard, retrieving several neatly cut wooden pieces. Methodically, he stacked them in a pyramid shape within the stove, activating its automatic ignition system. Guanqing watched in awe, and Houning, "How is your kitchen so?" He paused, struggling to find the right words, ultimately managing to utter, "So distinctive." Realizing the significance of his words, Guanqing curiously inquired, "You must have put in considerable effort to have such a customized kitchen setup." "Right." Focused on gauging the oil temperature in the iron pan, and Houning replied without looking up, "I didn't do much myself, that I merely voiced my requirements, and my family arranged for it." After a brief pause, he added, "I tend to be quite lazy and rarely cook, but when I do, I want to ensure it meets my satisfaction." That he meticulously adjusted the heat. Nowadays, numerous culinary machines can execute each step of a dish with remarkable precision. Yet, when it comes to certain subtleties, ultimately, it still relies on the cook's intuition and experience. The essence of a dish is derived from the cook's handling of these details, which cannot be replaced by machinery. Sometimes, an absolute perfection in precision can, in itself, be a form of imperfection, as a seasoned gourmet. And Houning not only delights in food, but also possesses a profound appreciation for in his eyes. Achieving culinary excellence comes close to a philosophical pursuit. His culinary skills, honed through immense mental fortitude and control, stand unmatched across his home planet. One would be hard-pressed to find a peer in the culinary arts. Accustomed to mastery, even in the minutiae of cooking, he relishes the opportunity to personally manifest his will. Listening to this profound discourse, Guanqing found himself enshrouded in a fog of confusion, uncertain whether he truly comprehended the essence of it all. However, this did not hinder his admiration. Moments later, having prepared the ingredients, Guanqing stared wide-eyed at Houning's fluid, rhythmic movements, repeatedly questioning in his mind, "Is this truly cooking?" If an ordinary person were to witness Houning's graceful actions, they might simply find it visually pleasing. Yet for Guanqing, whose obsession with martial arts nearly cost him his entire life, he perceived a myriad of martial techniques, some swift, others gentle, each subtly infused with a certain philosophical rhythm. Chapter 32. Can you guess my secret to success? Unbeknownst to Guanqing, limited by his own perspective, he had yet to fully grasp the intricacies of Houning's culinary prowess. Nonetheless, even without understanding the deeper truths, he had already gleaned significant insights that in that moment. Guanqing felt the long-standing bottleneck in his martial path begin to loosen. He was immersed in a world of martial arts, oblivious to the passage of time. Suddenly, a gentle aroma wafted through the air, intertwining and pervading, reaching his heart and rousing him from his reverie. That on the tray in Houning's hands lay several plates of home-cooked dishes, beckoning him back to the dining area. Gradually regaining his composure, Guanqing followed Houning to the dining room, almost instinctively asking, "Aren't we waiting for the other guests?" As the words left his mouth, both men simultaneously recognized the confusion reflected in each other's eyes. Upon realization, it felt as though an invisible crow had cawed past their heads. After this brief interlude, as soon as they sat down, Guanqing eagerly posed the question that had been gnawing at him. "And Houning, what level have you reached now?" His excitement was palpable, evident in the way his nostrils flared. "That I was at level 6 before, but I haven't had a formal assessment recently, so I can't say for sure." According to the standards of their home planet, a 20-something at level 6 is considered an extraordinary talent, though as long as one does not breach the threshold of natural disasters, they usually attract little attention. Standing by the multifunction beverage cabinet, Houning raised a bottle of red wine, recently retrieved for guests, and inquired, "What do you think? Care for a glass?" Unobtrusively, he shifted the topic. Guanqing smiled and waved his hand. "No, after what happened back then, I now have some reservations about anything that might induce an altered state of consciousness." Seeing Guanqing decline, Houning, who typically abstained from alcohol, casually returned the bottle to its place. He then fetched a large jar of freshly squeezed juice from the lower refrigeration area. Thanks to the auspices of the culinary arts, he had never lacked for the essentials of daily life. He effortlessly took 2 glasses and returned to the table, filling both for himself and Guanqing before pulling out a chair to sit down. Eat while it's hot, don't be shy. Taste my culinary skills. With that, he took a slice of freshly cooked meat, relishing every bite. The well-balanced meat, upon entering his mouth, released a symphony of flavors that danced on his palate. The rich fats combined with a satisfying texture quietly transported him into an unparalleled realm of culinary delight. As Hounding savored the morsel, he indulged in a moment of self-admiration. Hounding was always like this. His outward humility was merely a manifestation of his indifference, while the confidence within him formed the core of his character. This confidence was both a product of his formidable abilities and an intrinsic trait that was shaped by the powerful skills and astonishing talents he had cultivated over the past 2 decades. Yet, it was also independent of these, for even should he encounter a more formidable adversary one day, his mindset as a strong individual would remain unchanged. Without this awareness, he would have no aspirations of venturing into the cosmos. To reside comfortably on their home planet, away from potential setbacks, seemed the most prudent course. Noticing Hounding's enjoyment, Guanqing felt a surge of anticipation and took a bite himself. The moment the dish touched his tongue, he fell into silence, observing this, and Hounding raised an eyebrow. Is it not to your taste? Guanqing swallowed his food, casting a scrutinizing gaze at Hounding. I was merely contemplating, aside from you personally giving birth to a child. What could you possibly be incapable of doing? Before Hounding could respond, Guanqing continued, somewhat wistfully. When I first met you, I merely perceived your exceptional martial talent. Later, I learned you had become the hottest, best-selling author. Now, you can even cook. You truly leave no opportunities for ordinary folk. Though he feigned complaint, his heart was genuinely pleased. Ever since Hounding had saved him several years ago by defeating him, Guanqing had harbored an inexplicable admiration for this younger individual. Hounding grinned. It is simply a rare gift. I too am quite troubled by it. Not long ago, I was even considering practicing my resilience. And with my formidable initiative, I have already made progress. But he accepted Guanqing's disdain with ease. But enough about me. How have you been these past few years? Are you still pursuing the martial arts? Guanqing sipped his juice. Letting go is simply not an option. I could never abandon it in this lifetime. However, my disposition may appear less rigid to outsiders now that he seemed like someone who had graduated from the harsh schooling of society. Once the conversation began, it flowed freely. You know, after losing to you, free from the mental strain of that ghostly figure, I turned myself in, due to my cooperative attitude and reaching an understanding with several victims. I was released not long after. However, having a criminal record effectively ended my previous career. To be honest, I felt quite lost at that time. With my martial talent, reaching level 5 seemed to be my limit. At most, I could only aspire to level 6, while the threshold of natural disasters remained unattainable. Though with such capabilities, securing a decent job was not overly difficult. At that moment, I was truly unwilling to forsake the martial arts. He spoke, nostalgia evident in his eyes. Hounding listened quietly. After taking another bite, Guanqing continued. Eventually, through a friend's introduction, I began working as a sparring partner at a private club. The schedule was 1 day on, 1 day off, and the income was decent. However, training with those affluent individuals who approached it as mere recreation meant that the ability to hold back was far more crucial than actual combat skills. Just as the club's staff code required, a caregiver's priority has always surpassed that of a sparring partner. Guanqing's lips curled downward slightly, a self-deprecating smile breaking through. The restraint I exhibit now has been cultivated through this experience. Presently, I have managed to carve out a name for myself within the community. Can you guess my secret to success? Well, it's simple. Among the few who surpass me in skill, none can match my ability to hold back. And those who can hold back truly cannot match my fighting prowess. Although he spoke lightly, Hounding discerned an underlying bitterness and helplessness in his words. Guanqing tugged at the collar of his work uniform. At that time, part of the compensation had yet to be finalized. Alongside my sparring work, I took on several odd jobs. Delivering food was once my most stable gig and remains my only retained part-time job. I find I am quite suited to such tasks that require little interaction with others. However, I am uncertain how much longer I can continue. Chapter 33. Achieving Life, What is the matter? Are you encountering any difficulties? Hounding inquired with genuine concern. Should he be able to assist, he was more than willing to lend a hand. Not exactly trouble, but a new round of unmanned food delivery services may soon be implemented. Remember how, a century ago, a portion of the logistics industry attempted to employ robots for food delivery? At that time, however, the technology of artificial intelligence was relatively underdeveloped, and customer experiences were far from satisfactory, leading to the swift collapse of that wave of innovation in logistics. Yet in recent years, the rapid advancement of artificial intelligence means that most tasks humans can perform, AI can also accomplish, often with greater efficiency. Aside from extraordinary individuals and innovative talents who remain irreplaceable, various industries are gradually transitioning towards automation. Consequently, the thoughts of various industry giants have been rekindled, much like the narrative in your book. The cycle of civilization, the only difference being that we have not yet reached the point of a robotic uprising. However, with our community of extraordinary individuals present, even if machines did attempt rebellion, it wouldn't be so easily realized that I digress. It's not fully underway yet, so perhaps it's best left unmentioned. Listening to Guanxing, and Howning keenly felt the truth that the development of the times does not pause for personal desires. Those groups and industries unable to keep pace with the rapid advancement of the times are destined for elimination. This truth is undeniably harsh, yet it remains an immutable fact. The conversation between the two meandered aimlessly across the dining table. Today, Guanxing was particularly loquacious, and Howning listened with keen interest, that in stark contrast to Howning's polarized lifestyle. Guanxing had spent recent years grappling with the vicissitudes of society, encountering numerous people and events that Howning had yet to experience. As Howning absorbed Guanxing's narratives, he gradually touched upon a world that, while imperfect, was far richer and more nuanced in this realm. The absolutes of good and evil were not so prevalent. Instead, one encountered simple acts of giving or minor calculations. There were no life and death crises that sent shivers down the spine, but rather a series of unexpected delights or unchangeable frustrations that they dined and conversed. Time slipped away unnoticed. Suddenly, Guanxing recalled something and inquired with a serious tone. "By the way, did you ever find that ghost mask? That thing is quite malevolent." His voice bore a hint of trepidation mixed with relief. And Howning felt the pendant close to him and replied, "After the battle, I searched the scene for that mask, but I did not find it at the time. However, you need not worry. In recent years, there have been no reports of the combat maniac in the news, which is sufficient proof that no one else has fallen under the mask's control." With that, Howning subtly shifted the topic. A few years prior, when he first entered university, he had demonstrated considerable skill during an act of bravery, which not only earned him 2 steadfast friends, but also an invitation from Guanxing to a duel. At that time, Guanxing was a somewhat renowned professional fighter within the martial arts circle. During a competition abroad, he fortuitously acquired a peculiar crimson ghost mask. Initially, he paid little heed to it, but later discovered that donning the mask significantly amplified his overall combat prowess. Moreover, the mask possessed a unique ability. It not only concealed his face, but also obscured others' impressions of his physique. Realizing the mask's remarkable properties, he treasured it dearly that he speculated that this mask could be a relic accessible only to elite extraordinary beings, or perhaps a piece of advanced equipment lost in a covert research project. Regardless of the mask's origins, he knew he was not worthy of possessing it. Yet, even understanding that the mask could lead to trouble, he could not resist the allure of becoming stronger, even if that strength did not originate solely from within himself. After deciding to keep the mask, his desire to explore various martial arts gradually took root and blossomed over time, that he began to wear the mask and challenge various masters, relishing each encounter with formidable opponents. Slowly, his dependence on the mask deepened, and his ability to control his actions weakened, all while he remained blissfully unaware that it was as if a devil resided within that mask, luring him with its formidable power, gradually eroding his rationality. Before meeting Howning, he had inadvertently injured several individuals in his reckless pursuits that time. He felt no sense of wrongdoing, had he not encountered Howning and continued his challenges. Even with the mask's interference, it would have only been a matter of time before the Supervision Bureau apprehended him. That it was only after being defeated by Howning and losing the mask that he gradually regained his senses. Realizing how absurd his actions had been during that period they spoke, the table was nearly cleared of dishes. Guanxing silently marveled at Howning's appetite and offered a heartfelt prayer of thanks after the meal. And Howning, observing Guanxing post-prayer, inquired with curiosity, "Do you still practice your faith?" And Howning did not know Guanxing well and held no contempt for any religious beliefs. He simply felt that Guanxing's past fierce demeanor seemed incongruous with that of a devout follower. Guanxing replied matter-of-factly, "I used to be skeptical, but after encountering that ghost mask, I realized that sometimes it's wise to believe in something that at the very least, it fosters a sense of reverence." Doesn't it? Reverence. And Howning pondered those words carefully. Possessing formidable strength can indeed lead one to lose respect for many things, gradually becoming lost in reckless abandon. This is the very root of destruction for many who consider themselves powerful. And Howning never lacked respect. However, his reverence was not directed towards deities or similar formidable entities, but rather towards certain principles he upheld within himself. His path has always been one of audacity without recklessness, spontaneity without carelessness, and he possesses his own set of criteria for evaluating all matters. While Howning maintained a calm smile, he could not help but reflect on the significant psychological impact that the single-soldier armor had left on Guanxing. That ghost mask, which evoked dread in Guanxing, was indeed the prior form of the single-soldier armor. After defeating Guanxing that year, he had failed to find the mask at the scene. It was only when that person entrusted him with the single-soldier armor before leaving that he learned the backstory of the incident. The reason the single-soldier armor had influenced Guanxing's rationality was primarily due to the fact that it was never designed for use by the fragile inhabitants of their home planet. The electromagnetic microwaves emitted by the armor could easily have a subtle yet profound effect on delicate human brains. A.N. Howning was now able to use it without concern because it had been meticulously modified for him. However, there remained one aspect of the single-soldier armor that still perplexed Howning. When in Guanxing's possession, its primary function was to enhance combat power. Yet upon his usage, although it included many functions that Guanxing had not unlocked, the original enhancement feature had mysteriously vanished. Indeed, it had simply disappeared, leaving no unlocking option to be found at TOB Fair, disregarding the fact that the current attack power of the single-soldier armor was 0. It was undeniably a top-tier relic. Although he felt a tinge of regret at the absence of the combat enhancement module, one of Howning's greatest virtues was his contentment, that he would strive for what he could attain and never fretted over what was beyond his reach. After all, dwelling on the unattainable only leads to unnecessary strain. He firmly believed that life cannot always go as one wishes, nor can it be entirely devoid of satisfaction, that it is best to let things unfold naturally. And there is no need to waste energy in opposition to oneself. The phrase de Sheng perhaps encapsulates his worldview and philosophy most accurately. This attitude towards life is one of his steadfast principles. Moreover, even without the combat enhancement, there were very few extraordinary beings on their home planet capable of contending with him. After bidding farewell to Guanxing, Howning played a game for a while to dissipate the remnants of the meal and then immersed himself once more in the endeavor of writing. Chapter 34. Immediately locate this number with a resounding boom. A shockwave radiated outward. In a villa district on the outskirts of Nandu City, the security measures of one villa were violently breached. A squad of armed police clad in standard combat gear stormed into the villa, only to find it completely deserted. In the distant woods, a refined-looking man observed this scene through the surveillance provided by his smart glasses. A flicker of fear and reluctance glimmered in his eyes, but he was acutely aware that everything he had painstakingly built over the years had vanished with the exposure of his identity. That was close. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and the fear gnawed at him, causing his nose to pale slightly. With no lingering thoughts of luck, he removed his glasses and crushed them in his grip, tossing the pieces far down the mountain to eliminate any risk of being tracked. Should I promptly notify Mr. Puppet that we have been exposed? As this thought crossed his mind, a flicker of hesitation and struggle crossed his gaze. But ultimately, he plunged deeper into the woods. A Hongji, codenamed Worker Bee, had been undercover in the Kyushu Nation for nearly a decade. During his time in hiding, he had continuously relayed numerous commercial intelligence reports from Kyushu to the Julu Nation. With the covert support of Julu, he had naturally become a significantly influential young entrepreneur in the region. To be honest, the peaceful life of recent years had allowed him to fully adapt to his current identity. Many times, he would unconsciously forget his true self, if only for a brief moment. But now, all of that had turned to dust with his exposure. This moment, his personal safety was no longer his primary concern. even if it meant killing to achieve righteousness. He was determined to relay the news to Mr. Puppet as quickly as possible that he harbored no ill will towards the Kyushu nation. But at the end of the day, his roots had never strayed from that quaint town in Julu, adorned with snow-blue flowers. That Mr. Puppet was his direct superior and also the head of the intelligence network for Julu in the southeastern region of Kyushu. In his heart, he believed that anyone could fall, but Mr. Puppet must not. Should Mr. Puppet also falter, their decades-long efforts in southeastern Kyushu would be in vain. That be by all logical accounts. He should not have known Mr. Puppet's true identity, nor could he contact him directly. However, as an experienced infiltrator, nearly 10 years of missions had allowed him to form some conjectures about Mr. Puppet's identity, especially since they both operated within the same commercial circle. Moreover, that individual had left an indelible impression on him during his student days. Bound by organizational discipline and the realities at hand, there exists no allowance for him to seek verification, nor is it deemed necessary. The chill of the night in the mountains penetrates through his collar and cuffs, freezing him to the bone. The clouds above grow increasingly dense, obscuring the heavens. With a soft patter, the first raindrop falls, and the deluge follows instantaneously. Thunder rumbles ominously, echoing through the valley, resembling the tolling of a death knell. In the midst of his frantic flight, Mahongji stumbles over an unseen obstruction, slipping and tumbling into a puddle. His already drenched attire, now further marred by mud, renders him all the more disheveled. For reasons unknown, the specialized training and years of accumulated experience seem to have abandoned him. His mind teeters on the brink of losing its capacity for rational thought. Ignoring the mire and pain clinging to him, he rises and resumes his reckless dash through the downpour. This moment, the regulations of the organization fade from his memory. Only a singular thought remains. The survival of the entire intelligence network of the Southeast District hinges upon that one individual. For both personal and professional reasons, Mr. Puppet must not come to harm. Anyone else may fall victim. Anyone else may become a pawn, but Mr. Puppet must absolutely be safeguarded. Driven by this conviction, his running steadies into a more resolute pace. With his scarred hands, he parts the underbrush ahead and arrives at a clearing in the woods. Before him stands a dilapidated cabin, abandoned for who knows how many years, left by a hunter. With a resounding crash, he flings open the door, which shatters into splinters under the impact that a wood shaving scatter. A small spider, weaving its web in the dim recesses, abandons its incomplete work and scurries away into the shadows. He rushes inside the cabin, uprooting a rotting makeshift bed, stirring up a cloud of dust. Blinded by the haze, he coughs violently. This moment, he disregards everything else, seizing a dusty ceramic jar from the ground, smashing its seal with a slap, and tremblingly extracts the latest model of a miniature light brain. This device was a precaution he had prepared for scenarios just like today. The account within this light brain is intricately encrypted through various means, proving remarkably effective in evading tracking and locating. His eyes bloodshot, he cannot ascertain whether the individual he suspects is indeed Mr. Puppet. Yet, faced with the current situation, he has no choice but to gamble. After a brief moment of hesitation, he sends a coded warning to that number. Immediately, he commands the location of the number and seeks all pertinent information regarding its owner. In the interrogation room, Luo Fudong, previously in a meditative state, suddenly opens his eyes. Swiftly, he scribbles down the information he gleaned from Mahongji's dream. The atmosphere in the room is electrified, and the gathered individuals spring into action with newfound purpose. Rewinding to a few days prior, through calculations by the vast sea, the Super Administration Bureau obtained the first batch of suspect names, swiftly executing a lightning-fast apprehension. Whether there were issues or not, they would return for further investigation, and the truth would surely surface. Through interrogations of the first batch of captured individuals, they quickly acquired information on many key figures, with Mahongji being among them. However, during the attempt to capture Mahongji, they completely lost track of him at the villa where he resided. To conserve time and avoid inciting public panic, the Super Administration Bureau refrained from extensive searches. Instead, they sought the assistance of experts from the Ning family to swiftly pinpoint Mahongji's hiding place. In the early hours of today, they apprehended Mahongji, who had been in hiding for several days. To obtain accurate intelligence as swiftly as possible, Luo Fudong personally intervened, utilizing his unique abilities to tap into the target's subconscious, constructing a modified dream world. Elements such as the cabin and the miniature light brain were fabricated by Luo Fudo. Throughout the process, a series of psychological guidance and suggestions stemmed from his expertise, the by amplifying the target's inner unease. He elicited the deepest instinctual protective urges. Despite Luo Fudong's lackluster combat prowess, he is undeniably a formidable quasi-saint level power. In circumstances where precise control is not required, he could even induce an entire city to collectively dream. Chapter 35. The balance of work and rest. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm clock rings punctually. The warm morning sun streams through the window into the bedroom, casting a golden glow on a bed that conforms to the curves of his body, and Hounding awakens, stretching his limbs comfortably like a newborn. In his clear eyes, there is no trace of the confusion that typically accompanies waking. Instead, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance dances within. For in Hounding, apart from formal cultivation, he often maintains a state of latent practice in his daily life. Every minute movement of his body serves as an exercise in control, enhancing his mastery over himself. Frequently, he substitutes meditation for sleep, replenishing his mental energy. Thanks to this method of cultivation, his mental rest proves to be far more efficient than that of the majority. This method, both exceptionally efficient and challenging, has been his routine for over a decade, with hardly any deviation. This is also the primary reason for his seemingly languid demeanor. Minimizing movement wherever possible, he believes in the importance of balancing work and rest. Whether this reasoning holds merit or not, he remains steadfast in his conviction. However, such a method of cultivation is nearly impossible to replicate on his home planet, as it demands high standards for both mental and physical capacity. An average cultivator dedicating about 10 hours of their day to training would be considered exceptionally diligent. In contrast, and Hounding's cumulative training time is incalculable. Yet he has never regarded diligence as pertinent to his persona. He has long integrated this method of cultivation into his daily existence, as instinctively as breathing. The subtlety that others cannot perceive. He has always been an undiscovered zealot of cultivation. In this world, background, talent, and opportunity serve merely as auxiliaries to elevate one's starting point. Only through relentless self-advancement, step by step, can one hope to ascend to the pinnacle. In Hounding is acutely aware that his accomplishments at such a young age are largely attributable to the considerable advantages afforded by his family. His starting point could be described as the endpoint for many who would strive their entire lives without reaching it. Nevertheless, this privilege does not grant him the luxury of complacency. The inconceivable technologies unearthed from relics starkly illustrate the chasm between his home planet and the advanced civilizations of the universe. Calling it a mere disparity would be an understatement. Unwilling to settle for the triumphs he enjoys on his home planet, he feels he lacks the right to slacken his efforts. However, diligence does not equate to missing out on the beauty and enjoyment along the journey. He strives to transform every step of life into the most exquisite conclusion and the most promising beginning. Dressed in comfortable sleepwear and with tousled hair, and Hounding begins his morning routine with the assistance of Guogua's lazy mode. Reflecting on the revisions he made the previous night, he gains a clearer understanding of the formidable barrier he faces in his creative endeavors. As he brushes his teeth, he mentally reviews his artistic journey over the past few years. Indeed, due to his constant experimentation with new themes, he has penned various types of stories. Yet the protagonists, or rather, the primary perspectives, of these tales invariably revolve around those larger-than-life figures. After all, the human nature to admire the strong is an unchanging truth. And he cannot exempt himself from this tendency. Hounding believes that this mindset cannot simply be defined by superficial terms such as shallow or foolish. He has encountered ordinary individuals yearning to become extraordinary and relish vibrant lives, as well as extraordinary beings who long to shed their armor and retreat from conflict. His dual existence serves, to some extent, to satisfy these two divergent desires. It is precisely this realization of the limitations of his past creations that compels him to abandon conventional thought patterns this time and conceive a human civilization devoid of extraordinary powers. Exploring how it might gradually evolve and ultimately venture into the cosmos, he resolves to adopt an entirely new perspective for this upcoming work. Yet within the existing outline, numerous details still require meticulous refinement. Nevertheless, he possesses confidence in progressively perfecting it throughout the creative process. This new piece, in addition to depicting formidable figures, will also devote ample space to portraying the joys and frustrations of ordinary people. His conversation with Guanxing the previous night undoubtedly provided him with invaluable inspiration. After completing his morning routine and feeling the pangs of hunger, he decides to nourish himself before anything else. As the saying goes, when it comes to priorities, eating comes first. At that moment, the light brain communicator's ringtone suddenly reverberates from the bedroom. Disinclined to return to the room, and Howning switches to his personal armor to answer. Simultaneously, he changes his attire from sleepwear to casual clothing within the mental interface. Advanced technology allows for such convenience. "Hello, may I speak with R.A.N. Howning?" A voice rich with magnetism accompanies a projection that appears directly in Howning's mind through the incredible technology of the personal armor. "Hello, may I ask who you are?" And Howning scrutinizes the somewhat familiar figure. The man, appearing to be around 40, exudes a vitality that rivals that of youth. His demeanor is imbued with stability and competence. In his eyes, a blend of rationality and curiosity shine brightly. With an elegant smile, the man replies, "Greetings, I am Pang Qingyun. I am currently overseeing the film adaptation of your great work." Mr. And a natural confidence emanated from his words. And Howning suddenly realized why he felt an odd familiarity with the other party. This individual was a prominent figure in the international entertainment industry, someone often seen in the news. Although he possessed an extraordinary memory, there was no necessity for him to immediately recognize a familiar face unless absolutely required. Such an endeavor would be mentally taxing and starkly opposed to his energy-conserving lifestyle. "Director Pang, it is a pleasure to meet you." It was then that he recalled what Yi Tiankong had mentioned to him earlier. He resolved that if the other party was indeed here to invite him to perform, he would outright decline. He had never harbored any intentions of venturing into the entertainment realm. Through the projection, as he observed in Howning's appearance and demeanor, Pang Qingyun grew increasingly satisfied with his choice for the lead role. However, having previously learned of Howning's stance on the matter, he chose not to revisit the past. That an avid angler in his leisure time, Pang was never short on patience. When confronted with a worthwhile target, he would never act recklessly or rush to cast his line. That in order to better showcase the essence of this work, I would like to schedule a time for a detailed discussion with Mr. And would that be convenient for you? And Howning contemplated for a moment. After all, he had been cooped up at home for nearly 20 days, so stepping out for a change of scenery would be beneficial. A brief outing would also allow him to feel more justified in returning to his solitude afterward. With this in mind, he readily agreed to the request for a meeting. "Very well, we await your esteemed presence." Mr. Dunn in Chapter 36. Relentlessly seeking self-inflicted challenges as evening descended, the somber night gradually enveloped the sky. The sun still lingered at the horizon, while a rosy crescent moon hung high among the clouds. With various types of luminescent plants illuminating the roadsides, a gentle array of colors draped the pavement in a dreamlike tapestry. Vehicles and pedestrians bustled about, shedding the pressures of the day as they returned home. Weary from their labors, along the roadside, hazy lights emanated from the windows of residential buildings. A myriad of homes brightly illuminating this early spring night that in the square at the entrance of the community. Several elderly men with graying hair had forsaken the comforts of the community's entertainment room that on this not-so-warm early spring evening, they gathered around a wooden chessboard, illuminated by the glow of the fluorescent trees. Engrossed in their game, they exchanged laughter and friendly banter over strategic advice and miscalculations. Not far from the main road, graceful fluorescent trees cast a warm orange glow that a tall figure leisurely leaned against a tree trunk. Exuding an air of relaxation that rivaled that of the elderly M.E.N. Howning donned the latest model of a sensory interactive gaming headset, engrossed in a game called Divine Dragon. Due to certain game mechanics, this martial arts expert often found himself unable to defeat even the most minor foes within the game. To this day, he could not comprehend the intentions of Yang Letian, the game's designer. In crafting such an experience, what kind of malicious whimsy compelled the inclusion of such inhumane gameplay elements? Surely, it seemed he bore a grudge against players. Otherwise, why would skill activation require the utterance of such cringeworthy names? Accompanied by embarrassing pre-release gestures, it was utterly mortifying. More accurately, one might say it was mortifying to the extreme. Although these skills inflicted laughable damage akin to a mere rubdown at lower levels, their names were grandiose, either apocalyptic or self-aggrandizing. with few being remotely reasonable. Consequently, during in-game battles, he preferred to perish rather than utter the skill activation incantations or perform the preposterous gestures that he could only rely on his exceptional combat instincts to survive in the game. Relentlessly seeking self-inflicted challenges, he found it absurd that such a cringe-inducing game had dominated the bestseller charts since its inception, firmly establishing itself as a titan in the gaming realm. Yet, despite his critiques, he was acutely aware of the advantages that Divine Dragon possessed. Thanks to its superior algorithms, it stood unrivaled in the realm of open-world gameplay. Unlike the past era of video games, modern gaming experiences, enhanced by wearable technology, offered a far more immersive experience. Most importantly, with the support of large-scale photonic or small quantum computers, NPCs within the gaming world now possess distinct personalities that in such a gaming realm. Players' every unique choice could spawn multiple narrative pathways that if playing on a multiplayer server, the actions of different players could create a butterfly effect that intertwined their experiences. For instance, a player excitedly discovering a treasure map might find, upon arrival, that the secret location had been transformed into a resort by others. Or one might embark on an elaborate quest to hunt monsters, only to discover that those very monsters had already been tamed as mounts by other players. Scenarios like these were commonplace in modern gaming, mirroring the unpredictability of real life, where players could never anticipate whether they would encounter surprises or shocks next. However, due to computational limitations, these variables could not be entirely elusive. With diligent research, various strategies could still be unearthed. Unlike the conventional interactive games mentioned above, Yang Letian was the first visionary on his home planet to incorporate quantum theory into game development. The gameplay of Divine Dragon was ingeniously designed as a black box filled with uncertainty. Without player intervention, the unfolding of events remained in a nebulous state of superposition. Only when players acted did these overlapping possibilities collapse into a definitive outcome. Solidifying a clear past, present, and future, A.N. Houning still vividly recalled how, during their university days, his dorm mate Chu Qinshu dedicated immense patience and perseverance to assist Yang Letian in mastering the foundational theories of quantum mechanics. Their efforts proved to be well worth it. Some players jokingly remarked that the only difference between playing Divine Dragon and time travel was that one could always return to their home planet, while the other likely could not. That a significant highlight of this game lay in its remarkable freedom of gameplay. Although the narrative encouraged players to save the world amid an apocalyptic backdrop, it was by no means the only path available. In this realm, aside from the requirements of main quests, every other experience within the game was unique and non-replicable. Perhaps the most emblematic example was a player who, through sheer determination, propelled the sword and sorcery world of Divine Dragon into the Steam Age. Many players enjoyed farming, engaging in commerce, and experiencing diverse lives. Others preferred to grind monsters, level up, and indulge in various side quests as joyful adventurers. Of course, there were also those like Houning, who reveled in being overwhelmed by monsters. Some even treated the entire game as a social platform, concocting various antics. The fact that many lamented the ability to marry in-game, but not to have children, was telling. Each player could embark on a journey akin to real life, fraught with uncertainty about what lay ahead. It has been noted that in this game, one could never predict whether tomorrow or an unexpected event would arrive first. And Houning once experienced an unfortunate accident in-game, leading to the demise of Yang Letian, who still believed it was intentional. One could say that even players logging into the same server on the same day would not encounter identical narratives, as everything was randomly generated, rendering it the only game online devoid of guides. This gameplay style elicited a love-hate relationship among many players. They cherished the opportunity to experience vibrant lives, but resented the impossibility of fully replicating each chance encounter. In contrast, very few players pursued the main quest. It was not due to the main quest's lack of enjoyment, but rather its unreasonable difficulty. Despite Divine Dragon being sufficiently impressive, it fell short of Yang Letian's ultimate vision. During their university days, and Houning often listened to his grand aspirations of constructing a real-world simulation through data. Chapter 37. What fortunate luck I have today. Moments later, within the game, he was once again obliterated by a swarm of water balloon monsters. Entering the familiar resurrection phase, A.N. Houning felt speechless as he silently spent another round of in-game currency to boost his health and defense. S for attack power. It held little value for someone like him. who stubbornly refrained from activating skills. While he understood that spending money could not alter fate, he thought, who cares? As long as I'm enjoying myself. Part of his awareness lingered in the real world. Sensing a flying car in the distance gradually decelerating as it descended, An Howning exited the game and removed the sensory headset. Pressing the storage button atop the helmet, it magically folded into a metal cube the size of a child's fist. Concealing it in his pocket, he stored it away among his miscellaneous belongings. After all, even if it was a pseudo-space device created by his fellow countrymen, it would still attract more attention than driving a top-tier flying car in the eyes of ordinary people. He settled into the prearranged flying car, adjusting himself into a relatively comfortable position in the not-so-luxurious seat that An Howning casually rolled down the window to promote air circulation, despite the air purification system being activated within the vehicle. He still preferred the sensation of air flowing naturally. His flying car had recently been sent for maintenance by Yi Tiankong, and this occasion was merely a casual meeting for a meal. It hardly warranted another trip from Yi Tiankong. More importantly, he did not wish for Yi Tiankong to know that he was meeting Pang Qingyun. The thought of that fellow instantly transforming into a lobbyist for the other party made him feel it unnecessary to test his own good-natured disposition. Wouldn't it be better to let his ears enjoy a bit of tranquility? After announcing his destination, he was ready to close his eyes and rest. Suddenly, a voice filled with surprise emerged from the driver's seat in front. "Oh, young man, are you that happy Xinyu?" A rather earnest-looking middle-aged driver was turning his upper body, gazing intently at him. The excitement on his face made the furrows on his forehead more pronounced. The intensity of his gaze almost led An Howning to ponder whether this man possessed some sort of laser-eyed superpower. Although he could be considered somewhat of a celebrity, his fame primarily stemmed from his writings. It was, after all, his first experience being directly recognized on the street. Caught off guard by this unexpected inquiry, An Howning found himself momentarily at a loss. Meanwhile, the inexperienced driver interpreted his silence as tacit approval, which only heightened his enthusiasm. As he rummaged through the storage compartment, he exclaimed, "I can't believe it's really you! Hey, I'm so lucky today. Could you give me an autograph? I remember it was right here." "Ah." Found it. While asking for permission, he eagerly handed over a copy of one of An Howning's earlier works along with a pen. The simplicity in the details was strikingly unrefined. "Our whole family adores your work." "What was it again?" "Oh yes, we were hooked. It was our daughter who led us down this path." "How wonderful." He took a moment to adjust his breath before adding, "This is the first time I've ever met a living author." His excitement upon seeing An Howning was not akin to the fervor of a fan meeting their idol, but rather stemmed from a genuine appreciation for An Howning's work, coupled with the surprise of encountering the author in person. He cheerfully spoke while deftly engaging the flying vehicle. Although the current fully automated driving technology had matured, the systems remained expensive, and the majority of flying cars still utilized semi-automated driving systems. Were it not for his trust in the vehicle's control system, An Howning would not have felt comfortable allowing the driver to navigate the roads in such a state. The words "I am very happy, I am super excited" seemed almost written on the driver's face. Listening to the driver's rambling, An Howning found himself both amused and bewildered. Witnessing such uncomplicated joy made the corners of his lips curl into a slight smile. In a sense, he was a somewhat contradictory individual that on one hand, his style of conduct had always been a blend of gentleness and indifference, avoiding any responsibilities imposed by the outside world that on the other hand, he cherished the simple, mundane warmth of ordinary life, an atmosphere that brought him immense comfort. However, his upbringing and troublesome personality seldom afforded him the opportunity to engage with the lives of regular people. Even though he had attended schools populated by ordinary individuals throughout his life, he always felt somewhat out of place. Gazing through the car window at the evening sky, where the sun and moon shone in harmony. The city's nightscape at that moment resembled a silent storyteller, quietly narrating the ordinary yet profound joys and sorrows of life. An Howning's response was not particularly enthusiastic, yet it did not dampen the driver's spirited conversation. When someone has something good, they should learn to share it. Wouldn't you agree? So, I brought my buddies from the carpool into the fold as well, that if they knew I was driving you today, they would be utterly envious. Huh? He laughed heartily, then shifted the subject. "By the way, my daughter is an absolute enthusiast in your reader group." "What was her online name again?" Right, it's called Strong Rabbit. I can be so forgetful." "Have you met her?" I have a vague impression. She seems to be quite an open and interesting child, and Howning replied with a gentle smile that he immediately thought of that devoted fan of the mischievous deity. Seabass and his feelings were rather complex. The interaction with people in reality, due to his works, was a remarkably novel experience for Howning. Overall, it felt quite pleasant. Throughout the journey, the driver's chatter never ceased. And typically quiet Howning found him no more bothersome than a gentle hum that he listened attentively, devoid of any annoyance, and occasionally responded. Perhaps it was his nature. Since childhood, Howning had always preferred to position himself as a listener and observer in the face of many people and situations. He witnessed and recorded events through his own eyes and ears, subsequently expressing them through his writing in matters unrelated to him. He rarely took the initiative to interfere. A life of ease was the path he cherished most. Upon reaching their destination, the driver glanced at Howning's departing figure and then at the holographic device on his wrist, where a photo he had requested just before Howning disembarked was stored. The driver, feeling ecstatic, posted a status update. "So thrilled. Can you believe who the handsome guy behind me is? Shinyu. In 3 dimensions." Watching the comments flood in, the driver beamed with joy. "When I get home, I'll have plenty to boast about too, yeah." Looking forward to sharing this excitement with my daughter, he decided to finish up work early and head home. Chapter 38. The Dragon Slayer becomes the evil dragon walking along a bustling pedestrian street filled with a myriad of projections. The facades of various shops displayed 3-dimensional light screens cycling through an array of advertisements, surrounded by the sounds of distant chatter and the mingling scents of diverse foods wafting through the air. Howning observed the relaxed and joyful expressions of passers-by, feeling as though his own mood was being uplifted. His aura seemed to resonate more with the surrounding environment, but he could not help but sigh inwardly. Extraordinary beings and ordinary people reside within the same time and space. Yet they seem to inhabit 2 different worlds, each governed by distinct survival rules. Subconsciously, the subtle sense of superiority he felt as an extraordinary individual began to be gradually replaced by a more harmonious understanding. After rounding a corner, Howning arrived at his destination. Looking up, he beheld an ancient wooden plaque inscribed with 3 robust characters. Pinglan Pavilion. The exterior decor exuded a sense of antiquity, lacking the oppressive feel of modern technology. Yet it did not seem out of place in this contemporary urban landscape. The eaves on the 2nd floor, adorned with lacquered wooden lattice railings, along with the relatively rare lattice doors in this era, imparted an air of elegance. However, to Howning, it appeared slightly contrived. Upon entering the lobby, he was greeted by a waft of ethereal and delicate fragrance that he easily discerned several elements known for their calming and soothing properties. Ascending the rustic staircase to the 2nd floor, he stood by a faux wooden handrail, overlooking the scene in the lobby below. That on the opposite side were various private dining rooms of differing sizes, adorned with several authentic landscape paintings by renowned artists. Though they could not be considered priceless treasures, they nonetheless reflected the establishment's taste and flair. Howning walked towards the designated private room. Noticing the half-open door inscribed with the words "A Leafy Boat," he politely knocked. Pang Qingyun, dressed in a custom casual outfit with subtle patterns, rose to greet him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, both individuals, valuing efficiency, promptly delved into the main topic of their meeting. Moments later, Howning remarked appreciatively, "Director Pang's insights are indeed unique. Your interpretation of the great cause of the races is even more profound than what I had envisioned during my writing process." He took a gentle sip of his tea, savoring the lingering sweetness on his palate. "However, personally, what I most wanted to express at that time were the timeless elements of human nature." He contemplated the most precise words to convey his thoughts. Take the protagonist Gabriel's growth as an example. His relentless pursuit of power was merely to lead humanity in surviving amidst the frigid expanse of the cosmos. He never accepted any established rules, embodying a tenacious rebel. Watching the wisps of steam rise from his teacup, Howning continued, "Yet, upon becoming the new supreme deity, the ruler of this universe, he began to establish rules himself, imposing limitations on other races. Humanity. He is an unprecedented hero, a savior. But from the perspective of various alien races, he is merely a new ruler, indistinguishable from the ancient gods of yore." Listening to Howning's creative rationale, Pang Qingyun chuckled. "This is the essence of the Dragon Slayer ultimately becoming the evil dragon. Perhaps we can delve deeper into this aspect. He instinctively tapped the armrest of his chair since ancient times. Many have pursued equality and justice before becoming beneficiaries of certain rules. Yet once they attain that status, they will do everything in their power to maintain the status quo, ensuring their continued privilege. The genuine thoughts of many people in this world often revolve around hoping others abide by the rules while wishing to be the exception themselves. Their dialogue resembled a collision of ideas, with Pang Qingyun's understanding of extreme abyss deepening, while Howning reflected on his work from a different perspective. After a while, the waiter began to serve the dishes. The primary distinction between this establishment and the vast majority of other restaurants lies in its deliberate minimization of modern technology, which cultivates an atmosphere of tranquil leisure for its patrons. The infrequent presence of live waitstaff, alongside the purely artisanal skills exhibited in the kitchen, serve as highlights of this venue, marking it as a unique feature within the culinary realm. As they relished the exquisite dishes, the two engaged in conversation, their rapport gradually deepening under the consciously vibrant ambience orchestrated by Pang Qingyun. Their discussions concerning the overarching direction and pivotal elements of the film project had nearly reached a consensus. Seizing the moment, Pang Qingyun divulged another purpose behind today's invitation to Howning. Xiaoan, would you be interested in participating in the project? I believe your demeanor is exceptionally suited for the role of Gabriel. Moreover, as the author, your grasp of the character's inner world would undoubtedly be unparalleled. What do you think? Would you consider it? He gazed at Howning with palpable anticipation. The informal address had unconsciously shifted from you to Xiao, while M or An had similarly been simplified at that moment, and Howning was filled with skepticism. Given my perpetually expressionless demeanor, how could he possibly deduce that I am fit to portray a passionate youth like Gabriel? Am I truly so malleable? It's best to leave professional matters to the professionals that I can write novels, but acting? I think not. With that, he placed a prawn crystal dumpling into the small dish before him. In response, Pang Qingyun chuckled playfully. Do you think my invitation to you is merely for the sake of spectacle? How could that be? With my capabilities and influence, I certainly do not require such gimmicks. And Howning shook his head. It's just that I truly cannot comprehend why Director Pang would find me suitable, given that I have never studied acting. Upon hearing Howning voice the question he had long anticipated, Pang Qingyun's eyes subtly brightened. Not having studied does not equate to a lack of talent. With a simple flick of his wrist, he activated his holographic device, projecting an image that was soon accompanied by sound. The golden sun slowly ascended above the horizon, its honeyed light cascading over the ravaged earth. Amidst the ruins, several figures stood silently. Witnessing this scene, Howning grasped the reason Pang Qingyun sought him. Curiously, he inquired, Director Pang, how do you possess this video? Pang Qingyun replied with evident delight. This was filmed by my niece. She is your junior. Back in the day, she proudly showcased this video, boasting about her extraordinarily talented and good-looking seniors. That girl is quite the beauty enthusiast. You two, the leads at that time, left her awestruck. As he recounted this amusing anecdote, Pang Qingyun turned serious. To be frank, from my 2 decades of experience, the performance in that scene is nothing short of sublime. That he looked at Howning with hopeful expectation. Do you still have the contact information for the young lady you performed alongside? I would truly like to sign both of you. As he spoke, he exuded the peculiar anticipation characteristic of a treasure seeker. Chapter 39. The Battle of Ants, meeting Pang Qingyun's eager gaze. Howning gently shook his head. I have not been in touch with her for quite some time. Her situation is somewhat unique, so it might be best for Director Pang to temper his expectations. I see. Well then, art does require a degree of serendipity. It cannot be forced, Pang Qingyun acknowledged. Sensing Howning's reluctance to elaborate further, he took it upon himself to observe Howning a moment longer, believing he was being discreet. Noticing the subtle shift in Pang Qingyun's demeanor, particularly the slight hesitation in his tone regarding fate and the inability to impose, Howning realized the esteemed director had likely misconstrued something, leaving him somewhat bemused. However, he chose not to clarify, as some matters are best cherished privately by those who experience them. Despite this minor interlude, their meeting could still be deemed quite harmonious, particularly for Pang Qingyun, who gained a clearer and more intuitive understanding of how to express and present this work. The only regret he felt was that, by the end of the meal, Howning had still not agreed to participate. Since Howning had made his stance clear, Pang Qingyun did not press further. though he felt a twinge of regret. Declining Pang Qingyun's kind offer to escort him home, the typically lethargic and Howning unusually opted to stroll back to his apartment. The night breeze was as chilling as water, stirring faint ripples in Howning's memories. The video they had just seen was from a stage play he performed with several friends during his university's anniversary celebration. Under the guidance of Qin Tianru, who served as both director and lead, the initially unpolished group had remarkably awakened their artistic souls, culminating in a high-caliber production. It was then that Howning first realized that mastery was not confined solely to combat. There were myriad possibilities waiting to be unearthed. That it was also from that experience of co-writing a script with Qin Tianru that he fell in love with writing, that he still vividly remembers that he owes a novel to a girl who adored reading. Qin Tianru was his classmate and the innovator of the power armor. She was truly a being that could only be defined by her existence, that he still wonders why such a remarkable presence chose to engage with them in the guise of an ordinary girl. And why, in the end, she only revealed her uniqueness to him. Reflecting on those memories, everything experienced during that time felt shrouded in a dreamlike haze. Her arrival and departure were akin to a dream materializing in reality. He cannot forget the moment after Qin Tianru left when he attempted to trace her whereabouts through the threads of causality in the Sea of Origins. The vastness he felt was overwhelming. It felt as if he were not merely peering into the life of an individual, but rather into an endless universe. Had it not been for a gentle force from Qin Tianru that shielded his information node, he would have likely succumbed to a vegetative state, remaining in eternal slumber. Since that encounter, he has been unable to sense Qin Tianru's presence within the Sea of Origins. The causal thread had vanished without a trace. Marking the first time in his life, he truly felt his own insignificance. Qin Tianru's power transcended his comprehension, that if he were compelled to find a word to describe it, the only term Howning could choose would be divine. Perhaps it would be more fitting to refer to her as in truth. And Howning himself could not quite discern what feelings he harbored for Qin Tianru. He relished the sight of her joyful expressions and enjoyed their interactions. Even after she entrusted him with the power armor before leaving, he remained perplexed about his feelings for this girl, who oscillated between warmth and whimsy, and at times exuded an air of cold sanctity. He felt it could not be love, for he had never harbored a desire for possession. Was it friendship or familial affection? That too seemed inadequate. It was an inexplicable sense of affinity and trust. Recognizing the disparity between them, he did not experience feelings of inferiority or disappointment. Instead, it only amplified his curiosity about cosmic civilizations, leading to the emergence of a legend named Starlight on his home planet. Faced with such a mysterious and formidable presence as Starlight, various forces, including those from the 9 provinces, had attempted to court her, with a predictable outcome. Through relics and encounters with Qin Tianru, Howning had long realized how trivial the struggles on his home planet appeared when viewed against the cosmic scale. If humanity is indifferent to the conflicts among ants, how could they know that the strife among the inhabitants of his home planet is not merely a different manifestation of an ant warfare? Gazing up at the blood-red crescent moon, Howning murmured softly, "Where are you now? Are you facing troubles that forced you to depart? If so, what kind of terrifying adversary could it be?" Howning was never one to indulge in dreams. He did not believe that with his current circumstances, he could ever hope to reach the realm occupied by Qin Tianru. Yet, the goal lay ahead, and he remained willing to exert his utmost effort in pursuit and exploration. Regardless of where this journey might lead, he had already set forth on the path. As his thoughts drifted, he found himself in a sparsely populated alley. Suddenly, Howning halted, coming to a stop, almost simultaneously. The surrounding lights extinguished, several concealed presences unmistakably locked onto him. Figures emerged from various hiding spots, encircling Howning and eliminating any possibility of escape. The palpable pressure made it evident that these sudden pursuers viewed themselves as hunters. With Howning as their prey, the intent to capture him was unmistakable. None of the newcomers realized the magnitude of the terror they had encircled. They were oblivious to the fact that they were confronting a top-tier predator within the food chain of the entire home planet. In truth, from the moment they had set their sights on Howning, their fates had ceased to be within their control. From the darkness behind them, one stepped forward and spoke in a low tone, "Mr. And please accompany us that if you wish to avoid injury. Then let us proceed." Howning languidly turned his head to glance at the other party, and without waiting for their words to conclude, he graciously acquiesced to the suggestion put forth. embodying an extraordinary level of amiability that in his youth he had once faced the prospect of abduction, yet due to his inexperience, he failed to fully appreciate that opportunity. Now, as fate once again presented an opportunity before him, how could he not cherish it? Chapter 40. The flame of civilization shall endure. Are we leaving? The newly initiated ninth-tier extraordinary individual appeared visibly taken aback, struggling to comprehend the thought process of the abduction target. But he had previously entertained the notion that Hao Ning might attempt to stall for time or even attempt a forceful escape. Considering the background of the young man, he wouldn't have been surprised if he suddenly produced some peculiar artifact. What he did not anticipate, however, was the target's astoundingly swift agreement. Even more bizarrely, he could faintly perceive a hint of expectation in the tone of the other party. This unorthodox behavior instilled in him a profound sense of unease. Was this young man's mental state truly stable? In that moment, he felt that both they and the individuals behind them had committed a grave error. Yet, this feeling was fleeting, unable to withstand scrutiny without any substantial evidence. While one could not entirely dismiss the possibility that the target was merely bluffing, an inexplicable sense of unease lingered in his heart. It was evident that he was not alone in this sentiment. The other captors also exhibited hesitance in the shadows. Noticing their prolonged inaction, and Hao Ning yawned in impatience. If you're not leaving, I shall return to my slumber. These individuals were excessively sluggish, lacking the self-discipline expected of kidnappers. Encountering a compliant target like him, they should have valued the opportunity, and Hao Ning harbored considerable disdain for their lack of professionalism. Their skills in the art of abduction were clearly amateurish. For extraordinary beings of their caliber, was there truly a difference between turning off the lights or not? He resolved that should these individuals fail to escort him away, he would simply wait until he awoke to investigate their background. In truth, given the strength of his mental prowess, he did not experience fatigue. However, reminiscing about past events today made him desire a moment of relaxation. These people had been lingering around his apartment for over 10 days, but he had been too apathetic to address them. Now that they had made their presence known, it was time to take action. After all, whether he dealt with them sooner or later, the outcome would be no different. And Hao Ning's words plunged the surroundings into an oppressive silence. The lead kidnapper, though filled with suspicion, was still bound to faithfully execute his orders. With Hao Ning's enthusiastic cooperation, he was fitted with a restraining device to suppress his powers and was ushered into an unremarkable black flying vehicle, which swiftly departed the neighborhood. 8,000 miles away, a war shuttle equipped with both optical and electromagnetic cloaking capabilities hovered silently amidst the clouds. Its surface temperature matched that of the surrounding mist, resembling a predator quietly lying in wait in the heavens. Inside the shuttle, a man with deep-set features and a subtly upturned nose stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing out the porthole. The faint crow's feet at the corners of his eyes, coupled with his profound gaze, exuded an aura of mature mystery. "Soul, you've been striking a pose over there for quite a while. Stop overthinking and come play a couple of games with me." A teasing voice called from behind. Soul turned to see Lawrence, broad-shouldered and narrow-hipped, intently arranging chess pieces at the game board's side. Soul chuckled and shook his head. "You really are quite carefree. The cosmos is not to be trifled with." As he spoke, he approached the chessboard. Lawrence, having just finished arranging the pieces, looked up at Soul with a slightly more serious expression. "Though the cosmos may not necessarily come, are you sure we shouldn't consult the Great Prophet regarding this operation?" Soul took a seat opposite the chessboard, and as he did, the shuttle's floor swiftly rose to form a chair beneath him. "You are mistaken. The cosmos will indeed come. Once the Jojo Kingdom uncovers the truth, they will certainly seek his assistance. Having missed the prime opportunity for counteraction, they will have no other choice." He paused, moving a chess piece forward. "The Great Prophet's level of concern regarding that object is well known to us both. At present, the Great Prophet is in seclusion and cannot be disturbed lightly. Missing this opportunity, we cannot predict when the cosmos will grace us with its presence again, that if we wish to catch him again, it will be even more challenging. This time, we have not acted effectively. We must present him with a satisfactory outcome upon his return from seclusion. That I wonder what that object truly is, that the Great Prophet is so troubled by it." Lawrence mused, continuing to diligently strategize on the chessboard. "Speaking of which, do you truly intend to collaborate with those duplicitous individuals? Even without them, we might still manage to contend with the cosmos." That Soul moved a significant piece. His face displayed unabashed disdain. Our collaboration with them extends beyond the cosmos and is not solely confined to this operation. Ultimately, in certain high-end fields, we cannot compete with sovereign nations that we all know that the great prophet's gaze is ever fixed upon the future. Lawrence hesitated momentarily, his tone growing weightier. Are we to rely on their technology to break through the final barrier? Has the great prophet truly resolved to implement that plan? At that moment, Sol ceased his movements, his expression turning somber. Great changes invariably accompany sacrifices. At certain times, only flowers nourished by blood can bloom more beautifully. But that will cost countless lives, and we may find ourselves eternally marked by history's shame. Do we truly possess the right to impose such sacrifices upon so many innocents? A hint of confusion laced Lawrence's voice. With a soft click, Sol placed down the chess piece, his gaze unwaveringly resolute. Lawrence, you are mistaken that it will not only be the innocents who suffer. This includes the Divine Creation Society, you and me, and even the great prophet. The development of that object is merely the beginning, not the conclusion that I end true transformation. No one can remain unscathed. Only through drastic measures can we cure the affliction of selfishness and folly embedded in humanity's very genes, forging a brighter future. Our actions may be condemned in the present, but they will be remembered for eternity, that is, if influenced by Sol's fervor. Lawrence glanced at the faltering chess game, letting out a soft sigh. Indeed, the conflicts on our home planet have been far too numerous throughout history. Our home does not require so many factions. After a moment of silence, he murmured softly, I wonder what will become of the Divine Creation Society once all the dust settles. Has the great prophet foreseen that day? Sol suddenly chuckled. You might be surprised. I did indeed pose that question to the great prophet. Lawrence stared at Sol in astonishment, incredulously asking, did the great prophet actually respond? Aren't many of his visions forbidden from being spoken of in reality? How is this one permissible? I cannot say if that was the great prophet's foresight, but his answer was, as he concluded the decisive move on the chessboard, the great prophet's voice echoed in his mind. Civilization shall ultimately endure, and it shall grow ever more peaceful and powerful. Even when we are long gone, the flame of civilization shall continue to burn brightly. Chapter 41. The phantom number. Dongshan awoke from her stupor, her consciousness gradually returning to reality. Reflecting upon the dream she had just experienced, she realized that the fragment of operational details she possessed had been thoroughly leaked. Her eyelids fluttered slightly before she slowly opened her eyes, once again beholding the interrogation room, which bore a striking resemblance to a psychological counseling office. Analyzing the setup from a professional perspective, it was clear that great care had been taken in its arrangement. Various inconspicuous psychological cues, meticulously placed according to specific patterns, adorned the room, achieving a subtle hypnotic effect. Before her, a number of extraordinary interrogation experts from the Supervision Bureau, including Luo Fu, were gazing at her with unfriendly expressions. At that moment, Dongshan leaned back against the chair, her body relaxed and a smile gracing her lips. Do you have any more questions for me? I shall cooperate to the best of my ability. But do you still have the time? Despite her seemingly carefree demeanor, a tumult of emotions churned within her. The current situation had been anticipated ever since she made the decision to turn against her homeland. Yet, as the day of reckoning for traitors finally approached, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief in her heart. That day had indeed arrived. Perhaps it was the inevitable conclusion. The remaining days should allow her to sleep soundly. Listening to Dongshan's flat narration, Luo Fu felt an intensifying headache, a consequence of overusing his extraordinary abilities. That it felt as though a heavy hammer was relentlessly striking his brain. Yes, they truly had little time left. Although he was loath to admit it, during this confrontation between the two nations, they had successfully dealt a significant blow to their adversary, but had also lost the initiative. The geopolitical rivalry between nations resembled a contest between experts, where victory and defeat often rested on the finest of margins. Through the hypnotized informant known as Mr. Puppet, they learned that a month prior, the Jiolu nation had fully initiated Operation Silent. They had employed various justifications and methods to lure out the direct relatives of the Jiuzhou Kingdom's top extraordinary beings, subsequently capturing them. The entire process was executed with utmost caution and meticulousness, to the extent that the Jiuzhou Kingdom was unable to detect anything amiss for an extended period. With the assistance of advanced virtual digital technology, even the families of the abducted individuals remained oblivious to any abnormalities. In this operation, Dongshan was solely responsible for smuggling the hostages out of the country. Concerning the overall plan, she was entirely unaware of the specific objectives behind the Julia Kingdom's abduction of these individuals. Nor did she have any knowledge of the current whereabouts of the hostages. That Tio put it plainly. She was merely the most significant pawn cast aside by the Julia Kingdom in this endeavor. Within the office of the director, Xing Qianli, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, appeared unusually calm. Coinciding with the imminent opening of the magic crystal ruins, the intentions of the adversary had become glaringly obvious. Han Hai had also provided insight regarding the potential curse associated with the mountain spirit. According to the unique Onmyoji sect of the Julia Kingdom, the blood of the mountain spirit could amplify various techniques. Presently, it seemed that curses were the most likely means to impact the prowess of the masters of the Jujo Kingdom. However, every curse inevitably bore its corresponding backlash. Was it truly feasible to curse so many experts at once? Could it be that those two long-silent old-timers had made a breakthrough at such a critical juncture? If that were indeed the case, then the Jiuliu Kingdom's ambitions were rather excessive. Xing Qianli mused silently. This moment. It was somewhat awkward that even with some speculation regarding the Jiuliu Kingdom's objectives, there remained uncertainty about when, where, and how they would choose to strike. However, given the involvement of so many top-tier powerhouses, the risk of undermining the very foundation of the nation was palpable. Regardless, this crisis must be stifled in its cradle. With numerous stakes already laid on the table, neither side could afford to lose in this confrontation. As the appointed overseer by the Senate for this incident, the pressure on Xing Qianli was immense, considering the common knowledge that the closer the caster was to the cursed individual during the imposition of a curse, the more potent its effects would be. He had adjusted the satellite orbits for a search and dispatched the most elite strike teams to patrol near the entrance of the ruins. Yet, the vastness of the maritime region rendered such searches largely a matter of luck, especially when the technological gap between the two sides was not substantial enough to create an insurmountable barrier. Even if fortune favored them and they were to locate the hostages if rescue came too late, reflecting on the command he had just issued, his gaze became as profound as the pitch-black night sky outside. If he were truly compelled to implement the contingency plan, those enraged family members of the hostages might well tear him apart. Yet for the sake of national interests and the stability of numerous families, he had no alternative. So be it. Let them tear if it came to that. He could always take his own life as an apology later. Xing Qianli's fingers lightly tapped on the desk, and a detailed personal profile materialized in projection before him. Upon gazing at the photograph of an Howning, a glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes, among the kin of numerous extraordinary individuals. It seemed that only an Howning had been taken in such a crude and direct manner. This incident had transpired merely 2 hours prior, marking a notably coarse detail in an otherwise silent operation. It should have been the focal point for breakthrough investigations. Recalling the earlier notification he had sent to that mother about her son going missing and her nonchalant response, along with her words of comfort towards him, he felt a wave of confusion. Was it truly appropriate for a victim's family to speak such words as, "Do not worry, do not feel too much pressure, find it or not, just let it be"? This was a mother, without a doubt. Little Howning was born amidst everyone's presence. Although this boy often went missing, everyone had grown accustomed to it. But this time, it was a kidnapping. Could one be so casual about it? Ultimately, he could only conclude, Mr. Ning's mindset was truly admirable, that in a fleeting thought, he reflected, Brother E and the others were indeed rather carefree. Not even providing a combat robot for the child, leaving him in a completely unsecured state. With their identities, this was hardly the appropriate way to let him roam free, was it? Of course, judging by the outcome. The presence of bodyguards appeared inconsequential after all. Xing Qianli pondered in mild frustration. Thankfully, the child possessed enough rationality not to act impulsively, thus avoiding unnecessary injury. From the intelligence gathered thus far, at least one of the kidnappers was a late-stage expert of natural disasters. Alas, this child, with such favorable conditions, why did he not devote himself to rigorous training? If only he had spent less time typing and been more diligent in his cultivation. He should have possessed the capability to escape. He vividly recalled how much of a prodigy and Howning had been in his youth. The reason for his gradual fading into obscurity Xing Qianli firmly believed, was due to his excessive focus on writing, neglecting his training. He was acutely aware that if anything were to happen to that child, the entire realm of the extraordinary and the financial world would be engulfed in a storm of blood and gore. Contemplating that terrifying future scenario solidified his resolve, prompting him to dial a phantom number that existed outside any communication networks, yet had been preserved in his personal communication directory. Chapter 42. Eagerly serving as a gun for others within the flying vehicle. Several highly skilled kidnappers endeavored to manage their facial expressions, suppressing the urge to express their frustrations and desire to strike someone. What sort of ancestor had they summoned back? Could they not exhibit a modicum of self-awareness as hostages? This thick-skinned behavior was simply excessive. They felt not an ounce of the requisite respect from Enhouning. Observing the slumbering figure of Enhouning, restrained by a suppression device and comfortably leaning against the seat back, they unanimously concluded that someone capable of crafting such peculiar tales must indeed possess a mind quite different from ordinary folk. Having witnessed Enhouning's nonchalant demeanor earlier, they initially suspected he harbored some hidden scheme. They had wasted their emotions worrying for so long. As the flying vehicle glided smoothly through the air, Enhouning gradually awoke, that in terms of mental recovery, this sleep, while slightly inferior to a meditative state, refreshed him nonetheless, that he rubbed his eyes with his hands still bound by the suppression device and wished to stretch, but decided to endure the discomfort a little longer to avoid damaging the device. Naturally and casually, he inquired, "Is there any water? Please pour me a glass. Are we almost there? Where exactly are we now? How much longer until we arrive?" With Enhouning's questions, the previously silent vehicle fell into an even deeper quiet. Eventually, someone handed him a bottle of water, unable to resist rolling their eyes. Are we on such familiar terms? What was this sense of going on an outing all about? Thanks that he took a few sips to moisten his throat. Noticing that no one else was inclined to engage with him, he felt no embarrassment. With no one paying him any mind, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Enhouning decided to be proactive and self-sufficient. With a thought, his combat armor discreetly took control of the vehicle's main control system. Having traveled for so long without reaching our destination, this is rather slow. Let me see. Where are we headed? Goodness, we've taken so many detours. Does circumventing have any significance in this day and age? Have they been watching too many cop and robber films from a century ago? Clearly lacking practical experience, as he languidly voiced his complaints. The combat armor unexpectedly received a communication request from Xing Qianli. He suddenly entertained a rather unconventional notion. What expression would Uncle Xing wear if he found out that the starry sky he was searching for had been kidnapped? The thought of Xing Qianli's potential expression made him chuckle softly. The surrounding kidnappers were startled by this sudden laughter, instantly entering a state of alertness. However, after a moment of tension, no changes occurred. Observing Enhouning seemingly lost in thought, their inner ire only intensified. Had it not been for the desire to avoid complicating matters, they would have relished the opportunity to teach this fellow a lesson. Disregarding the reactions of those around him, Enhouning connected the communication. Since he was communicating with Xing Qianli through the combat armor via thought, there was no need for the kidnappers to step aside. The flying vehicle, traveling at high speed, periodically descended into concealed corners, altering its exterior appearance. Currently, this vehicle bore no resemblance to the one that had picked up Enhouning. The situation is as follows. I have already sent you the profiles of Enhouning and the others. I entrust you with the subsequent matters. After concluding the communication with Xing Qianli, Enhouning glanced at his own file among the multitude of documents in his mind, silently giving a thumbs up to Xing Qianli. Inviting the starry sky to rescue Enhouning was indeed a brilliant idea. Little did he expect that, in the midst of his preparations to fully experience the life of a hostage, the Geolia kingdom would orchestrate such a grand affair as he intended to savor the element of surprise. He had initially refrained from investigating the identities of his captors. Now, with business at hand, he had no choice but to patiently sift through their backgrounds. Utilizing the combat armor, he called up the files of these kidnappers. And as he flipped through them, he couldn't help but let out a chuckle, much to the annoyance of those surrounding him. Ignoring the series of resentful glances directed his way, he eagerly examined the profiles he had unearthed from various channels. All pertaining to the same individual. Espionage truly this trendy nowadays. Perhaps I should incorporate such elements into my works, Enhouning mused thoughtfully as he perused the profiles. The group that had come to kidnap him appeared to be international freelance mercenaries at first glance. However, upon deeper investigation, the leader he had seen earlier was recognized as the head of the shadowy forces linked to international financial tycoon Croft. Further digging revealed that this individual was a high-ranking assassin cultivated by the Giulia kingdom. Faced with such a nested scheme, and Howning could only sigh. These fellows certainly had a flair for the dramatic. As the flying vehicle gradually decelerated, the first stop for the abduction of Howning finally arrived. His journey, filled with an array of idle and extravagant complaints, finally drew to a close. Upon disembarking, he gazed through the inky blackness of the night at a modest temple in the distance, as well as the looming silhouettes of mountains that resembled slumbering behemoths. Internally, he muttered in disdain, "Have they brought me directly into the mountains? Will they cover my fare back?" Meanwhile, in the penthouse office of the Ning Group's headquarters located in the eastern district of Nandu City, Ning Zhuohua casually opened a recently received private email. After a brief perusal, she encountered a threatening letter claiming to have a plan to abduct her only son. Her delicate brows furrowed, her eyes filled with disdain, an expression that conveyed an utter lack of regard. She harbored serious doubts. Had Cross resorted to such desperation after being dealt with for his previous attempt to short-sell the 9 provinces? Otherwise, why would he eagerly act as someone else's pawn? Discarding the email into the trash bin without a hint of concern, she immersed herself in her current work that if there truly existed someone capable of abducting her son, she would indeed relish the opportunity to witness such an audacious act. While she felt no trepidation for Howning's safety, a chill flickered in her beautiful eyes. Even if no genuine threat materialized, anyone daring to harm her son would have to reckon with the full weight of her resources in reparation. In a modest meditation room, Howning lay on a hard wooden bed, a rarity in this era. His arms propped beneath his head, the device that suppressed his abilities lay carelessly cast aside. In the corner, 2 kidnappers charged with close surveillance slumbered soundly, that he had been waiting there for nearly 2 hours, having already conceived several chapters of a new narrative. Initially, he had assumed that once brought here, the next steps would follow swiftly, allowing him to resolve matters with ease. To his surprise, they had abandoned him here, leaving him to languish. Faced with such irresponsibility, he thought, what utter boredom! The current situation starkly contrasted with his expectations of a thrilling kidnapping experience. It was devoid of any ambience. Rising to sit cross-legged on the bed, he rested his chin on one hand. The kingdom of Juryu certainly knows how to play this game. Their database yielded no information related to the so-called silent plan. Such a stringent information blockade. Were they including the cosmos itself as a hypothetical adversary? Howning surmised that he could no longer afford to remain passive, just as he prepared to stretch his limbs. A singular piece of information suddenly intercepted his personal armor. Chapter 43 of a novel would not dare to depict this, that Howning's interest was piqued. A code, observing a chaotic string of symbols in his mind. He wisely abandoned his attempts to decipher it after experimenting with various combinations using his armor. This operation by the kingdom of Juryu had inadvertently encroached upon Howning's area of ignorance. Decoding a code was akin to translating lost scripts. The capacity for computation was crucial, but more importantly, a foundational logic was necessary to initiate calculations. This underscored the significance of a codebook. To illustrate. If someone rigidly defined a square to represent the 9 provinces and a triangle to symbolize the kingdom of Juryu, without any understanding of this foundational logic, even the most powerful computational resources would yield no results. However, one might ask, why exert such effort? The answers lay right under his nose. He could simply inquire, This thought crossed his mind, and Howning's presence had already vanished from the meditation room. In a side hall of the temple, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged on a cushion. Adjusting his state through meditation, he lightly tapped his temple, activating an implanted microdisplay directly connected to his optic nerve, which revealed the prearranged coordinates that prevent the 9 provinces from tracing their steps and jeopardizing the implementation of the silent plan. Every action team, upon capturing a target in various ways, was required to linger at designated locations for a period. Only after confirming that their whereabouts had not been compromised would higher authorities send them the true destination coordinates. Should any action team be exposed, they would be immediately discarded by the organization. Akin to severing a tail to survive, they bore no resentment towards such abandonment. In their minds, national interests superseded all. Their existence was justified solely by their readiness to sacrifice everything for the nation. He was preparing to shift the target when a long, bony hand landed on his shoulder, accompanied by a gentle voice. "I need to ask you something. Don't be alarmed." Known as Scorpion. Tian Wu's pupils constricted in an instant, and he immediately grasped his precarious situation. With a swift flick of his wrist, a metallic handle slipped from his sleeve, and a blue-white plasma flame erupted. Transforming into a dagger, in a flash, he spun around and lunged at the person behind him, simultaneously attempting to rupture the poison pouch clinging to his esophagus. The trained assassin, without a moment's hesitation, recognized that the individual behind him possessed far superior strength, rendering self-destruction the only means to protect national interests. All of this judgment transpired in the blink of an eye. Such responses had become instinctual for individuals like him. Even as a level 9 powerhouse, he never dared to forget the training he had undergone. Goodness, must you be so fierce? And Howning, having altered his attire and slightly adjusted his posture, felt utterly displeased by Tian Wu's lack of deference. The dagger, akin to a scorpion's tail, struck with unmatched speed and ferocity, yet paradoxically, seemed to disturb the air not at all. This concentration of power was far more challenging than creating a show of overwhelming might. His strength at the latter stage of the disaster was fully displayed within this confined space, compelling and Howning to slightly tilt his head to avoid disarraying his hairstyle. As the dagger met empty air, and Howning swiftly slapped Tian Wu's chest. Though lacking in force, the deft maneuver caused the poison pouch intended for self-destruction to be dislodged from Tian Wu's mouth, seeing his suicide attempt thwarted. Tian Wu showed no hesitation in reversing the dagger towards his neck. Witnessing this action, and Howning's forehead broke into a deep frown. What kind of absurd scenario is this? I'm the one being kidnapped. Yet I have to save the kidnapper repeatedly. Where's the logic in that? Complaints aside, and Howning's movements remained swift, he lightly pressed his index finger against Tian Wu's neck, releasing a subtle force that reverberated through his spinal cord. In an instant, Tian Wu lost all control over his body. With a thud, the dagger clattered to the ground, and Tian Wu fell unceremoniously as he tumbled. Tian Wu finally caught a glimpse of the face of his assailant, an expanse of profound starlight. A wave of despair washed over him. The cosmos, he had never anticipated that one day he would encounter such a nightmarish presence. Even in death, hope seemed elusive, and Howning crouched down and poked Tian Wu's face with his finger. "I merely wish to ask you a few questions. Must your reaction be so intense? Do you know the value of cherishing life?" He had always disdained such reckless behavior, which contributed to his consistently poor opinion of the kingdom of Juryu. The manner in which its people conducted themselves and their extreme cultural ethos left much to be desired. Now fully composed, Tian Wu, trained to perfection, recognized the gravity of the situation. So it is the esteemed presence of the cosmos. I have long heard of your name. It is indeed an honor to meet you today. His tone was neither obsequious nor arrogant, yet juxtaposed with his helpless position on the ground, it carried an undeniable comedic undertone. Seeing Tian Wu's defiant demeanor, and Howning sighed in boredom. "Your attitude suggests you have no intention of cooperating." As soon as the words left his mouth, and Howning sensed a dissonance. Did that not evoke a hint of villainy? After all, was he not the victim here? Tian Wu smiled lightly. "To pry open my lips, you will likely need to exert a bit more effort." Typically, individuals of such strength as in Howning possess their own methods of coercion. Even with a mindset geared towards self-destruction, Tian Wu held no absolute confidence in keeping secrets. Now, he merely sought to buy himself some time. Howning dismissed these thoughts, unwilling to squander another moment. A gentle yet ethereal wave of mental energy radiated from him. "Sleep now. You will reveal the answers to me. And do have pleasant dreams," and Howning's soothing yet somewhat surreal voice echoed. Tian Wu had scarcely any time to react before his consciousness plunged into chaos. Moments later, as he slumbered, the intense resentment on his face gradually transformed into a relaxed, blissful smile, his defenses entirely lowered. The strength of one's will can indeed play a decisive role in various circumstances, but when the disparity in power reaches a certain threshold, it becomes utterly irrelevant. For Tian Wu, whose mental prowess was vastly inferior to Howning's, there was no need for Howning to delve into the depths of his memory through the nodes of the Source Sea. hypnotizing him with sheer mental force sufficed to achieve his objectives. Truly, possessing strength allows one to act with impunity. The Xing Bureau, the action team subdued by Hounding, had been completely apprehended. Listening to the report from the holographic screen, Xing Qianli let out a long sigh of relief. At last, we have uncovered a breakthrough. Have you seen him? Xing Qianli inquired with concern. Originally detailing the situation, Zhou Zheng paused, his expression growing somewhat complex. I did not see him. Filled with anticipation, Xing Qianli was momentarily taken aback, instinctively pressing for clarification. Who did you not see? The cosmos or Hounding? Chapter 44. The lethal finger. At the moment when day transitions into night, a spectral figure flits in and out of visibility amidst the mountains and forests. It sweeps over the treetops without disturbing a single leaf, gliding across the pond's surface, leaving no ripples in its wake. The speed at which it moves is so astonishing that it scarcely leaves behind a coherent trace. Yet it does not affect the flora and fauna around it in the slightest. This is the most suitable form of movement for long-distance travel that Hounding has comprehended in the entirety of his home star. Should Hounding resolutely decide to depart, none would possess the certainty to detain him. He is in perfect harmony with his surroundings, expending not an ounce of kinetic energy in his movements. Even the forces of nature can serve as his allies. This is the might of a saint-level powerhouse, derived from an understanding of the natural world, harnessing the very essence of heaven and earth. In this state, he need not worry about the ordinary fabric of his clothing spontaneously igniting from the friction of high-speed movement, nor about the tearing forces that might reduce it to tatters. Without achieving his level of attunement to nature, even martial artists of the same realm would find it nearly impossible to master such a technique. Hounding races forward. His mind wanders. Why can't I comprehend it? The kingdom of Jiulu has always preferred to engage in covert machinations. Why would they now brazenly create such a commotion? What advantage do they gain by provoking the kingdom of Jiuzhou? Kidnapping the blood relatives of those powerful individuals surely cannot be merely a means of intimidation. Among the adept warriors of Jiuzhou, there are those willing to sacrifice their personal ties for the sake of national interest. If they are pushed to their limits, is Jiulu prepared to face the wrath of such individuals? Not to mention, should those warriors resort to brutish methods to resign from their positions in Jiuzhou, forming a coalition to traverse the territory of Jiulu, it would be beyond their capacity to bear. Or is it that they possess some form of leverage, something that ensures these strong men will not pursue them afterward? What guarantees have their forebears from the kingdom of Qiu provided? What confidence does Qiu have to make such bold claims? And Hounding himself remains indifferent to the power struggles among these factions. Yet, he is quite intrigued by the seemingly short-sighted and counterproductive actions of Jiulu. Even having recently been kidnapped, he exhibits no sense of involvement, observing the unfolding drama from an outsider's perspective. This detached viewpoint has been his enduring habit throughout his life. When it comes to the matter of rescuing others, he leaves it to fate that if he can assist, he is willing to lend a hand. If he fails, he bears no psychological burden. Except for those he truly cares about, he never feels any obligation to bear the weight of another's destiny. Present. His rapid journey serves merely to ensure he does not miss the genuine climax of this abduction. Beyond that, he harbors no emotional fluctuations. Hounding has never lacked affection throughout his life. Yet his disposition remains somewhat indifferent. In truth, he does not particularly appreciate his own apathetic nature, but he has never sincerely contemplated a change. It seems this indifference is etched deep within his soul. As he ponders, the azure coastline gradually emerges on the horizon, coming into view. Golden rays of light ascend from the distant sky, awakening the city of Nandu. The East District of Nandu, as the financial nucleus of Jiuzhou and even the northern continent, epitomizes convenience, efficiency, comfort, and environmental sustainability. The cerulean sky reflects in the clear eyes of Ning Zhuohua, as if her gaze encompasses a world of its own. After a night of toil, she withdraws her gaze from the window and refocuses her energy on the vast real-time database before her. With a delicate motion of her hand, she presses the activation key on the virtual screen, initiating the lethal strike. Since you wish to play, let us play earnestly. Cross, I hope you will appreciate this tempo. Over the years, the financial web she has woven across the globe has become impenetrable. Now, it is time to reveal a hint of her brilliance. Her countenance, which seems frozen in time, typically bears a coldness akin to moonlight. Yet at this moment, it rarely displays a trace of the confident smile that a hunter exhibits before the hunt, that if anyone familiar with her were to see this smile, they would undoubtedly know that soon someone would be left with nothing but their coffin-esque worth. Known as the Devourer, she, as a hunter, exhibits no bloodthirstiness, for her methods are always of a subtle and unseen nature. The sound of classical music resonates within the office. As the communication function connects, a familiar, magnetic, yet somewhat cheeky male voice emerges. Hua Hua, you've worked hard. While some individuals indeed deserve a reckoning, we must also remember to take care of ourselves that A.N. Xiaoyi is unaware of the arrangements his wife has made. But based on his understanding of Ning Zhuohua, it is not difficult to deduce the nightmares that await those behind the scenes. Ning Zhuohua rolls her eyes elegantly, having grown accustomed to his way of expressing genuine concern with a hint of levity. Yet, she finds his manner endearing. The rarely proud Ning Queen Zhuohua, dismissing in Xiaoyi's inquiries with a light huff, states directly, "The magic crystal ruins are about to open. Be cautious for this time." Jiu Lu comes with ill intent. The voice on the other end chuckles. I knew it. Only Hua Hua truly cares about me. Only. Ning Zhuohua raises an eyebrow, her eyes twinkling with mischief as she gently inquires. Pray tell, Yi Xiao, whose concern do you still require? Upon hearing her tender question, and Xiaoyi's body shivers imperceptibly, his survival instincts kick in, and he breaks into a cold sweat, thinking, slip of the tongue. Slip of the tongue. With Hua Hua's concern, I seek nothing else in this life. Having uttered this, he hastily shifts the topic. Rest assured, everything is fine. This time, Dad and Uncle Lin will be there. Not to mention Brother Xian and Ahen. Even if Jiu Lu were to unleash their full forces, we would still be playing a straightforward game. This saint-level late-stage powerhouse maintains his usual obedient demeanor before his wife. And Xiaoyi then adopts a more serious tone. You mentioned that Jiu Lu comes with ill intent. Have you discovered something? Ning Zhuohua rises and approaches the floor-to-ceiling window, her gaze lowered as she surveys the bustling metropolis below. No. I ran another simulation yesterday, but I still cannot pierce the truth concealed by that old man from the kingdom of Cho Tuesday. What I can ascertain is that while this scheme is dangerous, it is not unsolvable. That is one of the oldest human factions on his home star. The Ning family has historically excelled in strategic foresight rather than direct confrontation. Ning Zhuohua is, without a doubt, a rare talent in this domain. Appearing once in a millennium, that a trace of confusion and worry flickers across her otherwise serene face. What truly concerns me is still the great calamity predicted by the numerous adept warriors of our family. Had it not been for the excessive toll it took on Dad and several ancestors to decipher this calamity, we would not have found ourselves at the mercy of others in the Sea of Origins. Chapter 45. A collective sick leaves still unable to discern the cause of the great calamity. I find it hard to imagine what such a calamity could entail and how it relates to the impending surge of spiritual energy. On the other end, and Xiaoyi contemplates for a moment, has Dad truly decided to allow the Ning family to fully engage with the world? The response is a simple, yet laden from Ning Zhuohua. This brief sound conveys an overwhelming amount of information. The Ning family seclusion has never meant complete withdrawal from worldly affairs. Otherwise, they would not possess such vast enterprises. Their retreat has merely entailed abstaining from the conflicts among factions, rendering them the most transcendent family on his home star. For over a millennium, they have only intervened in the face of significant crises faced by the kingdom of Jiuzhou. However, the scale of their engagement this time is unprecedented, leaving a heavy weight in one's heart. Through the light screen, and Xiaoyi senses the gravity weighing on Ning Zhuohua's mind. He shifts the conversation. Hua Hua, don't worry too much. We've weathered many crises before. As long as we don't encounter a cataclysmic disaster, we have nothing to fear. Listening to Xiaoyi's words, which bear a semblance to comforting a child, Ning Zhuohua rolls her eyes once more, though her lips subtly curve into a smile. How is Haoning? Any news yet? Reluctant to end the communication with his wife, and Xiaoyi suddenly remembers to inquire about their kidnapped son. Returning to her desk, Ning Zhuohua handles a few simple tasks while replying. No news yet. However, Qianli has already sought assistance from the Starry Sky Alliance. Glancing at the family portrait on her desk, she adds, in my opinion, the child is likely finding this experience quite novel. Once he tires of playing, he will return on his own. On the other end, and Xiaoyi reflects on the mischievous nature of that little rascal and finds that this assessment seems accurate. He cannot help but feel a twinge of embarrassment, silently exclaiming, "A mother knows her child best." Regarding Hauning's abduction, this couple, undoubtedly his biological parents, shows little concern for their son's safety. The reason is simple. The family possesses ample confidence in each other's capabilities. That it is not that they are aware Haoning is the starry sky. Instead, they simply believe that he has never truly faced any danger in any emergency. Due to his background, Haoning has encountered several crises throughout his life. Yet, without exception, he has emerged unscathed, leaving no psychological scars behind. Currently, Haoning's officially recognized strength stands at the 6th tier. However, intuition whispered to them that even formidable adversaries of their caliber might find it no easy feat to contend with their offspring. Hua, why was it that only Howard was taken away in such a crude manner? Surely, the people of Julia Kingdom would not express their regard for us in such a fashion, although this notion seemed rather absurd. It was the only plausible explanation that Xiaoyi could conjure. That as she pondered her husband's inquiry, Ning Zhuohua suddenly recalled something, and a suppressed smirk graced her delicate features. What other reason could there be? If not that your son is simply too lazy. Qianli had traced his recent activities and communication records. Since his return from the last excursion, he had been holed up in his apartment for over 20 days, hardly stepping outside, with his daily needs managed entirely by Xiaoye. During this period, he had been invited through media platforms to be a guest on various programs. After declining, he was then invited to a large book club meeting. Ultimately, he was even solicited to participate in a seminar via a novel platform. Yet he had ignored every single invitation. As a concerned mother, Ning Zhuohua found the situation amusing and for once spoke at length. As the saying goes, things rarely happen more than 3 times. This child's behavior must have driven them to desperation, resorting to such a blunt approach to take him away. One could easily surmise that he had complied without resistance. On the other end, Xiaoyi could vividly imagine the frenzy and helplessness of those tasked with capturing and hounding from Jiliu Kingdom. He felt no pangs of paternal concern. Upon hearing the circumstances surrounding his son's abduction, he was already reveling in amusement that he quipped, "This lad must be entering the world of laziness." After concluding the call, Xiaoyi stood upon the deck of the airship, gazing at the rippling waves of the ocean. The light-hearted smile on his face gradually fading. A storm is brewing again. May the innocent bystanders be spared as much as possible. With that thought, his gaze drifted toward the distant anchorage of other factions. Did those troublesome individuals seem to have arrived late? Taking a collective sick leave. Suddenly, with a crash, a valuable glass lantern, crafted by a master artisan, shattered upon impact, scattering glistening shards. One of the flying fragments reflected a visage intertwined with rage and despair. In the study of the manor, a robust and imposing elder glared at the bloodshot eyes before him, resembling a cornered beast on the verge of erupting. That as he scrutinized the incessantly shifting data on the monitor, Cross could hardly fathom the calamity unfolding within his financial empire. Of a disaster. No, this was no mere catastrophe. That it was a curse from a demon, and that demon's name was Ning Zhuohua. Witnessing the avalanche of misfortune cascading toward him, Cross felt not only anger, but also an overwhelming dread. That it was only at this moment that he truly comprehended the nature of the enemy he had provoked. His assets were evaporating at an alarming rate of 1 per hour. What horrified him further was that this was not an average figure over time. It was a precise, second-by-second assault. He envisioned an invisible scalpel methodically dismembering his commercial empire. Every countermeasure he attempted proved utterly futile, unable even to slightly alter the pace of his losses. All of this turmoil stemmed simply from having crossed a line with an untouchable individual. He had once believed that with the protection of Chota Kingdom and Jilia Kingdom, he was invulnerable, yet the reality was starkly different. Helplessly slumping in his chair, he stared at the data pulsating before him like a death knell, his eyes vacant as he murmured, "Devourer Ning Zhuohua." The Devourer, Cross was born into a moderately affluent family in Pool Kingdom, and his rise to prominence had once been celebrated as legendary within the business community. His ascendance could be distilled down to a simple formula: ruthless disposition, dark heart, formidable ability, and sheer luck. He had challenged adversaries many times larger than himself, and each time, those foes had met a grim fate, consumed to the bone by him. Today's crushing defeat was unprecedented. If no miracle occurred, It would mark the final downfall of his life. With his indomitable spirit, he naturally would not resign himself to surrender easily. However, given his modus operandi over the years, once he lost his financial empire and the power that instilled fear in others, it was all too easy to envision what awaited him in the near future. After sitting in silence for a long while, Cross let out a wry smile, as if aging considerably in that fleeting moment. Chapter 46. Madness on the high seas on the open sea. The pristine waves gently caressed the ship's hull that a luxurious cruise ship, crafted from memory metal, lay anchored above clusters of stunning coral reefs. Through the ship's transparent design, visitors could safely and comfortably admire the ocean's depths. Yet, on this day, not a single soul aboard was inclined to appreciate such beauty that in the face of various conflicts of interest. Humanity often overlooks true magnificence, leaving one to lament. The ship's hardware revealed that it had long since lost its luster, that a state-of-the-art stealth reconnaissance system, developed by Chota Kingdom, equipped the vessel, whether through electromagnetic signals or optical observation. It was nearly impossible to discern from the vast ocean. The sea breeze flowed into the cabin, stirring the curtains while carrying the briny scent of the ocean. As petals fell from the vase by the bedside. Sun Guangji, lying fully clothed on the bed, opened his steadfast and composed eyes. Deep within, a flicker of electric arcs swiftly vanished. Feeling the numbness coursing through his body from his own abilities and the restraints adorning his wrists and ankles, a wave of frustration surged within him. Just a bit more was needed. This set of restraints was far more intricate and complex than those that had previously confined and hounding. Without saint-level strength or a decryption key, escape or destruction was utterly impossible. This left him with a profound sense of impotence. However, these negative emotions were swiftly quashed by his formidable rationality. After all, given the current circumstances, indulging in regret or complaint would only serve to drain his energy and time. A futile endeavor. Sun Guangji, the commander of the Special Operations Team directly under the Southern Military District, was a ninth tier awakened. Just past his 30th birthday, he had already distinguished himself through his formidable prowess and decisive judgment, earning multiple accolades that he was a rising star within the military of Juzhou Kingdom. Though he did not allow himself to become complacent, a tinge of pride and arrogance inevitably took root in his heart. During this vacation, he received a plea for help from an old comrade in arms, prompting him to rush to the rendezvous without a moment's hesitation. Unexpectedly, en route, he was intercepted by a capture team led by two ninth-tier powerhouses, coerced by the lives of innocent civilians, and brought here under duress. In hindsight, that message from his comrade was likely fabricated by this group. With his abilities, had he possessed even a modicum of vigilance, he would not have found himself in such a precarious position. During his self-reflection, he realized that perhaps his life had been too smooth sailing, leading to an overabundance of confidence, allowing him to fall into this rather simplistic trap so easily that he chuckled wryly. "Dad, I suppose I've embarrassed you," that he held deep respect for his father, but was reluctant for others to think of him solely as someone's son. Thus, he had always set exceedingly high standards for himself. Faced with this potentially fatal setback, he felt both disappointment in himself and concern that his father would feel let down. Nevertheless, he resolved not to let his negative emotions impact his subsequent actions. Incidentally, Sun Guangji was among the first captives to arrive at this location. Given his status, he was more likely to obtain first-hand information, and once he became aware and cautious, it would be increasingly difficult to lure him out. Adjusting his mindset, Sun Guangji prepared to attempt again, seeking to bypass the restraints by altering the internal flow of his abilities that a clear, melodious voice, akin to a lark, unexpectedly echoed in his mind. "Brother Sun, have you managed to break free from the restraints?" Hearing Lin Lan's voice, filled with both anticipation and unease, Sun Guangji longed to reassure the young girl but replied candidly, "I am still trying." "How are the others faring?" Upon being asked about the status of the others, Lin Lan's tone noticeably lightened. "Following your instructions, several martial artists and body cultivators, including Sister Shiyuan, can now free themselves from the restraints at will. Currently, the hostages could communicate with one another, all thanks to Lin L. and that IT was due to this young girl, endowed with extraordinary mental prowess yet never having displayed her abilities in public." Sun Guangji listened intently as Lin Lan recounted their current situation. He could not find joy in his companion's newfound freedom. It pained him to tell this innocent girl just how vast the disparity in combat strength was between them and their captors. Nevertheless, Sun Guangji understood that given the child's intelligence, she might have already sensed the truth without his explanation. Yet she continues to feel genuine joy at each increment of hope. Among the multitude captured here, half are ordinary individuals with negligible combat capabilities and non-combatant extraordinary beings. Although these individuals are direct relatives of the formidable figures from the 9 provinces, not everyone possesses the innate talent to become extraordinary. Nor does everyone harbor an interest in becoming a combatant. Furthermore, there are several more vulnerable children and elders among them. Among the barely combat-ready extraordinary beings, aside from oneself and the scant 3/6 tier extraordinary beings, most are at the elite or non-human preliminary stages. Such strength is merely a drop in the ocean when faced with the current predicament that is for the enemies aboard this cruise ship. Investigations revealed that the 2 9th-tier experts who had escorted them are not present on the vessel. Calculating the time, they must have already proceeded to the crystal ruins. Yet, based on the known combat capabilities of the opponents, even disregarding high-tier forces, their mid to low-tier strength vastly outnumbers their own. Additionally, there is a significant number of fully armed elite personnel, along with fixed fire points that cover every angle, even if he were not restrained. Attempting to lead such a multitude to safety would be a task of insurmountable difficulty. The challenge of rescue and protection has always been far more arduous than that of an assault. By discerning the identities of the many hostages aboard the ship, Sun Guangji easily deduced that the objective of the Jiu Lu Kingdom's operation is indeed the crystal ruins. The adversary, unable to ascertain which individuals the 9 provinces would send into the ruins, has evidently adopted an approach of capturing anyone they can, bringing all the powerful kin they can seize onto this cruise ship. Behind each of these hostages, at least one saint-level expert can be linked. At that moment, Lin Lan spoke again. Last night, they brought a little girl named Nan Nan and placed her in my charge. The child has been crying incessantly, seemingly smuggled out secretly by her family. Lin Lan's originally gentle voice now bore a clear note of anger. How depraved must these people be? They do not even spare these preschool children. Reflecting on the relative mentioned in Nanan's words, she felt an indescribable sense of revulsion. Chapter 47. Time is of the essence in the past. Lin Lan had learned about the darker sides of the world through the internet or literature. Yet confronting the ugliness of humanity for the first time brought upon her a series of discomforts. She was shocked by the enemy's brutality and mournful for the innocence of the children. She felt an anger towards such savage acts, as well as confusion regarding the boundaries of humanity. Lin Lan's words rendered Sun Guangji's gaze increasingly frigid. He could easily imagine a child abruptly torn from the warm embrace of their parents, kidnapped by a group of soulless demons into an unfamiliar environment, feeling utterly helpless and terrified. After a moment of silence, he responded in his mind, "If all goes well, give me half a day's time, and I should be able to initially bypass the restraining device, unleashing a combat power equivalent to that of a newly emerged disaster level. However, I suspect they may not grant us such an extended period. You must prepare everyone for the worst-case scenario. Considering the time frame for the opening of the crystal ruins, it is likely within the next couple of days, and the adversary could strike at any moment. The Jiu Lu Kingdom's timing of their attack at the very last moment before the ruins open likely aims to compel the 9 provinces to hastily summon other powerful individuals to replace the existing personnel. Once replacements are made, the 9 provinces would inevitably lose the first opportunity to contend for the crystals, and a moment's delay could result in immeasurable losses. This is an unequivocal conspiracy, in Lin Lan's transmitted voice. There was a tremor she desperately tried to conceal. We have long been prepared for this eventuality. Although we do not know how they intend to utilize us, we will not allow them to succeed. For the sake of our nation and to avoid implicating our families." Lin Lan's voice quivered with fear and reluctance, yet the determination in her tone bore no trace of hesitation or wavering. As she spoke, she conveyed to Sun Guangji the sentiments expressed by everyone during their previous communications, a cacophony of voices echoing in Sun Guangji's mind. What is there to fear? If I lose my head, I will still be a good man after 20 years. Grandfather is old. He has lived happily these years and is such an outstanding grandchild. I am content that if these bandits wish to exploit this old body of mine, they must first consider if they have the capability. Lin's sister, I am so scared, truly terrified that I long to taste the little meatballs made by my mother once more, but I absolutely, unequivocally will not allow these villains to use me to harm my parents. Absolutely not. I plan to enroll in a military academy next year. There is nothing wrong with sacrificing myself for my country ahead of time. IS&T there is saying, the jar will not break far from the well, and great generals are bound to fall on the battlefield. It's only a matter of time. Listening to the fervent and resolute voices of teenagers and centenarians alike being forced to make the choice of sacrificing themselves for righteousness. Sun Guangji felt a heat in his eyes and gently closed them. His heart felt as though it were gripped by a large hand, the overwhelming sense of oppression rendering him breathless. In his years in the military, he had seen many iron-willed warriors unafraid of death, and he himself viewed life and death with indifference. Yet witnessing these civilians, who ought to lead comfortable lives, making such decisions in the face of the enemy, filled him with a profound sense of guilt. Regardless of whether these individuals were extraordinary beings, they were essentially ordinary citizens of the 9 provinces. Those who deserve protection. After a prolonged silence, he reopened his eyes, responding in a calm, yet resolute tone. Let everyone prepare individually. Even if we must brace for the worst, we shall ensure that these scoundrels pay a price. Lin Lan retracted her mental connection, and Sun Guangji, unwilling to waste any time, disregarded the repeated numbness in his body and, in a state of cold calm and madness, attempted to find a method to bypass the restraining device and unleash his abilities, completely unconcerned about the potential harm such frequent attempts might inflict on his body. Captain Xing, the assault team has assembled, and the patrol fleet has reached the target location. Should we depart immediately? Inside the supersonic war shuttle, Xing Qianli's calm demeanor revealed no hint of emotion. The stakes of this gamble had reached a critical juncture. The more pressing the moment, the more it tested the resolve of both sides. Just moments ago, he received the latest intelligence, indicating that the spatial fluctuation peak at the entrance of the crystal ruins had neared the threshold for activation, and the entrance could open at any moment. Regardless of whether the Jiu Lu kingdom intended to employ curses or other means to influence the masters of the 9 provinces, the period before the ruins opened was their final opportunity. In most cases, the inside and outside of the ruins are 2 entirely different realms, making interference exceedingly difficult. Time was running short for both parties, reflecting on the message attached to the coordinates sent from the starry sky. He felt a growing sense of unease that in the past, when the starry sky notified them to proceed, it was mostly for receiving and concluding logistical matters. This led him to form the impression that as long as the starry sky intervened, there was nothing to worry about. This time, however, the starry sky had unusually instructed them to bring more powerful individuals, indicating the severity of the situation. Thus, upon receiving the message, they immediately mobilized all available high-tier combat power. Xing Qianli could scarcely fathom how dire the situation must be for even the starry sky to feel challenged. Set sail. Within the cruise ship's command cabin, a figure resembling a spear stood before the window. With hawk-like eyes, she gazed coldly and indifferently over the expanse of azure waters, seemingly missing not even the slightest ripple. Although her appearance was relatively fair, the cold and deadly aura surrounding her compelled one to unconsciously overlook her looks and gender. The sea roiled, drenching a red-feathered seagull gliding over the surface. Gong Hime's face, which rarely revealed genuine emotions, now bore an uncharacteristic expression of gravity. They were already 10 minutes late from the scheduled time for the Sand Scorpion team. Numerous reasons could account for the delay, but as the highest commander in the final phase of the operation, she must prepare for the worst possible scenario. Throughout, her superiors had placed significant emphasis on enhouning, even going so far as to slightly adjust the original operational plan for this individual. However, in this moment of urgency, pragmatic decisions must be made to ensure the mission's success. Certain costs must be borne, and some interests must be willingly relinquished. That is an excellent commander, knowing when to cut losses often proves more crucial than how to expand victories. That in a state of communication silence, she could no longer consult anyone. Everything on site rested solely on her shoulders. Whether for her family, herself, or her nation, she could not allow any mistakes in this operation. Set sail. With the succinct command issued, the cruise ship slowly began to move, gradually drifting away from the continental shelf into the deep sea. With the aid of anti-detection stealth technology, the surface of the water left no trace of the ship's passage, resembling a ghost vessel. Chapter 48. Can we go home now? Brother, son. They have made their move. Lin Lan's voice echoed once more, fraught with urgency and terror. They intend to take Nan Nan and me to another location. Just recovering from yet another bout of numbness, Sun Guangji immediately replied. Stay calm. Proceed according to plan. From this moment on, cease all mental communication with anyone. Under no circumstances must they discover that you possess extraordinary mental powers. This is key to our victory. After waiting for a while without receiving a response from Lin Lan, the young girl's resolute demeanor greatly impressed Sun Guangji. He understood that the time for the decisive battle had indeed arrived. Yet he had only regained a 6th-tier level of power as the sound of synchronized footsteps approached from outside the cabin. The door was suddenly flung open, revealing a squad of armed personnel clad in fully enclosed battle suits. Led by 2 late-stage extraordinary beings. One of the extraordinary beings, with a rather clumsy command of the Juzhou language, addressed him. Major General Sun, please. Although the words were polite, the aggressive demeanor made it clear that refusal was not an option. Calmly, Sun Guangji stood up and left the cabin in silence. Following the team, as they moved forward, he appeared to keep his gaze straight ahead, yet he subtly observed everything within the cruise ship. The alloy lift doors, laser emitters, and force field interference devices along the way caused his heart to sink further. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the internal modifications and defensive capabilities of this cruise ship were even more formidable than he had initially anticipated. It was no exaggeration to say that it resembled a small maritime fortress. Upon reaching the deck, the briny sea breeze greeted him, accompanied by the sounds of children crying dead on this deck, which was thoroughly covered by numerous points of firepower. Dozens of individuals from various age groups of the Juzhou nation stood at the center on a circular platform. The platform, made entirely of a special material, emitted waves that unsettled him from his current position. He could not see the entire structure, but its ancient aura reminded him of an ancient altar he had once visited at a certain archaeological site. However, the altar from that site was merely a ceremonial object crafted by humans imitating relics from a primitive era, lacking any real function. Observing the circle, he saw a sobbing child, an elderly man with a face full of rage, lost and helpless young boys and girls, and a mother tightly clutching a baby in her arms. Sun Guangji's eyes turned red, veins bulging on the back of his hands, but he quickly composed himself. This moment, he felt little inclination to curse, for only the blood of enemies could quell the fury in his heart. Mommy, I want my mommy. Didn't Uncle say he would take me to the amusement park? This place isn't fun at all. I want to go home. That a little girl clad in an adorable animal costume had tear-streaked cheeks. Her age was too young for her to grasp the gravity of the situation, yet the events of the past 2 days had undeniably instilled a sense of unease within her. The circular platform beneath her feet, adorned with peculiar emerald patterns, seemed to harbor an ominous power. Though she could not articulate what it was, it evoked a profound fear within her. That moment. A gentle hand caressed her head, softly ruffling her hair, as a soothing voice spoke to the frightened child. Little one, don't cry, don't cry. Didn't your sister tell you last night? We're just playing a special game. Once the game is over, you can go home. Brave children will receive mysterious prizes. Lin Lan, on the verge of graduating high school, comforted the child in a tender tone. Despite the fear reflected in her pale face, she managed to offer a warm smile. She was acutely aware that they were likely facing an unavoidable calamity. Though fear gripped her heart, she hoped to alleviate the dread of this unfortunate little one. Providing a modicum of safety amidst the chaos that end the strife of adulthood, children remain the most innocent victims. The little girl, wiping her eyes with tiny hands, sniffled and asked, Really? After the game ends, can I go home? Will I get to see Mommy? Faced with the child's inquiry, Lin Lan forced another smile. She longed to provide an affirmative answer, yet gazing into the child's expectant eyes rendered her voiceless, as if an invisible force choked her throat. She could only silently lift the girl into her arms, gently patting her back at that moment. A young mother beside her, cradling an infant, smiled and winked at the little girl. Sweetheart, there's nothing to be afraid of. Look, little brother isn't scared at all. She adjusted the angle of the sleeping baby in her arms to make it more visible to the little girl that if one overlooked the trembling hands concealed beneath the swaddling cloth and the restraining device on her wrist. She appeared to be merely an ordinary mother participating in a game with her child. Feeling the kindness of those around her, the little girl's fear subsided somewhat, though her small frame still trembled. Among the crowd, a chubby boy dressed in a flamboyant fashion, who had been intently observing the peculiar patterns on the ground, shifted his gaze away from his contemplation after hearing Lin Lan and the others converse. He assessed the anxious faces surrounding him, stepped forward a couple of paces, snapped his fingers, and captured the little girl's attention. "Little sister, don't cry like a little kitten. Come, let me show you my amazing dance moves." Don't blink. The moment of miracles is here. With that, the chubby figure transformed into a whirlwind, launching into an energetic dance of considerable difficulty that he exemplified what it meant to be a nimble, heavy-set dancer. His carefree expression, combined with his enthusiasm, swiftly alleviated the oppressive atmosphere felt by the crowd. However, their commotion attracted the attention of a squad of fully armed combat personnel emerging from the cabin. Marching towards the circular platform that a closer inspection would reveal that all their weapon systems were activated, and the heavy thuds of their battle boots echoed ominously in the hearts of the onlookers. Having analyzed the battlefield data, Sun Guangji's gaze sharpened, and he quickened his pace. Upon reaching the edge of the platform, he exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Lan, who instantly understood, following their previously agreed-upon plan and clearing her throat twice, which invigorated the spirits of those around her. Unnoticed, Xia Yuan passed the child to an elderly woman standing nearby. All the non-combatant captives instinctively moved closer to Lin Lan. The chubby dancer, having paused his performance, continued to move, using various gestures as a cover to subtly touch the emerald runes forming the array beneath his palms, meticulously savoring every detail. Chapter 49. The human beast has been released. Lin Lan set the little girl down, watching as the armored soldiers drew nearer, and took a discreet, deep breath, a look of determination surfacing on her face. Even though her family had always hoped she would steer clear of the dangers and conflicts of the extraordinary world, as a member of the Lin family, how could she possibly remain uninvolved? The stakes of life and death rested on this moment. She had no choice but to go all in. Beneath her delicate exterior lay an unyielding spirit. To defend the homeland and uphold responsibilities, she would never regret stepping into the Juzhou. Her eyes glowed with determination as her mental energy surged to its peak. The tidal wave of accumulated mental energy erupted forth instantaneously. In an instant, it was as if all the enemies on the deck had their minds placed within a resounding bell, swaying back and forth, nearly causing them to collide with one another. The vast majority of ordinary combatants were rendered powerless, with even some severely injured, bleeding from their orifices and collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, the gazes of lower-tier extraordinary beings momentarily lost their focus. Lin Lan's debut mental attack, having been unleashed for the first time since her birth, undoubtedly achieved the anticipated outcome. Yet, at that moment, she herself was pale and collapsed onto the deck, utterly unable to move. The kingdom of Jiulu could never have anticipated that this young girl, who had grown up in the trajectory of an ordinary child, could unleash such formidable power, catching them utterly off guard. Without warning, chaos erupted. With a sharp crack, the restraining device activated on its own. Free from her bindings, Xia Yuan's figure bent low as she leaped into the fray like a leopard, charging into the ranks of the armored squad. With the sound of rushing wind, she reached for the foremost extraordinary being among the squad before they could react, delivering a devastating blow. She hurled him toward an unoccupied space on the platform. Swiftly seizing a laser weapon from a nearby enemy, she spun around, unleashing an invisible high-energy beam that struck the restraining device atop the elderly man's head. The precision of her aim and execution was nothing short of spectacular. With a resounding bang, the crown-like restraining device atop the elderly man's head short-circuited, unleashing a long-anticipated electromagnetic storm that centered around him and instantaneously engulfed the entire cruise ship in the midst of this sudden storm. The elderly man employed unfathomable means to incapacitate most of the electronic devices on the ship, leaving only the communication equipment intact. Attack! Sun Guangji's cold voice, laced with murderous intent, resonated clearly in everyone's ears, igniting the flames of battle within them. The winds roared and the waves surged. The restraining devices were broken. The human beasts were unleashed at a purely strength-oriented extraordinary, being instantaneously radiated a savage aura. Without hesitation, he struck the circular platform beneath him with a powerful fist. However, His strength seemed to vanish into thin air as the mysterious material of the platform showed no sign of tremor. The previously dancing chubby boy, now alarmed, exclaimed, "Brute force 1T work. You need to use runes to defeat runes. Leave this to me." With that, he dropped down onto the platform, immersing himself in his studies once again. Seal off, open fire. Elite forces are indeed elite, and although caught off guard by a sudden upheaval, this rapid response team, comprised of extraordinary individuals and mechanized soldiers, quickly regained their composure after withstanding the initial wave of psychic assaults. The few survivors still capable of combat immediately steadied themselves and began to counterattack. Reinforcements continued to flow into the cabin and deck corridors. This was an unambiguous war of attrition. Darting through the air, tranquilizer darts whistled from the barrels of weapons, tearing through the atmosphere with piercing sounds that a dense barrage of projectiles descended upon the crowd. The reason for not utilizing live ammunition lay in the fact that, prior to the commencement of the ritual, the lives of these hostages still held some value in the eyes of the people of Jiu Lu country. Defense, Sun Guangji issued his orders with calm precision. A slender youth let out a muffled grunt as a distorted force field with a diameter of nearly 10 meters enveloped the ordinary individuals at its center. However, the faint traces of blood seeping from the corners of his mouth indicated that this defense would not endure for long. The potent tranquilizer darts that entered the force field began to veer off course, shattering upon collision with one another, laying waste to the surroundings. Other awakened individuals who had broken through the restraints also employed their abilities, striving to protect those around them. Xia team, the task of contacting the outside world rests upon your shoulders. He spoke. Powerful arcs of electricity shot from Sun Guangji's eyes, transforming into spears of divine retribution, meting out judgment upon all evils within his line of sight. Understood, Xia Yuan responded, already showcasing her formidable strength. With the howling wind at her back, she led several adept body and martial practitioners like a razor-sharp blade, plunging into the ranks of the enemy without hesitation, making a beeline for the cockpit. They understood that only by breaching the cockpit and establishing contact with the outside world could they possibly alert their nation to the impending danger, thereby rendering their sacrifices somewhat meaningful. Even while on maternity leave, Xia Yuan fought fiercely. Whether for her duty as a police officer or for the sake of her newborn son, she was determined to give her all. Like a gentle breeze with fists like cannonballs, the deck beneath her feet buckled and warped under the ferocity of her strikes, only to spring back in a shape time and again. Where she passed, enemies fell like bowling pins, unable to withstand her onslaught. For a moment, there was not a single opponent who could stand against her. In the face of this unexpected offensive, the formation spearheaded by Xia Yuan advanced swiftly, drawing near to the cabin corridor within mere breaths. The scene resembled a hot knife slicing through solidified butter, yet their momentum faltered as they confronted the relentless tide of enemies, quickly becoming mired in a stalemate. As time wore on, the enemy numbers swelled, and among the people of Jiuzhou country, casualties began to mount. Nevertheless, fueled by the resolve that sacrificing one was merely recouping their losses while sacrificing two was a gain, none harbored thoughts of retreat. In the cockpit, Gong Hime observed the chaos on the deck with a detached gaze. In her worldview, upheavals that could be remedied with human lives were never significant issues. Only the outcome mattered to her. From the education she received from a young age, it was a natural order for the strong to utilize and dominate the weak, just as she herself had emerged from her family's ranks due to her own formidable strength. Avoiding becoming a mere pawn in the exchange of familial interests, she cared not for the casualties among the hostages as long as they could be presented alive upon the altar. The extent of losses among the personnel of Jiu Lu country was of no concern to her. Yet when her gaze returned to the altar, her brow furrowed slightly. The situation there instilled in her an unfamiliar sense of unease. Surrounding the circular platform, the extraordinary individuals, including Sun Guangji, desperately utilized their unique abilities to thwart the enemy's advance. While protecting the ordinary people, they were also safeguarding another objective. Mo Xinyan, sprawled across the circular platform, struggled to drag over the extraordinary individual previously thrown by Xia Yuan, who was now on the brink of death, having coughed up blood to the point of exhaustion. Chapter 50. A genius's ingenious idea. Mo Xinyan squinted his eyes, quickly scanning the multitude of approaching enemies encircling them, causing his slightly plump form to shiver involuntarily. Whenever he felt nervous, his loquacious nature would inevitably surface, with his chubby hands smeared in the blood of the injured. He hastily began to draw symbols upon the circular platform S design. "Hey buddy, mind if I borrow a bit of your blood? It's not like you'll need it anymore, right? If you don't object. I'll take that as your consent. After all, if I don't use it, it's just going to waste ISNT it. And honestly, it's not that I'm reluctant to use my own blood. It's just that I'm really afraid of pain. Hope you understand." Worried that the other party might not comprehend the language of Jojo, he even switched to the universal tongue of his home planet. The injured individual glared in disbelief. Shameless. Truly shameless. Is he a devil? This audacious little chubby boy, brazenly sabotaging their most critical arrangements while surrounded by their own forces, had exceeded all expectations of dishonor. Upon hearing the chubby boy's monologue, the extraordinary individual felt compelled to respond, only to cough up more blood in the process. That, oh dear, how embarrassing. Thank you for your support. With that, he smeared more blood across his already stained face. Mo Xinyan's movements quickened, but he inscribed a flurry of chaotic runes, embedding them into the original formation without a care. Each symbol drawn with blood seamlessly integrated into the circular platform, disrupting and modifying its previously engraved patterns. Most of the runes on the platform were beyond his comprehension. However, it mattered not whether he understood them, as long as the original engraver could not decipher them either. He marveled at his own ingenuity for devising such a brilliant plan. His understanding of runes paled in comparison to that of the original engraver, yet destruction proved far easier than creation, and fortuitously, he possessed just a smidge of talent in the art of sabotage. After all, he was the Mosi family prodigy who nearly brought their protective array to ruin in his youth. Reflecting on his past achievements, he felt a faint pang in his rear. Upon first seeing the eerie circular platform, he had deduced that it was a grand spell array mediated by blood and vitality. Even without comprehending the operational principles of the array or its specific effects post-activation, one could surmise that the outcome would inevitably be dire. After identifying the issue, he quickly approached Lin Lan, sharing his suspicions through her abilities with the others. Thus, the offensive led by Xia Yuan became one avenue for breaking the deadlock, while sabotaging the runes on this circular platform represented another. The group had long abandoned any fantasies of survival. Their sole conviction was to exert their utmost efforts to thwart the enemy's plans. With a swish, two flying knives appeared out of thin air within the force field, targeting Mo Xinyan and the youth sustaining the force field, each aiming for their vital points. The overexerted boy, now pale as a ghost, found himself unable to move. The chilling blade energy grazed his forehead, and warm blood began to flow. In the next moment, the knives were poised to plunge into his skull. That a flash of white light erupted, accompanied by the crisp sounds of clashing metal and the sizzling of electricity, driving death itself away. Sun Guangji's eyes were completely enveloped in electric arcs, and two bolts of lightning shot forth. The attacker, with penetrating abilities, caught off guard, was instantaneously pierced through vital points by the unparalleled ferocity of the unleashed electricity. The youth maintaining the force field succumbed to the final straw, collapsing from complete exhaustion. Sun Guangji staggered slightly, as his unfamiliarity with this new avenue of abilities resulted in some backlash. The restraining device he wore was among the world's most elite. Even attempting to forcibly dismantle, it would not yield success in a short span. Currently, he could barely exert the power of a six-tiered. To make matters worse, it seemed the enemy had already taken note of Mo Xinyan's actions. Judging by the recent ambush, the on-site commanders of Jiulu country clearly displayed decisiveness and ruthlessness. Even if it meant sacrificing one or two hostages, they were intent on a swift resolution. As the protection of the force field dissipated, the enemy's next barrage was imminent. Sun Guangji gritted his teeth, preparing for a desperate output, determined to hold on even for a moment longer to that moment. He suddenly felt a tug at the hem of his clothing. Glancing sideways, he saw the previously crying little girl clutching his garment tightly. Upon meeting her gaze, a jolt of inexplicable fear coursed through his heart. The child's face still bore traces of tears, yet her expression was devoid of any semblance of terror. Her once dark eyes had lost all whites, now resembling two abyssal voids that regarded the unfolding scene with eerie calm. In the astonished gazes of those around, A blurred phantom rose behind the little girl at that moment. Everyone on the deck, regardless of ally or foe, felt a primal fear and despair seep into their souls. As if an insidious decay was silently eroding their very essence, as if standing on the edge of an abyss. Every individual on the deck trembled, drawn to the source of this overwhelming dread. Even Gong Hime, far in the cockpit, sensed an indescribable palpitation within her heart. Her previously indifferent demeanor cracked for the first time, according to the intelligence they had received, and even within her own understanding. Such upheaval was deemed impossible. What on earth was happening? Nuan. Lin Lan, slumped on the deck, weakly turned her head to gaze at the little girl who had mysteriously departed from her side. Her pupils gradually constricted, unable to believe the scene before her, that a towering figure, clad in armor and adorned with a billowing cloak, began to solidify before her eyes. Dark purple hair danced eerily in the air, reminiscent of an otherworldly visitor, that on a face obscured in shadow, a pair of pitch-black eyes slowly opened, devoid of whites, exuding an air of regal indifference, an unmistakable demeanor of a sovereign. The game is uninteresting. Nuan wants to go home. As she spoke, Nuan released her grip on Sun Guangji's garment and began to levitate into the air. Sun Guangji, depleted from excessive exertion, found himself paralyzed by this overwhelming presence. His mind failing to conjure the thought of resistance. Even though the threat was mere inches away, Nuan's youthful voice echoed, pure energy, varying in shades, coalesced from the lifeless form that had just succumbed in battle, transforming into a radiant arc and merging into the ethereal shadow behind her. In mere moments, the corpses lay transformed into brittle bones and dust, returning to the void from whence they came. Even the armor and equipment upon those bodies could not escape the fate of being reduced to nothingness. Chapter 51. The youthful and the fearsome Nuan's small hand gently rose and then descended. The shadow behind her mirrored the motion. Yet the atmosphere was starkly different, that a palpable pressure descended, seemingly suppressing all present on the deck indiscriminately. The intense battle was abruptly halted in this surreal and jarring manner. The entire cruise ship felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand. The sounds of metal twisting and breaking echoed throughout the vessel that in a matter of moments, the metal fatigue reached its zenith. Even the memory metal's restorative capabilities could no longer mend the damage, that if the situation persisted, the ship would surely be destroyed, sinking into the depths without delay. Sun Guangji, not known for his physical resilience, struggled to kneel upon the deck, that he raised his gaze to the clearly distressed Nuan, anxiety gnawing at his heart. With much of his power sealed away, he found himself unable to resist the intangible pressure. Despite his ninth-tier status, though he was unaware of the nature of Nuan's abilities, it was unquestionable that such a fragile form wielding such immense power placed her in an extraordinarily perilous situation. A talent of her caliber should not perish here, but he cast a strained glance at Lin Lan, who lay on the deck. Shaolin, can you awaken this child? Lin Lan, barely able to muster the strength to speak, nodded without hesitation. I will try. She prepared to exhaust every ounce of her mental energy to attempt awakening Nuan. Despite her severe injuries to that moment, two palm-sized paper figures leisurely emerged from the cabin's passageway onto the deck. Unaffected by the crushing pressure, an elderly voice sighed. The youth is indeed formidable, but if only these children were from our nation. One of the paper figures swiftly formed hand seals, drawing upon the thin ambient spiritual energy. Chains existing between reality and illusion rapidly coalesced in midair. Like serpents springing from their lairs, the chains swiftly ensnared the shadow behind Nuan, binding it tightly, even as it silently roared in defiance and struggled in vain. The other paper figure waved its arm, creating a ripple in space above the shadowed. A pristine white paw reached out. A three-tailed white fox gracefully stepped through the air. With a cry, the white fox struck the shadow's back with its paw, causing it to shudder violently before gradually dissipating. Nuan's petite frame fell from the air, caught in the embrace of Sun Guangji below. The white fox landed elegantly, and the two paper figures ignited spontaneously. Amidst the curling smoke, two elderly figures clad in sorcerer robes appeared in the place of the former paper figures, apart from the differences in their wrinkled faces. They were nearly indistinguishable from one another. Shui, you performed admirably, Gao Xiaoyan said with a warm smile. ruffling the white fox's head. The fox, referred to as Shue, affectionately nuzzled the elder's palm in response. "Brother, is this child truly?" Gao Xiaojie's gaze fixed intently on Nuan Nuan and Sun Guangji's arms, his expression shifting between uncertainty and contemplation. Gao Xiaoyan also turned his attention toward Nuan Nuan, his tone tinged with nostalgia. "It must be so. I never expected to witness the legendary spirit body in my lifetime." His mind replayed the moment the shadow had exerted its pressure. Their entrance seemed effortless in resolving the crisis, yet only they understood the gravity of confronting such formidable force. They dared not appear in their true forms. Feeling the weight of the two powerful presences upon him, Sun Guangji instinctively tightened his hold on the child. Through their intervention, he recognized their identities, the ninth-tier experts from the Jiu Lu kingdom. The twin brothers Gao Xiaoyan and Gao Xiaojia. It was said that under their harmonious coordination, they could even contend with quasi-saint level masters. Observing their stunning arrival, Sun Guangji surmised that these two old beings had likely achieved a breakthrough. Though still at the pinnacle of the ninth tier, a quasi-saint was no longer merely an ordinary ninth-tier expert. The term quasi-saint was applied because such individuals no longer fought solely with their own strength, but could channel the elemental forces of nature into their combat. This ability was known as borrowing power, that a quasi-saint had merely begun to grasp this threshold. While they could not wield it as freely as a saint, they were significantly more formidable than typical ninth-tier experts. When Gao Xiaojia bound the shadow, it appeared to be a display of personal strength, but the chains that ensnared the shadow were, in fact, crafted through sorcery, utilizing the omnipresent elemental spirits, what sorcerers referred to as magical elements. Although everyone had prepared for a do-or-die scenario and anticipated failure, seeing these two figures appear made Sun Guangji's heart sink into despair. The fish would likely perish, and the net might not hold. Though unwilling to passively await his fate, in the face of overwhelming power, he realized that observing the unfolding events was his only option. Senior, Gong Hame arrived on the deck, leading the captured summer garden and others who had stormed the cabin. Observing the chaos on the deck, her expression remained unfazed by the casualties among the soldiers. She approached the Gao brothers and bowed respectfully. Gao Xiaojia frowned. "We were merely in seclusion for a short while." "How did it come to this? What sort of security measures were enacted?" His displeasure was unmistakable. Sensing the invisible pressure, Gong Hame lowered her eyelids and calmly replied, "It is my oversight that I shall take full responsibility for this incident. However, had we followed the original plan to sedate or neutralize all these individuals before commencing the ritual, there would likely have been fewer surprises." Gao Xiaojia snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with a hint of malice. "Are you blaming us for disrupting your plans?" "I would not dare," she replied, lowering her head slightly, though her tone lacked any semblance of respect. With a smile, Gao Xiaoyan interjected, all right, unexpected changes are always inevitable. Let us prepare for the ritual." He did not wish to sour relations with the family behind Gong Hame, even if he was only addressing her personally. According to Gong Hame's original plan, after capturing the hostages, they should have been sedated entirely, or at the very least, a few dangerous individuals should have had their combat abilities curtailed. However, the Gao brothers felt that such actions would tarnish their reputation as formidable beings. If they feared even the lambs meant for slaughter, what face would they have left to call themselves experts? As for targeting ordinary people and children, they justified their reasoning by claiming that sacrifices were necessary for the national interest of the Jiu Lu kingdom. In truth, they believed that dying at their hands was a privilege for those weaklings that, of course, such ignorant and distasteful sentiments would never be openly expressed. Chapter 52. Would you like to become my disciple? Without needing a command from her master, the white fox spirit effortlessly pushed the heavy circular platform, nearly 10 meters in diameter, across the deck. Seeing it intact, the Gao brothers breathed a sigh of relief. Their array foundation, forged through secret methods, proved remarkably resilient. Yet, in the next moment, both brothers were transfixed, their eyes wide with disbelief at the chaotic array of symbols upon the platform. After a few breaths, Gao Xiaojia's face darkened like a soot-covered pot. Who the hell drew these symbols? In his fury, he failed to recognize that his careless words had inadvertently implicated himself. Gao Xiaojia could hardly believe his eyes. To embed new symbols into an existing array was an exceedingly challenging feat, and to do so seamlessly with incompatible symbols was utterly unfathomable. an endeavor akin to assembling a machine of unknown function from a collection of mismatched parts. Simply put, the original array was designed to use blood as a medium to curse the bloodline of the provider, weakening their physical condition and diminishing their competitiveness in the battle for magical crystals. Now, with the altered array diagram, it was likely that no one could predict whether activating it would render it completely ineffective, cause an explosion, or trigger some bizarre and unpredictable function, even at their current level. It is utterly impossible for them to predict or dare to easily attempt activation. This indeed aligns with Mo Xinyan's initial thoughts. It matters little that he cannot comprehend the formation. What is crucial is that the original arranger of the formation has been brought to the same starting line as him, rendering the situation quite advantageous. Observing the reactions of the Gao brothers, Gong Hame felt a slight heaviness in her heart. Although she lacked knowledge of runes, she could sense that matters appeared to have become rather complicated. Her earlier unease had indeed come to fruition. Having noticed Mo Xinyan's movements earlier, she had instinctively issued a kill order upon sensing impending trouble. However, given the current circumstances, that damned little chubby boy had silently inflicted damage on the plan that far exceeded anyone else's, far surpassing her expectations. Under normal circumstances, rune cultivators like Mo Xinyan would possess little combat capability as long as they were not provided with materials for rune crafting. Thus, he, like Lin Lan and others, had not donned any restrictive artifacts. Who would have imagined that such an apparently innocuous character could wreak such substantial havoc, nearly shaking the very foundations of their entire plan? Though she would never admit it, she now truly regretted her decisions with all her heart. She could only hope that the Gao brothers had other means to remedy the situation. Gong Hame gestured to her subordinates, and Mo Xinyan was pushed forward. The people from Zhozhogua, though worried, could do nothing. What are you pushing for? I'm not refusing to go, Mo Xinyan grumbled as he approached the Gao brothers, facing the two intimidating old men before him. He could not help but grumble inwardly. Though he wisely kept his mouth shut, he had always enjoyed provoking others, relishing the satisfaction that came from knowing they were powerless to retaliate. However, if it meant he would be beaten, that would not be as delightful. Little fellow, did you draw these runes? Gao Xiao Jie inquired, his fluent Zhuzhou dialect flowing effortlessly. Upon hearing this, Mo Xinyan could not help but swallow hard. He realized that even if he denied it now, it would be too late. Gritting his teeth, he nodded with a sense of tragic resignation. Old sir, your Zhuzhou dialect is quite impressive. Gao Xiaojie did not engage with Mo Xinyan's topic. Instead, contemplating for a moment, little fellow, you possess considerable talent. Would you like to become my disciple? Mo Xinyan, Gong Hame, the others. Gao Xiaojie's simple statement left everyone present, except Gao Xiaoyan, utterly speechless. What? Mo Xinyan exclaimed, momentarily dazed, as a flurry of thoughts surged within him. If memory serves me right, what I ruined was this old man's foundational formation, not his intellect, right? Could it be that he has become muddled with anger? A master of this caliber, surely wouldn't he have such a fragile mindset? Would he? Understanding the implications of the other's words, but too fearful to voice them, he could only engage in a mental monologue, confident that the Onmyoji Wuden possessed the ability to read minds. Observing Mo Xinyan's reaction, Gao Xiao Jim managed to conjure a stiff smile on his usually stern face. Little fellow, with your understanding of runes, you have every hope of inheriting my legacy. Given his own strength and status, as well as the current circumstances, Gao Xiao Jie could not fathom why the other would refuse him. Before Mo Xinyan could respond, Gong Hame's complexion had grown quite grim. Senior Gao, this person is one of the key targets in this operation. I urge you to reconsider. Gao Xiao Jie coldly retorted. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? With my standing, can I not protect a single individual? Witnessing this, Gao Xiao Yin wore a wry smile, but he was well aware of his brother's thoughts. The Onmyoji lineage had stringent requirements regarding talent. While other extraordinary systems might allow for diligence to compensate for shortcomings, the Onmyoji path relies on communication with nature and various spirits to acquire power. The initial talent often determines one's lifelong achievements. In recent years, they had indeed been actively recruiting disciples, yet those who ultimately succeeded were exceedingly rare, and potential inheritors had yet emerged as the two brothers aged. The sense of crisis regarding the potential discontinuation of their legacy grew increasingly urgent. Recently, after consuming a powerful potion provided by the Autumn II Kingdom, They had successfully broken through to the quasi-saint level through rigorous training. However, given their ages, they had already reached the limits of their cultivation. The matter of inheritance could not be delayed. If the Onmyoji lineage were to decline under their stewardship, they would have no face to meet their predecessors after their demise. Today, having finally encountered a suitable successor, it would be an understatement to say it was akin to a sleeping person finding a pillow, that it was more like a drowning person encountering a buoyant life ring. Gao Xiaojie was certainly unwilling to relinquish such an opportunity easily. Seeing Gong Hime cast a pleading glance his way, Gao Xiaoyan offered a gentle smile. Xiaojie, your previous statement indeed had some issues. Allow me to clarify that he paused, seemingly searching for a suitable expression. Under Gong Hime's expectant gaze, he continued, we are not preparing to protect just one person, but two that just when Gong Hime thought her ears were deceiving her. She saw Gao Xiaoyan gazing at the still unconscious Nan Nan, his eyes betraying an unmistakable blend of excitement and greed, as if he had spotted some rare treasure. Chapter 53. How to proceed regardless of the perpetually stern Gao Xiaojie or the ever-smiling Gao Xiaoyan. Neither had the luxury to consider what thoughts the nominally highest commander, Gong Hime, might harbor. Undoubtedly, both placed immense importance on the national interests of the Chrysanthemum Flow Kingdom, yet such importance was contingent upon the alignment of national interests with their own. That child was a spirit master, a rare top-tier physique encountered only once in a millennium. Born chosen by a powerful special spirit, destined to coexist and thrive alongside it. Should she develop a connection with that formidable spirit in the future, she could become a spirit envoy as recorded in ancient texts. Given that this child could exhibit such might at such a tender age, it is not difficult to imagine how terrifying the spirit that chose her must be. As long as she does not perish prematurely or fall victim to spirit possession or devouring, once she truly matures, transcending to the sacred level may merely be the beginning. Although the child's identity presents certain complications, her youth provides an advantage. Bringing her back, they would surely find a way. If Mosi Nian were to be taken back, their lineage's legacy would undoubtedly flourish if they could bring Nan Nan back. In due time, the entire Onmyoji system under their leadership could ascend to unprecedented heights within the Chrysanthemum Flow Kingdom. More importantly, Nan Nan possessed an advantage that Mosi Nian could never hope to match, her age. Compared to Mosi Nian, who was nearly an adult and whose thoughts and personality had been imprinted, Nan Nan, whose mind had yet to fully mature, would clearly be easier to mold and hold far greater developmental value. At that moment, Gong Hime's expression epitomized the essence of constipation. She felt her blood pressure uncontrollably surging. While she was indeed the on-site commander of the final phase of this silent operation, these two brothers were the true helmsmen of the Onmyoji system in the Chrysanthemum Flow Kingdom. Even though both were currently only quasi-saints, the influential figure behind her family would still have to show them a certain degree of respect. Given her background, she did not need to fear them. Yet she still had to show the requisite deference. Moreover, with the current upheaval already considerable, she did not wish for further complications. She coolly stated that she would report the circumstances of this matter to the command headquarters and refrain from elaborating further. She was fully aware of the intentions harbored by these two old fellows. Yet what could she do? She was equally powerless. Gao Xiaojie's gaze toward Mosi Nian grew increasingly fervent, making the little chubby boy feel quite uncomfortable. Mosi Nian pondered for a moment before saying, I would certainly be very willing to learn from powerful masters like you two. Upon hearing this, Gao Xiaojie's eyes sparkled even brighter, ready to accept him as a disciple on the spot. However, Mosi Nian earnestly continued, but you esteemed elders should understand that in our line of work, the essence lies in loyalty. Might I suggest you also release my companions? With your esteemed reputations, it should merely require a word. Otherwise, even if I were to become your disciple, the outside world would say that you took in a treacherous apprentice, which would tarnish your esteemed names. Wouldn't you agree? His words were filled with heartfelt consideration for the Gao brothers, yet Gao Xiaojie was utterly unmoved. His expression darkened. It was already a stretch for their reputations to spare the two. If they were to release everyone, it would be tantamount to treason. Even if, for argument's sake, they managed to communicate successfully with the Chrysanthemum Flow Kingdom, they would be unable to justify their actions to the Autumn II Kingdom, the largest investor in this operation. The mere act of taking on a disciple did not warrant such a tremendous cost. More accurately, they simply could not afford such a hefty price that if they were to comply with Mosi Nian's request, They might as well abandon the idea of taking him back to the Chrysanthemum Flow Kingdom and follow him to Jiuzhouguo instead, just as he prepared to persuade Mosi Nian further. Gao Xiao Yin lightly patted his shoulder. Xiao Jie, some things cannot be forced. We have wasted too much time already. After saying this, he gently shook his head, the implication clear. With a heavy sigh, Gao Xiaojie's eyes brimmed with reluctance. He regretfully told Mosi Nian, while you still have the chance to speak, you may change your mind at any time. Having uttered those words, he ceased to pay any further attention to Mazinian. At this remark, Mazinian's expression immediately fell into one of regret. As if unwilling to relent, he implored once more, are you truly not considering it any further? Among my companions, there are many with considerable talent. Observing the increasingly displeased countenance of Gao Xiaojie, he decisively fell silent. Turning to his companions, he shrugged in resignation and unhesitatingly rejoined them, casually exchanging a high five with Lin Lan, who was desperately stifling a laugh. Sun Guangji gazed down at the sleeping child in his arms, a flicker of turmoil crossing his eyes that if this child were to grow up in the 9 provinces, she would undoubtedly become a pillar of society in the future. However, if she were to be taken to the country of Lu at such a tender age, putting aside the potential hardships she might face, there was a grave risk that she could be molded into a future threat to the 9 provinces. As a soldier of iron will, in a situation where he could not rescue her, it might be the most prudent choice to end her life himself before the people of Lu could react. Yet, gazing at the child's peaceful sleeping face and the occasional furrow of her brow, how could he bring himself to do such a thing? While he wrestled with his thoughts, the twins had already begun their actions. With the original formation base destroyed by Mazinian, they were compelled to exert additional effort. Gao Xiaojie stood before the formation base, performing a series of intricate hand seals and reciting an obscure incantation. From within his not particularly voluminous sleeves, a multitude of paper figures surged forth like magic, enveloping the entire formation base in an instant. With a sharp command, hundreds of paper figures exploded simultaneously, their resilience surpassing that of aerospace alloys, causing the outer shell to peel away in layers, revealing a flawlessly smooth interior. Gao Xiaojie's complexion paled slightly, yet his movements did not falter, that he continued to manipulate the incantation. As streams of light materialized out of thin air above the circular platform, as the streams intertwined, they slowly began to sketch out a brand new formation diagram, without the need for verbal communication. Gao Xiaoyin had already commenced his actions. His lips moved soundlessly, causing ripples to emanate from the space above the formation disk, where several mountain spirits materialized. Gao Xiaoyin softly called out, "Exui," and no sooner had he spoken than the white fox beside him darted forth. The air was shredded by its claws, and dark green blood splattered forth. The mountain spirits had barely the chance to resist before they met their demise. The illusory formation diagram inexplicably generated a pulling force, drawing in the blood that had yet to settle on the deck. "Condense!" Gao Xiaojie exclaimed, his eyes widening as he issued a low shout, causing the illusory formation to suddenly descend, that an invisible wave rippled outward, sending varying degrees of heart palpitations and dizziness through all present, that as everyone regained their senses, a new formation diagram, identical to the previous one, but slightly smaller, was re-engraved upon the circular platform. Chapter 54. The best cushion in the entire venue. Gao Xiao just stumbled slightly, nearly falling, but was steadied by his brother's firm grip, given the considerable time wasted through both proactive and reactive measures. He, an expert in formation arts, did not painstakingly carve the formation diagram this time as he had previously. Instead, he directly condensed the circuit of the formation with overwhelming energy, imprinting it upon the circular platform. The effort expended was nothing short of immense. Observing his somewhat weakened younger brother, Gao Xiaoyan's eyes brimmed with concern. "Xiaojie, how are you holding up? Can you still manage? Let me take over the main formation in a moment." Gao Xiaojie waved his hand, straightening up. "That I'm fine. Just need a moment to recover. If it weren't for their breakthroughs, we would have been utterly incapable of executing such a high-level curse formation." This was also why the Lu nation had hastily captured the mountain spirits before. After all, the time remaining before the ruins opened was exceedingly limited, had it not been for the uncertainty regarding whether the two of them could break through in time. The Lu nation would have undoubtedly made more thorough preparations much earlier. The execution of this silent operation had been decidedly hurried and reckless, were it not for the substantial benefits at stake and the insistent demands of the Chiotu nation. Coupled with assurances provided, the Ju-Lu nation would likely not have ventured into such perilous actions. Upon witnessing the restoration of the formation base, Gong Himei's expression brightened considerably, in stark contrast. Many among the 9 provinces displayed faces marred by despair. Even Mazinian could not maintain his carefree demeanor. A hint of a bitter smile escaping his lips, he turned to Lin Lan, his childhood friend. Noticing her body trembling slightly, and murmured, "It seems we cannot escape this calamity. Are you afraid?" The young girl took a deep breath, her tremor subsiding somewhat. "When I was little, you once placed a soft-bodied creature in my toy. And I cried out in fright, do you think I'm afraid?" After a pause, she continued, "But since being afraid is of no use, I don't plan to cry this time." With that, she made a silly face at Mazinian. Seeing Lin Lan smile, Mazinian was momentarily taken aback, then joined in her laughter. "Had I known we would perish on the same day, I should have sworn brotherhood with you. How about we do it now? Who would want to become your sworn sibling?" Lin Lan shot him a disdainful glance. Yes, she observed the approaching enemy from a distance. Xia Yuan, realizing there was no chance for a turnaround, entered a battle-ready state, despite her body being restrained. Simultaneously, she cast a loving and reluctant glance at the child, who had just fallen asleep in her arms. Beneath that affection and reluctance lay an unwavering resolve akin to a rock. Sun Guangji's gaze was also fixed on the advancing enemy, that he fully understood that once the preparations of the Gao brothers were completed, it would signify the success of the Ju-Lu nation's plan. The light in his eyes gradually dimmed as he glanced at his companions, ultimately resting upon the face of the child in his embrace. Adjusting her sleeping position, he freed one arm, gently stroking the insignia on his military uniform with his fingertip. Slowly but decisively removing it, he felt that the actions he was about to undertake could not be accomplished while adorned with this insignia. Expressionless, the electric energy within him began to surge violently. Whether it was instructing Xia Yuan and the others to seize the communication devices or letting Mazinian sabotage the formation base, all were plans he had orchestrated. However, none of these were his ultimate scheme. Although his recent attempts to alter the pathways of his abilities had not been sufficient to break his constraints, they were ample to execute his forthcoming plan. That plan, which he had not disclosed to anyone, was now coming to fruition. They could perish, but they would never die according to the enemy's dictates. As the soldiers of the Ju-Lu nation drew near, every individual with even a hint of remaining strength readied themselves for a final strike. Just then, an unforeseen disruption abruptly interrupted the preparations of the Gao brothers. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud erupted from the distant sea. Dazzling light accompanied by billowing water vapor surged skyward. The shockwave, accompanied by colossal waves reaching nearly 1,000 meters high, swept outward from the explosion's epicenter with merciless ferocity. Merely the forerunners of the gigantic waves caused the large cruise ship to sway violently, akin to a leaf in a tempest. Aside from the Gao brothers, everyone was caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. In an instant, dozens of soldiers near the edge of the deck were thrown into the water, swept away by the tumultuous currents. Their fates unknown, Sun Guangji, ever vigilant, was among the quickest to react. Immediately releasing the energy he had amassed, he lowered his center of gravity, swiftly pulling Mazinian down while simultaneously thrusting the child into his arms. "Hold her tight," he instructed. Mazinian, bewildered, felt the pain from his fall and instinctively wrapped his arms around the still unconscious child. The very next moment, Sun Guangji also steadied an elderly woman holding an infant, shouting, "Hold on to each other, lower your bodies, sit down." At that moment, the advantage of gathering the hostages together became apparent. One awakened individual capable of manipulating hair length, upon Sun Guangji's prompt, swiftly fashioned a safety harness for the elderly and vulnerable gathered in the center. Several physically adept individuals on the periphery seized the opportunity amid the chaos to deftly break free from their restraints. While they outwardly appeared compliant, they were discreetly searching for opportunities to retaliate. Gao Qiaoyan let out a cold snort, his right hand forming a sword-like gesture that a paper figure was pinched between his fingers, and with a flick of his wrist, it soared toward the oncoming waves. The paper figure silently disintegrated in midair, and an ancient door materialized before the massive wave. The door opened without a sound, and tentacle-like appendages surged forth at an incredible speed, accompanied by sonic booms. Striking the walls of waves with ferocity, the formidable tsunami, impacted by those appendages, took several minutes to finally subside. Even the whirlpools and turbulent currents that were meant to form were nipped in the bud. As the tentacles retracted, the door slowly vanished. Had Gao Qiaoyan not intervened in time, the cruise ship could very well have capsized under the force of those waves, leaving most aboard to perish in these waters. Feeling the surging power from the ocean's depths, the two brothers wore solemn expressions. What on earth just happened? Just as they contemplated using their abilities to investigate, a piercing alarm sounded from the watchtower of the cruise ship. Triggered by an extraordinary individual with enhanced vision, in the sky not far away, two sizable squads of battlecraft approached the cruise ship from different directions, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Gong Hime cursed inwardly. Damn it. How could the 9 provinces react so swiftly this time? Chapter 55. Is there no reason left to speak? In the vast expanse of the open sea, over 20 formidable figures hovered in the air. Each exhibiting their unique presence. Two specially fortified rescue airships remained poised at a distance, ready for action. The aura emanating from these individuals was diverse. Some exuded a majestic strength akin to towering mountains. Others radiated a fierce intensity reminiscent of a raging inferno, and yet others were enveloped in enigmatic and unpredictable waves of energy. It could be said that every person present was a paragon of unparalleled prowess in this world. However, their expressions were far from favorable, as many bore varying degrees of injuries. The stars above, could they possibly be amphibious creatures? This was the shared sentiment of several Saint-level masters and a dozen quasi-Saint-level experts present. Below them, and Howning stood with his hands clasped behind his back on a rocky outcrop jutting above the sea's surface, that if one overlooked his ragged attire, he might indeed exude a semblance of a wise sage. Through the ethereal veil of his starry mask, he surveyed the extraordinary individuals around him, leaving no one aware of his thoughts. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on the experts in the air, as they began to realize that they had grossly underestimated the starry realm. They were completely oblivious to the extent of its limits. Despite gathering such a formidable force, they found themselves in a stalemate with the starry sky. A deadlock that, with the passage of time, was gradually shifting unfavorably against them. As the head angel of the Divine Creation Society, Archangel Sol, felt a pang of distress at the sight of his severely damaged wings, almost to the point of breathlessness. This was a precious artifact unearthed from the relics, now laid to waste by the very being before him. He had only been slightly arrogant, perhaps a bit harsh in his words, and had unleashed a few potent attacks without inflicting any substantial harm on this individual. Was it truly necessary to harbor such a petty grudge? He couldn't help but recall the moment when the starry entity had seized his wings and mercilessly torn at them. Sending a chill down his spine, it was worth noting that even among the saints, he was regarded as a formidable figure. Had it not been for the timely rescue by the quasi-saint angels, he would have likely been laid out on a rescue airship, forced to withdraw prematurely. Ever since they had cornered the starry figure, he had led them on a wild chase across the ocean. Darting from the depths to the skies, to an uninformed observer, it might have appeared as though they were engaging in a real-life game of whack-a-mole. The experience had been utterly disheartening, despite their various tactics. Their greatest achievement had merely been to draw the elusive figure closer to a state of vulnerability. Conversely, their own ranks had suffered losses as the opponent expertly countered their every move. It was infuriating, this being either refrained from striking or, when it did, never missed its mark. What struck them most was the realization that they were earnestly attempting to eliminate the starry entity. While it had approached the entire ordeal with a nonchalant demeanor, it merely incapacitated their combatants and then disregarded them entirely. The humiliation they endured felt more severe than outright annihilation. Did they not care for their dignity? They were baffled as to why, despite their numerical superiority, it felt as though the starry figure was in no hurry to eliminate them. Sol found himself on the verge of tears, deeply regretting his impulsive decision to engage the starry being. Had he only consulted the Grand Prophet before making a move against it, perhaps they would not be in such an embarrassing predicament now. Do you wish to continue? And Howning inquired indifferently from his perch on the rock. The casual tone of his voice inadvertently pricked at the already frayed nerves of those present. Unbeknownst to Sol, and Howning did not possess the ease he outwardly displayed. while his overall strength surpassed that of the gathered individuals. He had yet to attain a level of qualitative dominance. He found himself in a daunting position, wishing to resolve the situation without risking his life against such a multitude of masters. However, his strong sense of control and impressive acting skills allowed him to maintain a facade. The presence of so many high-level opponents was indeed a rare opportunity, and under different circumstances, he would not have minded engaging with them for a more extended period. Yet upon detecting the presence of the twins via the reconnaissance droplets from the single-soldier armor on the cruise ship, he felt a sense of urgency. The Super Administration Bureau could only muster a limited amount of high-end combat power in such a short time. Should a conflict arise, the situation could easily become precarious. Starry Entity, we do not wish to make things difficult for you. Please hand over the items. Prolonging this confrontation serves no benefit to anyone. The white-robed mage from Cuta Country, Michel, utilized wind-based magic to hover in midair, carefully weighing his words as he sought to negotiate with the starry figure. Having maintained a safe distance with his long-range spells, he felt relatively unscathed among the assembled crowd. Since mastering his craft, he had rarely spoken so courteously to anyone other than his mentor, that at the very least, he believed he was being quite polite. Especially considering he was the second most powerful mage on his home planet of Guxing. However, beneath the mask, and Howning regarded him with an expression of condescension. The notion that surrendering the items would yield any advantage was utterly absurd. Those were items that even the single-soldier armor could not identify. It was inconceivable to present them for mere observation, let alone relinquish them entirely. Why should I hand over what I have acquired by my own merit? Is there no reason left to speak? He mused, shaking his head, that in an instant, the figures before him found themselves momentarily blinded, as the starry entity's presence vanished from the rocky outcrop. The vigilance of all present surged to its peak. The starry figure never missed its mark. With a swift motion, a sword saint lunged to the side, thrusting his sword with precision. The fierce sword energy erupted from the relic-forged weapon, enveloping the surrounding space. Not far off, an awakened individual wielding pressure manipulation sensed an imminent threat. He clenched his fist towards the direction of the encroaching danger, causing the air nearby to solidify and compress towards the center. At that very moment, Michel, the white-robed mage who had been kicked from behind, fortuitously found himself at the intersection of the two attacks. As the forces collided, a loud exclamation, heavily accented with Q2's dialect, echoed through the air, followed by a piercing scream that reverberated throughout the vicinity. Howning reappeared on the rocky outcrop, maintaining a posture strikingly similar to his previous stance, offering this as his response to Michel. Witnessing Michel being unceremoniously extracted by the rescue team, a chill ran through the hearts of the onlookers. The last vestiges of hope for a peaceful resolution through intimidation dissipated entirely. The starry figure's dominance was never one that required verbal articulation. In hindsight, the desire to negotiate with the starry entity at that juncture seemed rather irrational. From the outset, they had approached with an aggressive intent, yet the starry figure remained unfazed. Now, having already whittled down their ranks by a third, it was implausible to expect the starry being to agree to negotiations. Yet to be fair, such irrationality was somewhat understandable. The extreme confidence amassed by these masters over time, combined with the immense pressure imposed by the starry figure, produced a reaction that was, in essence, a natural response. Chapter 56. The gift within reach. At this moment, the assembled individuals no longer hesitated and unleashed their full might. Bruce, the Ice Angel of the Divine Creation Society, was the first to act, releasing the long-restrained powers of his abilities. With a crack, the frigid air crystallized around the rocky outcrop, rapidly spreading outward. In an instant, the surrounding seawater within several hundred meters froze solid, leaving any marine creatures unable to escape frozen in time. Ice spikes, more resilient than any alloy, shot forth from all directions towards the starry entity, each bursting forth with precise control. This formidable combination of attacks obliterated the rocky outcrop, but failed to breach the defenses of the starry figure. In the face of such a perilous situation, and Howning's commitment to energy conservation remained unwavering, he made no effort to evade the assaults that posed no threat to him. Whether this indifference was laced with elements of psychological warfare was uncertain. Having lost his footing, he felt neither anger nor indignation. Instead, plummeting through the newly frozen surface of the sea like a weight, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Yet, during his descent, he secretly resolved to always keep a flying device on hand in the future. Seeing his attack only shatter the rocky outcrop without inflicting harm upon the starry entity, Bruce felt no surprise. The fact that he had managed to restrict the starry figure's ability to leverage its surroundings was, in itself, a modest success that he remained blissfully unaware that, at some point, he had ceased to hope for any damage to be inflicted upon the starry being. The others followed suit with their assaults, refusing to grant the starry entity even a moment's respite. Blinding flashes of light, rolling flames, and surging energy projectiles converged upon their target. Each participant unleashed their most potent long-range attacks, collectively abandoning the option for close combat. Soul, consumed by fury, joined the fray, intent on achieving a decisive victory that in retrospect, the initial strategy of relying on their numerical advantage for a protracted battle seemed utterly foolish. They were up against a creature with seemingly limitless endurance. With his hands pressed together in a prayer-like pose, Soul chanted obscure incantations as sunlight from a 10-mile radius coalesced before him, forming a massive cone of light. To AT his limit, Soul's complexion turned as pale as parchment. With a thunderous shout, he thrust his palms forward, launching the light cone in conjunction with the other attacks toward the starry figure. Just as strike alone possessed the power to level a small town, and several similar attacks followed in its wake. The residual waves generated during the gathering of these assaults were sufficient to evaporate the surrounding seawater. The speed was so astonishing that the surrounding seawater barely had time to fill the void, revealing the ocean floor beneath that if one were to liken a natural disaster-level attack to a minor calamity, the combined onslaught of so many Saint-level powerhouses was sufficient to shake the very earth and heavens. The blinding radiance in the sky rendered the sun itself pale in comparison. Hao Ning stood leisurely on the exposed seabed, squinting up at the kaleidoscope of energy attacks swirling above. He mused to himself, given this display, it seems I am to be treated to a baptism akin to a celestial maiden scattering flowers. It is indeed a visually stunning spectacle. However, such widespread assaults are hardly energy efficient. Do they not consider issues of sustainability when unleashing such grand moves? Do they treat this place as an environment rich in spiritual energy like a relic, thanks to the astonishing intensity of his mental power? This series of complaints was completed in an instant. The terrifying barrage of attacks was about to descend upon him, and Hao Ning pondered to whom he should bestow this imminent gift. In the moment the seawater began to surge back, countless blades of water enveloped him, the razor-sharp, ultra-high-pressure water blades converging from all directions to strike him down, wishing to avoid an unwelcome depilation service. And Hao Ning attempted to evade, only to find the water pressure around him suddenly intensifying, as if he were sinking into a quagmire. Unlike the attacks from the quasi-Saint Bruce, the lethal moves unleashed by these Saint-level powerhouses were something even Hao Ning was reluctant to withstand with his physical form. An undercurrent of energy surged forth, and the sand beneath his feet seemed to come alive. That a tempest of sand rose around him, spiraling toward the incoming water blades. That a series of explosive sounds echoed in the depths of the ocean. He had never been one to passively endure attacks without retaliation, nor did he have any interest in a back-and-forth battle lasting 300 rounds that if he were to strike, he would do so decisively and swiftly. Facing the energy attacks raining down from above like falling stars, he raised his right palm skyward. Under the influence of the undercurrent, a small vortex appeared in his palm. That in an instant, the previously delicate vortex surged violently, transforming into a roaring water dragon that drew in and absorbed all energy attacks within a radius of several hundred meters. The dazzling orbs of light and beams of energy spiraled rapidly within the water vortex. Merging quietly to the vortex's center, a luminous entity, brighter than the sun itself, formed, akin to a dragon's core within the water dragon. Hao Ning gently lifted his palm, and the angered dragon surged forth, clutching the precious orb in its mouth, heading directly for the powerful figures in the air. This was the true embodiment of harnessing the forces of heaven and earth in a matter of seconds. The situation had reversed, shocking the powerful figures but also prompting them to devise countermeasures. Lawrence, the guardian archangel of the Divine Creation Society, promptly activated his unique abilities and amplified them using the relic's creations. A thin, unadorned protective shield enveloped the members of the Divine Creation Society, Meanwhile, the numerous mages from Chuda country also united to cast defensive spells. Various spells intertwined, forming a shield-shaped barrier with a diameter of 100 meters. The remaining experts, who had been invited for assistance or sought to seize opportunities, wisely chose to manipulate their flying devices and retreat from potential explosion zones, given the previous overwhelming display of strength by Hao Ning. The current counterattack did not exceed their expectations that they evaded. They were already contemplating subsequent strategies that in the blink of an eye, they had prepared for escape, the battle-hardened qualities of the strong evident at that moment. However, the anticipated massive explosion failed to materialize. The water vortex spiraled upward, with Hao Ning's figure following closely as he burst forth from the ocean's surface. Using the seawater as leverage, he accelerated toward the energy sphere. Then, in a move no one expected, he reached out to press against the enormous energy orb, measuring over 10 meters in diameter, which was poised to detonate at any moment. Observing this seemingly suicidal act, the onlookers were momentarily stunned, their eyes wide as they witnessed Hao Ning's hand gently caressing the energy sphere. Just as the energy sphere was on the brink of explosion, a gentle undercurrent emanated from his palm, stabilizing the terrifying energy and compressing it. Moments later, an eerie silence blanketed the CS surface. All eyes were wide open in disbelief, unwilling to accept the surreal scene unfolding before them. They questioned whether Hao Ning had employed some form of illusion. They fixated on Hao Ning, standing upon the waves, and the energy sphere in his grasp, their hearts filled with absurdity. Behind the mask, Hao Ning grinned broadly, softly inquiring, "Which of you would like this?" "Don't be shy." His calm tone bore an inexplicable menace to those present. Indeed, adding psychological pressure on these individuals was one aspect. On the other hand, he was genuinely displeased to have been troubled for so long. Despite not having suffered significant losses, watching as the formidable attack, born of his own exhausted spiritual energy and the collective efforts of others, had now become a mere plaything in Hao Ning's hands. A weary soul nearly stumbled from the weight of it all. His pallid face bore deep-set eyes, anger mingled with fear lurking within his gaze, noticing Soul's emotions teetering on the edge of chaos. Hao Ning raised the precious orb in his hand, a smile gracing his lips as he asked, "It seems no one wants it. Shall I gift it to you?" Upon hearing this devilish inquiry, Soul felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, instantly regaining his composure. Given Hao Ning's notorious caution, coupled with this incomputable compressed energy sphere, whoever he chose to bestow it upon would receive what could very well be their final gift in life. Rumors suggested that Hao Ning was averse to killing. However, they all understood that a reluctance to take lives did not equate to an unwillingness to do, so that Hao Ning did not appear to be a benevolent soul. None among them realized the folly of using their lives to disprove this rumor. Soul instinctively glanced at the distant rescue airship, recalling the numerous companions lying lifeless aboard, the least injured among them likely unable to rise for at least a month. These were all the results of Hao Ning's recent exploits. Are we sure no one wants it? Hao Ning continued, tossing the energy sphere up and down. With each motion, the hearts of all present rose and fell in tandem. Although they understood the likelihood of an accident was slim, they were still apprehensive that should Hao Ning lose his grip, the energy sphere could unleash chaos far beyond mere amusement. After patiently waiting for a while and receiving no response, Hao Ning stated in a matter-of-fact tone, "Since that's the case, esteemed guests, I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave. We may arrange to meet again at a later time." With that, he prepared to stroll away confidently, but he believed that after this encounter, it would be a long while before anyone dared to seek him out again. Even if someone coveted that extraordinary object, they would first need to weigh their own frail bodies against the potential repercussions. This was precisely the effect Hao Ning wished to achieve. On ordinary days, as Hao Ning, he would act with caution, reserving 7/10 of his strength. As Hao Ning, he would hold back only 3/10. This time, he had revealed at least 80 to 90% of his power, which he believed would be sufficient to instill fear in the extraordinary realm for some time. He rarely resorted to killing. In addition to his aversion to bloodshed, he aimed to prevent the majority of his opponents from contemplating a fight to the death, thus minimizing unnecessary troubles. The majority of those present had already recognized the situation. Their ambush against Hao Ning had thoroughly failed. They understood that a wise man does not suffer losses in front of him. and this matter required long-term consideration. However, in any circle, when a crowd gathers, some individuals will inevitably possess peculiar thought processes. Among the throng was a newly ascended quasi-saint from Chota country, his gaze viciously fixed on the energy sphere that Hao Ning tossed up and down. Silently gritting his teeth, that it was this very scoundrel who had caused him to lose the wealth he had painstakingly accumulated over decades in a single night, rendering him a laughingstock among the extraordinary community. He believed that if he could seize the energy sphere, and Hao Ning would be forever trapped in this sea. Taking advantage of the crowd's distraction, he stealthily retrieved a seemingly inconspicuous necklace from his collar. Manipulating the disc-shaped flying device beneath him, he retreated further into the throng, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Gripping the pendant upon the necklace tightly, he exerted a deft force, causing a crystal the size of a mung bean to spring forth from the pendant and land in his palm. This item had been an unexpected find in a relic several years prior. Although he did not fully understand its principles, he knew that by infusing it with energy, it possessed the miraculous ability to retrieve objects from afar. All items produced within relics were collectively referred to as relic creations. However, not all relic creations were treasures. Yet he regarded this crystal as a rare gem among relic creations. Had it not been for his intent to confront Hao Ning, he would never have risked bringing it out. After all, with his quasi-saint level of strength, the ability to safeguard this treasure remained uncertain. He carefully grasped the crystal, aiming it at the energy sphere in Hao Ning's hand. A self-satisfied smile creeping onto his face. Infusing his energy into the crystal, his eyes gleamed with vengeful delight. Die, Hao Ning. Meanwhile, Hao Ning, feigning nonchalance, had most of his focus on continually adjusting his energy and stabilizing the energy sphere. Just as he was about to leave the encirclement, an inexplicable sense of crisis surged within him. Before he could react, a rippling wave of spatial distortion appeared beside him. He soon realized that the energy sphere he had just tossed up was not returning. Without his control, the energy sphere lost its balance before it could be transported. Hao Ning's mouth twitched. What a trap! Without a moment's hesitation, he surged forth at the fastest speed he had ever achieved. Simultaneously, he plunged desperately into the depths of the sea that a colossal mushroom cloud soared, connecting heaven and earth. Thousands of miles away, people could see and hear it with crystal clarity after a considerable time. The vast expanse of evaporated seawater coalesced into a localized rainfall over this maritime area. Amidst the curtain of rain, Hao Ning stood steadfast atop the waves, buoyed by the high-frequency vibrations beneath his feet. As for the raucous group from earlier, those who fled did so with alarming speed, while the slower ones were all rescued by the life-saving airships. Fortunately, the various defensive measures they had previously established remained intact. Otherwise, this cataclysmic explosion could have claimed the lives of many formidable opponents to it present. Only the faction of Catugwo suffered significant losses. That it is worth mentioning that the individual who had brashly approached the energy sphere had completely vanished from this realm. Hao Ning bore several alarming wounds, all of which were healing at a visibly rapid rate. Wincing in pain, he realized he had underestimated the energy sphere's power. Had he known it could inflict harm upon him, he would have unhesitatingly activated the defensive capabilities of his personal armor. Although the wounds would eventually mend on their own, he activated his control to expedite the healing process in terms of fear of pain. He and Mosnian were equally matched at this moment, and Hao Ning sincerely felt that encountering an opponent as inept as a pig was not necessarily a fortuitous circumstance. Engaging in violent conflict was indeed the most tiresome endeavor. There was no comparison to the comfort of staying home. After a fleeting moment of self-pity, he retrieved a change of clothes from his armor, casting a glance at the seafood floating on the surface of the sea. Exuding an enticing aroma, he sniffed, and sorrowful tears almost betrayed him, threatening to spill from the corners of his mouth. Ultimately, he felt the innocent had been implicated with this thought. He set off towards the cruise ship. Stepping lightly upon the waves. Chapter 58. A plan not executed is equivalent to non-existence previously, and Hao Ning had sent the coordinates to Xing Qianli and engaged in a tactical maneuver on the sea. Keeping a safe distance from the cruise ship belonging to Jiulugua, fully aware of the terrifying aftermath of a battle between holy-level powerhouses. Often, it would not be an exaggeration to say they could reshape the very terrain itself. Should such a battle erupt in the vicinity of the cruise ship, and Howning could not ascertain how many individuals, aside from the Gao brothers, would survive that in truth, whether they were strangers or marine creatures. He felt no genuine concern to him. The plight of beings other than those he held dear was of little consequence. An Howning was an enigmatic individual. Although human, he felt no sense of belonging to the human collective. Of course, there was no animosity or prejudice either, in terms of indifference towards life. He treated all races with equal disregard. This time, the ambush he faced in these waters stemmed from his attempt to rescue hostages. Inadvertently transferring calamity to the marine creatures as he journeyed. He pondered the relationship between these two entities to prevent the holy level battle from affecting the hostages. He had deliberately chosen a battleground distant from the cruise ship. Yet, in the end, many living beings were still affected. The victims simply shifted from humans to marine creatures. It seemed that as long as such inciting incidents occurred, the death of beings was a predetermined outcome. If viewed as a causal constant, one might conclude that when a certain inducing factor arises, its resulting future is likely to be distinctly directed. The ultimate outcome may be unalterable, but the specifics of its manifestation could be changed through subsequent interventions. If this reasoning holds true, does it imply that every distinct decision and action would steer the future's timeline in different directions? At present, he remained unaware that these musings would play a crucial role in his future encounters with great calamities. And Howning was simply delighted to discover, quite by accident, that he seemed to have unearthed a splendid source of creative inspiration. He had always excelled at drawing nourishment from the minutiae of life, perpetually keeping his thoughts vibrant and active. Surrounding the cruise ship was an atmosphere of low pressure. Nearly 100 armed war shuttles circled overhead, all onboard weapon systems activated. On the deck, the elite experts from Jiuzhou, led by Xing Qianli, exuded a palpable aura of menace as they locked onto the forces of Jiu Lu Gua across from them. Each expert seemed like a dormant volcano, poised to unleash their fury upon the enemy at any moment. The captors from Jiu Lu Gua, however, led by the twins, remained unperturbed. Although their plan had utterly failed, they could not afford to release the hostages so easily. In the current situation, these hostages, combined with the overwhelming combat power of the twin brothers, were their sole bargaining chips. Their greatest hope lay in stalling for time, awaiting reinforcements from Jiu Lu Gua's homeland. Xiao Yin Yin, are you all right? Why is there blood on your hands? Are you hurt? You've lost weight. Are they not feeding you? Upon seeing her captured brother, Mosnian gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with bloodshot fury. Had it not been for her teammate restraining her, she would have recklessly charged forth, incinerating those vile captors with her purifying flames. Mosnian Yin, seeing his sister, was equally agitated. He raised a hand to his forehead in despair, exclaiming, "Sister, how many times must I say it? Do not call me Xiao Yin Yin in public." Tears of frustration threatened to spill. His once illustrious name was at stake. Compared to Mosnian's impulsiveness, Lin Chen remained much calmer. After telepathically communicating with his sister, he discreetly committed the physical characteristics of the Jiu Lu Gua captors to memory, resolving to follow up on the investigation. Anyone involved in this affair would not be allowed to exist should the Lin family seize an opportunity. Xing Qianli fixed a cold gaze upon the twins, his tone surprisingly placid. Everyone present is well aware of the situation. Let us dispense with pleasantries. Return our people, and I can guarantee your safe departure. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable weight. For Xing Qianli and his allies, the immediate priority was the safe rescue of the hostages. Everything else took a back seat. Observing that most of the kidnapped individuals were likely unharmed brought a sigh of relief to Xing Qianli. As for contingency plans, those that had not been executed were as good as non-existent. Even if it meant sacrificing his own life, he was determined to ensure the safe return of the hostages alongside the Gao brothers. Gao Xiaojie crossed his arms coldly, retorting, "Let us leave safely. Do you genuinely believe that with your current combat power, you can retain us?" Facing them was only one semi-holy level combatant, while they had two impeccably synchronized semi-holy levels. Though their lower-tier strength was not superior, they still felt emboldened. Xing Qianli remained unfazed. To say I can retain the two of you is indeed uncertain. But what of the others? Are you truly prepared to bear the wrath of the entire Jiuzhou populace? Gao Xiaojie was about to respond, but was interrupted by Gao Xiaoyin. While Guoli Xing revered martial prowess, oftentimes, raw strength was not the sole determinant of outcomes. Even without resorting to force, Zhou Guo could leverage public opinion and economic pressure to severely undermine their lineage. Gao Xiao Yin took a half-step forward, his demeanor calm and collected, as if engaging in casual conversation with a friend, Director Xing. Let us not be hasty. It is not that we refuse to cooperate with your endeavors. It is merely a matter of great significance. Why not sit down and deliberate slowly? I am certain we can find a resolution acceptable to both parties. As he spoke, he gestured invitingly. Xing Qianli's eyes narrowed with a hint of menace. I must take the people. Will you release them or not? He was no longer inclined to engage in further disputes. Although Zhou Guo's reinforcements were en route, if Zhou Guo's forces arrived first, this advance party alone might not be able to control the situation. Should chaos ensue, the consequences would be dire. The rivalry between nations has always been marked by ruthless maneuvers, each with its own reservations, that a complete severance of relations would benefit no one. Gao Xiao Yin maintained his smile, gently stroking the head of the white fox. Remaining silent, his meaning clear. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and sensing that conflict was imminent, the previously silent Sun Guangji and Xia Yuan exchanged discreet glances. They understood that once the battle commenced, their foremost task would be to protect the other hostages at all costs. The sense of relief they had momentarily set aside now returned with renewed urgency. Chapter 59. Is it not adorable? This charged atmosphere was the first sight and Howning encountered upon arriving at the cruise ship. Utilizing his agility, he silently ascended to the deck, allowing himself to blend into the background. Observing the grave ambience, he blinked and muttered to himself, "Is this atmosphere something I should not disturb?" While his mind urged him to remain unobtrusive. His body acted contrary, meandering into the camp of Zhou Guo. Arriving behind the twins, he lightly patted their shoulders, earnestly advising, "Enough already. You're surrounded, so why persist in being obstinate?" The twins jolted in surprise, not even turning to discern who it was before spontaneously combusting, in the blink of an eye. Only a couple of small piles of ashes remained. They fled with astonishing speed, leaving no opportunity for Howning to finish his sentence. The white fox, too, made a swift retreat at the same moment. Am I truly that frightening? And Howning was quite displeased with the twins' reaction. However, upon reflection, he realized that his sudden appearance was indeed somewhat unexpected, and thus graciously forgave them. After all, he had always been so understanding that on the ceiling of the cruise ship, two prefixed paper figures stood up, once again transforming into twins. The two looked down at the starry sky on the deck with astonishment and anger. After being noticed, and Howning, whose invisibility mode had automatically deactivated, raised his hand and waved to the two. Not bad, not bad. Quick reaction. Howning couldn't help but marvel internally. The short-range transmission technology developed by the Onmyoji is indeed quite convenient. If it didn't require prior preparation, or if the transmission distance were a bit longer, he would be genuinely interested in learning it. That way, traveling would become much more convenient, saving both time and effort. And Howning sincerely felt regret for the imperfections of the paper figure substitute technique. The starry sky. Gao Xiaoyin's face was filled with gravity, devoid of the composure he had earlier when facing Xing Qianli. If, when surrounded by Xing Qianli and others, they felt tremendous pressure, the addition of a starry sky left them with absolutely no chance of turning the tide. Even the hope of a full retreat became exceedingly dim. Statistically speaking, the prepared Zhou country would likely send reinforcements before the Kikyu nation. Who would have thought that a starry sky would emerge midway? The promised masters from Qiutu country, who would safeguard them in critical moments, were still nowhere to be seen. Reluctantly acknowledging the truth, the Gao brothers were already regretting their earlier delay tactics. The reality proved that the more resolute one is when digging a pit for others. The harsher the fall when one jumps in oneself. They had not personally experienced the power of the starry sky, but the past achievements of the starry sky were enough to demonstrate that it was not an opponent they could confront head-on. Without any prior communication, the two brothers simultaneously cast their spells. Before anyone could react, translucent thorns formed from their techniques sprouted on the deck, binding the starry sky tightly. This maneuver was originally a large-scale control skill. But at this moment, even with all his strength focused on the starry sky alone, Gao Xiaojia had no confidence in restraining his opponent, let alone attending to that group from the Supervision Bureau. The ancient door that had appeared during the confrontation with the giant waves resurfaced above and howling. Thick tentacles, with a force that could tear apart a million-ton ocean liner, lashed out towards and howling. At that moment, both the people of Jiuzhou and Kikyu instinctively gasped in shock. Standing beside and howling, Gong Humei's eyes were filled with despair and resentment. Did I in the face of madness? Background identity held no sway. The tentacles had yet to descend, yet their overwhelming might already filled her with dread. The twins, however, were consumed with madness. Since there was no hope of escape, they might as well strike first. Their pride would not allow them to be taken captive. Meanwhile, Xing Qinli and others also sprang into action. Some rushed to rescue the hostages, while others aimed to assist the Starry Sky. Regardless of whether the Starry Sky needed help, they felt compelled to lend a hand. Yet before they could reach the Starry Sky, the scene before them caused many to stumble, nearly toppling over. Did it just break free? The collective mood was one of bewildered confusion. No one had seen how the Starry Sky had escaped its bindings, nor how it had retaliated. All they witnessed were the tentacles, akin to sea monsters, becoming entangled in a knot. Howling seized one of the tentacles, resembling a rope, and nonchalantly pulled. Come here, let me see if you're suitable for a teppanyaki. An indescribable mass, devoid of any resistance, was dragged out from the spatial door and tossed onto the deck. Its exaggerated weight caused the cruise ship to sink significantly, nearly capsizing it. Silence enveloped the deck. Everyone felt as if an invisible hand had grasped their throats, rendering them speechless. Gazing at the creature, with countless eyes that seemed impossible to count, and Howning fell silent. But he glanced at the still-open spatial door and casually tossed the creature's tentacle back inside. Ugly, incredibly ugly. If I weren't starving, I certainly wouldn't want to eat it. Howning concluded that for the next 6 months, he would be utterly disinterested in teppanyaki or similar dishes. Not only that, but his previous cravings for seafood had also vanished entirely. Among those present, the most shocked was Gao Qiaoyin. That moment, he felt a surreal sense of disbelief. It was pulled out and then shoved back and so effortlessly. He wished to slap himself awake from this nightmare. This tentacled monster, according to ancient legends, was indeed a creature of the sea. He had painstakingly captured this powerful being from the ruins, suffering considerable losses and injuries in the process. Usually, not only was he unable to command it, but he also worried that a moment's negligence could ruin the rare spatial equipment capable of containing living beings. Yet just moments ago, someone had nearly treated it as a mere ingredient. And it hadn't even shown any displeasure. Was such differential treatment truly fair? Sensing the low pressure emanating from the Starry Sky, Gao Qiaoyin swallowed hard, realizing, this time, they had truly failed. Regardless of Gao Qiaoyin's thoughts, the focus of everyone was no longer on him. Xing Qinli remarked. He wasn't actually planning to eat it, was he? If I'm not mistaken, that's a quasi-saint level extraordinary creature. Sun Yunyan added, is the Starry Sky planning to use its 5 viscera for this creature's enlightenment? Zhou Zheng exclaimed, I've finally seen the Starry Sky. How exciting. Should I rush in? Will it leave a bad impression? Mo Snyan chimed in. The Starry Sky is alive. Signatures and photos, here I come. First come, first served. Lin Chen and Sun Guangji remarked. So powerful. Is this the pinnacle of the extraordinary? Moc Ro commented. Why does the Starry Sky seem a bit disdainful of that creature? Is it not cute? With so many eyes, I just want to adorn it with colorful contact lenses. Chapter 60. The returning ghost. The Kikyu nation's attempt had failed. The Lord commanded them to remain on standby. An inconspicuous communication channel quietly opened in several corners of the southern city that a few quasi-saint level experts adept at stealth and assassination stared gravely at their respective holographic screens. Each of these lone wolves was a legendary figure in the assassin community. They were now hiding in various corners of southern city, biding their time to strike with their fangs. Although they possessed only quasi-saint level cultivation, each had a track record of independently assassinating saint-level experts. Given the strength of the Devourer, if not weakened by curses, the likelihood of defeating it would drop to less than 30%. The Death Goddess Hall prided itself on never missing a target. Should this operation fail, it would severely tarnish the organization's reputation that I suspect the Lord may not abandon this mission. Regardless of whether action is taken, I hope the Lord can make a swift decision. I have an ominous premonition. Perhaps the Devourer has already sensed our presence. After a brief exchange, communication fell silent once more. Several hours later, the Lord's latest directive arrived. Before sunset today, eliminate the devourer at all costs. Received, received, received. Just thinking about the prospect of slaying the financial guardian of the Jiuzhou nation is exhilarating. That I end the cruise ship's lounge, and Howning continued to indulge in his suffering within the dragon world. Utterly absorbed. There were many aspects of the game worth critiquing, yet the nostalgia it evoked made it all worthwhile. Though the kidnapping crisis had not fully subsided, for the identity of the starry sky, he had accomplished all that was necessary. Everything that followed was no longer his concern. That I is an exceptional, extraordinary being. He understood the art of relaxation deeply. After satisfying the wishes of a few fans, he settled into the lounge, returning to the rhythm of his preferred lifestyle. His sense of retreat had reached its zenith, transcending the mere confines of an apartment or specific location. That he had achieved the highest state of mind. Wherever my heart finds peace, there is my home. One could say that wherever he went, it became his territory. However, being able to lie at home was undeniably more comfortable. Had it not been for Xing Qinli asking him to wait a little longer, he would have already left to return to his cozy abode. That a knock on the door interrupted him, and upon receiving permission, Xing Qinli, who had just dealt with numerous matters, entered. Starry Sky, are you doing well? Earlier, we detected a high-energy reaction. Were you engaged in combat? Is the other party unharmed? Xing Qinli naturally sat on the opposite sofa, already suspecting the identity of the one who had clashed with the Starry Sky. And he did not hide his eagerness to hear about any incidents. Disguised as a middle-aged man through a singular combat suit, and Howning removed his gaming headset and lazily remarked, aside from Qiutu Nation messing up and suffering heavy casualties, the other ruckus makers should be fine after a year or so of recovery. That in Howning's eyes, those who aimed to ambush him were merely causing a stir. The only distinction between arrogance and confidence perhaps lay in whether one truly possessed sufficient strength. Hearing that Qiutu Nation had also taken action, Xing Qinli was not surprised. That he nodded thoughtfully. That great mage has indeed contributed significantly to the silent operation. Without your assistance, this matter would likely have been precarious. Upon hearing this, and Howning furrowed his brow, sensing he had overlooked something. Before Howning could ponder deeply, Xing Qinli spoke again, carefully choosing his words to inquire. You are usually well informed. What are your thoughts on the recent signs of Wan Ling's return? Hao Ning was taken aback when Xing Qinli unexpectedly posed such a question, responding casually, I've been rather busy lately and haven't kept up with news in this regard. Why do you ask all of a sudden? Upon seeing that the starlight did not appear to be fabricated, Xing Qinli felt a slight sense of relief. Based on his understanding of starlight, it undoubtedly belonged to the category that would disdain lying. Xing Qinli smiled and said, It's nothing. It's just that their activities have become somewhat more frequent recently. That I wanted to gather more information from you, as a precaution. The Wanling organization, once known as the Dark Divine Court, is the largest extraordinary biological entity in the history of Gully Star. For several centuries following the collapse of the Divine Court, numerous extraordinary beings faced a perilous situation due to humanity's retaliatory pursuits. It was only when the most formidable races among the extraordinary beings, under pressure, set aside their grievances and jointly founded the Wanling organization that they were granted a respite, allowing the bloodlines of many extraordinary beings to endure. The descendants of the Divine Court have always considered themselves as progeny of the gods, harboring animosity and disdain towards humanity. The animosity is self-evident, given the deep-seated vendetta between them and humans. Their disdain stems from the cultural legacy, as contemporary human civilization can be seen as a derivative of the cultural framework established by the Divine Court. Many widely circulated proverbs and traditional beliefs on Gully Star today can be traced back to the era of the Dark Divine Court, which instills in them a profound sense of superiority and cultural heritage when confronting humanity. That in the past, the Wanling organization had numerous significant clashes with humanity. Approximately 2 centuries ago, they vanished without a trace. To this day, no one knows the reason behind their sudden disappearance, and there were even rumors that the Wanling organization had succumbed to internal strife and faded into the annals of history. Consequently, some treasure hunters dedicated their lives to seeking the so-called legacy of the Wanling, hoping to unearth the treasures amassed over the ages. However, in recent months, traces of the Wanling organization have re-emerged across the globe, akin to phantoms returning from the depths of history. While the motives behind their unexpected resurgence remain unclear, from humanity's perspective, it is likely not a favorable development. Such entangled grievances, accumulated over countless generations, cannot be judged by simplistic notions of right and wrong. It is a struggle for survival between races. Historically, the leaders of the Wanling organization have been extraordinary beings whose intellect rivals that of humans. Thus, when Starlight faced scrutiny regarding its racial identity, Xing Qinli's first thought was whether Starlight might be a member of the Wanling organization, that if this conjecture were to be validated, it would spell unpredictable consequences for both the Zheozhou nation and humanity as a whole. At present, however, regardless of Starlight's true nature, the fact that it is not openly allied with the Wanling is at least a positive sign. Whether Starlight is merely masquerading or may eventually side with the Wanling is beyond the scope of his concern. Exercising caution is never a disadvantage. However, unfounded suspicion devoid of evidence can lead to irrational judgment that as it stands, Starlight appears to maintain a friendly disposition towards humanity and the Zheozhou nation that in light of their amicable relations. Increased collaboration would be a win-win endeavor. There is no need to allow unsubstantiated doubts to undermine their relationship. Humanity has always been adept at self-fulfilling prophecies. Chapter 61. Entering autonomous decision-making mode in the dimly lit space. Enormous crystals emitted an eerie glow. Through their translucent exteriors, one could see specimens encapsulated within, resembling amber. Yet, these specimens were not mere insects, but once mighty warriors, now devoid of life that an invisible wave coursed through. The outer walls of the crystals gradually dissipated, revealing the remarkably lifelike corpses within. These long isolated bodies, upon contact with air, began to disintegrate immediately, turning to ash without undergoing any decaying process. Only the battle attire they had worn in life remained, scattered across the cold ground. The design of these uniforms appeared quite antiquated, evidently having aged considerably. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the emblem of Zheozhou nation emblazoned upon them, subtly indicating the identities of the deceased. At that moment, a silvery liquid, seemingly alive, flowed from a corner, methodically enveloping the scattered garments and effortlessly disassembling them, that an electronic voice, incomprehensible to ordinary beings, resonated within the dim chamber, and to the astonishment of those present. Words from Gully Star's common language began to emerge. Intruder, game, debris, cleanup. This fragmented dialogue did not persist for long, as the cold mechanical voice soon became clear and fluent. Gully Star, their cultural legacy appears to originate from the mother civilization. Yet their technological prowess is astonishingly primitive. How perplexing. After a brief pause for contemplation or calculation, the voice resumed. They seem to refer to this place as the Magic Crystal Ruins. Their purpose for coming here is to seek what they call magic crystals. This behavior seems to be classified as theft, response measures. The voice trailed off, pausing longer than before, and several hours later, the mechanical voice continued. Insufficient data, no preset directives found, entering autonomous decision-making mode. Suddenly, the mechanical voice shifted dramatically, adopting a tone imbued with emotion, devoid of discernible gender or age. Since you enjoy exploring my little space, I shall ensure you have a thrilling experience this time. Let your memories and thoughts serve as payment. There was a palpable sense of anticipation in its tone that in the lounge of the cruise ship. On how Ning and Xing Qinli engaged in casual conversation, akin to old friends, as the vessel sailed into the territorial waters of the Zheozhou nation. Xing Qinli, gazing out at the port growing ever closer through the porthole, earnestly inquired once more. The entrance to the ruins was opened half an hour ago. Are you truly not interested? This is a rare occurrence. Only happening once every 60 years, his voice brimmed with regret, transparently revealing his desire for Starlight to partake in the contest for the magic crystals. On how Ning reclined comfortably on the sofa, his eyes half closed as he lazily twirled a straw between his fingers. That I do have some interest, but as you know, I truly lack the motivation to move. Besides, with so many experts from the Zheozhou nation attending, your elite combat power should suffice. I shan't intrude on this excitement. While his reluctance to move was one aspect, there was a more significant reason he withheld from Xing Qinli. Among the team dispatched by the Zheozhou nation for the ruins exploration were his grandfather and father. Given his current abilities, even if his identity were to be revealed, the repercussions would be minimal. However, If he were to be recognized by his family, the potential embarrassment of the scenario was far from pleasant. He could easily imagine his father, ever the patriot, clinging to him like glue, using tenfold the persuasion he employed on Hao Ning to coax Starlight into a position within the Supervision Bureau. Just the thought of it was overwhelming. Feeling the cruise ship come to a halt, Hao Ning stood to leave, saying, "Xing Bureau, I shall take my leave now. No need to see me off, Xing Qinli." With a wry smile of resignation, wished that Starlight might reconsider joining the contest for the magic crystals. After all, such strategically significant resources would greatly benefit the nation, even if just by a fraction. Nevertheless, since Starlight was unwilling, there was little he could do to compel them. As he watched Starlight prepare to depart, Xing Qinli suddenly recalled something and casually asked, "By the way, Starlight, did you encounter that young man named Hao Ning while handling the abduction team from Jiulu Nation?" "We have yet to establish contact with him. Although there have been instances in the past when Hao Ning was out of reach, the fact that he had gone missing immediately after being rescued from abduction raised some concern for Xing Qinli." Just as Hao Ning was about to leave, he momentarily froze upon hearing Xing Qinli's inquiry, "Ditto, that young man left on his own shortly after I arrived. He should be fine, right?" He did not turn around. Maintaining a calm tone, with remarkable composure, Hao Ning buried his embarrassment deep within, feeling a twinge of anxiety. He had been preoccupied with numerous matters and had forgotten to inform his family of his safety. He quickly reassured himself. Given his parents' positive mindset, they probably wouldn't worry too much even if he failed to report in that he thought this way, yet decided to contact his family later to assure them. As he contemplated reaching out to his family, he suddenly realized the oversight he had made and inwardly cursed himself for it. A multitude of fragmented thoughts coalesced in his mind, forming a coherent logical chain. Based on his understanding of the old-timers from Jiulu Nation, whenever there was an opportunity to maximize benefits, they would undoubtedly abandon any pretense of morality. Hao Ning halted, his gaze deep and ethereal, as his consciousness directly plunged into the information node. The once tranquil information node was now engulfed in a tempest of psychic energy. Hao Ning swiftly searched for the causal links associated with himself. Soon he sensed a thread of hidden peril from a bloodline connection. His psychic avatar sharpened its focus unprecedentedly, and he immediately pursued Ning Zhuohua's causal line into the Sea of Origins. Vivid and surreal images surged past him. Retreating swiftly, he traversed the Sea of Origin at the utmost speed he could muster. Even with the intensity of his mental prowess, such rapid and high-frequency leaps within the Sea of Origin were perilously reckless. The essence of human consciousness is information, and the Sea of Origin is a vast repository of intricate data. Should he inadvertently entangle himself with other information during his transitions, he could easily find himself ensnared in various predicaments. And Hao Ning completely disregarded these risks. At this very moment, nothing could deter his resolve to advance. That as he moved at breakneck speed, the myriad streams of information within the Sea of Origin began to interfere with his mental embodiment, causing his mental energy to deplete at an alarming rate. Yet at this juncture, he was too preoccupied to dwell on such matters. Uncertain of what the Jiulu kingdom intended, he had no desire to wait until later to avenge Ning Zhuohua. After several breaths in the real world, Hao Ning's mental embodiment hovered before a delicate information node. The node before him exuded a faint aura of transcendent clarity. Noticing that the information node remained unchanged, Hao Ning felt a slight sense of relief that he promptly extended a portion of his mental energy, centering it around Ning Zhuohua's information node to explore outward. Soon, he detected several concealed murderous intents emanating from a distance. Subtly locking onto Ning Zhuohua, an intangible force obscured the whereabouts of these lethal energies. Hao Ning understood that Ning Zhuohua, being targeted, would undoubtedly sense the danger. However, under the influence of this formless power, accurately locating and countering the threat would prove to be quite formidable. Ning Zhuohua possessed formidable mental strength and combat awareness, yet Hao Ning felt it was rather precarious for her to unravel such a cloaking. After all, unlike him, she had not delved into offensive techniques within the Sea of Origin. It could be said that prior to his development of this skill, no such methods existed on his home planet. The influence the inhabitants of his home planet could exert on the Sea of Origin was exceedingly limited. The ability to derive causal information, as demonstrated by the Ning family, or to employ magic to obscure certain information, as the Grand Sorcerer did, represented the pinnacle of mental prowess technology from his home world, and how Ning's expression darkened. At this moment, his thoughts coincided with those of Lin Chun from not long ago. Certain individuals were no longer necessary. His indifference toward unfamiliar beings was matched only by his fierce protectiveness of those he cherished. If his mindset resembled that of artificial intelligence, then endangering his loved ones was akin to crossing the most fundamental red line of his system. Nevertheless, despite his displeasure, since Ning Zhuohua was currently unharmed, he felt no overwhelming anger. This slight vexation did not impede his rational thought. Recalling Ning Zhuohua's maxim, living chips are always more valuable than those who are dead, he ultimately decided against eradicating these individuals from the Sea of Origin. Should he destroy these unwelcome offerings without his mother's consent, he feared she would chastise him for lacking the prudence to manage resources wisely. Ning Zhuohua had instilled in him from a young age that, when utilized appropriately, enemies and rivals could serve as valuable renewable resources. Reflecting on the peculiar theories his family had instilled in him since childhood, and how Ning felt fortunate that his perspective remained relatively normal. Regardless of the truth, he was resolute in his beliefs. Unbeknownst to him, his mental embodiment muttered something before he proceeded to undertake serious matters. His mental embodiment began to activate the control techniques he used for physical training. Raising a hand, he pointed forward, and the surrounding streams of information and energy converged upon his fingertips, gradually coalescing into a particle of light devoid of any precise dimensional concept. Ever since he ascended to the saint level, he had endeavored to synchronize his control and transformation techniques, hoping to achieve the so-called true self state mentioned in the individual combat database. After years of repeated experimentation and practice, he had finally made some initial progress. This capability for offense within the Sea of Origin was one of his achievements. However, achieving perfect synchronization still seemed to require a certain fortuitous opportunity. Yet he had always been one to adapt to circumstances and was not inclined to rush. Once the light particle fully solidified, and how Ning flicked it with his finger, and the particle swiftly plunged into the depths of the Sea of Origin. During its flight, it multiplied and darted in various directions, vanishing from sight in an instant. Though he was entirely ignorant of magic, this did not hinder his capacity to unleash force that in the Sea of Origin, where the constraints of light speed did not apply. The time between launching an attack and striking a distant target was virtually negligible in that moment. The formless power obscuring information shattered explosively, while the information nodes emanating murderous intent were severely compromised by the precise strikes. In a secluded chamber on the southern continent, an elderly man with white hair and beard, clad in a pale, golden mage robe, unexpectedly spewed forth a mouthful of blood that a look of shock crossed his aged face. With his strength barely surpassing the pinnacle of the saint level, he quickly grasped what had transpired. His arrangements within the Sea of Origin had been violently dismantled, resulting in a serious backlash against himself. The only entities capable of disrupting his spells within the Sea of Origin and simultaneously inflicting such damage upon him could only be the longtime adversaries of the Ning family. Ignoring the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth, he was torn between astonishment and confusion. Did those few individuals collaborate to retaliate against me? No, this does not resemble their methods. Could it be that the Ning family harbors hidden masters? He suddenly felt he had underestimated this ancient clan. Just moments prior, he had learned of the failure of the silent operation by the Jiulu Kingdom and the unsuccessful ambush on the Starry Sky. Coupled with the recent actions taken in the Sea of Origin, this defeat was utterly comprehensive. Wiping away the bloodstains with a handkerchief, he gazed calmly at the virtual screen, his light gray eyes flickering with an inscrutable glint. After a brief contemplation, he sent a message to the Death God Hall to cancel the assassination order. That a fierce glimmer flashed in his eyes. Do you believe you have triumphed? The appetizer ends here. I hope you enjoy the main course that follows. The Grand Sorcerer of the Chota Kingdom suffered injury. Several quasi-saint level assassins, poised in ambush around the Ning group headquarters, inexplicably found themselves grievously wounded. Though their bodies remained unscathed, the powerful attack on the information nodes had nearly shattered their consciousness in that fleeting moment. The astonished expressions in the assassins' eyes had yet to fade as they struggled to withdraw from their ambush points. Their minds consumed by two thoughts. We have been exposed. How did the Devourer strike? Faced with such a bizarre assault, even seasoned veterans began to feel a deep-seated tremor within the sunlit city of South. Life continued peacefully and unperturbed. Unbeknownst to all, a storm that nearly threatened to upheave the world's balance had quietly dissipated into nothingness. After finishing her work, Ning Zhuhua rose and moved to the relaxation area in her office. Performing a series of graceful stretching exercises to alleviate her fatigue, showcasing her perfectly sculpted figure. Just as she was about to enter a meditative state, a playful yet surprised expression crossed her face. Feeling the murderous intent that had been fixated upon her dissipate without warning, she exhaled softly. Is it truly over? Are they not playing anymore? After a brief moment of surprise, a glint of sharpness flickered in Ning Zhuohua's eyes. Since you have gone to such lengths to come here, you might as well linger a while longer than a few days prior. She had sensed that she was being watched. However, the adversary's concealment techniques were sufficiently sophisticated, intertwined with the kidnapping incident, making it difficult for her to deduce their precise location. To avoid provoking these individuals into desperate actions that could endanger ordinary citizens, she had refrained from making any significant moves, lest she alert the enemy. Though the situation appeared somewhat passive, with the cooperation of the Supervision Bureau, her intricate net had already been cast silently. Whether the adversaries advanced or retreated, all she needed to do was wait for them to reveal themselves and graciously accept the benefits they unwittingly offered. It was not her style to return a gift that had been delivered to her doorstep. She raised her delicate hand and gently tapped on her headset. It's south time to close the net. Please proceed with caution to avoid disturbing the public. As domineering as she was, regardless of whether she held the advantage, she always maintained the mindset of a hunter. The reason she had not mentioned being targeted to Xiaoyi during their previous conversation was that she did not wish to cause him concern. Moreover, she had sufficient confidence in her ability to resolve this crisis. Even if Hao Ning did not intervene for her, it would merely be a slightly more troublesome matter to handle. She regarded their petty tactics with disdain. Subsequently, Ning Zhuohua submerged her consciousness into the sea of origin. After a while, a slight smile graced her lips. It must have been that child who acted. He certainly frightened that old man. In the lounge of the cruise ship, Hao Ning, having returned his consciousness to his physical form, spoke with an unusual seriousness in his tone. Director Xing, please arrange for me to be taken to the ruins. As he spoke, his middle-aged visage was once again shrouded by the starry sky mask. He had lingered in the Sea of Origin for quite some time, yet only moments had passed in the real world. Xing Qinli, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure. Although he was unaware of the details, he felt a surge of joy. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that the starry sky had exuded an aura of danger just a moment ago. As if a ferocious beast from ancient times had revealed its claws and fangs. The formidable presence of the starry sky is widely acknowledged, yet its ability to conceal its aura has reached an extraordinary level. Even during the heat of battle, few have truly sensed its powerful aura. Although the specifics of what transpired moments ago remain unclear, Xing Qinli distinctly felt the fleeting murderous intent that, while not directed at him, was nonetheless chilling enough to instill fear. Aware of the dangerous atmosphere surrounding the starry sky and recalling its sudden intent to venture into the magic crystal ruins, a peculiar anticipation surged within Xing Qinli. As he prepared to pay respects to those from rival factions, typically a person of integrity, he couldn't help but envision the plight that foreign masters competing for the magic crystals against the starry sky would soon encounter. Particularly concerning were the representatives of Chota Kingdom, who had just engaged with the starry sky. He could only hope that their fate would not be overly grim. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Without further delay, he arranged for a war shuttle to personally escort the starry sky to the magic crystal ruins. Currently, the ruins known to humanity can be broadly categorized into three types based on their accessibility. The first type is the long-term open category. These ruins are typically safeguarded by military bases established by various governments, representing a stable and enduring resource. Major factions on the home planet usually possess at least one of these long-term open ruins, which serve as the foundation of their power. The second type is the periodically open category, which opens and closes at fixed intervals, although humanity has yet to fully comprehend their operational principles. Whenever such ruins become accessible, any force capable of seizing the opportunity will not hesitate to compete for resources, creating a bloody free-for-all. The third type is the irregularly open category. This type of ruin poses greater challenges, as it is prone to biological invasions. Its developmental value is relatively low, and instances where explorers barely enter only to find the ruins closing behind them are not uncommon. Consequently, These ruins are often regarded as a hot potato by major factions, necessitating strict surveillance of the area upon discovery. Long-term statistics indicate that, over time, the intervals between openings of the second type of ruins have been decreasing, showing a trend towards evolving into the first type. Similarly, the third type also exhibits a tendency to transform into the second type. This suggests that, given enough time, all ruins may eventually become consistently accessible. However, the cause of this phenomenon remains unknown. The newly discovered ruins, being unclassified, compel major factions to dispatch daredevil pioneers for initial exploration. The magic crystal ruins belong to the second category, producing a high-energy crystal, due to the uncertainty surrounding its composition and energy generation principles. This mysterious crystal was termed magic crystal by ancient civilizations and is now commonly referred to as such. Before the advent of industrial systems, humanity's understanding and utilization of magic crystals were severely limited. Only exceptionally powerful cultivators would attempt to absorb energy from them to assist in their training. Yet, when considering the conversion rate of spiritual energy, extracting energy from magic crystals is far less efficient than simply drawing spiritual energy from ruins. Thus, in the past, magic crystals were primarily regarded as emergency energy reserves. It was not until the industrial system became relatively advanced that humanity truly recognized the power of magic crystals. Within the known energy systems, the energy from magic crystals is considered exceptionally balanced and harmonious. It surpasses the energy derived from controllable nuclear fusion and is far more stable than the experimental antimatter energy, making it an extremely vital strategic resource. Traditional energy sources cannot even be compared. A single grain of magic crystal, no larger than a grain of rice, can sustain a massive vessel weighing tens of thousands of tons for decades of energy consumption. The factions with sufficient capability surrounding the magic crystal ruins include Jiulu Kingdom and Jiuzhou Kingdom. This is why Jiulu Kingdom has historically regarded Jiuzhou Kingdom as its greatest competitor, striving tirelessly to diminish Jiuzhou's competitive edge. Since its initial emergence, the magic crystal ruins open approximately every 50 to 60 years, with each opening lasting no less than a month. The entrance to this ruin lies in international waters. No single nation can claim sovereignty over it. Nominally, such ruins belong to all of humanity. However, this is merely a nominal claim. In reality, virtually all unclaimed ruins on the home planet are firmly controlled by several powerful nations and significant factions, with the intricate games and exchanges of interests not meant for outsiders to ponder. On board the war shuttle, an Howning gazed out through the porthole at the distant, undulating sea of clouds. He felt no anger at having been kidnapped. Rather, he experienced a sense of novelty in life. Even when ambushed midway, he bore no resentment. After all, having taken something that belonged to others, one must accept the consequences. As for Chota Kingdom and the other opportunistic powers, he merely found their antics to be a minor nuisance, easily dismissed. However, this particular incident truly displeased him. Not solely because Chota Kingdom sought to harm his mother, but due to the unprincipled nature of their tactics. As a businessman, Ning Zhuohua would have been acceptable with Chota Kingdom employing commercial warfare strategies against her, regardless of the outcome. This is akin to someone defeating and Xiaoyi through brute force. He would harbor no complaints. Of course, settling scores afterward would be a different matter. In one's own domain, if one is outmatched, one cannot blame others. Yet if someone attempts to use methods outside the rules of the game against his family, he would not hesitate to flip the table. Since the means employed by the opposing side were all aimed at seizing the magic crystals, he resolved that during this opening of the magic crystal ruins, he would see who could outpace whom. If necessary, a visit to Chota Kingdom's magic crystal storage could also be considered. Howning has never been one to overly strategize before undertaking a task. From the current power struggles, it is evident that despite meticulous prior planning, unforeseen variables are inevitable. Rather than expending time and energy on elaborate schemes, he prefers to embrace spontaneity. Of course, this is not an excuse for his own laziness. He would never admit to that. Under supersonic flight, he soon discerned the outlines of small islands and reefs emerging on the distant sea. Surrounding these reefs were fleets proudly flying various flags, clearly stationed around the area, even before the magic crystals had been extracted from the ruins. All factions had already begun to cautiously guard against one another. Howning looked out, and the metal behemoths, which humanity's civilization takes pride in, appeared almost as insignificant as mere flotsam in the vastness of the sea and sky. It is precisely because he observes the world from such a perspective that he finds the various conflicts on the home planet to be rather uninspiring. However, this time, he intended to involve himself in the struggle for the magic crystals. Gazing at the spatial rift above the reef, and Howning narrowed his eyes slightly. The seemingly inconspicuous spatial entrance instilled a subtle sense of unease within him. Trusting his instincts, he understood that this expedition to the ruins would likely not proceed smoothly. Initially, he had come to the magic crystal ruins solely to thwart Shioda Kingdom's plans. But now, sensing this underlying crisis, he felt grateful for his decision to wade into these murky waters, that if there were any threats that could jeopardize him, they would undoubtedly also threaten his grandfather and father. Recognizing that overthinking was futile, he began to engage in divergent thinking to ensure his mindset remained calm. The energy source powering the individual combat armor primarily stems from solar and biokinetic energy. He wondered if utilizing the energy from magic crystals might yield unexpected surprises, perhaps even reactivating that combat module. As a seasoned gamer, he seriously suspected that the individual combat armor might possess hidden features yet to be unlocked. Reflecting on Qin Tianru's mischievous nature, he considered the likelihood of such a possibility to be quite high. He clearly remembered that when Guanqing utilized the combat armor, the increase in combat power was quite significant. Why was it that he seemed to lack such enhancements? Given the current circumstances, he was already among the top-tier powerhouses on the home planet, and pursuing greater combat strength seemed of little consequence. Nevertheless, in the realm of numerous ruins, there were still plenty of threats capable of challenging him. Not to mention the vast cosmos, which remained a journey he had always longed for. Thus, he felt that having more means of self-preservation could never be a disadvantage. Regardless of whether the magic crystals ultimately proved useful, indulging in pleasant daydreams was certainly harmless. A.N. Howning's approach to life has always been one of carefree enjoyment, never losing his composure, lost in his delightful thoughts. He completely overlooked the fact that even if he obtained magic crystals, he wouldn't be able to equip them into the individual combat armor, as it lacked any form of energy card slot. Xing Qianli approached with 2 freshly brewed cups of tea, offering one to him that I promised to treat you to a welcome gathering last time, but I got caught up in work that will make it up once you return from the ruins. For now, let's toast with tea and wish you a bountiful return. The sincerity in his words was unmistakable. The return laden with the stars equates, in a sense, to the unexpected windfall bestowed upon the realm of Jiuzhou. Upon concluding his words, Xing Qianli raised the cup in his hand, and Howning graciously clinked it lightly with his. Meanwhile, Tian Haifeng, overhearing Director Xing's remark, couldn't help but ponder. Every time Director Xing offers blessings to the stars, it resembles a prophecy. Could it be that this is a unique combination technique shared by the two? The crisp sound of the teacups clinking reverberated within the battle shuttle, unaware that in the long days to come, they would find no time for relaxation or respite. Once the battle shuttle stabilized above the spatial rift, and Howning opened the hatch, feeling the biting sea breeze. Utilizing his personal armor, he sent a message to Ning Zhuohua to assure him of his safety, and informed Yi Tiankong that he had urgent matters to attend to and would be away for a while. However, he refrained from elaborating on the specifics, as he was too preoccupied to concoct a plausible explanation. Accepting the pseudo-spatial equipment filled with survival supplies that Xing Qianli handed over, along with a spatial sphere specially designed for containing magic crystals, he merely scanned the interior with his mental energy, said nothing further, and leaped gracefully into the ruins. The moment the stars entered the magic crystal ruins, it was promptly noted by the various factions stationed nearby, who swiftly relayed the information back to their respective decision-making bodies. Goyalu, another vial of healing potion, was consumed, and Tyram's complexion finally improved somewhat, but he could hardly recall the last time he had sustained an injury. Just then, a communication request from a senior line unexpectedly came through, and upon glancing at the caller ID, a flicker of reverence and shame crossed his gray eyes. Without any hesitation, he immediately connected the call. Tyram, the assassination and silent operation you led have failed. How do you plan to clean up this mess? A voice, clear and youthful, echoed softly. Despite the absence of reproach in the tone, Tyram's expression grew somewhat uncomfortable. The strength of the stars and the Ning family surpassed my expectations. However, we have also gleaned more information from this attempt. Just now, my spell to obscure causality was violently dispelled in the Sea of Origins, causing a backlash that I have reason to believe that the Ning family possesses at least one national-level expert whom we are unaware of. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the shadow cloaked in black robes projected by the light brain, convinced that this information could offset some of his missteps. Yet the figure in black merely shook its head. That is not a member of the Ning family. Tyrum felt a twinge of shock. Not a member of the Ning family. The stars had just entered the magic crystal ruins. Judging by the trajectory of the action, it appeared to be a spontaneous decision. Hearing this declaration, Tyrum's mind raced and a smile emerged. You remain as humorous as ever. It seems that as long as the sacrifice to the god's plan succeeds, I need not concern myself with the aftermath for either Jujo or the stars. Correct? Chapter 65. Regardless of who you are on the outskirts of Jiangnan City, adjacent to the bustling metropolis of Nandu, lies a cluster of residences nestled by the mountains and rivers, where the air is infused with a calming fragrance. The elegant and meticulously arranged furnishings contrast starkly with the high-tech infant crib situated within the room, that on the crib equipped with the most advanced care devices. A plump porcelain doll with large, soulful eyes curiously surveyed its newfound world, that a whimsical finger seemed to reach out to poke the infant's tender cheek, only to pass right through, touching nothing that I was quite adorable as a child. And Howning, in a spectral form, mused as he floated above the crib. Observing his younger self, and Howning's thoughts bubbled like a boiling pot, each bubble a question. What is happening? I have not heard of any illusions within the magic crystal ruins. The only certainty he had was that his previous premonition had indeed come to fruition. Not long after entering the ruins, he found himself inexplicably witnessing his own growth process from a ghostly perspective. Were it not for his robust mental energy, allowing him to sense that his life force remained intact, he might have truly believed he had perished. After attempting to communicate with his personal armor to no avail, he found himself at a loss for how to escape his current predicament, and could only observe the unfolding events. Several minutes had passed since he began to comprehend the situation, and several conclusions could now be drawn. First, the illusion before him was crafted from his own memories. Even recollections from infancy that could not be retained in explicit memory could be summoned forth. Second, the passage of time within this illusion appeared to differ from reality. Under this unreasonable fast-forwarding, his lips twitched slightly as he watched his younger self crawling about chaotically. Lastly, as a specter, his agency was null. He could not influence the progression of the illusion in any way. Merely observing with a sense of awkwardness as Ning Zhuohua and Xiaoyi playfully manipulated the newly birthed toy. The only solace was that, for the moment, no danger seemed apparent, though psychological trauma was not included in that assessment. As time flowed like a fleeting horse, seasons shifted unnoticed. A.N. Howning, in his tender years, had already mastered the use of mental energy with remarkable prowess. Soon enough, he would be ready to attempt the development of information nodes. A perfect match for the heritage of the Ning family. Once he inherits the vast legacy of the Ning family, he would undoubtedly expand and elevate it, perhaps even ushering in a new era for his homeland of Xing. Enough of this, one elder chided. At your age, you still harbor such ambitions. Whenever something good appears, you wish to bring it home. You only speak of my grandson's mental prowess and the Ning family's legacy. Why not discuss his talent for control? Our family has produced countless prodigies over the long years of safeguarding the realm for the common people. Yet, I have never heard of a genius who entered the bone refinement stage at the age of 5. This child will undoubtedly become a new generation of guardian deities. What do you mean your grandson? He is also my grandson, and Howning is a child of our Ning family, as clearly stated in the genealogy. Listening to the quarrel between the two grandfathers, the young and Howning, at that moment, made an important decision regarding the course of his future, to embrace an invincible path. At merely 5 years of age, he comprehended a truth that many spend their entire lives failing to grasp, that no one is born into this world solely to fulfill a specific task. With so many fascinating things awaiting his discovery, why should he burden himself with mundane responsibilities? There are plenty of others to serve the country and its people. Let his grandfathers and fathers take on those roles. Besides, the Yin and Ning families have ample hands to spare. Do they not? As a specter, and Howning nodded with satisfaction at the wisdom of his younger self, praising his past cleverness. How was I so astute back then? Before his birth, the families had been embroiled in a heated debate over whether he should bear the surname N or Ning. indicating the life he would face had he not concealed his talents. Were it not for the apt display of his abilities whenever challenges arose, he would not be enjoying such freedom today. In this world, many aspire to take it easy, yet find themselves lacking the means. He, however, possesses the ability to be a carefree slacker. Having concealed his talents for over 20 years has made life easier. Yet it has also created a significant dilemma. He can no longer articulate where his true limits lie. Contemplating the peculiar circumstances within the magic crystal ruins, he suddenly found himself anticipating a potential encounter that might test the boundaries of his abilities. Though such a thought seemed reckless, he genuinely held that expectation that as time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and Howning, largely overlooked by the majority of both families, strolled leisurely out of the examination venue, ready to embrace what should have been a tranquil university life. Observing everything with a nostalgic mindset, and Howning felt the swift passage of time and couldn't help but harbor a glimmer of hope amid the complex emotions of tension and uncertainty. Will you appear in this illusion? On the tree-lined path of the university campus, the sunlight filtering through the treetops was as warm as he remembered. The gentle breeze still carried a hint of coolness. Yet, beneath the trees, the only thing present was a solitary poetry collection, devoid of any company. The familiar silhouette that once enjoyed reading quietly was nowhere to be seen, but in that moment, the imagery of the illusion suddenly froze. Leaves fell, birds flew, and passers-by along the shaded path seemed suspended in time. Mere remnants of the past, to an observer, and Howning paid little heed to the world around him as he smiled, floating to the bench and reaching out to touch the book that remained just beyond his grasp. This is the place where we first met, and where we last parted, that I should have known that wishing to see you again in this manner was indeed greedy of me. Yet, with the ruined stature, why can I not perceive your true form? What manner of existence are you? His expression was laden with reminiscence, although he had anticipated not encountering Qin Tianru in the illusion. The realization that hope had truly evaporated still left a tinge of disappointment in his heart. As he surveyed his surroundings, the clarity of the scenery around him seemed to diminish sharply. And Hao Ning lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing through the dense canopy, towards the increasingly mottled sky above. That it was as if his vision transcended the clouds, traversing the endless sea of stars, reaching out to some distant place. Regardless of who you are or where you may be, I fervently hope to see you again someday. This longing was not born of romantic affection, but rather a broader aspiration, a promise he made with his future self. Chapter 66. The hotel massacre. In the moment the illusion shattered, in reality, and Hao Ning's tightly shut eyes gradually opened. His gaze crystalline and clear as ice, and the thoughts within him seemed to become more lucid. That an alert echoed in his mind. Player data collection anomaly, subsequent data missing, data collection terminated. The game is about to commence. We wish you an enjoyable experience. Before Hao Ning could fully comprehend what had transpired, his vision blurred, and he found himself standing in a dimly lit corridor. Upon regaining his consciousness, he instinctively activated the scanning and detection function of his exosuit. However, the results caused his heart to sink. Empty, the scan revealed that there were no tangible objects present. There was no corridor. It seemed he was in an exceedingly vast void. The boundaries of this space remained unknown. The detection droplets he released yielded no results either, as a powerful signal source appeared to be interfering with the normal functioning of his exosuit's detection capabilities. The current situation was somewhat peculiar. Yet for Hao Ning, a seasoned explorer who had traversed numerous ruins, it was not entirely without direction that if he had not misjudged, this ought to be some form of advanced virtual reality technology. In this realm, all spatial concepts related to distance and orientation could not be understood through conventional logic. Only the perception of time remained relatively reliable. Based on past experiences, the key to unraveling the situation lay in addressing the signal source. In a flash, and Hao Ning's mind connected the dots that he activated the data warfare mode of his exosuit, attempting to analyze and counteract the signal source of this scenario. Deep within the ruins, a voice of deliberate suspicion echoed. This individual seems somewhat different. The subsequent information cannot be retrieved. This person's strength and life status are not particularly high. Could it be that their memories involve a higher status life form or information? Oh, they even attempt a reverse intrusion? Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, they should simply play along on my turf. Come, let us add a bit of difficulty. As and Hao Ning stared at the progress bar of the exosuit. He was momentarily taken aback. Is the complexity of this signal source truly that high? The loading speed was so slow it made him want to upgrade his data package. Despite his grumbling, he had no time to dwell on it. He redirected his focus back to his current predicament, in the dim corridor. The end remained indistinct, while on either side, wooden doors marred by cracks creaked softly as they swayed. Raising his eyes, he noticed a tattered spiderweb gently swaying in the corner. The decaying wall revealed brownish stains in the corner. Tendrils resembling blood vessels sprouted from an unidentified fungus, catching a whiff of the faint yet distinctly pungent mustiness in the air. And Hao Ning wrinkled his nose that he sensed the concentration of spiritual energy surrounding him, potent enough to poison ordinary individuals and the vast majority of low-tier extraordinary beings. Hao Ning understood that he had indeed entered the ruins. Yet the environment, he mused to himself. This setting doesn't resemble a ruin, and I could overlook that, but what else with the background music, listening to the oppressive yet somewhat familiar melody, and surveying the scene before him, and Hao Ning felt a shiver run down his spine. Wasn't this the Hotel Massacre game he had played before? At that moment, a virtual pop-up suddenly appeared before him. The pop-up displayed the game's background introduction. On this rainy night, due to a mudslide blocking the road, your mountaineering team finds itself trapped in the mountains. A stroke of luck. You discover a magnificent hotel nestled in the mountains. You initially believe this to be divine providence, only to realize that the nightmare was just beginning. One by one, your teammates mysteriously vanish, when the last companion by your side disappears. You are horrified to discover that the hotel has finally revealed its grotesque, true form. Now, as the last living soul in this place, you will be warmly received by the spirits. Gather the necessary items to escape. For survival is your only choice. Having read the game description, and Hao Ning could no longer suppress his urge to critique. When I played this game before, I thought the designer of the story background had lost their mind. Who would enter a luxurious hotel in the middle of a desolate mountain? Shouldn't the remaining individuals band together to search for their missing companions, or hastily leave upon realizing others have vanished? What is this absurdity of people disappearing one after another? Is it merely to facilitate unforeseen events? The game's premise is utterly nonsensical. As a proficient novelist, he detested such illogical storylines deeply. Now he was quite curious. I have come here as the sole survivor. What kind of scenario did the thousands who entered the ruins before me face? Surely there cannot be thousands of survivors. Right. Setting aside these nonsensical musings, the immediate priority was to escape from this place. Observing the countdown to game activation nearing its conclusion, and Hao Ning began making his way towards one of the rooms where the key to the exit was stored. This was the unique informational advantage of an experienced player. Suddenly thrust into the game, he felt a disquieting sense of manipulation. However, he had never been one to let emotions dictate his judgment or actions. Even without any concrete evidence, the abrupt appearance of a scene from the game within the ruins was enough to convince him that some unseen force was at play, rather than recklessly charging forward in defiance. And Hao Ning preferred to bide his time and leverage his advantages. Having pieced together several elements, he quickened his pace as he pressed onward. He once again immersed part of his consciousness into the Sea of Origin. As the other side of the world, the Sea of Origin could be perceived both in Gu Li's star and within the ruins, given that his adversary had yet to reveal themselves and had not interacted directly with him. He could not lock onto their position through causal lines with his current level of mental prowess. Thus, he could only vaguely determine the coordinates of the adversary's informational node based on his instinctive sensing of the surrounding danger. Following the sense direction, and Hao Ning cautiously advanced in the Sea of Origin. Distance was never a constant presence, as he intensified the release of his mental energy, he finally located the informational node he sought. However, upon scrutinizing the node's appearance, he was utterly bewildered. This node was unlike any he had encountered before. He was even uncertain whether it could be classified as an informational node. The outer layer of this node was enveloped in a constantly shifting stream of information, completely obscuring the internal situation. The complexity of the information flow was far more intricate than any known protective measures for informational nodes on Gu Li's star. Hao Ning felt as though the outer layer of this informational node had been fortified with a firewall. Chapter 67. As long as it works, faced with the bizarre situation before him, and Hao Ning hesitated to strike. Adhering to the principle of cautious development, he cautiously approached, releasing a wisp of mental energy to gently prod. Unexpectedly, the entity resembling an informational node reacted without warning, unleashing a torrent of information flow that surged towards his mental avatar. Had it not been for the quick reflexes of his mental avatar, he would have sustained damage from the attack. Left with no viable options, and Hao Ning reluctantly abandoned his attempt to break through from the sea of origin. After lingering for a moment, he returned this fragment of consciousness to his physical body, seeking another path. Meanwhile, the countdown for the game had entered its final moments. 3, 2, 1, 0. As the numbers on the pop-up reached 0, the scene of the hotel massacre truly came to life. A chilling wind howled, sending shivers down Hao Ning's spine that he cautiously scanned the doors on either side, bracing for any peculiar entities that might suddenly emerge. With a thunderous boom, a clap of thunder resonated in the background. Startled, Hao Ning instinctively retreated to a massive axe, stained with splotches of blood, crashed down onto the spot he had just vacated. That a figure, entangled in chains and wielding the enormous axe, stood a mere 10 meters in front of him. Its head drooping as it swayed slowly, emitting a sound that was a haunting mix of laughter and weeping. What is this? Attacks are usually launched from the doors, right? How did it come from the ceiling? A look of utter confusion crossed Hao Ning's face. It dawned on him that the rules of this game were likely not entirely aligned with the original version. This was not good news for him. As he checked the painfully slow analysis speed of his exosuit, a frown creased his brow. With a swift movement, he charged towards the figure before him. Before the person arrived, a fierce wave of spiritual energy had already made its way through. This game is a survival horror game, where, according to the original settings, players could only flee, as ordinary individuals could never contend with the supernatural beings. However, now that real people could enter the game, he wondered if he might attempt a novel approach to clearing it, such as eliminating all these monsters, transforming the survival game into a hunting game. Perhaps every prey harbors a desire to become a hunter. Although he is not fond of slaughter, the prospect of vanquishing these virtual demons intrigued him greatly. The distinction between the strong and the weak often lies not only in their power, but also in their mindset. When faced with an unfamiliar danger, a typical person's first instinct is to evade it, whereas Hao Ning's instinct is always to test the strength of the opponent first. The figure before him abruptly lifted its head, revealing a bloodied and grotesque visage filled with fury. With a piercing howl, it charged at him wielding a massive axe. Uncertain of the opponent's strength, he propelled himself toward it at the maximum speed he could muster. Closing the distance of several meters in an instant, Hao Ning unleashed his full force, targeting several potential vital spots on the creature. Yet, the entity did not flinch or evade. Instead, it swung the axe directly at his head in a reckless manner. As dust swirled around, a few strands of hair fell, and they passed each other in a blur. A flicker of shock crossed Hao Ning's eyes. Had he actually gone through it, his full-force strike had seemingly struck nothing but air. While the creature's axe nearly altered his hairstyle, his spiritual attack dissipated without a ripple, as if the opponent lacked any soul or self-awareness. It is normal for NPCs to lack consciousness, right? Even if some games simulate personalities. That isn't true self-awareness. Just as Hao Ning realized this, he nearly wept at his own foolishness. One must not cling to conventional thinking, having no prior experience to draw from in combat with such entities. He was at a complete loss. Turning back, he saw that the creature's flesh on the back of its head writhed and reformed into an identical face. Merely gazing upon it evoked an unsettling feeling. Its limbs twisted unnaturally, yet it advanced towards him without hesitation. Hao Ning's eyes sharpened, and his energy surged, lifting clouds of dust. The half-open wooden doors creaked under the pressure, emitting a grating sound that sent chills down his spine. He suddenly exerted force through his legs, stamping down heavily, and without hesitation, made his escape. If not now, then when, knowing full well that his opponent was immune to all physical attacks, and that his spiritual assaults were futile. It would be foolish to remain and fight. After running for a while, he extended his spiritual energy and found that the creature did not pursue him. Only then did he slow his pace. Feeling a slight relief to that moment, he noticed another peculiarity. His spiritual energy, strength, and reaction speed were not restricted. Yet, while sprinting at full speed, he could not exceed a limit of 10 meters per second. seemingly constrained by some invisible rule. This limitation might not greatly affect many extraordinary beings who were not adept at speed, but for an Hounding, known for his swiftness and agility, it was utterly frustrating. It felt akin to someone accustomed to real-time data transmission suddenly being forced to use an outdated, lagging network, a maddening experience that tested one's mental fortitude. Seeing the oddity of the situation, he could not help but worry about the safety of his grandfather and father. Despite having sufficient confidence in his family, it was impossible not to feel anxious, especially given that he had yet to encounter anyone. On the home planet, if there were places that even the stars deemed dangerous, no matter how powerful the entrants were, it would never be reassuring. Having only arrived an hour late, could so many experts have been directly annihilated? Or had they already cleared the game? At that moment, and Hounding had no idea that the difficulty of his game was not on the same level as that of others. As he pondered, a door beside him suddenly swung open, and several white figures burst forth like lightning, exuding a chilling aura. Faced with this sudden turn of events, panic was not an option. Just as he prepared to dodge, it felt as if an invisible hand heavily pressed down on his right shoulder, causing him to hesitate. The white figures lunged towards him, revealing pale, eyeless faces that rushed to bite at his obscured visage. The sight of their yellowed, decayed teeth was unsettling, and he had no desire for such close contact. Without a moment to spare, he bent his legs and squatted down, allowing the white faces to soar just above his head. While this may not have been an exceptionally sophisticated martial technique, for the pragmatic and Hounding, effectiveness was paramount. Having evaded the attack, and Hounding felt an unknown force still gripping his shoulder, yet nothing was visible to the naked eye. His response was swift. He unleashed his spiritual energy once more. Within the realm of his spiritual perception, he discerned a phantom, severed hand resting on his shoulder, adorned with a single beautiful eye that blinked at him with long eyelashes. A chill ran down in Hounding's spine as his shoulder muscles and bones contracted sharply. The creature could not keep pace with his speed, and in a fluid motion, he freed himself from the ghostly grip. Daring not to linger, he intended to continue his path when a whooshing sound erupted from the darkness ahead, and a blood-stained giant axe spun toward him. What the hell? How did it get ahead of me? Under the 360-degree coverage of his spiritual energy, he saw the white faces turning back and the severed hand reach for him once more. The humanoid monster multiplied from 1 to 3, that this was a situation that could only be described as dire. With no other choice, and Hounding resolutely dashed into a nearby room from which a ghastly face emerged, slamming the door shut before the severed hand could follow. He decided to traverse the path of the monsters, leaving them no route to pursue. A chilling series of scratching and gnawing sounds emanated from outside the door. Inside, and Hounding swiftly locked the door, resolute in his decision not to open it for any unfamiliar monsters. Of course, he would not open it for familiar ones either, that he felt fortunate that the door mechanics here were consistent with the original game. Closing the door meant temporarily entering a safe zone, provided there were no other monsters within the room. After a moment, the sounds outside gradually subsided, and Hounding let out a sigh of relief. This time, he had made the right call. At this juncture, he finally had the opportunity to survey the room. The first object to catch his eye caused his pupils to constrict sharply, nearly prompting a gasp. The elephant god. This was a room resembling a storage area, and the most conspicuous feature was a towering crystal nearly 2 meters high, emitting a hazy glow that served as the sole source of light in the dim chamber. Encased within the crystal was a man with a prominent nose and deep-set eyes, sporting a thick beard. This individual was the renowned elephant god, reputed to be the strongest in the kingdom of white elephants, a formidable opponent even for an Hounding. Using his spiritual energy, he swept the room, finding no apparent dangers aside from dusty shelves. Only then did Hounding cautiously approach the crystal, that if anyone were to witness his careful movements, they might think that his current demeanor was ill-suited for someone of his stature among the stars. However, in the realm of the extraordinary, caution was not a sign of weakness. As he drew near, Hounding locked gazes with the elephant god, who glared back with a mixture of resentment, fury, and a hint of fear. His battle gear and armor were tattered, and his body bore several alarming wounds. That it was worth noting that this individual, even among body cultivators, was an anomaly. He could withstand concentrated fire from conventional weaponry for hours without faltering. This was curious, for based on his recent brief combat experience, these NPCs, despite possessing certain inexplicable traits, did not seem particularly powerful. His avoidance of combat stemmed merely from the fact that any battle would be an unnecessary drain of energy if he could not strike the opponent. How had the elephant god been overpowered? Observing the elephant god's condition, and Howning realized he had perhaps underestimated the situation. There must be factors at play that he had yet to comprehend. Years of battle experience made it clear to Howning that in any circumstance, the unknown was far more troublesome than a known formidable opponent. But Howning, lost in thought, enveloped the crystal with his spiritual energy. Clearly sensing the immense power contained within, and faintly detecting the elephant god's life force, albeit faint, still alive, and Howning pondered, hesitating for a moment before lightly tapping the crystal with his knuckles. The crisp sound echoed in the dim storage room, accompanied by the ethereal glow emanating from the crystal and the incessant background music, creating an eerily unsettling atmosphere even for Howning's resilient disposition. At that moment, Howning's expression shifted peculiarly. Could this be the coveted magic crystal that everyone desires? It certainly appeared different from the descriptions in the records, given the considerable volume of this object. If it indeed is a magic crystal, the sight of it would undoubtedly drive those outsiders into a frenzy. He instinctively envisioned Xing Qianli, grinning broadly, with glimmering dollar signs dancing in his eyes. It is worth noting that, according to various documented sources, the largest magic crystal discovered by humanity, to date, is merely the size of an adult male's fist. Should such a colossal crystal truly exist, it would undoubtedly incite madness among any faction that in the past. The inhabitants of Gully Star envisioned a future where the advent of controllable nuclear fusion technology would resolve energy issues entirely. However, the reality was that during the early stages of controllable nuclear fusion, while it alleviated the energy crisis on Gully Star temporarily, the abundance of energy propelled rapid technological advancement. The progress of an era is always interconnected. As production capacity increased, so too did energy consumption. Particularly, the explosive expansion of the industrial system rendered energy supplies insufficient. But as the saying goes, a horse cannot grow fat without night grass. To some extent, magic crystals represented an unadulterated source of sustenance for the various factions on Gully Star. Nevertheless, none of this occupied Howning's mind at present. After confirming there was no immediate danger, he allowed his curiosity to flourish. Circling the crystal repeatedly, how was this sizable object even contained? There had been no mention of the elephant god possessing the ability to pass through walls that he activated the scanning function of his exosuit. And the results plunged him into deep contemplation. A pure energy crystal with nurturing properties. Magic crystals possess such an effect. Before entering, he ought to have requested a magic crystal from the Super Management Bureau for study. Unsure of this crystal's true nature, he could only tentatively accept that this was indeed a magic crystal. Simultaneously, he realized that within this space, which might very well be an illusion, the magic crystal was likely the only tangible substance present. However, the exact relationship between the illusion and the magic crystal remained shrouded in mystery. After a moment's thought, he abruptly struck out with a knife hand. With a resounding thud, a blow powerful enough to shatter mountains left not a trace upon the crystal's surface. The rebound force even left his palm tingling. Howning blinked. Is it truly this solid? If memory serves, magic crystals can be cut. Their hardness cannot be this high. Could this be a mutated form of a magic crystal? Is it possible for such a thing to mutate? And Howning felt a sense of surprise at the outcome of his strike. One must understand that beneath his blow, even the specialized alloys used in aerospace applications would not have remained unyielding. Quite remarkable, he thought to himself, inexplicably impressed, originally intending to expedite his progress. And Howning now found himself intrigued, testing several properties using different methods. After a series of rather informal experiments, he ultimately concluded, one must exercise utmost caution. Under no circumstances should one be ensnared within. Otherwise, the likelihood of escape would be exceedingly slim. Howning placed his hand upon the surface of the crystal, his gaze becoming ethereal as he endeavored to swiftly seek out information nodes pertaining to the elephant god through the crystal. In this state of uncertainty, the entire process unfolded unexpectedly smoothly, devoid of any obstacles. Just as he accessed the information within the nodes, darkness enveloped him without warning, and he staggered, nearly losing consciousness. feeling the warmth of blood trickling from his nose. He was struck with alarm that he had merely sought to probe the state of the elephant god and glean insights into his prior experiences. Yet, to his astonishment, his mental fortitude nearly shattered the moment he connected with the nodes. At that moment, the elephant god's consciousness was locked in a peculiar state of slumber. Unlike normal sleep or unconsciousness, the elephant god's awareness was ensnared by an invisible force, seemingly merging with the game at a slow pace. This indirectly allowed Hounding a glimpse into a realm utterly incomprehensible to the inhabitants of Gully Star. Such enigmatic means transcended the limits of his understanding to but an instant of connection. And Hounding's mind was inundated with a torrent of computational data. The overwhelming complexity of the data eluded his comprehension. However, he did manage to extract some useful information from the fragmented memories of the elephant god prior to his sealing. He witnessed scenes of skilled individuals from various nations collaborating to advance, as well as the moment the elephant god was sealed. Although the NPCs within this game were not particularly strong, their damage assessment rules were bizarrely absurd. Once struck, regardless of one's defensive capabilities, damage would be calculated uniformly to AT last. He understood why the formidable elephant god had perished shortly after entering this realm. This individual had undoubtedly relied on his robust physique, intending to withstand the damage. Unfortunately, he encountered a damage assessment system that defied the logic of reality, and before he could react, he fell victim to it. This did not imply that the elephant god was foolish. In fact, had Hounding not encountered the elephant god first and learned of the hidden rules here, he could not guarantee he would not have made the same error. And Hounding deduced that dying within this game might not equate to a direct demise. Rather, it could signify a gradual assimilation into the game, becoming part of it. To illustrate, it was akin to transforming from a player into an NPC, ensnared in an endless cycle of gameplay that he could scarcely imagine a fate more terrifying than being perpetually manipulated until actual death ensued. Although he lacked sufficient evidence to substantiate this hypothesis, the mere existence of such a possibility sent chills down his spine that he absolutely could not allow his friends and family to fall into such a predicament. This was the first time in his life that he felt a profound sense of crisis regarding the safety of his loved ones, far surpassing the anxiety he had felt upon sensing Ning Zhuohua's danger. After all, the levels of peril in these two situations were utterly incomparable. That moment, he came to realize that those seemingly unreliable yet nearly omnipotent figures, the man who was always there and the kind yet astute elder, too might require the assistance of their descendants. Yet, no matter how deeply he worried, he would not allow such emotions to cloud his judgment or actions. That he was indeed powerful, but that strength was merely relative to the conventional levels on Gully Star. In the current situation, where his own safety was at stake, any decision or action stemming from irrationality could yield catastrophic consequences that he had never believed that in real life someone could triumph over a vastly superior enemy simply by relying on fervor or impulsiveness. As depicted in stories Bang, the wooden door was struck again with great force, and Hounding was jolted into complete awareness, instinctively releasing his mental energy, habitually probing beyond the door. However, as his mental energy reached the wooden door, it seemed obstructed by an invisible barrier, preventing him from perceiving any external circumstances that he understood that the game's controller had reacted to his intrusion. The safety zone would no longer be secure. If he did not take action soon, he would soon greet a swarm of malevolent entities. Hounding quietly approached the door, gripping the trembling doorknob, cautiously pressing his eye against the peephole. His mental energy could not penetrate the door. He resorted to this most primitive method of observation. Although the safety zone was about to lose its security, the program's modifications would surely require some time. Trapped within, he was eager to ascertain the nature of the forces gathering outside. The confidence stemming from his formidable abilities, coupled with various thrilling experiences, had long since rendered him incapable of feeling panic or fear. Even in dire circumstances, his thoughts remained focused on how to navigate the predicament. Peering through the peephole, he observed dimly lit corridors filled with various indistinct shadows flitting about. The distorted images through the peephole imparted a sense of chaotic eeriness. Just as he scrutinized closely, a crimson eye suddenly darted into view from below the peephole, locking onto him. If it had been anyone else in that moment, they would likely have been paralyzed with fear. Yet in Hounding's thoughts were, peepholes are typically one way. Surely this creature cannot see me. However, that large eye is obstructing my view. Before he could finish that thought, he found himself with no need for concern. With a resounding crack, a pair of ghostly claws burst through the wooden door, lunging for his chest. Goodness, the speed of this program modification is alarmingly rapid. In less than a minute, could you grant me a chance to escape? Complaining inwardly, his evasive actions remained swift. Realizing that there was no way out through the door, and Howning felt a chill run down his spine. He had no desire for a friendly exchange with these entities. His mind raced, rapidly recalling every strategy regarding the game. Bang, bang, the wooden door shattered completely. A horde of various malevolent creatures surged in, gleefully preparing to tear Howning apart, ensuring he would remain trapped there forever. However, the storage room was devoid of occupants. Not only was Howning missing, but the massive crystal that sealed the elephant god had also mysteriously vanished. From the shadows behind the walls, and Howning stealthily observed the despondent array of creatures outside, utterly disinterested in offering consolation. It was unclear how he discerned so many emotions from these mindless NPCs. This may assist him in maintaining a clarity of thought, shielding his judgment from the sway of emotions. The crystal that seals the elephant deity has long been secured within Howning's individual combat armor. If one can easily lead a sheep, why not do so? As for whether or not to rescue the elephant deity in the future, or if it is even possible to extricate it, that remains a separate matter. Howning cannot definitively say how vast the storage space within the combat armor is. He has never filled it to capacity. However, like the vast majority of spatial equipment, this space is ill-suited for housing living beings. After all, lacking air makes it inhospitable for carbon-based life forms. Fortunately, the elephant deity is in a sealed state, allowing it to be contained. Whether the elephant deity perceives this as fortunate is another discussion entirely. Thanks to the barrier of the combat armor, at least its fate of being assimilated by the game has been forcibly averted in the darkness, and Howning is cautiously navigating the pitch-black passageway. His hand resting against the wall, no, this passage cannot merely be described as dark. It is a complete deprivation of sight. Even when Howning immediately releases his mental energy to observe, he still sees nothing but darkness. Unable to perceive anything at all. Listening to the oppressive and muffled background music, Howning cannot help but grumble. Must the settings be altered so drastically? I recall that in the original game, this passage merely reduced visibility. Now, it feels as if I have been rendered blind, in the original game. Each room contained a hidden door at various locations. Behind these hidden doors lay a shortcut, serving as a boon for players. These doors interconnected, but their positions were random. Howning feels fortunate to have found a hidden door in such a hurry. One of the foremost psychics on his home planet. His psychological resilience is extraordinarily robust. Yet deep within his genes, humanity's fear of darkness subtly influences him. Running his fingers along the unchanging wall, Howning's heart begins to race. Just how long is this passage? He has been walking for quite some time without encountering another door. Could the design of this passage have been altered into an infinite loop, confirming that he has been walking in a straight line? Howning confidently dismisses the possibility of a circular path in his subconscious. With his perceptive abilities, even the slightest curvature in the path would not escape his notice, but he begins to suspect that this space may resemble some high-dimensional conceptual models. A straight path that loops endlessly. As anything is possible in this virtual world, he contemplates whether to retrace his steps and check if the entrance he came from still exists. Suddenly, heavy and slow footsteps echo from behind him, accompanied by the sound of liquid dripping. What is approaching? I remember that there should be no danger in this passage, right? Has that changed too? Howning feels a surge of anxiety. The creatures here are immune to his attacks. Should he encounter an assault in this confined, dark environment, evading it would be exceedingly difficult, and he would find himself in a rather passive predicament. Without a moment's hesitation, he accelerates, moving at the utmost speed allowed by the game rules. Given his mastery over his body, losing sight does not significantly hinder his movements. Yet he soon realizes that even at full speed, the entity behind him follows closely, as if it were a shadow. Based on the sound of footsteps, the distance between them is gradually closing. This sensation is akin to knowing that something dreadful is about to occur, yet being unable to alter it. Howning despises this feeling of helplessness. Suddenly, he acknowledges that his ability to find the hidden door earlier may not have been merely due to luck. Perhaps the game's orchestrator has selected a different scenario for him. This sensation of being manipulated and toyed with is profoundly unsettling. Yet at this moment, escaping the fate of being encased in crystal is of utmost priority. Closer, ever closer, the sound of dripping liquid becomes distinctly audible that a faint, putrid odor wafts through the air, that a gravelly laughter echoes within the narrow passage. And Howning's mind is on high alert, prepared to confront lethal assaults from multiple angles that a thunderous boom reverberates in the background. Though he cannot see, he suddenly feels a tingling sensation at his brow. It seems a sharp object is lunging towards him. Before he can evade, the pursuer behind him accelerates and closes in, icy, damp hands gripping his collar. Coordinating with the assailant ahead, he vows that the NPCs in the original game would never employ such tactical synergy. The acute sharpness of the attack already sends a sting to his forehead. Instead of retreating, and Howning lunges forward, hearing a tearing sound as his back feels a chill. Great, my clothes are ruined again. And Howning has never been accustomed to wearing combat gear. After all, the combat suits on his home planet are far inferior to his own physical prowess, relying on his extensive combat experience. And Howning slips into the blind spot of the attacker. At that moment, the assailant swiftly alters their attack, shifting from thrust to slash, aiming for his shoulder and neck, the air splitting with a sharp crack. In this critical moment, and Howning's bones and muscles engage to their utmost, executing movements that defy normal human physiology to barely evade this lethal strike. The attacker seems taken aback by Howning's dodge. Their attack, unable to be retracted in time, that a sickening sound accompanies a piercing scream. What is happening? Did it just wound itself? Aren't the creatures immune to attacks? In a blink, a multitude of thoughts race through his mind. And he dares not linger. He bolts away. For him, concepts like being a high-level player are mere distractions, that it's time to flee. The earlier miscalculation seems to have triggered some mechanism. The once slow and singular footsteps behind him now grow dense. The pursuer's speed increases and more entities join the chase, and Howning has no time for complaints. His mind is consumed by a single thought: run. In the absence of acceleration, he relies on his agility to dodge deadly strikes time and again. Yet with the escalating density of attacks, he inevitably acquires several wounds that he now acutely feels the unreasonable nature of the damage assessment here. Each of the previously trivial attacks, even those that merely grazed him, inflicts harm that he can scarcely ascertain whether what he is experiencing is a figment of his imagination or if the game's orchestrator genuinely possesses the ability to weaken his defenses. The icy tendrils of death emanating from his wounds seep deeper into his veins and muscle tissue, threatening to freeze him entirely if left unchecked. That is a cellular-level decline in vitality. Even for someone as physically robust as Howning, his body's natural healing abilities are severely stifled. Moreover, the current circumstances leave no room for leisurely healing. He is, in every sense, in a state of extreme passivity. In the face of dire straits, and Howning's mind paradoxically finds tranquility. Fragmented memories returned by the elephant deity indicate that the vast majority of those who entered the ruins have likely completed their quests and departed. The fact that he has not yet been directly sealed suggests that even if the opponents are unscrupulous, they cannot act with complete impunity, that as long as they cannot manipulate everything at will. There exists a glimmer of hope. Yet where is this hope to be found? If he merely continues to flee, will he not fall into another mental trap? Ultimately, the essence of this game does not hinge on how swiftly players can run or how nimbly they can maneuver, but rather on how players can gather the elements necessary to unlock the exit from the hotel. Recognizing the crux of the issue, and Howning begins to rethink his approach. Logically speaking, having traversed the passage for so long, he should have encountered other exits by now. The lack of encounters can only be attributed to a few possibilities. First, the exit may have been removed. Second, the distance to the exit has been extended. Or third, the manifestation of the exit has been concealed, for the earlier suspicion of an infinite loop. Whether or not that theory holds any merit, it does little to alleviate the current crisis. Thus, it warrants no further consideration. After all, if it truly is a completely enclosed space, no matter how many tactics he possesses, he can only delay the inevitable sealing that Howning's divergent thinking when it matters most. Remains decisively focused, he will not squander time and energy on futile musings. Regarding the three possibilities, should the first option be true, he would have no escape. Thus it is not worth contemplating that if the second option is valid. Having run for this long, even if the exit has been distanced, it is unlikely that none have appeared thus far. Therefore, the most plausible scenario is the third option, the only one with verifiable potential. The manifestation of the exit has indeed changed. It is possible that he has missed the exit multiple times without realizing it. Upon this realization, he cannot help but feel a pang of regret. Despite lacking concrete evidence, he senses that he has suffered a significant loss. Now that his thoughts are clear, the remaining task is to swiftly locate the exit. The inability to observe with sight or mental energy does not imply that he lacks any means of exploration. He crouches low, narrowly evading a blow aimed at him, and slams his palm onto the ground. The force of his strike reverberates, rapidly spreading through the passageway. The tremors emitted a series of unique frequencies and sound waves, akin to the echoes of ultrasound, which gradually resonated in Howning's ears. Through a sonar-like imaging ability, he swiftly constructed a hazy outline of his surroundings in his mind. However, before he could meticulously search for any possible exits, he discovered that a multitude of specters had also emerged ahead, surging towards him like a relentless tide. Witnessing the monstrous forces converging from both directions, and Howning felt himself on the brink of becoming a mere sandwich in this dire scenario, leaving him utterly at a loss. This predicament made him, as a three-dimensional being, feel as though he were trapped in a one-dimensional space, a sensation of extreme confinement that he had never experienced before. With danger looming from both the front and the back, it seemed that only annihilation awaited him. Those who had never encountered such a scene could never fathom the suffocating sensation he felt in that moment. As his available space shrank further, several attacks converged upon him simultaneously. At that point, evasion was no longer an option. Just as he was about to resign himself to his fate, a sudden spark of ingenuity struck him. With a crisp clang, several ghostly claws collided with a massive axe against an incredibly hard surface. What else could it be but a crystal reminiscent of a sealing emblem? Faced with the unexpectedly vast crystal, the mindless apparitions, mere projections of a program, found themselves momentarily bewildered. The monsters were dazed, and Howning was even more so. The grotesque appearance of these creatures was truly unappetizing to know. That wasn't the crux of the matter. The crucial point was that he could see. Bathed in the crystal's nebulous glow, he discerned the surrounding situation in a blurred manner. What did this mean? It suggested that no mental effort or sonar imaging was necessary. Merely a light source would suffice. And Howning felt as if his fragile spirit had suffered a thousand-fold blow. For reasons unknown, he suddenly thought that if his father were in his position, he likely wouldn't have spent so long wandering in the darkness, that he could vividly imagine Xiaoyi immediately activating his personal light source upon being engulfed in shadows. What further compounded his despair lay ahead. Within his field of vision, amidst the throngs of monsters, there were not only particularly fearsome entities, but also a few bizarre oddities. Nothing could describe them more fittingly than the phrase eye-catching. For instance, this creature before him, resembling a door with arms and legs, bore an uncanny resemblance to the dark portal he had encountered earlier. This meant that the exit he had been desperately seeking had been tailing him all along. And Howning's mind was flooded with a stampede of herbivorous beasts in that moment. He felt that the game's manipulator better pray to avoid falling into his grasp. Otherwise, he would surely engage in a cordial and friendly exchange with this entity. Far more amiable than the way these specters treated him, in the dim, silent room. The dilapidated bed lay thick with dust. Suddenly, the wardrobe against the wall began to tremble, and with a loud bang, the door was violently flung open from within. A bloodied figure, clad in tattered clothing, burst forth. There was no time to rest, and Howning immediately shut the dark portal hidden within the wardrobe, but he had no idea how long it would hold back those specters. But even a moment's delay was worthwhile. Temporarily free from pursuit, and Howning let out a slow breath, surveying the guest room into which he had stumbled. Finally, a vacant space. After colliding with several rooms overrun by monsters and rescuing 2 sealed victims, he had finally located this seemingly safe haven. His gaze fell upon the eerie, owl-shaped clock on the wall, and suddenly, his eyes brightened that if his memory served him correctly, there should be a key for the moving exit hidden here. Was fortune finally smiling upon him? No. His luck had always been splendid. Why would he need to rely on fate? And Howning wisely stifled his wandering thoughts, refraining from making any vows. Chapter 72. They are mindless with a slight mental probe. A glimmer of light flickered in Howning's eyes as he bent down and dragged out an old-fashioned suitcase from beneath the bed. Observing the combination lock on the suitcase, he let out a huff of indignation. This game, which disregarded rules, prompted him to adopt a straightforward approach: brute force. For someone of Howning's caliber, rules were merely classified into two categories: those they willingly followed and those that were insurmountable. With a click, the suitcase sprang open, revealing a collection of odds and ends, along with several yellowed pages, primarily serving to enrich the narrative backdrop. That moment, he had no inclination to savor the intricacies of the game's lore. He directly seized a red box from within the suitcase, lifting the lid to reveal a copper key, a rarity in contemporary society. The key to a crucial item was finally in his grasp. His previously troubled mood was instantly uplifted as long as he could locate the hotel owner's office and acquire the layout of the inn. Pinpointing the constantly shifting exit would enable him to escape this ghastly place. Although the perilous situation had not changed, he could still derive joy from these small improvements. He relished life and embraced existence, not merely on a material level. Whenever possible, he endeavored to maintain a state of comfort, which undoubtedly extended to his mental well-being. Being today in, Howning assessed his injuries, resolutely abandoning any immediate plans to search for the blueprint. But he surmised that among the many skilled individuals who had entered before him, some must have played this game. They likely worked together, with some searching for items while others drew fire, facilitating a swift clearance. Currently, he was alone. If he were not cautious, he would likely be surrounded by those specters before he could find anything. Indeed, it was a case of two fists unable to contend with the countless ghostly claws. Not to mention, he was virtually incapable of striking back. To suggest that he was on the same playing field as his opponents would be a gross understatement. It was a one-sided trouncing. Recalling his recent experiences in the dark passage and the overly hospitable NPCs sent a shiver down his spine, but he had no desire to relive such a passive sensation. Noticing the temporary absence of danger, he began to focus entirely on healing his wounds. Gradually expelling the frigid, deathly aura that had invaded his body, he retrieved some high-energy food from his pseudo-space gear. Devouring it with a ravenous appetite, the treacherous circumstances did nothing to dampen his hunger. With his belly full, a sense of stability washed over him. Howning had always believed that life was fleeting. When the opportunity to enjoy arose, one must seize every moment. Squandering limited time on negative experiences was nothing short of self-torture, in other words, regardless of what might transpire next, whether good or bad. What one truly possessed was merely a series of present moments. Just as he had once penned in his own work, that irrefutable platitude: life, after all, is such that each additional second of joy diminishes a second of sorrow. And Howning glanced at the dilapidated, dust-laden bedding and felt it was no different from the floor. Directly sitting on the ground, he began to utilize the available information to attempt a psychological profile of the game's manipulator. Based on the known capabilities of the other party, he swiftly ruled out the possibility of the manipulator being human. Consequently, judgments grounded in human psychology would only offer limited insights as for the reasoning of non-human thought processes. He found himself utterly at a loss. Considering his experiences since entering the ruins, it became evident that this enigmatic game manipulator possessed a profound sense of playfulness, coupled with a distinct penchant for malevolence. The dark passage obscured both vision and mental faculties. Yet as long as there was a light source, visibility returned. Furthermore, the entrances and exits of the passage had been persistently pursuing him, clearly indicating the manipulator's delight in toying with others. If one disregarded the possibility of ulterior motives behind these actions and assumed that the game manipulator shared a cognitive framework similar to humans, then their mental maturity likely fell within the range of childhood to adolescence. Following this line of thought led him to a chilling conclusion. The manipulator did not view them as adversaries, but rather approached them with the mindset of a child playing with toys. In comparison, anticipating the cunning strategies of a shrewd opponent was often far easier than deciphering the whims of a childish trickster. The more illogical their actions, the greater the potential danger concealed within. The psychological manipulation and subtle cues employed by the manipulator throughout various scenarios exhibited a mastery that starkly contrasted with their apparent cognitive maturity. This profound disconnection rendered the task of prediction nearly impossible. Akin to seeking patterns within a chaotic system, The only certainty at this juncture was that the manipulator had been employing various suggestions to prompt players to overlook some genuinely critical information. And Howning recalled the moment he first attacked the specters, realizing his strikes had been entirely ineffective, leading him to unconsciously assume that NPCs were immune to harm. However, the truth was that while he could not harm the NPCs, they were capable of inflicting damage upon one another. He could not ascertain whether the manipulator had consciously intended for him to overlook the fact that NPCs could indeed be eliminated. But since he had already recognized the possibility of the specters being harmed, he saw no reason to ignore it. His intuition suggested that this might be the key to breaking the deadlock and surviving. Previously, he had even speculated that the specters' ability to injure one another stemmed from the uniqueness of their weapons and had attempted to seize them. Yet, when the weapons attacked him, they were undeniably tangible. Conversely, when he attempted to wield them, they reverted to an ethereal state. Thus, pursuing a path through weaponry was entirely eliminated from consideration. Howning redirected his thoughts back to the utilization of his extraordinary abilities. On the home planet, there exist certain exceptional individuals endowed with the ability to control or attack spiritual entities. The Gao brothers, with whom he had previously clashed, possessed the means to transform formidable spiritual beings into Shikigami through intricate ritual formations. Regrettably, he had no expertise in the realm of talismans and formations, belonging instead to the type that could only cheer from the sidelines. Thus, relying on formations to resolve the predicament was not a feasible consideration for the time being. A portion of other extraordinary individuals who inherited the ability to exorcise spirits and command spiritual entities were also characterized by unique physiques or abilities, rendering them of little practical reference. The Ning family, however, had developed certain methods specifically targeting spiritual beings, primarily aimed at attacking their mental essence. Yet, these NPCs lack any autonomous consciousness. How could he possibly attack their minds? This could be attributed to their lack of intellect, which ironically rendered them invincible. Feeling somewhat despondent over his own spiraling thoughts, and Howning shook his head, casting aside these distractions. He must focus on devising a solution to break the deadlock. For that is what truly matters. Chapter 73 was nothing short of an affront, and Howning had never considered himself a person of unwavering resolve or exceptional resilience, but he felt that his advantage over most in terms of mindset lay solely in his ability to accept failure and the worst possible outcomes with equanimity. This afforded him an exceptional capacity for self-regulation. Taking a deep breath, and Howning relaxed his taut mind, allowing his mental energies to wander freely to that moment. He found himself in a state of absolute clarity. His thoughts sharpening further that he could not ascertain the true nature of these NPCs. He could only infer from their exhibited traits that they were a form of spiritual entity that on the home planet. Spiritual beings, as pure energy, typically lack the ability to interfere with the material world. That is exceedingly difficult for them to exist long-term. The idea of wielding a blade to chase down individuals was entirely foreign to him. Only a select few powerful spiritual beings could, through vibrational energy, create unique force fields that exert a limited influence on the material realm. However, the specters in this game defied all norms. Based on his experiences of being beaten up, they seemed capable of transitioning freely between the virtual and the tangible. That he had once speculated whether these apparitions possessed a talent akin to that of mountain spirits, manipulating their molecular electromagnetic forces to achieve a phasing ability. Yet he soon dismissed this notion, and no matter how much a mountain spirit might phase, its material form still existed. With his formidable offensive capabilities, even in the face of such innate talents, he could easily dismantle the molecular composition of their bodies through overwhelming firepower. It was inconceivable that he would find himself in such a powerless predicament against these apparitions. The only explanation for the current situation was that these specters possessed the ability to transition freely between energy waves and material forms. Such a capability was, in every regard, extraordinarily exaggerated. It is important to note that under ordinary circumstances, the transformation between energy waves and matter requires extremely extreme conditions. To pursue and assault him while simultaneously transforming was nothing short of bullying. To attack such a spiritual entity, there were only two possible paths. Point one could either convert one's attacks into wave forms, striking at specific frequencies to disrupt the opponent's energy vibrations. The vast majority of known methods on the home planet for dealing with spiritual entities fall into this category. Through various auxiliary facilities, one could determine the opponent's vibrational frequency during experiments to effectively target them. Did I end the current situation, devoid of any resources? This path held no reference value whatsoever. Alternatively, one could transform oneself into an energy form and confront them on equal footing. If problems could be resolved with mere fists, that would be ideal. However, this approach seemed utterly unscientific. Nonetheless, regardless of whether it was feasible, and Howning, with his almost boundless imagination, thought it worth a try, assuming that everything in this game adhered to certain scientific principles. He would have to resort to quantum theory to explain these specters' abilities. Seizing the flicker of inspiration within him, and Howning plunged his consciousness into the information node that to dare enter a state of cultivation in such a perilous environment was, in fact, a bold decision on his part that if he could not break free from the passive state of being beaten, maintaining utmost vigilance would only lead him to hide and ultimately be worn down. It was better to take a gamble while he still had the strength. What if he could turn the tables? Even a salted fish should have some dreams. Throughout his life, and Howning had never adhered to the notion that one must endure small grievances to achieve greater plans. As long as he had the capability and opportunity, he would always take the initiative. That, of course, if the stakes were low and he felt lazy, that was a different matter altogether. His mental energy manifested, hovering within the information node. As he closed his eyes in contemplation, refraining from hasty actions, with a clear mind, he endeavored to interpret the concepts of the virtual and the real according to his knowledge and learning. As far as Howning understood, the scientific concepts on the home planet did not recognize the notion of the virtual. All existence was deemed real, as for conjectures regarding quasars and imaginary mass. They were far too esoteric and obscure. Even though he possessed some understanding of these terms, it was merely at a popular science level. Abandoning these unverifiable scientific conjectures, he shifted his focus to well-validated theories. Based on the principles of wave-particle duality, particles that constitute matter do have a certain probability of exhibiting wave forms under suitable conditions. Thanks to his exceptionally knowledgeable university roommate, Chu Qianshu, who had casually introduced him to such concepts. And Howning was not entirely ignorant of these theories. Since there was no absolute notion of the virtual, the so-called virtual and real were merely different manifestations of matter and energy. What he needed to do now was use his mental energy as a guide, exerting remarkable control to induce the particles comprising his body to adopt a wave state, thereby hoping to master the transition between the virtual and the real. With this thought in mind, the manifestation of his mental energy opened its eyes as his thoughts stirred. A particle devoid of specific geometric shape and color began to coalesce within the empty information node. Particles are the fundamental elements of the material world, and different particles possess distinct characteristics. Given Howning's limited understanding of relevant knowledge, he did not attempt to manifest all the particles that humanity had observed. After all, he was neither capable of doing so, nor was it necessary. He also refrained from focusing on a single type of particle, as that would be insufficiently comprehensive and might easily lead to hasty generalizations and cognitive errors. Ultimately, he was merely practicing, not conducting research with the same rigor. The particle he manifested was conceptually akin to a point particle, a hypothetical model derived from mathematical calculations. This would effectively assist him in rapidly and efficiently comprehending how particles and energy waves interconvert. And Howning intended to utilize this conceptual particle to experiment with his audacious and unconventional idea. This extraordinary operation could likely only be achieved by masters of cultivation on the home planet. The manifestation of his mental energy reached out to caress the particle, drawing upon all the relevant knowledge he had acquired, striving to transform this particle into an energy wave. Fortunately, the educational standards and knowledge dissemination systems on the home planet were remarkably advanced. Otherwise, a non-specialist like Howning would have found it nearly impossible to apply scientific methods to unravel the current predicament. To this moment, he was making the utmost use of this advanced cultivation technique, turning the information node into a cost-free experimental arena where he could conduct any conceivable experiment. Chapter 74. Which side is the true devil? The initial stages of this experiment did not proceed smoothly. Although Howning could condense particles and generate energy waves, whether attempting to transform particles into waves or vice versa, he struggled to grasp the process despite numerous attempts. The leap from theoretical physics to applied physics proved far more challenging than he had anticipated. Failure upon failure, he found himself caught in a relentless cycle of trial and error. Even with his formidable mental strength, he was engaged in a fierce battle. Each set of data required meticulous validation. It was an unavoidable path fraught with detours, due to Howning's extraordinary mental prowess. Each scheme, from conception to trial to failure, took only seconds to tens of seconds. However, the sheer volume of trial and error processes was overwhelming. He could swear he had never expended so much mental effort throughout his life. During this time, his brain operated at an unprecedented speed, processing information at levels surpassing many conventional quantum computers. His simulations within the information node intensified his thirst for energy to astonishing heights that, if not for his robust physique cultivated through rigorous training. Even with sufficient mental reserves, the energy demands of such extensive data processing would have rendered him incapable of continuing. After countless failed experiments, the overactive neurons in his brain inevitably caused his internal temperature to rise. The supply of blood oxygen and glucose gradually lagged behind. His focus was significantly affected as a cacophony of disjointed thoughts flashed through his mind. What are particles? What is matter? What are waves? What is energy? From whence do the concepts of illusion and reality in this world arise? Given that particles and waves, matter and energy can transform into one another, does this not suggest that they are merely different manifestations of the same essence? Is it the quantum field that pervades the universe, a dynamic realm? Are particles and waves merely superficial representations formed by different excitations within this field? Am I, too, merely a fragment manifested from this quantum field? And from where does the quantum field itself originate? How does such excitation give rise to the intangible and formless entity known as gravity? Or perhaps it is the strings of energy. Is everything in this world simply a series of strings, either open or closed? Do these one-dimensional strings, through their vibrations, create the world and my very being? Is my essence merely a collection of vibrations? If so, how did these strings come into existence? Or could it be a holographic universe, where everything in three-dimensional space is merely a projection of information from other dimensions? Are energy and matter merely forms of information? And from where does this information in other dimensions originate? If I, too, am merely a projection of information, what distinguishes me from these NPCs? Yes, and yet no. The various theories, including the quantum field, energy strings, and holographic universe, may each unveil a fragment of the truth of this world, but they cannot encapsulate the entirety of it. What I seek is not these explanations of the world. I do not require an understanding of this world. What I yearn for is to grasp the primal essence, which should be an omnipresent existence that defies definition. The transformation between particles and energy waves, in the face of truth, must be a natural occurrence, not a mere simulation of these data. I am in the midst of his expansive thoughts, and Howning suddenly awakens to the realization that if he focuses solely on experimental data, he will forever draw nearer to the truth without ever attaining it. What he must do is discard the self-imposed constraints and earnestly seek to understand what particles and waves truly are. In that moment, he seems to have forgotten his initial purpose, oblivious to the perilous situation and the urgency of time. Like an innocent child, he explores the truth with the purest curiosity that it is precisely in this instant. Touched by the fervor of his quest for truth, that a mysterious power, previously dormant within him, begins to surge forth, that he feels the confusion in his thoughts dissipate in this moment, and his self-awareness has never been so vivid. He finally comprehends the misconception he had fallen into earlier. The theories he considered were merely descriptions of the world, not tailored to his current predicament. What he truly needs to understand now is not the world in which he exists, but his own world, his spirit and flesh. Everything he has experienced and felt collectively shaped the present him. With so many elements at play, he has long since become a universe unto himself, having grasped this layer of understanding. And Howning realizes that, at this moment, he can easily apply any theory he has contemplated upon himself, that he is the master of his own fate. He can invoke the quantum field within him to facilitate the transformation between particles and waves. He can alter the vibrations of the energy strings within him to blur the boundaries between reality and illusion, that he may even begin to rewrite his own information, taking initial control of his existence within this world. At this juncture, and Howning remains unaware that this impromptu training has serendipitously led him to touch upon abilities that are far beyond his current realm of mastery. He is oblivious to the fact that certain aspects of his soul are quietly undergoing transformation. Meanwhile, the various specters within the game have once again locked onto Hounding's position and are converging upon the room. The frail door cannot withstand the onslaught, as the myriad of ghosts roar, charging through the wood shavings and dust towards the still meditating Hounding, that a figure clad in black robes moves the swiftest, arriving instantaneously before the unsuspecting and aching that I in its decayed, scabrous hand. A rusted scythe slices through the air, aiming for Hounding's neck. Just as the fatal blow is about to fall, Hounding's eyes snap open. With a swift motion, the scythe glides past his neck. As though it merely cut through AI or DAS, the ghostly figure is sent reeling backward, Hounding rises leisurely, a grin spreading across his face. It's time for a change in tactics at this moment. The sound of rain intensifies in the background. The previously dim room seems to grow even darker, dust swirling and tainting the air. The chilling howls of the ghosts echo, rising and falling in a haunting chorus. It is in this moment that Hounding moves. He is the autumn wind that heralds decay, the last drop of blood falling from a battle blade, the first toll of a death knell. He embodies the very essence of termination and destruction, the path of transition between illusion and reality, Hounding has only just begun to grasp the surface, yet it suffices for now. Under Hounding's relentless onslaught, the multitude of ghosts stands powerless, as helpless as lambs that I in this infernal scene. It becomes difficult to discern which side is the true devil. Chapter 75. The many ghosts shortly thereafter, as the dust settles. Hounding, having surged through the room and into the depths of the corridor, breathes heavily. Gazing at the fallen NPCs around him, a grave expression settles upon his face. Although the individual strength of these monsters ranges only from levels 1 to 3, their overwhelming numbers present a formidable challenge. Despite his earlier ferocity, in reality, the majority of the ghosts he dispatched were casualties of the colossal output from his allies, rather than his own efforts. The reason he appeared so formidable was largely due to the ghosts' lack of control over their own attacks. Through his agile maneuvers and strategic positioning, most of the ghosts unwittingly became his allies, allowing him to appear effortlessly in command. But this was merely an illusion of ease. Initially, he believed that as long as he could retaliate, he would possess the power to vanquish these ghosts. Now he realizes that he had been overly naive. It is highly probable that there is no limit to their numbers, and no matter how many he eliminates, they will soon respawn. In truth, it is unfair to blame him for his slow reaction. After all, in a survival game, the notion of monsters being defeated does not exist. As the battle persists, the ghost attack and defense capabilities visibly escalate, clearly intent on wearing him down. Furthermore, his ability to transition between reality and illusion remains inconsistent at best. From any perspective, his current predicament is anything but optimistic. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing, accompanied by the rapid approach of footsteps, echoes from the darkness of the corridor behind him. Hounding's heart skips a beat as he turns with a wry smile to investigate. From the shadows emerge dozens of figures, swiftly closing in on him. What manner of creatures are these? Notably, the variety of ghosts has grown increasingly diverse, and he can ascertain that many do not belong to the original game. Even upon encountering monsters from his own creations within this game, he no longer feels astonished. Knowing that the adversaries operate without any limits, what expectations can he hold? Soon, towering figures nearly 3 meters tall, wielding weapons akin to laser cannons, charge towards him with fervor. Their exposed muscles, devoid of skin, intermingle grotesquely with unidentifiable metallic elements, creating a rather repulsive sight. Even within the realm of horror games, such appearances would be classified as adult content. What on earth? These ghosts are now employing technological weaponry. This is outrageous. Without hesitation, Hounding turns to flee, conjuring a rope-like form with a single soldier armor to secure the elephant god behind him. Whether the laser can penetrate the crystal is of little concern. For him, it is not necessarily bad news that if it cannot breach the crystal, it means he is safe. That if it can, it implies that the crystal is not entirely indestructible. As for the reason he does not utilize the other 2 sealing crystals, it is simply a matter of habit. Hounding dashes forward at breakneck speed, though he cannot exceed 10 meters per second. Utilizing his agile movements, he strives to evade the attacks closing in behind him. Arriving at the corridor's intersection, he glances left and right, bewildered. Shouldn't the boss's office be at the end of the corridor? What are these side paths doing here? Just then, a beam of high-energy laser strikes the crystal, the heat from the dispersing energy causing Hounding's hair to curl slightly. This is not a suitable place to linger. There is no time for contemplation. Trusting his inexplicable intuition, Hounding veers right, plunging into the side corridor. Thus begins a vivid portrayal of the core essence of the hotel survival game: escape. In this manner, Hounding searches for the office while remaining vigilant against ambushes that could manifest in any form. Remarkably, Hounding realizes that since he has had memory, he seems to be experiencing passivity for the first time. Each step feeling as if he is treading on thin ice. While this experience is novel, no matter how optimistic he tries to be, the discomfort he feels has only compounded over time. After all, languid tranquility is merely his default state of existence. From a young age, standing at a height, it was evident that he could not truly be devoid of temper. Rather, the opportunity for retaliation had yet to present itself. With a click, he secured the office door, and Hounding, his heart still racing with unease, gently patted his chest, seeking to soothe his resilient little heart. The seemingly superfluous actions he undertook were not indicative of genuine fright or a theatrical personality. Instead, they were his means of maintaining control over his mental state. Once again, reality affirmed that intuition is indeed a valuable asset. After navigating countless crossroads, he finally located the long-desired office of his superior. Previously, through a series of lefts and rights, he had managed to momentarily shake off his pursuers, and this place should, for the time being, offer a semblance of safety. That he surveyed the office, which bore an uncanny resemblance to his memories, and cast a glance at the solitary window that afforded a view of the outside world. Raindrops pelted the glass, cascading down like the tear stains of invisible specters. The occasional flash of pale lightning illuminated the antiquated office's interior. Approaching the window, Hounding gazed outside. Even under the relentless assault of rain, the scenery beyond remained obscured, shrouded in a thick, gray mist that in his previous gaming experiences, he had found the window's design quite unreasonable. As a mountaineer, a player would undoubtedly possess remarkable agility. Why, when there was a window, must one laboriously seek out a mobile hotel entrance? Such illogical game mechanics, it seemed, would persist regardless of the passage of time or player complaints. As game developers, with an audacious disregard for dissent, adhered to their own rules and gameplay, that he mused that perhaps this was a form of enduring industry culture. With a slight smirk of derision, he cast aside these chaotic thoughts and impulsively decided to attempt to open the window, but he was fully aware that the game operator would not provide such conveniences in this location. Nevertheless, it was worth a shot, for who could guarantee that this was not yet another psychological ploy? He was never one to abandon any glimmer of possibility. The window felt icy to the touch, and despite his efforts to push and pull, it remained steadfastly immovable. After several attempts, whether through conventional means or brute force, the window did not yield. That it appeared to be merely a decorative element, forcing him to discard the shattered remnants of a chair that had come too close to the window. Reluctantly halting, he felt no guilt over damaging someone else's property. Chapter 76. Apathy that disdains all. Hounding shifted his gaze to the lacquered wooden desk, now shrouded in cobwebs, suppressing his mild obsession with cleanliness as he waved his hand to disperse the webs. He effortlessly opened the second drawer on the right. Inside lay a roll of slightly yellowed blueprints and a finely bound diary. As he retrieved the blueprints, his fingers inadvertently brushed against the diary. Or perhaps it was the diary that had drawn near on its own accord. Before Hounding could respond, a game pop-up suddenly reappeared. Congratulations! You have acquired the key to the mobile exit and the hotel floor plan. Furthermore, through your exceptional wisdom and courage, you have discovered the untouchable diary, triggering a hidden mode. What was happening? He had no recollection of this game possessing any diary-related mechanics. What was this hidden mode? Upon seeing the words untouchable, a sense of foreboding washed over Hounding. The diary within the drawer began to levitate, its pages rustling as though being turned by an unseen hand. A storyline synopsis appeared alongside the game pop-up. Impudent intruder, the moment you open the diary of this place's owner in an attempt to uncover the truth, your fate shall meet its end. You have successfully drawn the owner's gaze, and he has decided to keep you here permanently, forcing you to atone for your disrespect with the remainder of your life. Yet, even with such intentions, he retains a modicum of mercy, granting you a singular chance to escape. Should you fail to leave within the allotted time, the exit will be permanently sealed, and if you refuse to concede, seek the mobile exit. The owner shall appreciate your performance, that in the instant the pop-up vanished, and Howning's peripheral vision keenly detected a change in the window. His reflection appeared in the glass, and above him hovered a pair of cold eyes. Beyond the mirror, and Howning maintained his mental projection, yet he discerned nothing peculiar above him. He seized the diary and leafed through its pages, only to find them utterly blank. The notion of uncovering secrets seemed laughable to him. The diary had not been opened of his own volition. As for the owner's so-called mercy, it was merely a reflection of their limited ability to alter the rules. He was certain that had they possessed the power to eliminate him outright, they would have done so long. A.G.O.N. Howning smirked coldly. Gaze upon me, do you? If you wish to play, then I shall indulge you. As for whether it is the performance you desire, that shall depend on your capabilities. For the first time in over 20 years of memory, he found himself so thoroughly manipulated that in that moment, any trace of anxiety or frustration evaporated, and even the anger that had briefly flared was swiftly replaced by an unparalleled calm. It was as if he no longer required emotions at all. More accurately, it was a state of being that transcended mere calmness. For in Howning, emotions such as anger or sorrow were not just feelings. They were switches that allowed him to express his true self, that a fleeting moment of rage had stripped away his usual tranquility, transforming his very essence. Gone was the cool detachment, the rebellious spirit of the stars, and the languor of solitude. In their place remained a dispassionate indifference that scorned all. This state was the side of him he least wished to reveal, one that even he himself found unappealing. The few fortunate enough to witness this aspect of him had long since lost the opportunity to share their experiences with others. As for the rumors circulating in the circle of extraordinary beings that in Howning never took lives, it was merely because, in the vast majority of cases, he possessed the absolute confidence and strength to vanquish his opponents without resorting to murder. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the floor plan unfurled. Observing the triangular light spot within the office, and Howning understood that it represented his current location, that a few corners away was a room, its outline revealing a door. Beside the door, a countdown clock ticked ominously. The stark white numbers seemed to throb with a sense of impending doom. Glancing at the countdown, he noted that approximately 10 minutes remained, and the progress of his single-soldier armor's analysis of the game scene was still under 10%. And Howning wasted no time, exiting the office and making a beeline for the exit. The difficulty of the hotel escape had escalated to a hellish level, revealing its most gruesome visage, and in Howning had become the most fearsome entity within it. Once more traversing the corridor, and Howning noticed marked differences in his surroundings. Drops of a highly corrosive liquid dripped from the ceiling, landing on the floor with a toxic, acrid scent that he inhaled. The fumes invaded his body, gradually numbing his nerves. In the corners, clusters of fungal growths resembling blood vessels began to proliferate at a visibly rapid pace, swiftly covering the entire floor, relentlessly coiling around his legs. Doors lining the corridor were flung open, releasing a multitude of ghastly creatures. From the darkness at the corridor's end came a cacophony of disordered footsteps and unidentifiable noises. There was no longer a safe haven in this game world. And Howning had no retreat left. Of course, from the moment he stepped out of the office, he no longer required an escape route. Observing the countless specters within his line of sight, he maintained his rhythm, progressing steadily forward. There was no surge of adrenaline, nor was there a need for battle fervor. As the first ghoul fell, the combat commenced. Nearly 100 different forms of creatures surrounded Howning, each employing various formations to pursue and besiege him. From any perspective, it seemed as though he had no chance of victory. Yet, reality often defied expectations. At that moment, Howning resembled a commander of unparalleled artistry, orchestrating a masterful display of tactics. However, the entities he directed were all intent on taking his life. Empowered by Howning's astounding computational prowess, the creature's attacks, whether melee or ranged, inexplicably turned upon one another. If an uninformed observer were to witness this chaotic melee, they would undoubtedly question the allegiances of the numerous apparitions. Whenever Howning found himself surrounded, a creature would invariably provide covering fire and support. Whenever an attack threatened to land upon Howning, Another creature would sacrifice itself to save him. All of this unfolded with a precision that suggested countless rehearsals. Every detail appeared seamless throughout, and Howning remained indifferent, effortlessly clearing obstacles in his path. Offense, defense, positioning, and guidance. Amidst the myriad of monsters, and Howning gradually acclimated to the phasing ability he had just acquired. Chapter 77. A heart-pounding moment with each strike and each evasion. And Howning's action sent ripples through the throng of monsters, delivering significant blows in return. And no matter how tightly the blockade is sealed, and Howning always manages to tear open a breach and continue his advance. In this chaotic battleground, the more monsters converge in this locale, the greater the damage they endure. The more they attempt to swiftly eliminate and Howning, the more rapidly their own ranks diminish. However, the monsters ultimately lack intelligence and are utterly oblivious to the concept of fear. Under the control of the unseen puppeteer, they charge forward in waves, intent on burying and Howning beneath their bodies, wishing to trap him here forever. This moment, and Howning resembles a powerful harvesting machine, mowing down the monsters before him as if they were mere crops. Falling in droves that in such a state, his combat style is drastically different from his usual demeanor, no longer carefree and relaxed. Each move exudes an exquisite precision. Power, speed, and angle can only be described as impeccably timed. His manner of fighting resembles not that of a living being, but rather that of a machine born for slaughter. Gradually, the rate of casualties among the monsters far exceeds their rate of replenishment. When Howning stands before a bronze door adorned with intricate engravings, within the visible radius surrounding him, not a single monster remains standing. Glancing at the countdown timer displaying 4 minutes and 52 seconds, he wipes the blood seeping from beneath his ethereal mask. There is neither tension nor elation as he retrieves the key and inserts it into the lock. One turn is sufficient. This is not a proclamation of victory, but merely a statement of fact. As the exit swings open, the hotel begins to collapse. In the blink of an eye, everything is enveloped in a shroud of gray mist. Reminiscent of the scenery he had previously observed through the window, in the distance, several ceiling crystals, which he had not encountered before, stand faintly within the fog. With the immediate crisis averted, the indifference on Howning's face gradually fades away. Even with his current mental fortitude, having just endured a fierce battle that demanded intense cognitive processing, he cannot help but feel fatigued. And on the surface, it appears that the combat drains physical stamina. Yet in reality, if not for his ability to process vast amounts of information in an instant, he would never have managed to carve his way through the fray. After momentarily steadying his mind and silently engaging in meditation to facilitate the recovery of his mental energy, the discomfort slightly alleviated, Howning gazes at the bronze door before him and then at the scattered crystals in the distance. To avoid any further tricks from the game operator, he refrains from attempting to collect the crystals. After all, should he return after gathering them only to find the door vanished, it would spell disaster. Given the unscrupulous nature of this game operator, akin to the depths of an abyss, such a treacherous act is entirely plausible. However, inaction does not equate to surrender. He transforms part of his exosuit into a lasso, drawing the crystals, along with the victims ensnared within, closer to him and storing them within the suit. After playing for so long, he deserves some form of reward. Glancing at the exosuit's painfully slow processing speed, Howning does not immediately depart, but instead re-examines the critical points he has gathered thus far from this series of experiences over the past hours. A complete logical chain presents itself. First, the game operator is certainly not benevolent. Thus, the possibility of a harmonious conclusion upon clearing the game is utterly out of the question. However, the fact that the operator has allowed him to progress smoothly suggests that their control and modification capabilities over the game may be significantly weaker than his worst fears. This is perhaps the only piece of good news he has obtained since entering the game. Second, barring any unforeseen circumstances, everyone, including the 2 formidable members of the family, should be on the other side of the door. With his current detection methods, he cannot ascertain the exact situation without crossing over to that side, in this void space. Waiting for the exosuit to complete its analysis before taking control of the entire system seems the most prudent course of action. Yet, considering the danger of this place, if he does nothing, there is no guarantee that by the time the exosuit finishes analyzing, everyone will not have been reduced to a state akin to that of a statue. Given the current circumstances, even if he were to gain full control of the system, he has no confidence in his ability to break through those crystals. After all, various relics possess inherently unsolvable properties. And such things are far from rare, that in light of this assessment, some risks are worth taking. Having clarified his thoughts, and Hounding no longer hesitates and steps through the bronze door, that a wave of disorientation washes over him. Enveloped in an absolute silence that imparts a sensation of subtle descent. His breathing is influenced by an unseen force, gradually weakening until it ceases entirely. Strangely, there is no sense of suffocation. Everything feels remarkably natural. In this state, his capacity for self-control is diminished to an extreme. This sensation leaves him, who is accustomed to having everything under his command, feeling profoundly out of sorts in a moment of clarity. He realizes that if the game operator were to attack him now, he would likely find it exceedingly difficult to resist. Fortunately, the feared scenario does not come to pass. Time passes unmeasured, and Hounding's consciousness awakens once more. Sensing the water flowing around him, he opens his eyes and leaps from the water, instantly entering a combat-ready state. The entire process is so swift that it defies measurement in seconds that he has no idea what dangers await him. Given the game operator's level of friendliness, he would not be surprised if he were greeted with a nuclear explosion as a welcome. However, the scene before him momentarily stuns him. Sunlight, beach, waves. He now stands in shallow waters near a beach. Surrounded by men, women, and children clad in swimwear or beach attire, that if not for these people, even the waves of the sea remain utterly still, suspended in a state of absolute tranquility. Perhaps it might even give him the illusion that he has already departed from the ruins. Amidst such a crowd, he, dressed in casual attire, is undoubtedly an outlier. Moreover, the casual outfit has long since soaked through, dripping water incessantly. Ignoring the discomfort brought on by his wet clothing, and Hounding silently counts 3, 2, 1. As he reaches the end of his count, the familiar game notification window reappears, just as expected. Upon reading the first line of text in the notification, beads of sweat form on his forehead. Game notification: Welcome to Heartthrob. Here, you will encounter 5 distinctly different girls in succession. Each of them starts with a mere 15 affection points for you. You must elevate and maintain their affection levels above 95 to clear the game. Should any one of them drop below 10 affection points, it constitutes game failure. Now let's embark on this heartthrob journey together. Chapter 78. The sage does not enter love's embrace, observing the world come alive around him. And Hounding feels a throbbing at his temples. This is an unmasked act of revenge. Is it because the first game failed to eliminate me that they are now filled with indignation? Is this the extent of their ambition? Where is their dignity? Instinct tells him that this game has been tailored specifically to mock him. Having discerned his character, it is a cruel twist of fate to thrust a person with 0 romantic experience into the quest of winning over 5 virtual girlfriends. They are undoubtedly eager to see him falter, intent on sealing him away. The malicious intent is painfully evident. Moreover, what kind of absurdity is it to juggle 5 relationships at once? Despicable, utterly despicable, shameless, truly shameless. He cannot discern whether his disdain is directed at the game's premise or the game operator, or perhaps both. Hounding, a willingly single individual, regards romance as both a nuisance and a bore. Within his framework of thought, love and marriage equate to forming a shared destiny and mutual responsibility, but he simply cannot fathom the value of love and marriage when he requires no one to be accountable to him and has no penchant for creating complications. Taking a deep breath, his gaze turns resolute. He absolutely will not allow the puppeteer behind the scenes to revel in his misfortune. This rebellious mindset may seem somewhat childish, but he has resolved to confront the shadowy figure pulling the strings. Although he has no romantic experience, let us not forget his true calling. The emotional narratives he has crafted on his platform have moved countless readers to tears, even if those poignant moments do not resonate with him personally. Rationally speaking, the reason the game operator has ensnared him in such a predicament may be due to the fact that during data collection, they could only capture him at the moment he first stepped onto a university campus. Abruptly interrupted thereafter. Hence, the game operator is still unaware of his prowess in crafting narratives. While he may have never experienced romance, he has diligently studied the logic of relationships and the associated psychological mechanisms. Thus, and Howning embarks on a journey reminiscent of a notorious playboy's. Each time an NPC female lead appears, he employs the character traits he has gathered, combined with exquisite psychological techniques, to portray a series of distinctly different boyfriend personas. Embodying the essence of being both sweet and salty as a non-psychology major. He may not be able to articulate specialized terminology, but with his formidable computational skills and keen insight, he possesses the ability to manipulate hearts as if they were mere pawns in his game. The so-called mind games are merely a matter of how to leverage human nature. When every coincidence is meticulously orchestrated, when every hint leaves no trace, and even the information he encounters in daily interactions is subject to rigorous filtering. Forming an information cocoon, each thought that arises in the target's mind becomes a consequence of his deliberate design and inducement. At this moment, the so-called free will is merely an illusion. This is the approach that Howning adopts towards these NPCs, transforming a delightful dating simulation game into an exceedingly cerebral strategy game that he nearly elevates various psychological manipulation techniques to their zenith. Such prowess can capture hearts, usurp nations, and even govern the world, depending solely on the user's application. Fortunately, this capable individual, who can stir the winds of change, prefers to recline comfortably at home. To be honest, in the past, when faced with adversaries, he never strategized with such seriousness. And Howning himself acknowledges that his inherent inclination is to go with the flow. Were he to meticulously calculate in real life, those who opposed him might find themselves deprived of even the chance to weep. Perhaps it need not be played so intricately. However, he is utterly disinclined to invest time and effort in currying favor with these NPCs, that he would rather embrace the role of a calculating villain, navigating the game in his own manner. The path may have been laid out by others, but how to traverse it is solely his prerogative. In essence, and Howning has always possessed a domineering nature, albeit in a manner distinct from others that he harbors little interest in controlling others. His pursuit is forever the ultimate mastery over himself, including his own destiny. Beneath his various audacious maneuvers, the familiar bronze door reappears. Although he recognizes that this bronze door is also part of the game, and Howning cannot shake the sensation of finally reuniting with a long-lost kin, he tosses aside the bouquet in his hand, feeling an immense sense of relief, a revelation dawning upon him. Indeed, the wise do not fall into the throes of love. Engaging in romance is far too exhausting. While navigating this game, he has often reminisced about the encounters with various ghostly NPCs, not spotting a single crystal amidst the heart-fluttering game scenes. And Howning is certain that he is the sole player of this game. To be precise, he is the one being played. Once the bronze door swings open, he strides in without hesitation, irrespective of what awaits him. Gurgling, a peculiar liquid rushes into his mouth and nostrils. Upon reopening his eyes, he finds himself separated by a layer of reinforced glass from several grotesque, furry faces. The first sight of these hideous monsters, rather than humans, reassures Howning. Finally, this isn't the bizarre game from the previous level. As long as he isn't tasked with courting monsters, he is content. Having undergone the baptism of heart-fluttering moments, his focus has undeniably transformed. This very moment, he finds himself immersed in a colossal cultivation chamber, filled with a high-energy, nurturing fluid.